Sheng Wenin was once a rookie actor who was relentlessly bullied. Now she stands in a hotel room, holding a blood-stained fruit knife. 5 years ago, that fateful night was supposed to be a turning point in her career. Just starting out, Sheng Wenin faced a massive online backlash for refusing to comply with the industry's dark rules. In her despair, her fiancé, Yi Chengfeng, invited her to visit him on set, offering a glimmer of hope. However, fate had other plans, and someone broke into her room that night. In the chaos, Sheng Wenin's body began to feel strange, and her consciousness started to blur. Just as she thought she couldn't escape, the hotel's fire alarm blared, causing the intruder to flee in panic. That incident should have been left in the past, but tonight, it repeated itself. Due to a momentary lapse, she fell into a trap once again. To her horror, the obese man before her was none other than Director Li, who had almost succeeded 5 years ago. Realizing the danger, Sheng Wenin's eyes snapped open, revealing the menace before her. In a life-or-death moment, she reached for a heavy ashtray. In a split second, Sheng Wenin swung the ashtray with all her might, striking Director Li's head. This blow was not just for self-defense but also a retaliation for 5 years of humiliation. Stunned by the sudden resistance, Director Li staggered back. Seizing the opportunity, Sheng Wenin grabbed the fruit knife from the coffee table and, without hesitation, stabbed him. Blood spattered, and his screams echoed through the room. Even Sheng Wenin herself couldn't believe the strength she had mustered. However, a wave of weakness washed over her, signaling that the drug Director Li had given her was taking effect. Biting the tip of her tongue, Sheng Wenin forced herself to stay conscious. She knew that if she collapsed now, a far worse fate awaited her. Pulling out the knife, she stabbed Director Li's thigh, this time nearly hitting a vital spot. Terrified, Director Li clutched his groin and fled in panic. Sheng Wenin knew she couldn't collapse here. She staggered towards the door, just as a tall figure emerged from the next room. With her last bit of awareness, Sheng Wenin realized this person was not Yi Chengfeng. Relieved, she entrusted herself to the stranger. "Call 911," she murmured before losing consciousness. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out, "Chi-Si, wait a second. I swear this variety show is really interesting. You've got some free time, so why not just have fun?" Holy crap. Ming Liang, the agent, rushed out of the room only to see his superstar standing in the hallway, holding an unconscious girl with her collar disheveled. "What the hell?" Ming Liang exclaimed, his voice cracking from the shock. He had just unplugged his charger and turned around to see a girl holding a bloody knife suddenly appear in the room. Chi-Si, the cold man in the black coat, frowned slightly. He glanced at the girl in his arms and then turned his gaze to the open door of the adjacent room. "She came from there," he said curtly. Ming Liang quickly ran to the next room to check. It was empty but in complete disarray, with bloodstains on the floor. He carefully examined the girl's face and suddenly realized, Sheng Wenin. Chi-Si raised his dark eyes. Ming Liang waved his hand, explaining, "You probably don't know her. She's a minor figure in the industry. She's a newcomer who seems to have offended someone recently, and she's been getting a lot of hate online." As someone familiar with the industry, Ming Liang instantly recognized that Sheng Wenin had encountered serious trouble. Chi-Si spoke slowly, "Call 911? No way." Ming Liang immediately rejected the idea. That would attract too much attention. He pulled out his phone while speaking. She was probably drugged. Someone tried to assault her. It's outrageous that such things happen even near the film studios. The industry is really getting out of hand. Put her in my room for now. I'll find a doctor. Also, I need to get the surveillance footage from the hotel manager for this floor. The part where you were holding her needs to be deleted. Hey, what are you doing? Ming Liang looked up, shocked to see Chi-Si bending down to lift the girl and carry her directly into his own room. Faced with his manager's furious questioning, the indifferent man simply replied, "Your room is downstairs, too far. You can't keep her in your room." Ming Liang was almost jumping with frustration. "Do you realize who you are and who she is? So should I leave her at the door?" Ming Liang was momentarily speechless. Finally, he reluctantly said, "Fine. Just make sure to keep your door closed. I'll go look for a doctor. This is such a mess, and it's messing up our schedule." His grumbling voice gradually faded away, muffled by the closing door. Chi-Si gently placed the girl on the sofa and reached out to take the knife from her hand. Unexpectedly, even in her unconscious state, she clung tightly to the weapon. Chi-Si observed the girl, who remained frowning even while unconscious, with the blood on the blade still fresh. In the end, he stood up without touching the knife again. When Sheng Wenin opened her eyes again, she was greeted by the pungent smell of disinfectant. Realizing she was in a hospital, she felt a slight sense of relief. However, memories came flooding back, throwing her into deep thought. She remembered that she had died, committing suicide. It was on her birthday. Her fiancé, Yi Chengfeng, had called her home, saying the family wanted to celebrate her birthday. It was supposed to be the first time the entire family celebrated her birthday together. She thought they were finally willing to accept her, that she could finally fit in. However, after drinking a glass of water spiked with a colorless and tasteless drug, she woke up to find herself trapped. No matter how hard she fought, it was futile. She ended up with numerous injuries, resisting daily, using sheer willpower to suppress the effects of the frequent drug injections until her body was on the verge of collapse. The people running the illegal live streaming operation feared they would lose their investment if she died, so they showed her a recorded video of the selling process. In the video, her good sister Sheng Qingqing cried, "Mom, you can't sell my sister. She's my real sister. And Chengfeng, she's your fiancé. How can you do this to her?" Sheng Qingqing hid her malice, leaving only pitiful tears in her eyes. "Mom, if Dad's company really can't survive, and you need a daughter to exchange for this money, I'm willing to go. I'm willing to exchange myself for my sister. I'm willing to sacrifice." "Shut up. You're not the same as your sister." Their mother, Tang Ping, scolded angrily. "Men in this world are all drawn to scents. Your sister is like rotten meat, naturally attracting buyers. You're different. Chengfeng, take Qingqing upstairs." Yi Qingfeng didn't move. Yes, he wouldn't treat her like this. He loved her. Tang Ping turned to Yi Qingfeng with a cold expression. "What, are you going to plead for Sheng Wenyin too?" Yi Qingfeng's face was stern. "I was just thinking, 3 million might not be enough." At that moment, Sheng Wenyin's heart nearly shattered from the pain. Sheng Qingqing sobbed. "Sister is only worth 3 million? But she's so beautiful. Although I don't want her to be sold, I think just based on her looks, she should fetch at least 100 million. Her mind buzzed, and her temples throbbed painfully. Sheng Wenyin could still recall the scene of being dragged into a room full of props, her heart dead. She was injected with drugs again, her body at its limit. In her final moment, she mustered all her strength to grab the gun from the waist of one of the thugs. Bang! She ended her own life. The pain was unbearable. She remembered that pain well, telling herself, "Sheng Wenyin, in your next life, you must open your eyes and live." And the next life really came. Closing her eyes and taking a deep breath, Sheng Wenyin's thoughts were still a mess. She had died, but she was alive again. Back to the scene 5 years ago when she was almost assaulted by Director Li. She had injured Director Li and escaped the room, encountering a kind person who called 911 before she lost consciousness. That's how it all happened. In other words, I was reborn? The word reborn flashed in her mind, and Sheng Wenyin's eyes widened in shock. Something that only existed in fantasy novels had actually happened to her? She had died and come back to life? Returned to 5 years ago? Back to the time before those demons dragged her into the abyss? A fierce fire ignited in her chest. This was a chance given to her by the heavens. Tang Ping, Sheng Qingqing, Yi Qingfeng, all those who harmed, humiliated, and deceived her in her past life. We meet again. The euphoria of rebirth ebbed away like a receding tide, and Sheng Wenyin's thoughts gradually calmed. She suddenly remembered Director Li's cryptic words. She had been sold to him by Yi Qingfeng. This sentence had never appeared in her previous life. It must have been uttered in rage after she injured Director Li in this one. Sheng Wenyin let out a cold laugh, thinking to herself, "Fine, all of you, just fine." After leaving the hospital, Sheng Wenyin headed straight to the hotel. Just as she arrived, the elevator doors opened. She hurried forward. "Hold the door." The man inside pressed the open button. Sheng Wenyin quickly stepped in, instinctively saying thank you, but froze when she saw who it was. It was Chi Si, the world's first actor to win 9 major awards, hailed as a miracle born in the East. Sheng Wenyin suppressed her surprise and quietly stood in the corner of the elevator. In her previous life, she had only seen this legend of the entertainment industry on TV. She never expected to meet him in person right after her rebirth. The elevator ascended slowly, and Sheng Wenyin stared straight ahead. Suddenly, she noticed from the reflection in the metal door that the man beside her was turning his head to look at her. She immediately turned to face him, their eyes locking. The man raised an eyebrow slightly, while the girl's eyes were full of vigilance. "What are you looking at?" Sheng Wenyin said coldly. The man was momentarily stunned, then looked away, muttering under his breath, "A living ingrate, how interesting." As soon as the elevator doors opened, Sheng Wenyin bolted out like an arrow, racing to her room. Just as she was about to enter, she noticed Chi Si walking in the same direction. With a loud bang, she quickly shut the door. The room was still in disarray. As Sheng Wenyin passed by a full-length mirror, she caught a glimpse of herself. Fair skin, lustrous black hair, cherry-red lips, and a graceful figure. She had always known her looks could bring trouble, and reality had proven her right. Thinking of the underground live streaming platform from her previous life, Director Li in this life, and Chi Si's gaze just now, her face turned cold. Men, they're all the same. Reborn, her heart had turned to stone, and she would never trust any man again. The only exception might be the kind person who had called an ambulance and paid her medical bills. Would she ever meet them again? Sheng Wenyin quickly packed her luggage and returned to the capital. At Wancheng Tower, her agent Gan Mei glanced at Sheng Wenyin, who was playing with her phone on the sofa, and then at the suitcase by her feet. "It's good you're here." There's a variety show contract you need to sign. Sheng Wenin looked up. I need to see what kind of show it is. I won't take anything subpar. Won't take it. Ganmei laughed as if she had heard the world's biggest joke. Do you think you have the right to say no? Do you know how much we spend on PR to handle your scandals? If it weren't for your face, you'd have no work. Not even a cold bench to sit on. Beggars can't be choosers. Sheng Wenin reiterated. I won't take anything subpar. Ganmei, somewhat annoyed, threw a contract in front of her. It's an online variety show. Whether it's subpar or not, you have to take it. Not taking it. Sheng Wenin glanced at the names on the contract and resolutely refused. Ganmei slammed the table. You'd better listen when I'm being nice, Sheng Wenin. Go against me, and you'll only meet a quicker end. Sheng Wenin looked up. Even if I take this show, it won't last. What makes you say that? Ganmei sneered. Sheng Wenin pointed to 2 names in the guest list. These 2 are having an affair. Ganmei was stunned and looked down. The man was a middle-aged actor known for being a good husband, and the woman was a rising third-tier actress. Where did you hear that? Ganmei asked, half believing. Sheng Wenin calmly explained. I have my sources. The man's wife is hiring a private investigator to gather evidence. If the news breaks during the show, it won't be aired. Suspicious. Ganmei made a call to confirm. After a moment, she looked at Sheng Wenin with a newfound respect. Alright, there's another new show. You can try out for it. I'll get you the contract later. In the evening, Sheng Wenin bought some daily necessities and returned to the shabby dormitory arranged by the company. She had only 80 yuan left in her account. Soon, Ganmei's assistant brought a new variety show contract. Sheng Wenin glanced at the guest list and was taken aback. Yi Chengfeng. The assistant urged, just sign at the bottom. He briefly explained. It's a travel show with 5 guests backpacking on a budget. There's a housekeeper to take care of their daily needs. It was supposed to be Kwang Yi, who debuted a year ago and could use the exposure. But when he saw Yi Chengfeng, he refused to go. He refused because of Yi Chengfeng? Sheng Wenin asked. The assistant nodded. Kwang Yi and Yi Chengfeng debuted at the same time. Yi Chengfeng climbed his way up and is now the second male lead in director Li's drama, while Kwang Yi is still a nobody. He didn't want to serve Yi Chengfeng and has now disappeared. Understandable. Sheng Wenin quickly signed her name. Yi Chengfeng, huh? Most people dislike him. The assistant gave her a strange look. I thought you were a fan of Yi Chengfeng. Wasn't your phone wallpaper him? Sheng Wenin naturally raised her phone. You mean this? The assistant looked down and saw that Yi Chengfeng had been doodled on with a big nose, pockmarked face, and a gaping mouth. Oh, you're an anti-fan. The assistant realized. Sheng Wenin smiled and handed the signed contract to the assistant. Don't worry, I'll take good care of all 5 guests, especially Yi Chengfeng. As the assistant was leaving with the contract, he remembered something. This show is live. You're okay with that, right? Absolutely, Sheng Wenin replied with a cold smile. Live, huh? That'll be even more fun. The next day, at the hotel where the show crew was staying in Haishur, Sheng Wenin stood in front of the elevator, lightly rubbing the newly acquired room key with her fingers. The staff had just left, leaving her alone in the corridor. Her eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint, and a slight smile played on her lips. Yes, the room key registered during work hours, and all the food and drink expenses were covered by the show. The thought made her grin with satisfaction. The elevator doors opened, and Sheng Wenin stepped inside. She was engrossed in her phone, completely oblivious to the elevator stopping on a middle floor and 2 people entering. Suddenly, a sharp gaze pierced her concentration, causing her to look up abruptly. Qixi. Their eyes met briefly in the air. Sheng Wenin froze for a moment, then discreetly shifted to the side. A young man, seemingly Qixi's assistant, stood beside him. The elevator soon reached the restaurant floor. Sheng Wenin found a seat and began ordering her meal. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Qixi entering a private dining room. After finishing her meal, Sheng Wenin was about to head back to her room. Just as she was about to press the elevator button, an urgent voice called out, "Wait, wait." She instinctively held the door open button. The elevator doors reopened, and Qixi's assistant, supporting a flushed Qixi, stepped inside. Thank you, the assistant said gratefully to Sheng Wenin, then turned anxiously to his boss. Mr. Qi, are you alright? Qixi had his eyes closed, one hand pressed against his forehead, and he shook his head slightly. The assistant's voice was trembling with worry. It's my fault. I should have checked more carefully and noticed the high alcohol content in that drink. Mr. Qi, do you need to go to the hospital? Langa said you're allergic to alcohol. I'm fine, Qixi's hoarse voice interrupted the assistant's rambling. Sheng Wenin was a little surprised. So Qixi was allergic to alcohol, and judging by his voice, it seemed pretty serious. Just then, the elevator suddenly shook violently, and the lights went out. Mr. Qi, the assistant screamed in terror. In the darkness, a figure stumbled towards Sheng Wenin. Instinctively, she reached out to steady him, catching a faint whiff of alcohol. It was Qixi. She was about to push him away when the elevator shook again, forcing her to continue supporting him. A moment later, the shaking stopped, and the lights came back on, but the elevator doors remained closed. Help! Sheng Wenin struggled to say. The assistant quickly took over supporting Qi Si, only to find that he had lost consciousness. Mr. Qi, the assistant shouted in panic. Sheng Wenin was about to complain, but seeing Qi Si's condition, her expression changed. Lay him flat on the floor, she commanded loudly. Despite his hesitation, the assistant complied. Sheng Wenin knelt beside the unconscious Qi Si, swiftly unbuttoning his coat and shirt. Ignoring his bare chest, she placed her hands on his chest and began performing CPR. After a few compressions, Sheng Wenin leaned down, pressing her ear to Qi Si's chest. Then, she lifted his chin and opened his mouth. The assistant was stunned, stammering, "You're not going to..." The next second, Sheng Wenin's lips were on Qi Si's, performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. After 3 minutes of CPR and artificial respiration, Qi Si finally coughed, his brows furrowing. Sheng Wenin immediately stepped back, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, and sternly warned the assistant, "Don't tell anyone. Or else." The poor assistant could only nod in agreement. Qi Si had regained consciousness, but the elevator doors still wouldn't budge. Sheng Wenin walked over to check the buttons, finding that none of them worked, not even the emergency bell. Behind her, 2 more coughs sounded. The assistant quickly helped Qi Si sit up, patting his back to help him breathe. "Mr. Qi, are you alright? You scared me to death. If something happened to you, I wouldn't want to live either." Qi Si didn't respond, just massaged his temples. His lips still carried a faint, cool scent and warmth. When he looked up, his gaze met Sheng Wenin's. Sheng Wenin stood with her arms crossed, looking down at him. "The elevator's completely broken. We can't reach the security room." The assistant panicked, pulling out his phone only to find there was no signal. "What do we do? Mr. Qi needs to get to the hospital." Sheng Wenin glanced at Qi Si on the floor, noticing he was still watching her. She instinctively wiped her lips again, feeling a bit guilty. "He's stable now. The critical period has passed. There's no urgent need to go to the hospital." The assistant, not recognizing Sheng Wenin, cautiously asked, "Are you a doctor?" "Yes," Sheng Wenin brazenly lied. The assistant immediately became more respectful. "Could you check on Mr. Qi again? Please." Sheng Wenin clicked her tongue in annoyance but still crouched down, suddenly grabbing Qi Si's right hand. Seeing her taking a pulse, the assistant was astonished and thought to himself, "Chinese medicine? Isn't it supposed to be looked down upon?" Sheng Wenin lifted her eyelids slightly, her gaze as sharp as a knife sweeping below the assistant's waist. Her tone was icy. "My technique of physiological castration is unparalleled." Upon hearing this, the assistant immediately covered his crotch with both hands, his face turning pale. "Don't scare him," the weak man leaning against the elevator wall said tiredly, his dark eyes slightly lowered. Sheng Wenin snorted coldly, roughly shaking off his hand. She stood up and curtly announced, "It's nothing." The assistant, intimidated by Sheng Wenin's presence, dared not make a sound. The elevator fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the faint hum of the machinery. A few minutes later, the button light finally flickered on, and a voice from the security room asked, "Is anyone in there?" 5 minutes later, the elevator doors slowly opened. Sheng Wenin stepped out first, turned, and entered the adjacent elevator to head to her room. The next morning at 5:30, the alarm clock rang on time. Sheng Wenin got up, quickly washed, and checked her suitcase. Apart from a bottle of 10 yuan baby lotion, there wasn't a single cosmetic item. After leaving the Sheng family, all her possessions were in this suitcase, and she had only 30 yuan left in her bank account. After applying the lotion and changing her clothes, Sheng Wenin patiently waited. At exactly 6 o'clock, the door handle gently turned. She paused, focusing on the doorway. Moments later, the staff holding a camera met the eyes of the already prepared Sheng Wenin, and the atmosphere became slightly awkward. You're awake." The crew, who had intended to surprise the star with a candid shot, were taken aback. Sheng Wenin blinked. "Didn't you say it starts at 6? The crew awkwardly explained, "Yes, but we didn't expect anyone to actually be up at 6. "Since you're awake, let's begin. Draw lots in order and wake the other guests. The car leaves at 7. If you miss it, you'll have to find your own way to the first destination." Sheng Wenin nodded and stepped forward to draw a lot. The first name was a female star named Feng Xiaoxiao. After seeing the room number, she headed straight to the elevator. In the elevator, Sheng Wenin asked the cameraman, "Is the live stream already on?" "Yes, it's connected," the cameraman replied. Sheng Wenin glanced at the camera and said nothing more. The elevator quickly reached the designated floor. The cameraman hoped to capture Sheng Wenin's cautious expression, but instead saw her swipe the room card with a blank face, push the door open, turn on the light, and sternly shout at the curled-up figure on the bed, "Get up." The camera shook slightly from the sudden intensity, finally focusing on the bewildered woman on the bed, covered by a blanket. How did you get in here?" Feng Xiaoxiao screamed, retreating under the covers and shielding her face. Don't film, don't film. Shang Wenin, impatient, crossed her arms. We leave at 7. If you can't get up, find your own way. Message delivered, let's go. With that, she left the room with the staff. Outside, Shang Wenin immediately drew the second lot. Yi Qingfeng, she read the name, a slight smile tugging at her lips. Well, what a coincidence. Shang Wenin glanced at the room number to confirm it was on this floor. She turned back and entered Feng Xiaoxiao's room. Ah! Feng Xiaoxiao screamed, pulling the covers tightly around herself, not even willing to show a strand of hair. Shang Wenin walked straight to the bathroom and filled a basin with water. The cameraman, seeing this, nervously asked, "What are you planning to do?" "Relax," Shang Wenin replied casually, carrying the water basin out. "Do you think I'd really throw water on someone during a live broadcast?" The cameraman breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she was just trying to scare the guest. However, 2 minutes later, Shang Wenin barged into Yi Qingfeng's room and, without a word, splashed the cold water onto the warm bed. "Who's there?" Yi Qingfeng woke up with a start as Shang Wenin leisurely turned on the light. Seeing who it was, Yi Qingfeng was stunned. Ever since the incident with Director Li, he hadn't been able to contact Shang Wenin, and even her family said she hadn't returned home. "Yeah." Yi Qingfeng began, but then noticed the film crew behind her and realized Shang Wenin was also part of this show. "Time to get up," Shang Wenin said, holding the basin in one hand and leaning on the bed with the other, looking down at the disheveled Yi Qingfeng with a nonchalant smile. "Be downstairs by 7:30, or you'll miss the bus." With that, she left the room with the crew. Yi Qingfeng looked at the wet bed and himself, frowning deeply. Shang Wenin moved on to wake up the other guests. The cameraman, finally catching on, asked, "Didn't you say 7:30 just now? We gather at 7 o'clock, right?" 7 o'clock, Shang Wenin replied with a straight face as she headed to the next room. "Can't you remember the meeting time?" "I think I heard 7:32, another crew member muttered. Shang Wenin chuckled and retorted, "You guys got up too early and are still groggy. Need to wash your face to wake up." The crew, convinced they had misheard, said no more. After waking up the last 2 guests, Shang Wenin arrived at the final room. Seeing the name on the sign, she knew it was an older, well-respected actor. She swiped the card to enter, turned on the light, and softly called, "Mr. Wang, it's time to get up. Filming is about to start." The person under the covers stirred, a long arm reaching out. The man turned over, shielding his eyes with the back of his hand. When he lowered it, a pair of dark eyes glared displeasedly at the door. Shang Wenin froze in place. She double-checked the sign in her hand. It indeed said Mr. Wang's room. But the person in front of her was Qixi. Meanwhile, the live stream chat started to buzz. "Qixi? Am I seeing things? Oh my god, Qi Yingdi is on this show." Not a whisper of this beforehand. "If I knew Qi Yingdi was here, I'd have told everyone in my group." "Why are you still chatting?" Screenshot Qi Yingdi's morning look now. "I get it, but why is Shang Wenin here? Didn't she fall out of favor?" In the room, Qixi got out of bed, wearing dark pajamas. His dark eyes narrowed as he coldly surveyed the room. No knocking. Noticing the paleness of his lips and his unusual complexion, likely a hangover from alcohol, Shang Wenin quickly refocused and said professionally, "Be downstairs by 7. If you're late, you'll have to get to the first location on your own." Qixi's frown deepened. The live stream chat went wild. "I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead." Qi Yingdi's stunning looks. "I can't handle it. Look at me, brother. Why is Shang Wenin on this show? Honestly, I want to quit because of her, but I also want to see Qi Yingdi." So conflicted. Maintaining her professional demeanor, Shang Wenin added, "Message delivered. You have half an hour. Hurry up." After waking all 5 guests, the crew instructed Shang Wenin to grab her luggage and head downstairs to see who would arrive first. Shang Wenin reached the lobby and, as expected, the first one down was Feng Xiaoxiao, already wearing impeccable makeup. Feng Xiaoxiao gave Shang Wenin a glance, calculating in her mind. With such a bad reputation, the crew must have brought Shang Wenin on to stir controversy. After all, even negative attention is still attention. With that thought, Feng Xiaoxiao found a place to sit. Shang Wenin sat on the sofa, her sharp gaze fixed on Feng Xiaoxiao, who was just about to sit down. "What are you doing?" Her voice rang out suddenly, freezing Feng Xiaoxiao in mid-motion. Memories from her past life surged into Shang Wenin's mind like a tide. She knew all too well that trying to appease haters online would only backfire. If people wanted to criticize you, even stepping out with your left foot first could be seen as a mistake. Feng Xiaoxiao looked bewildered. "What's wrong?" she asked cautiously, her bottom hovering in the air, too afraid to sit. At that moment, the second guest, Dulan, walked in. She was surprised to see Feng Xiaoxiao standing at attention and whispered, "What's going on?" Feng Xiaoxiao was about to explain when Shang Wenin suddenly cleared her throat, scaring her into silence. She mumbled softly, "Sister Lan, there's a problem with the contract. The show's messing with us. The housekeeper is super strict. Don't say anything, just put your luggage down and stand at attention." If you don't do it right, you'll have to squat. Dulon looked puzzled. What? Stand at attention and squat? Isn't this a travel show? Just as she finished speaking, Sheng Wenin's icy gaze swept over them. Dulon fell silent immediately, while Feng Xiaoxiao frantically urged, "She's looking. Sister Lan, stand straight." When the third guest, Shi Yan, arrived, he saw the two female guests standing at attention in high heels. The veteran actor approached with a smile. "What's this? Looks interesting." 3 minutes later, he joined them in standing at attention. Thanks to his years of experience filming war dramas, his stance was the most impeccable. When Qixi, the fourth guest, appeared, the other three were visibly surprised. Before they could say anything, the housekeeper announced, "It's 7 o'clock. Everyone's here. Let's get on the bus." Qixi's expression was grim. The collar of his black coat was turned up, hiding half his jaw. His eyes were red, clearly from a sleepless night, and his gaze was fixed on Sheng Wenin. Sheng Wenin avoided his eyes, simply waving to signal the staff to take the guests to the bus. Feng Xiaoxiao asked in confusion, "Aren't there supposed to be 5 people? One guest is missing, right?" Dragging her suitcase, Sheng Wenin looked at her coldly. "I said 7 o'clock sharp. Who's missing? Or do you want to stay and wait for him?" Feng Xiaoxiao shook her head vigorously. Sheng Wenin stepped closer. "Then why aren't you moving? Do you want me to carry you out?" Terrified, Feng Xiaoxiao hurriedly grabbed her suitcase and rushed out. Dulon and Shi Yan followed closely behind, silently lamenting the show's cunning. They had expected a considerate housekeeper but instead found a drill sergeant. Meanwhile, the production team was holding an emergency meeting. They were puzzled by Sheng Wenin's behavior, unsure if she had misunderstood the housekeeper's role. Some suggested pausing the live broadcast to talk to her, but they ultimately decided to continue and find a discreet way to remind her later. As for the tardy Yi Chengfeng, the production team decided he would have to make his own way to the airport. They confirmed the notification time was correct and deemed it Yi Chengfeng's own fault. At 7:15, Yi Chengfeng arrived late, only to find the hall empty. The staff coldly informed him that the others had already left and that he needed to find his own way to the airport by 8 o'clock. Yi Chengfeng was stunned. He clearly remembered Sheng Wenin saying 7:30. Suddenly, he realized this might be Sheng Wenin's revenge. Recalling the water-throwing incident and Director Li's situation, Yi Chengfeng's face darkened. "That bitch," he gritted his teeth, "is out to get me. Fine, I'll play along." The bus cruised steadily along the highway, the atmosphere inside eerily quiet. Sheng Wenin sat in the front row, eyes closed, resting. Further back, Feng Xiaoxiao and Dulon sat together, while Shi Yan occupied a single seat. In the corner of the last row, Qixi sat alone, distinctly out of place. Suddenly, the bus jolted, startling everyone. Sheng Wenin instinctively turned around to check, her gaze sweeping over the other passengers before landing on Qixi. She frowned, noticing that he looked even worse than during the checkup the previous day. Why is he still so weak? Is he made of glass? Sheng Wenin thought to herself. She then instructed the driver, "Find a place to stop up ahead." The production team, puzzled, asked, "What are you doing?" "Nature calls," Sheng Wenin replied calmly. Reluctantly, the driver pulled over. Sheng Wenin quickly got off the bus and returned with a brown, translucent cup filled with a coffee-like liquid. Seeing this, Feng Xiaoxiao exclaimed excitedly, "I want coffee too." Sheng Wenin shot her a sharp look, silencing her immediately. Sheng Wenin walked straight to the back row. Just as she approached, the driver suddenly started the bus, causing her to stumble and accidentally sit next to Qixi. Their bodies briefly touched, and Sheng Wenin quickly moved away, handing him the cup. "Drink this, it will help." Qixi took the cup silently, feeling its warmth, and curled his fingers slightly. Seeing him hesitate, Sheng Wenin urged, "Drink it. Do you have a traditional medicine license?" Qixi asked coldly. "Yes, I do. Just drink it. If it harms you, I'll take responsibility," Sheng Wenin replied impatiently, grabbing his wrist to check his pulse. Her warm fingers contrasted sharply with Qixi's cold hand. After a moment, Sheng Wenin released his hand. "It's nothing serious, just a mild fever. Drink the medicine, get some sleep on the plane, and you'll be fine when we land." Qixi's dark eyes quietly observed her. "Do I need to feed you?" Sheng Wenin asked, irritated. "That would be fine," Qixi replied unexpectedly. Speechless, Sheng Wenin returned to her seat. The other guests, realizing that the famous actor Qi was ill, wanted to offer their concern but were sternly stopped by Sheng Wenin. "Stay seated and fasten your seatbelts. If we crash, it'll be because of you not following safety rules." Reluctantly, everyone sat back down. The production crew, avoiding the live cameras, checked on Qixi. Learning he had taken Sheng Wenin's medicine, they felt somewhat relieved. When the bus arrived at the airport, everyone was surprised to see Chengfeng already waiting. His eyes scanned the crowd, finally locking on to Sheng Wenin with a hint of coldness. Just as he was contemplating retaliation for her earlier prank, he noticed Qixi at the back. Startled, Yi Chengfeng quickly ran over. Why are you all so late? I thought you had left without me. Hey, isn't this Chi, the senior actor? I can't believe you're here. I'm so excited to be on the same show as you. I've watched each of your movies at least 10 times. Can I get your autograph? I'm a huge fan. Yi Qingfeng fumbled for a pen and paper. Chi Si's brows knitted together, his face turning icy. Sheng Wenin stepped in front of Chi Si, blocking Yi Qingfeng. She looked up at him mockingly. He's not feeling well, and you want an autograph? How about asking him to do a backflip for you too? Yi Qingfeng stood there awkwardly, the pen and paper in his hand looking out of place. He quickly turned to Chi Si. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were unwell. Li Qingfeng finished speaking and turned his gaze to Sheng Wenin, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. Miss Butler, isn't your attitude a bit too much? By the way, I heard from the staff that the assembly time this morning is 7 o'clock, but you told me it was 7:30. Are you deliberately targeting me? As soon as he finished speaking, a triumphant smile appeared on his lips, as if he could already see Sheng Wenin's panicked expression. However, to his surprise, Sheng Wenin did not panic at all. Instead, she let out a light laugh, her bright, dark eyes staring straight at him, unwavering. Targeting you? Sheng Wenin's voice was laced with obvious sarcasm. Why would I target you? She leaned forward slightly, enunciating each word clearly. Keys are $3 each, $10 for 3. Do you think you're worth that? These words hit Li Qingfeng's pride like a heavy punch. His eyes widened, his lips parted, but he was momentarily speechless. In his imagination, Sheng Wenin should be flustered in front of the camera, but the reality was that she mercilessly humiliated him. You. Li Qingfeng finally found his voice, but could only stammer out a single word. Seeing his reaction, Sheng Wenin became even more pleased. She crossed her arms and looked at Li Qingfeng with a mocking expression. What do you mean you? Can't you speak properly? Got a twisted tongue. She pretended to be concerned and said, stuttering and babbling, let me tell you from a medical standpoint, speech is connected to the left brain. If you can't speak clearly, have you considered the possibility that there's something wrong with your left brain? These words completely infuriated Li Qingfeng. He could no longer control his emotions and shouted, Sheng Wenin. However, Sheng Wenin remained unfazed, responding lightly, calling for your dad. Got something to say? Li Qingfeng was so enraged by this remark that he trembled all over, yet he was unable to retort and could only keep repeating. Seeing this, Sheng Wenin lost interest in continuing the argument. She lifted her chin and glanced at the clock in the airport hall, her tone clearly impatient. The boarding time is 8 o'clock. If you don't get your ticket soon, time will be up, and your dad won't wait for an ungrateful son like you. The live streaming chat was flooded with comments, and viewers were buzzing about Sheng Wenin's behavior. Is Sheng Wenin out of her mind? She actually cursed on the show. Why isn't the production team stepping in? This show doesn't have a fast-forward feature. Did she really tell Yi Qingfeng to meet at 7:30? If that's true, isn't this just personal revenge? By the way, what's her beef with Yi Qingfeng? Our Feng doesn't even know this entertainment circle's troublemaker Sheng Huhu, okay? I suspect she likes our Feng, and when he didn't reciprocate, she turned to hate. Say no more. Sheng Huhu should just quit the industry. Look at all her scandals. Fighting, brawling, promiscuity. She's just trash. Arrived too late, missed a lot of the earlier stuff, but with Chi Ingdi here, I'm definitely staying. The chat was ablaze with activity, but the people on set couldn't see any of these comments, so they were unaffected. At that moment, Shi Yan hurried back with a plane ticket in hand. Sensing the tense atmosphere, he immediately pulled the sullen Yi Qingfeng aside. Although Yi Qingfeng felt wronged, he didn't dare to act out in front of this senior, and could only whisper his grievances. I don't know why she's treating me like this. She even splashed water on me to wake me up this morning. I've heard she hasn't done that to anyone else. Shi Yan lowered his voice and spoke sincerely, that's true. She hasn't. The recording has already started, so all her actions are undoubtedly arranged by the production team. Yi Qingfeng was taken aback. Mr. Shi, are you saying? Shi Yan, not very familiar with Yi Qingfeng, could only pat him on the back for comfort. Let's wait and see. This is a live broadcast. Whether intentional or not, the audience can see everything clearly. These words made Yi Qingfeng realize something. Yes, this is a live show. Sheng Wenin's blatant targeting of him, without any apparent reason, is quite malicious. His fans and the general audience would surely be repelled by her and feel more sympathy for him. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed in Yi Qingfeng's mind. Could it be that Sheng Wenin is madly in love with him and is using this self-destructive method to boost his popularity and win over the audience? The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. He pondered that Sheng's family had never given Sheng Wenin any warmth, and only he had been there for her during her lowest moments. How could she resist such unique kindness? This foolish woman must be so obsessed with him that she even feels heartbroken while splashing water on him or giving him the wrong time. With this thought, Yi Qingfeng's gloom vanished, and he returned to his usual charming and warm demeanor. Soon after, everyone gathered. Sheng Wenin was surprised to see Cheng Feng smiling at her. What was wrong with this ungrateful brat? Why was he so happy after being scolded? Did he have brain cancer? She grumbled inwardly but kept a calm exterior, saying only, let's board. Their first stop was France. On the plane, Yi Chengfeng wanted to find an opportunity to speak with Sheng Wenin alone, but with so many people around, he eventually gave up. Qi Si, as usual, dozed off quickly, which was expected since Sheng Wenin had added some herbal sleep aids to his drink. The others also took the chance to rest. 12 hours later, they arrived in France. Before they disembarked, a staff member called Sheng Wenin to the back of the plane. The main director immediately confronted her. You were a last-minute replacement for this show. Didn't your agent explain everything to you? As the housekeeper, you're supposed to take care of the 5 guests, not boss them around. Sheng Wenin leaned lazily against the cabin wall, half closing her eyes as she retorted, haven't I been taking care of them? Didn't I buy Qi Si's medicine? The director was momentarily speechless but quickly regained composure, but you've been too harsh on them. Sheng Wenin remained indifferent. Harshness is subjective, director. In reality, I've been quite gentle. The director, growing impatient, interrupted her, I don't have time to argue with you. Just remember your role. Be kind and pleasant to them. They're precious, especially Chiingdi. He's an antique, and you're just a clay pot. You need to listen to them. Got it. Got it, Sheng Wenin replied nonchalantly. The plane landed, and everyone disembarked. Outside the airport, the production team announced the rules for this trip. The 6 of them, 5 guests and 1 housekeeper, would have €100 as their total budget for the next 3 days. This money would cover accommodation, food, and transportation to at least 5 local tourist attractions. €100, less than 800 yuan, shocked everyone. Yi Chengfeng asked gently, can we use our own money? Absolutely not. The production team immediately confiscated their wallets and phones, giving them local phones instead. In an instant, the 6 of them were left with nothing. Throughout this process, Qi Si stood in the farthest corner, lazily rubbing his temples. Sheng Wenin glanced at him briefly, seeing that his complexion had returned to normal, and then looked away. Dulan looked around, frowning slightly. Let's find a hotel first. Does anyone know of a cheap place nearby? Yi Qingfeng's lips curled into a smile. I was here last year. I remember there's a reasonably priced hotel near the airport. Shall we check it out? The others nodded in agreement. Feng Xiaoxiao suddenly turned to Sheng Wenin, a hint of challenge in her eyes. Butler, why have you been so quiet since we got off the plane? You were quite fierce back home. Shouldn't you be taking charge now that we're in unfamiliar territory? She blinked, her tone teasing. Or is it because you can't speak English and you're scared? Sheng Wenin, expressionless, pulled her suitcase and walked up to Feng Xiaoxiao, her voice calm and restrained. First, French is the main language in France. It's common knowledge, so remember that. Being ignorant in front of foreigners is embarrassing for our country. Second, the production team specifically instructed me to follow your lead. You guys are the porcelain, the antiques. I'm the clay pot. So whatever you say, I do. Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. But before she could retort, Dulan quickly intervened. Let's go, Xiaoyi will lead the way. Yi Chengfeng shot a quick glance at Sheng Wenin before taking the lead. Sheng Wenin silently followed at the back of the group, next to the quiet Qi Si. Everyone found Qi Si's participation in the show rather odd. Half an hour later, Feng Xiaoxiao and Dulan, both in high heels, were nearly exhausted. They finally reached the so-called cheap hotel and learned that the room rate was €25 per night. That's €100 in total. Even if we squeeze in 1 room for males and 1 for females, it'll still be €50. 3 days would be €150, not including meals and transportation, Dulan quickly calculated. Yi Chengfeng looked a bit embarrassed. This is the cheapest one around. After some discussion, they decided to stay for 1 night and look for other options tomorrow. They booked 2 rooms, using up half of their budget immediately. The standard rooms were cramped. Feng Xiaoxiao was clearly dissatisfied, Dulan remained silent, and Sheng Wenin kept her expression neutral. After dropping off their luggage, everyone mentioned they were hungry, but decided to find food outside after seeing the hotel's prices. When they gathered, Qi Si was missing. Dulan asked, where's Mr. Qi? Shi Yan was about to answer, but Yi Chengfeng interjected. The production team said he went to the hospital. Let's eat first and bring him something later, Dulan suggested. They headed out together, with Sheng Wenin still seeming out of place. Yi Chengfeng chose a busy restaurant, and the others worried about the cost. At least it's our first meal. We can save later, Yi Chengfeng said with a smile. Reluctantly, everyone agreed. As Sheng Wenin walked in, she noticed the restaurant's specialty was white wine scallops, her favorite. Suddenly, she felt a gaze and looked up to meet Yi Chengfeng's eyes. His look held something hidden, and he smiled at her. Sheng Wenin thought, what a schemer. Despite being cautious with their orders, they still spent €25. With this little money, we can't do much, Feng Xiaoxiao complained. Back at the hotel, Qi had returned. Yi Qingfeng eagerly handed him the packed food, while Shi Yan frowned at the scene. Forget it, Du Lan whispered to Shi Yan, patting his shoulder. Kids are like that, always trying to curry favor with big stars. Qi simply said, I've eaten, and didn't touch the food Yi Qingfeng brought. Yi Qingfeng looked disappointed, muttering to the camera, I really like Qi the actor. Shi Yan was stunned. Yi Qingfeng's behavior was obsequious around Qi, but turned pitiful in front of the live stream, hinting that Qi's indifference hurt his feelings. Shi Yan suddenly recalled Yi Qingfeng, accusing Sheng Wenyin of maliciously targeting him. A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that Sheng Wenyin had already seen through Yi Qingfeng's true nature, which is why she was so cold towards him? This speculation seemed to explain everything. Time flew by, and within less than an hour, their €100 dwindled to just 25. As night fell, everyone gathered in the boys' room, racking their brains for the next day's journey. The show required them to visit 5 landmarks, but no matter how they calculated, their budget was tight. The transportation cost for the first location alone would consume over €30, and the 6-person fare left everyone worried. At this moment, a cool male voice broke the silence. What about the bus? Everyone turned to see Qi speaking. Yi Qingfeng turned back, a wry smile on his face. We're all outsiders, and the routes are complicated. We might get lost, wasting time and money. As soon as he finished, he noticed Qi's glance and fell silent. After a moment's hesitation, as if intimidated by the actor's presence, Yi Qingfeng reluctantly said, I'll check the bus routes again. Shi Yan and Du Lan exchanged a knowing look, thinking that Yi Qingfeng was starting his pitiful act again. Only the naive Feng Xiaoxiao remained oblivious. Meanwhile, Sheng Wenyin lazily lounged on the farthest sofa, engrossed in a hotel brochure, detached from the discussion. Yi Qingfeng picked up his phone and began searching. But due to language barriers and inaccurate translation software, he quickly became frustrated. After an hour of struggle, everyone was exhausted. Shi Yan suggested, let's rest for now and continue in the morning. The 3 girls returned to their room. The next morning, Yi Qingfeng suddenly announced, sorry, I think I caught a cold. He coughed lightly and explained, I stayed up late last night researching and didn't notice the draft from the balcony. I need to lie down a bit longer. You guys go ahead and plan the itinerary. Shi Yan gave Yi Qingfeng a long look before turning to Qi and asking, Mr. Qi, shall we go? Qi picked up his coat and responded without looking back, yes. The two went to the girls' room to inform them that Yi Qingfeng would be absent due to illness. Du Lan immediately scoffed, and Sheng Wenin's lips curled slightly. Only Feng Xiaoxiao, still clueless, expressed concern. Oh no, he's sick? I'll go check on him. She ran out of the room. The remaining 4 understood the situation clearly. Shi Yan spoke directly to the camera. Yi Qingfeng has worked too hard. He's younger, and we shouldn't rely on him all the time. He gets tired too. I think we shouldn't burden him with the work ahead. This statement was almost a direct accusation of Yi Qingfeng shirking responsibility. Without Yi Qingfeng, someone had to take charge. No one wanted to trouble the star, so Shi Yan and Du Lan both turned to Sheng Wenin. Wenin, what do you think? Sheng Wenin was leisurely munching on some biscuits from Waknoshire and lazily replied, I'm just a vase. I'll go with whatever you decide. Du Lan chuckled, don't be silly. We're all here for the show, and you're the housekeeper. I'm not a housekeeper. I'm a vase, a servant, Sheng Wenin stubbornly repeated. At that moment, Feng Xiaoxiao returned, just in time to hear Sheng Wenin's words, looking puzzled. But she quickly asked, where did you get those biscuits? Give me one. I'm starving. Sheng Wenin swallowed the last biscuit and sipped some hot water. They're gone. You. Feng Xiaoxiao was too angry to speak. Du Lan pulled Feng Xiaoxiao aside, walked over to Sheng Wenin, and gently patted her back. Don't be so grumpy. We're all here to have fun together, like a family. What's your opinion? Sheng Wenin still shook her head. Although I do have an idea, I'm just a vase. You have an idea? Shi Yan immediately asked. Sheng Wenin turned her face away. No, vases aren't supposed to have ideas. Feng Xiaoxiao stood up. Tell us your idea. Sheng Wenin not only shook her head again but also started mumbling. The vase is the younger brother. The vase is the lowest of the low. The vase, the vase. Hey, why are you in the dirt? The others exchanged glances, speechless for a moment. The live stream chat exploded with comments. Haha, this is hilarious. Sheng Wenin's sarcasm is top-notch. Who called Sheng Wenin a vase? Look how mad she is. But does she really have a plan? Honestly, I don't believe Sheng Wenin has a solution. The money is clearly not enough. Yesterday, Yi Qingfeng spent it all, and today he just bailed. Unbelievable. The discussion in the live chat gradually shifted towards Yi Qingfeng. Some defended him, saying he got sick while checking the route, while others questioned the coincidence of his illness, noting that Qi Yingdi, who lived nearby, didn't fall ill. Additionally, someone mentioned Yi Qingfeng's sarcastic remarks about Qi Yingdi on camera yesterday, which angered Qi's fans. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the hotel room grew tense. Dulan was trying to calm Sheng Wenin, urging her to come up with a solution. Sheng Wenin, however, remained languid and defiant, with a mocking smile on her lips. What merits does a mere crock have? This remark instantly ignited Feng Xiaoxiao's fury. She stood up abruptly, hands on her hips, ready to slap Sheng Wenin. Seeing this, Sheng Wenin quickly stood up and exaggeratedly bowed in mock apology. Yes, Miss Feng, your scolding is justified. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Should I kneel and kowtow to you? Feng Xiaoxiao was so enraged she started pacing in circles, repeatedly shouting, You're killing me, you're killing me. Qi Si, standing nearby, couldn't help but turn away to hide a smile, clearly amused by Sheng Wenin's attitude. The situation was spiraling out of control. Feng Xiaoxiao then turned her anger towards the production team. Who on earth called her a crock? You tell me what now? Sheng Wenin, meanwhile, sat back on the sofa, seemingly detached from the chaos. The production team finally spoke up. That's not what we meant. Please stop saying crock. Sheng Wenin immediately retorted. Am I not a crock? You said it yourselves, asking me to serve them like ancestors. Haven't I done that? The production team helplessly explained. You're the housekeeper. You need to help them solve problems. Sheng Wenin let out a cold laugh. Oh, you want me to come up with a solution? Then my solution is for you to figure it out yourselves, and I'll follow your lead. This confrontation left everyone in the room silent. Dulan, recognizing that Sheng Wenin had good ideas, gently persuaded. Wenin, take a moment. I remember the role of a housekeeper is to manage us well. You're the housekeeper. You should be leading us, not calling yourself a crock. Sure, Yan chimed in. Yeah, should go back to being your old self. You tell us what to do, and we'll follow. Sheng Wenin's gaze swept over everyone, finally resting on Feng Xiaoxiao. Feeling uncomfortable under her stare, Feng Xiaoxiao reluctantly spoke up after Dulan's urging. You need to ensure we have a place to stay and food to eat. If you can guarantee that, I'll listen to you. Sheng Wenin scoffed at her words and then turned her gaze to Qi Si. Meeting her eyes, Qi Si, with a lingering smile in his dark eyes, softly said, I've always listened to you. Always. Sheng Wenin was taken aback, her brows furrowing slightly. The other three also turned their gaze towards Qi Yingtian, eyes full of confusion. However, Qi Si had already looked away, his expression as calm as ever, as if what he had just said was the most ordinary thing in the world. After hesitating for a moment, Feng Xiaoxiao softly asked, Should we tell Qing Feng? Shi Yan stood up upon hearing this. I'll go tell him and bring the remaining money. With that, he quickly left the room. Not long after, Shi Yan returned, followed by Yi Chengfeng, who was supposedly bedridden with illness. Yet, he walked in as if nothing was wrong. He approached the coffee table, took out 25 euros from his pocket, and placed it on the table, staring straight at Sheng Wenin. I heard the housekeeper has a way to help us complete the task. Sheng Wenin glanced at him coldly, then a mocking smile curled her lips. Not only can I help you complete the task, but I can also ensure you have food and shelter. By the way, aren't you sick? The money for your medicine is included. If you die, there's even extra for a funeral wreath. Looking forward to it. Wreath? Dead. Yi Qingfeng's face changed drastically, a flash of panic crossing his eyes. But he quickly realized Sheng Wenin was using dark humor to win over the others, so he suppressed his anger and forced a stiff smile. You're quite the joker. The live chat exploded with approval. I'm loving this. It's weird, Yi Chengfeng hasn't done much. But why do I hate him so much? Is it because he seems so fake and pretentious? Anyone know where Sheng Wenin is from? Could it be she's originally from Zhuan? This darn woman, she's so sweet. I didn't like her at first, but now I'm hooked. Feng Xiaoxiao cautiously asked, So, what's your plan? Can 25 euros really last us 2 days? And how are we getting to the tourist spots today? Sheng Wenin picked up a hotel brochure from the coffee table and pointed out a line. The others leaned in to see, but it was in French, which none of them understood. Except for Qi Si, who glanced at it and softly read, the hotel offers free shuttle services. Without another word, Sheng Wenin pocketed the 25 euros. The live chat went wild again. Oh my gosh, I'm dying of laughter. 666 free shuttle service from the hotel. Am I the only one who noticed Sheng Wenin can read French? Sheng Wenin led the group downstairs, with everyone following closely. She approached the front desk and conversed fluently in French with the receptionist. After a brief exchange, Sheng Wenin signed a paper, and the receptionist handed her a set of car keys. Yi Chengfeng frowned and sarcastically remarked, You need a French license to drive in France. Do any of you have one? Sheng Wenin shot him a glance and retorted, Daddy has an international license. Any other questions, ungrateful son? Yi Chengfeng's face darkened. Suddenly, Dulan said, Housekeeper, I'm hungry. Feng Xiaoxiao quickly added, Housekeeper sister hungry? Shi Yan chuckled. Miss Housekeeper, you said there'd be food? Sheng Wenin turned to see everyone staring at her. Even Qi Si's deep, dark eyes were focused on her face. She sighed, Let's make do with breakfast for now. I'll treat you to something good for lunch. She then returned to her room and brought out a large bag of cookies. You said there was nothing left. Feng Xiaoxiao rushed over, eagerly tearing open a pack to eat. The group set off with Sheng Wenin driving. Qi Si sat in the passenger seat, and Sheng Wenin focused on driving without a word. The car's navigation system was in French, including the voice prompts, but Sheng Wenin understood it all, driving smoothly to their first destination. Upon arrival, they took photos and checked in before heading inside. As lunchtime approached, Yi Qingfeng deliberately asked, "Weren't we promised a good meal?" Sheng Wenin impatiently glanced at him. "Aren't we heading to the restaurant now? What, do you need to be fed by the roadside, young master? Honestly, it's not impossible. I feed stray dogs like that too." Once again, Yi Qingfeng was left speechless with anger. Feng Xiaoxiao quietly sighed in relief, thankful she hadn't spoken up, or she might have been the one getting roasted. The restaurant was a well-known local establishment. Yi Qingfeng sneered. "I've been here before. It's a buffet, averaging 30 euros per person. Are you sure about this place? If you don't want to eat, you can leave," Sheng Wenin said bluntly. Yi Qingfeng scoffed. "I'm just worried someone won't be able to pay and we'll all be stuck here." Sheng Wenin had already walked inside. Dulan and the others exchanged glances before reluctantly following. They ate cautiously, except for Sheng Wenin and Qi Si, who were unaffected. Feng Xiaoxiao whispered, "Mr. Qi, aren't you worried we might not be able to pay and get stuck?" Qi Si calmly replied, "She said we wouldn't." The she naturally referred to Sheng Wenin. After the meal, Feng Xiaoxiao nervously asked, "Do we need to pay?" Sheng Wenin countered, "Pay for what?" Everyone's faces instantly turned pale. Only Qi Si remained calmly sipping his water. Yi Qingfeng sneered, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He taunted, "No money, huh? Planning to make the show foot the bill? Go ahead and try, see if they will." Before he could finish, a trailing director immediately said coldly, "They won't." Feng Xiaoxiao's face turned pale as if the sky had fallen. She asked frantically, "What are we going to do?" Dulan cleared his throat and looked at Sheng Wenin, tentatively calling him. Sheng Wenin elegantly put down her napkin and signaled a waiter. They conversed briefly in fluent French before Sheng Wenin took out 2 cards from her pocket and handed them over. Qi Si, understanding their conversation, couldn't help but smile. He put down his glass and shook his head, thinking, "This girl, really?" Feng Xiaoxiao asked anxiously, "What? What did they say?" Just then, the waiter returned with a smile, said a few words in French to Sheng Wenin, and left. Sheng Wenin stood up and said succinctly, "Let's go. We have other places to visit this afternoon." Feng Xiaoxiao asked in disbelief, "We can just leave?" And so, they all left the restaurant in bewilderment. Yi Qingfeng, dumbfounded, demanded, "What did you do?" Sheng Wenin frowned, not wanting to explain, but seeing everyone else's curious faces, she said, "Our hotel has a partnership with this restaurant. By cutting out a coupon from the hotel's brochure and providing the room key data, we can enjoy a free buffet lunch here, excluding premium items. We booked 2 triple rooms, so we get 6 free meals." She paused and added, "Let's hurry to the next spot. We need to check out after visiting. 50 euros a night. We can't afford a second night." The group followed Sheng Wenin to the next attraction in a daze, using the same tactic of joining other tour groups. On the way back in the afternoon, Feng Xiaoxiao worriedly asked in the car, "Where will we stay after we check out?" Yi Qingfeng nonchalantly said, "Once we check out, the free lunch and transportation are gone. But honestly, the hotel I picked has been pretty good with all these perks." Sheng Wenin laughed coldly, her long lashes lowering as she mocked, "No way, no way. You don't actually think the free lunch and transportation were you're doing, do you? No way, no way." Yi Qingfeng was momentarily speechless. Qi Si, sitting in the front passenger seat, leaned his elbow on the door armrest, his hand covering his mouth as he chuckled softly. Yi Qingfeng felt annoyed but kept it to himself. Feng Xiaoxiao looked around, sensing the increasingly awkward atmosphere in the car. The car soon returned to the hotel. Sheng Wenin checked everyone out, and they found themselves back on the street with their luggage. Standing in the cold wind, Feng Xiaoxiao shivered and asked anxiously, "We don't even have the car anymore. Where do we go now?" "Follow me," Sheng Wenin said briefly, leading them to the subway station and buying tickets for everyone. It was rush hour, and the train was packed. Yan reminded, "Guys, try to protect the girls. Don't let them get jostled." With no seats available, they had to stand scattered. Yan positioned himself next to Dulan, who was holding Feng Xiaoxiao's hand. With Yan shielding them, it was harder for others to push into them. Sheng Wenin stood in a corner opposite, looking up at the route map. Suddenly, she caught a faint, crisp scent. Turning, she saw Qi Si standing behind her, his hand gripping the rail by the door, his dark eyes lowered, his arm almost encircling her. Instinctively, Sheng Wenin wanted to step back, but she was already in a corner with nowhere to go. She said in a low voice, "Move over." The noise in the car was overwhelming, and the man seemed not to hear, just gazing down at her. Sheng Wenin frowned and was about to repeat herself when he suddenly leaned closer, the scent of him becoming more pronounced. What? He asked softly. The sudden closeness between them made Sheng Wenin's hair stand on end, and a wave of discomfort washed over her. She loathed the feeling and suddenly shouted into Chi Si's ear. I said, are you deaf? Chi Si frowned slightly, straightened up, and lightly touched his earlobe, his gaze falling on Sheng Wenin. Aren't guys supposed to take care of girls? I don't need you to take care of me, Sheng Wenin responded coldly. Step back a bit. The air molecules around you are practically sticking to me. Air molecules. Chi Si sighed softly, looking slightly exasperated but still stepped back a little. At that moment, Yi Chengfeng pushed his way through the crowd. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Chi Si standing close to Sheng Wenin, their proximity so intimate it seemed like they were embracing. As Sheng Wenin's fiancé, Yi Chengfeng's face darkened instantly. He assumed Sheng Wenin had taken the opportunity to get close to Chi Si, and anger surged within him. Confirming that the cameraman wasn't nearby, Yi Chengfeng shouted harshly, you, come here. Sheng Wenin turned to look at Yi Chengfeng, stunned for a moment before pointing to herself incredulously, me? Who else? Get over here. Yi Chengfeng demanded, frowning. Chi Si spun around sharply, his dark eyes narrowing as he coldly stared at Yi Chengfeng. Yi Chengfeng continued to bark at Sheng Wenin. Are you coming or not? Sheng Wenin tilted her head to look at Chi Si, her tone tinged with mockery. Do you think I'm dreaming, or is he? What do you mean? Yi Chengfeng asked, confused. Sheng Wenin sighed dramatically. Oh no, this idiot really is brain dead. He actually thinks I'd listen to him. He tells me to come over, and I would? The thought of having to drag this moron through the tasks ahead makes me feel so miserable. Chi, what do you think? Should we inform the production team to get a replacement guest given his current condition? Sheng Wenin. Yi Chengfeng roared in anger. Chi Si unexpectedly smiled. We can give it a try. Yi Chengfeng was stunned, looking at Chi Si in disbelief. Sheng Wenin was also taken aback, not expecting Chi Si to side with her. Sheng Wenin glanced at Yi Chengfeng with disdain. Good dogs don't block the way. Understand what that means? Stop hovering around me. It's really annoying. Fine. You win, Sheng Wenin, you win. Yi Chengfeng spat out venomously before storming off to the other side. Watching Yi Chengfeng's retreating figure, Sheng Wenin glanced thoughtfully at Chi Si, wondering why he had stood up for her. As time passed, the carriage gradually emptied. Finally, they got off the train. Once outside, Feng Xiaoxiao shivered in the cold wind, surveying the desolate street and cautiously asked, is there really a hotel here? Sheng Wenin led the way, pulling her suitcase without looking back. After about 10 minutes, they stopped in front of a very shabby guest house. Feng Xiaoxiao looked at the dilapidated signboard and trembled. Are we really staying here? With a creak, the door opened. An elderly white woman with a head full of white hair stepped out. She was frail but smiled warmly, speaking in perfect French. Are you Miss Shen? Yes, I am. Sheng Wenin stepped forward to talk with her. Moments later, a man came out of the guest house to help them with their luggage. Despite the rundown exterior, the interior of the guest house was very clean. The host had already prepared dinner, and Feng Xiaoxiao's stomach growled at the sight of the European-style feast. After putting down their luggage, everyone gathered around the table. The elderly woman only conversed with Sheng Wenin, while the others ate in silence. After the woman left, Dulan cautiously asked, Wenin, these dinners, they aren't extra charges, right? Sheng Wenin picked up her knife and fork, speaking indifferently. Eat up, all meals are included in the lodging fee. How much is the lodging fee? Free. Free again. Feng Xiaoxiao exclaimed as she cut into her steak. How do you manage it? How do you get everything for free? This morning you had 25 euros, and now you've only spent 4. Sheng Wenin glanced at her. Feng Xiaoxiao continued. Only 4 euros in one day, and there are 6 of us. Last night, one meal cost us 25. She trailed off, glancing nervously at Yi Chengfeng. Yi Chengfeng's expression was grim, but he knew that among the group, only Feng Xiaoxiao still showed him some kindness. He forced a smile. It's okay, it's my fault. Last night's dinner was too expensive. Then he asked, but Miss Butler, why is this guest house free? The production team said we can't take advantage of the locals by using our fame. If we do, not only will we have to pay double, but they'll also deduct our travel budget for the next episode. Everyone immediately looked nervously at Sheng Wenin. Only Chi Si continued to cut his steak leisurely, seemingly unconcerned about Sheng Wenin's actions. Sheng Wenin placed a piece of steak into her mouth, chewing it slowly before lifting her gaze to survey the room. With a blank expression she stated, someone died here. As soon as she finished speaking, an eerie silence fell over the room. Almost as if to match the unsettling atmosphere, the lights suddenly went out with a loud snap. Aya! Feng Xiaoxiao's scream pierced the darkness. Quiet! Sheng Wenin frowned, clearly annoyed by the shrill noise. Moments later, the lights flickered back on. The elderly woman's son hurried in to apologize, explaining that a circuit breaker had tripped. Sheng Wenyi nodded indifferently, and once he left, she continued. In the past 10 years, 5 people have committed suicide in this guest house. Its remote location made it a preferred spot for such acts. Over time, business declined, and with aging facilities, power and water outages became frequent. It's now flooded with 1-star reviews on travel apps. Feng Xiaoxiao was on the verge of tears, her voice trembling. Then why did you bring us to a place like this? It's free, Sheng Wenyin replied lazily, with a hint of mischief. She explained that the guest house was already cheap, costing only €5 per night. She had intended to bargain further, but upon learning the guest house was about to close down, the elderly lady offered them a free stay. Closing down, Feng Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment before reproaching Sheng Wenyin. €5 a night with meals included, and you still wanted to haggle? How could you not pay? The old lady has it tough enough. Don't you have any conscience? Sheng Wenyin set down her knife and fork, responding calmly. 2 rooms for 2 nights total €20. We only have €21 left. If we pay, how will we visit the attractions with just €1? Are you planning to walk? Feng Xiaoxiao was left speechless. At this moment, Qi Si picked up his water glass, glancing sideways at Sheng Wenyin, his slender fingers gently gripping the glass. Tell the owner they don't need to close down. Sheng Wenyin nodded and resumed eating. Shi Yan and Du Lan exchanged smiles, while Feng Xiaoxiao remained puzzled. What do you mean? Why won't they need to close? Du Lan tapped her forehead, explaining, silly girl, this is a live broadcast show. By staying here, we're giving the guest house free advertising. Especially with Qi Si's influence. It's invaluable. If viewers think this place is decent, they might choose it next time they're in Paris. With more guests, the closure can be avoided. He glanced at Sheng Wenyin, thinking she must have considered this, which is why she accepted the free stay. In the end, they weren't taking advantage. Instead, they were providing a significant benefit to the guest house owner. After dinner, everyone retreated to their rooms. As night fell, Feng Xiaoxiao excitedly suggested, there's a projector here. Let's watch a horror movie. I've always wanted to, but I'm too scared to watch alone. Sheng Wenyin was organizing her things and paused at the suggestion. Du Lan smiled and agreed, I'm in. Watching a movie together can help us bond. What do you think, Wenyin? Sheng Wenyin's throat moved slightly, her response somewhat reluctant, whatever. Feng Xiaoxiao was overjoyed and quickly fetched the boys from the next room. She chose a Japanese horror movie and turned off the lights with a click. Everyone crowded onto the spacious sofa, with the 3 girls taking up the large sofa, Yi Qingfeng and Shi Yan on the smaller one, and Qi Si occupying the only single seat. The movie began with eerie sound effects, and Sheng Wenyin sat on the left side of the large sofa, right next to Qi Si's single seat. At first, Sheng Wenyin managed to maintain her composure. However, when a blood-soaked ghost woman suddenly appeared on the screen, she could no longer stay calm. She bent over, burying her face deeply into a cushion, her fingers gripping the sofa armrest so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Qi Si glanced at her hand, noting the veins bulging on the back of it, and raised an eyebrow. Sitting in the middle, Feng Xiaoxiao was also terrified, clutching Du Lan tightly. Du Lan comforted her and then asked with concern, Wenyin, are you okay? Sheng Wenyin immediately put down the cushion, forcing a calm facade. Yeah, the plot's just boring, it's making me sleepy. Despite her words, she dared not look at the screen again. Even so, the terrifying sound effects continued to haunt her. Just as she contemplated using the cushion to shield her face once more, Qi Si suddenly stood up. The small movement startled Sheng Wenyin, who looked at him in alarm. Qi Si glanced down at her, seemingly explaining bathroom. Right, the bathroom. Sheng Wenyin seized the excuse like a lifeline and quickly stood up. The others looked at them puzzled. I need the bathroom too, Sheng Wenyin said, almost fleeing the room. Qi Si watched her hurried escape and then followed her out. Stepping out of the room, Sheng Wenyin finally felt like she could breathe again. Leaning against the hallway wall, she was relieved there were no cameras around. Just then, Qi Si emerged from the room and lazily asked as he passed by, afraid of ghosts? Sheng Wenyin immediately shot back. Afraid of ghosts? More like ghosts are afraid of me. Qi Si stopped, hands in his pockets, and turned to look at her. Sheng Wenyin lifted her chin defiantly, meeting his gaze. What do you want? Qi Si slowly walked towards her and stopped just a step away. He raised his right hand and lightly touched her cheek with his long index finger. Sheng Wenyin instinctively stepped back half a step, but Qi Si showed her the drop of liquid on the back of his finger. Sweating in winter? Sheng Wenyin was momentarily speechless, then retorted. Why can't someone sweat in winter? You're meddling too much. Are you the Pacific Ocean Police? Qi Si chuckled softly, wiped away the drop of sweat with his thumb, and said, whatever you say, before heading towards the restroom at the end of the hallway. Sheng Wenyin touched her cheek, still feeling the coolness of his fingers. She glared at the restroom door, only reluctantly returning to the room when the movie was about to end. That night, Sheng Wenyin tossed and turned, her mind filled with images from the horror movie. She got up and wandered around the brightly lit living room in her pajamas. Suddenly, the lights went out with a click, plunging the room into darkness. Sheng Wenin gasped, thinking she would have been better off staying in her room. As she fumbled her way back, she bumped into something warm at the corner. Sheng Wenin froze, cold sweat pouring down her back. Just as her thoughts started to spiral, a warm hand grasped her slender wrist. Sheng Wenin, a familiar deep voice called out. Qixi? Sheng Wenin asked hesitantly. Yeah, Qixi confirmed. Power outage? Seems like it, Sheng Wenin sighed in relief. I'll check it out, Qixi said, releasing her hand and walking past her. Sheng Wenin immediately grabbed his arm. Qixi paused, then asked after a moment of silence, scared? Sheng Wenin gritted her teeth. Who's scared? Qixi chuckled, covering her cold hand with his other hand and intertwining their fingers. Then let's pretend I'm scared. Keep me company. Sheng Wenin could feel her small hand completely enveloped by his large one. Qixi let out a sleepy hum, as if urging her on. Sheng Wenin finally relented. Since you're asking, I guess I can. Qixi led Sheng Wenin to the utility room. He flipped the breaker, and the sensor lights flickered on, dimly illuminating the space. Sheng Wenin quickly withdrew her hand and hid it behind her back. Qixi closed the breaker box, dusted off his hands, and walked out. Sheng Wenin followed, asking, How did you know the utility room was here? These European-style houses have similar layouts, Qixi replied casually. After washing his hands, he saw Sheng Wenin still standing there and raised an eyebrow. Not going back to your room? Can't sleep. Is that a problem? Sheng Wenin said confidently. Qixi chuckled. Because of the horror movie? Sheng Wenin leaned against the wall, expression indifferent. You're strange. Why do you blame everything on the horror movie? I just have trouble sleeping in new places. Ever heard of princess syndrome? Suit yourself, Qixi said, heading back to his room. Halfway there, he stopped and turned around. The potion earlier, did you mix it? Yeah, why? It worked well, Qixi said before entering his room and closing the door. Sheng Wenin stood in the hallway, pondering Qixi's true intentions. In the end, she spent the night in the living room and woke everyone up at 5:30 the next morning. Over the next 2 days under Sheng Wenin's leadership, the task was successfully completed with 15 euros left over. Feng Xiaoxiao suggested celebrating, and everyone voted in favor, except for Qixi, who was out making a call, and Sheng Wenin, who opposed. In the end, Sheng Wenin insisted, for votes to spend, 1 vote against. 1 vote stands, 4 votes nullified. Everyone had no choice but to accept her decision in silence. On the return flight, Feng Xiaoxiao seized every opportunity to vent her dissatisfaction with Sheng Wenin to Dulan. She used words like tyrannical, domineering, and dictatorial to describe Sheng Wenin, her tone full of disdain. Dulan only responded perfunctorily, occasionally offering some comfort. It's good to save the 15 euros for the next episode. That way you won't be so stressed next time. Feng Xiaoxiao pouted and complained, but I didn't get to buy any souvenirs. What a waste of a trip to Paris. Next time, Dulan replied dismissively, then suddenly lowered her voice and glanced at Qixi sitting diagonally in front of them. It seems like Qi the superstar won't be in the next episode. Feng Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Huh? Why? Dulan explained, actually, the last guest wasn't supposed to be him but Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang wasn't feeling well, so he asked Qi the superstar to fill in for an episode. Oh, I see, Feng Xiaoxiao said, suddenly understanding. I was wondering how our show managed to get someone of Qi's caliber. But for Teacher Wang to be able to get Qi to step in, that's quite impressive. Back in the day, Qi's first movie was with Teacher Wang. They know each other well and have a good relationship, Dulan added. Feng Xiaoxiao nodded and, feeling satisfied, said, actually, getting to work with Qi for even 1 episode is a win for me. Someone like Qi, he's meant to be admired from afar. Then, she suddenly turned gossipy. Lan, who do you think someone like Qi will end up marrying? It's so hard to imagine. Dulan thought for a moment and replied, probably someone gentle, elegant, understanding, with exceptional charm and beauty. Feng Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Yeah, only such a woman would be worthy of Qi. Before she could finish, a familiar and unceremonious female voice came from the row in front of them. Hey, your leg. Both of them looked over and saw Sheng Wenin standing next to Qi's seat, impatiently nudging his leg with her knee as if he was blocking her way to the restroom. The movement woke Qi from his nap. Feng Xiaoxiao and Dulan gasped, expecting Qi to get angry. However, the next second, Qi quietly sat up straight and moved his legs to let Sheng Wenin pass. Sheng walked towards the restroom with the swagger of a mafia boss, hands in her pockets. Feng Xiaoxiao and Dulan watched in stunned silence. Finally, Dulan swallowed and whispered, whatever kind of woman he ends up with, it definitely won't be someone like her. Feng Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously. What kind of man would marry a woman like that? He'd have to be out of his mind. And so, the first episode's recording ended in this complex atmosphere. After getting off the plane, everyone went their separate ways. Sheng Wenin was the first to leave, taking a taxi straight back to her small apartment with her luggage. As soon as she got home, she collapsed onto the bed, exhausted from the 12-hour flight. She pulled out her long-unused phone from her bag, plugged it in to charge, and went to take a shower. When she came out, the phone was halfway charged, so she turned it on. The screen showed 5 or 6 missed calls and over a dozen unread WeChat messages. Glancing at the call log, 2 from the Sheng family, 1 from Tang Ping, 1 from Sheng Qingqing, 1 from the company, and 1 from Gan Mei. Ignoring all the calls related to the Sheng family, she lazily called Gan Mei back while checking her WeChat messages. Gan Mei answered quickly, launching into a tirade. Do you even understand what it means to be a housekeeper? How could you splash water on Yi Chengfeng? What's wrong with your mouth? Did you eat crap? Sheng Wenin slowly replied, yes, I ate you. Sheng Wenin. Gan Mei yelled angrily. Talk back to me one more time. Sheng Wenin said directly, the production team has no issues with my role as housekeeper, so what else do you want to say, Sister Gan? Gan Mei was silent for a moment before finally saying, come to the office tomorrow. After hanging up, Sheng Wenin saw a dozen messages from Tang Ping on WeChat. Without reading them, she deleted them all and blocked Tang Ping. She then went to her contacts and blocked all the Sheng family members' numbers. After doing all this, she went straight to sleep. The next day, due to jet lag, Sheng Wenin didn't arrive at the office until late in the afternoon, just before closing time. Gan Mei was furious as soon as she saw her. You might as well come tomorrow. Sheng Wenin, who had just stepped in, turned to leave. Oh, then I'll come tomorrow. Gan Mei shouted, get back here. The assistant at the door made a throat-slitting gesture to Sheng Wenin, indicating that Gan Mei was in a very bad mood. Unperturbed, Sheng Wenin followed Gan Mei into the office and noticed a stranger sitting inside. The tall guy's eyes lit up the moment he saw Sheng Wenin. He quickly stood up, extended his hand enthusiastically, and said, Ms. Sheng, nice to meet you. I'm Kuang Yi. Sheng Wenin frowned, trying to recall who he was, and finally remembered that he was the butler they had previously arranged. However, he had vanished into thin air upon learning he'd have to serve Yi Qingfeng. With a suspicious look, she hesitated but shook his hand. Kuang Ye's rugged appearance matched his name, a stark contrast to the currently popular delicate-looking young men. His solid build exuded a tough guy vibe. With admiration in his eyes, he said, Ms. Sheng, I watched the clip of you splashing water on Yi Chengfeng 38 times. I have the utmost respect for you. He kept calling her Ms. Sheng with sincere admiration. Sheng Wenin was amused by his enthusiasm and said, well. As long as you also dislike Yi Chengfeng, we're like siblings from different parents. Kuang Yi immediately clasped his hands in a traditional gesture. Big sis, please accept my respects. Sheng Wenin raised her hand with a smile. Rise, little brother. Gan Mei, who had been watching from the side, couldn't take it anymore and yelled angrily, are you two done yet? We're filming here. Kuang Yi seemed a bit afraid of Gan Mei and immediately shut his mouth. Sheng Wenin, however, nonchalantly sat down on the sofa, crossing her legs, and asked, did you call me here today to pay me? To be honest, I only have 65 cents left, can't even afford the bus fare home. Gan Mei sneered, pay you? The production team has received 800 complaints about you, and you still have the nerve to ask for payment. Sheng Wenin scratched her head. Complaints? Why didn't they just tell me directly? Tell you. Gan Mei slammed the table. So you can sarcastically insult them back? Seriously, Sheng Wenin. Who knew you had musical talent? Singing, the jar, the brother of brothers. Who were you mocking? Sheng Wenin suddenly clapped. Great singing, Sister Gan. Then she raised an eyebrow at Kuang Yi. Kuang Yi immediately got the hint and started clapping. Great singing, Sister Gan. Sheng Wen. Gan Mei gritted her teeth. Sheng Wenin dropped her teasing expression and suddenly looked sorrowful, sighing, if it weren't for the hardships of life, who would willingly show their face and perform for a living? A weak woman like me, drifting around, I beg you, Master Gan. Before she could finish, Gan Mei grabbed a bottle of mineral water and threw it at her. Sheng Wenin didn't even blink, catching it with one hand and smirking, nice throw, 3-pointer. Gan Mei clutched her chest as if having a heart attack. After taking 3 heart pills, she finally calmed down. Looking up, she saw Sheng Wenin and Kuang Yi leaning in close, staring at her curiously. Gan Mei slammed the bottle on the table and roared, what are you looking at? Sheng Wenin sat across from her and reached for the bottle. Gan Mei sternly ordered, hands off, and moved the bottle away. Sheng Wenin persisted, grabbing the bottle, only to have it snatched back by Gan Mei, who scolded her, sit properly. Kuang Yi blurted out, Sister Gan, do you really have a heart condition? Gan Mei snapped, you think I wouldn't, dealing with you too. Sheng Wenin glanced at Gan Mei, then at the bottle, and silently leaned back in her chair, saying nothing. Gan Mei pulled out a stack of documents from a drawer and handed them to Kuang Yi. This is your schedule for the next month. Be here at 7 a.m. every day, and don't leave until you've finished all your classes. Kuang Yi glanced at it and wailed, so many classes? Who can handle this? You will handle it. Gonmei roared. Next month, Hangyu TV has a talent show. 100 trainees competing for 5 spots. I signed you up. Kwang Yi was stunned. I'm an actor. Why do I have to join a talent show? I can't sing or dance. Then learn. Gonmei commanded. What, you don't want to go? You want to spend your life as a nobody? Kwang Yi irritably scratched his head. I'd rather be an extra in a film crew. You want to, but they have to want you too. Gonmei retorted. She then turned to Shang Wenin, handing her a document. Here's your next assignment. Shang Wenin glanced at it and said to Kwang Yi, the extra role you wanted has come to me. Kwang Yi looked over and saw it was a minor role in an obscure film. Calling it the 5th female lead was generous. It was basically a background role. In disbelief, Kwang Yi said, Sis, really? Your show, Travel 51, got great feedback. High ratings. Before, everyone online hated you. Now only 99% do. Plus, with the support of Best Actor Chi, shouldn't you have many other offers? Oh. Shang Wenin stroked her chin, deep in thought. Kwang Yi looked at her seriously, then at Gonmei, thinking she'd argue about the schedule. But after a long wait, Shang Wenin just muttered. So that's the name of the show, Travel 51? Kwang Yi was dumbfounded. Sis, after so many days of filming, you didn't even know the show's name? Didn't pay much attention, Shang Wenin said indifferently. Gonmei impatiently waved her hand. All right, enough noise. Give me some peace. Gonmei handed a stack of scripts to Shang Wenin, her expression stern. This is the entire script. Study it thoroughly. Kwang Yi wasn't wrong, your popularity has been rising lately. I wouldn't even look at a mere 5th female lead. But this script is genuinely good. There's an open audition tomorrow, and I want you to audition for the lead female role. Shang Wenin raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in her voice. The lead role. Gonmei frowned, her tone turning severe. What? No confidence? Take the contract for the 5th lead and audition for the lead. If you get it, you won't have to play the 5th lead. If you don't, then you can go be an extra. Shang Wenin glanced at Gonmei with a half-smile, understanding dawning in her heart. She realized that Gonmei was the type of manager who believed in pushing her artists into challenging situations to help them grow, rather than overprotecting them. This method had its merits. After all, only by experiencing hardships firsthand could one understand the difficulties of the path and strive to reach greater heights. All right, I'll give it a shot, Shang Wenin said slowly, memories of her past life surfacing in her mind. She remembered receiving this script in her previous life but never actually filming it. The 5th female lead was cut, and the production faced numerous issues. The original lead actress was exposed for drug use, forcing the crew to re-edit and remove all scenes featuring her. This led to a disjointed plot and, ultimately, the show flopped. However, Shang Wenin knew the script had potential. If executed well, it could become a dark horse. Given the opportunity for an open audition, there was no harm in trying. She felt fortunate. In her past life, Gonmei hadn't pushed her to audition for the lead, and she hadn't even known about the open audition. Seeing Shang Wenin agree, Gonmei reminded her, the audition is at 10 tomorrow morning. I'll send you the address later. Don't be late. Shang Wenin nodded, then extended her hand, a look of anticipation in her eyes. What about my variety show fee? Gonmei snorted. The finance department won't process it until the end of the month at the earliest. Why are you in such a hurry? Shang Wenin pouted, her tone tinged with helplessness. I have to be. I'm really out of money. This morning the property management came knocking, and I didn't dare open the door because I couldn't pay the fee. It's $30. Where am I supposed to get that kind of money? Kwang Yi, standing nearby, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Gonmei's face darkened with frustration. Fine, I'll transfer you $3,000. Stop acting like a pauper. Soon, Shang Wenin received the transfer notification from Gonmei on her phone. She cheerfully accepted it, finally calming down. Gonmei looked at them with disdain. All right, get out of here if there's nothing else. Stop hanging around in front of me. Kwang Yi grabbed his schedule and dashed out, while Shang Wenin picked up the script and headed for the door. But just as she was about to leave, she paused and turned back to Gonmei. Gonjia, you shouldn't take those pills. Gonmei frowned, glancing at her bottle of medication. You mean these? They're prescription drugs. Shang Wenin shook her head, her tone serious. These pills can affect your estrogen levels and might impact your fertility. Gonmei was taken aback, scrutinizing Shang Wenin suspiciously. You know about this? I know a bit, Shang Wenin shrugged, adding, you should see a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. Your issue isn't severe. Herbal medicine would be better. Western medicine has too many side effects. With that, she waved and left, leaving Gonmei deep in thought in her office. Shang Wenin took a taxi back to her small apartment and immediately dove into studying the script. Although she had read it in her past life, it had been a long time. She took notes and wrote character backgrounds, fully immersing herself in the work. Before she knew it, the day had slipped away. That night, Shang Wenin went to bed early, preparing for the next day's audition. The next morning, She dressed up and headed to the audition venue as per Gong Mei's instructions. Despite the director being relatively unknown and the show not being an adaptation of a popular IP, the audition was crowded with over 30 actresses. Most were relatively unknown, and as an 18th-tier actress, Sheng Wenin found herself standing out among the crowd. "Wow, it's Sheng Wenin," someone whispered in awe. Hearing the exclamation, Sheng Wenin straightened her posture, feeling a sudden sense of importance. After a while, the casting call began, and female actors started going in for their auditions one by one. Sheng Wenin sat in the waiting area, looking slightly nervous. Suddenly, the seat next to her was occupied. Just as she was about to ignore the stranger, she heard a timid voice. "Hello, Miss Sheng. I'm a fan of yours. May I have your autograph?" Sheng Wenin looked up sharply, staring at the young girl as if she had seen a ghost. Her reaction clearly frightened the girl, who began to stutter apologies. No, it's okay if you don't want to. I'm sorry for bothering you," she said, starting to back away. "Wait a minute," Sheng Wenin called out, frowning. "An autograph?" Yes, the girl quickly pulled out a notebook and carefully handed it over. Sheng Wenin took the notebook hesitantly and signed her name. Throughout the process, she kept scrutinizing the girl, as if trying to confirm it wasn't some kind of prank. Both of their actions were extremely cautious, making the scene quite bizarre. The girl took back the notebook, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. "Thank you." Sheng Wenin's expression grew even more bewildered. After the girl left, she patted her chest and muttered to herself, "She really just wanted my autograph." That scared me. The memory of being vilified online in her past life was still fresh. The overwhelming abuse on social media had made her unfamiliar with the concept of having fans. In this new life, she hadn't done anything yet, so how could she already have fans? The encounter made her wonder if it was some kind of trap. While Sheng Wenin was lost in thought, a staff member called her name. She stood up, ready to enter the audition room. Just then, the girl across from her suddenly stood up and made a cheering gesture. "You can do it, Sisterine." Sheng Wenin froze. "Sisterine? What on earth is that?" With a head full of questions, Sheng Wenin walked into the audition room. The room was small, with 3 people inside. The director in the middle, the producer on the left, and the screenwriter on the right. Sheng Wenin bowed respectfully. The director, a man in his 30s with glasses and thick hair, looked like he was relatively new to the industry. He leaned back in his chair, casually flipping through the script. "Sheng Wenin, aren't you here for the role of Xieji?" "I prefer the lead role of Duan Yao." "I'd like to give it a try," Sheng Wenin replied. The director nodded. "Alright, try the second scene." 20 minutes later, Sheng Wenin walked out of the audition room, feeling the eyes of everyone around her, but she didn't care. Just as she exited the elevator, her phone rang. It was her agent, Gong Mei. "How did it go?" Gong Mei asked directly. "I don't know. They told me to go home and wait for notification," Sheng Wenin responded calmly. There was a brief silence on the other end. "How do you think you did?" "I think I was excellent. If they don't choose me, then they're blind," Sheng Wenin said with confidence. Gong Mei took a deep breath and hung up with a click. Unfazed, Sheng Wenin put away her phone and waited for a taxi by the street. Her phone rang again. Thinking it was still Gong Mei, she answered without looking. "What now?" "Sheng Wenin, how dare you ask what now? I've been calling you so many times." "Where are you?" came the furious voice of Tang Ping. Sheng Wenin frowned and looked at the caller ID, which showed Jingjia. Zhang Jia was the old housekeeper of the Sheng family, who had always been kind to her. Sheng Wenin had blocked everyone from the Sheng family, except Zhang Jia. She didn't expect Tang Ping to use Zhang Jia's phone to call her. "Do you need something?" Sheng Wenin asked nonchalantly. "Get home immediately," Tang Ping ordered. Sheng Wenin let out a cold laugh. "I can come back, but don't regret asking me to." With that, she hung up decisively. While waiting for a taxi, Sheng Wenin noticed that no empty cars were passing by. She clicked her tongue and used an app to call a ride. The driver accepted the order, but it would take 10 minutes to arrive. Sheng Wenin decided to open Weibo and browse. Since her rebirth, she hadn't logged into Weibo. Yesterday, Kwang Yi mentioned that only 99% of netizens were still cursing her, but she hadn't paid much attention. However, the fact that someone cheered for her during the audition made her wonder if her reputation had improved. Her inbox was still filled with nasty messages, which she didn't bother to read, opting to clear them all with one click. She scrolled to her last post, which was a motivational quote she had posted 10 days ago. "Only those who fight will win." The post had 3,000 retweets and 6,000 comments. Sheng Wenin opened Weibo with a hint of surprise. Although she had turned off notifications long ago, her curiosity got the better of her. Could she really be trending? As she clicked on the page, her eyes were immediately drawn to the top comment. "Did Sheng Wenin's mom die today?" She paused for a second and then realized it was probably a typo. Mom should have been Ma. A mix of emotions welled up inside her. She was worried that her reputation hadn't improved, but also felt a strange thrill. She stared at the comment for a while before she couldn't resist and liked it. Not only that, she replied, if you have something to say more. What's wrong with my mom? Keep going. Or are you just a sore loser? After posting the comment, Sheng Wenin continued scrolling and found that almost all the comments were insults directed at her. However, this didn't dampen her spirits, it actually made her even more excited. She happily liked every comment that included the word mom. One netizen commented, Sheng Wenin, I have your mom's ashes. If you don't leave the industry, I'll scatter them. Sheng Wenin immediately liked and replied, do it now. If you don't, you're not a true Chinese. Another user wrote, Sheng Wenin, your mom is a dog. Sheng Wenin liked the comment again and replied, my mom really is a dog. How did you know? Someone else said, Sheng Wenin, your mom was run over by a car, and when she was cremated, she stuck to the furnace. Sheng Wenin eagerly responded, sweet talker, why not write a book? Without you, I'm not reading the dictionary. As Sheng Wenin was engrossed in replying, a sudden honk startled her. She looked up to see a black sedan parked in front of her. Thinking it was her ride, she quickly put her phone away and got into the back seat. The atmosphere in the car instantly tensed up. Sheng Wenin then noticed other people sitting in the back. She froze and turned to see a handsome but cold-faced man beside her. Stammering, she asked, Chi-Si, what are you doing here? Chi-Si chuckled lightly, raising an eyebrow as he lazily leaned back in the leather seat. Miss Sheng, this is my car. Only then did Sheng Wenin notice the two men in the front seats, both looking at her with puzzled expressions. The driver was Chi-Si's assistant, whom she had seen in the elevator before. The man in the passenger seat, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was unfamiliar to her. Sorry, I must have gotten the wrong car, Sheng Wenin said, about to get out when Chi-Si's voice lazily called from behind. Where are you headed? Need a lift. Chi-Si, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses, snapped from the front seat. Sheng Wenin waved her hand dismissively. No need, I've called a car. She quickly got out and closed the door behind her. Just then, her actual ride arrived. Sheng Wenin got in and left the scene swiftly. Inside the car, Ming Lang, sitting in the passenger seat, glared at the assistant. Why did you honk randomly? The assistant shrank his neck and explained, I saw someone familiar and thought I'd say hello. Last time in the elevator. Thanks to Miss Sheng, Mr. Chi. Chi-Si's sudden cough interrupted the assistant. He immediately fell silent. Ming Lang looked suspiciously between the assistant and Chi-Si. Elevator? What elevator? Are you hiding something from me? The assistant dared not speak. Chi-Si sighed, pinched the bridge of his nose, and said impatiently, drive. As the car started, Chi-Si glanced nonchalantly out the window. Not far away, a building with the sign Wanyan Film Studio caught his eye. He pondered, film studio? Is she here for an audition? Meanwhile, Sheng Wenin had already returned home. Zhang Jia greeted her at the door, her face a mix of joy and concern. She whispered, Madam is still upset. Young miss, you should apologize to her properly. Sheng Wenin smiled at Sister Zhang without saying a word, hands in her pockets, and stepped into the hall. Sitting on the sofa, Tang Ping looked as if she wanted to devour someone, yelling, so you still know how to come back. Unfazed, Sheng Wenin plopped down on the single sofa opposite Tang Ping, lazily saying, didn't you tell me to come back? Tang Ping shot up furious. What kind of attitude is that? Did I tell you to sit? Kneel down. Sheng Wenin nonchalantly cleaned her ear, her eyes cold as she looked at the overbearing woman across from her, a mocking smile playing on her lips, unmoving. Well, you've really grown a backbone, Tang Ping sneered, striding over and raising her hand to slap Sheng Wenin. Sheng Wenin's eyes narrowed, and she swiftly grabbed Tang Ping's wrist. Sheng Wenin, how dare you resist when I try to hit you? Tang Ping roared in disbelief. Resist. Sheng Wenin chuckled coldly, pushing Tang Ping's hand away and standing up. With a swift motion, she slapped Tang Ping across the face. The entire hall fell into dead silence. That wasn't resistance just now. This is, Sheng Wenin said icily. You've gone mad. Tang Ping's face twisted in rage as she raised her hand again to strike Sheng Wenin. Sheng Wenin quickly kicked Tang Ping in the stomach, sending her flying. Oh my god, madam. Madam. The servants rushed over to help. Tang Ping sat on the floor, utterly shocked, staring at Sheng Wenin in disbelief. Sheng Wenin put her hands back in her pockets, her dark eyes filled with barely concealed hatred. A slap and a kick, how could that ever repay the suffering of her past life? Her own mother had sold her to an underground organization for live streaming. What kind of mother does that? Even animals aren't that cruel. This is rebellion. Complete rebellion. Tang Ping's face was red from the slap, and her stomach ached terribly. She shoved the servants aside and barked, What are you standing there for? Call the master and tell him to come home now. One of the servants hurried off to make the call. Just then, a cheerful voice came from upstairs. Sister, you're back. Sheng Wenin looked up to see Shang Qingqing, dressed in an ornate gown, excitedly running down the stairs. Shang Qingqing seemed oblivious to Tang Ping's disheveled state. She rushed to Sheng Wenin, beaming, Sister, you're just in time. It's my friend's birthday today, And I'm going to the party. Do you think this dress looks good? Dad had it custom made in Italy last week. The labor alone cost over $1 million, and the whole dress cost $3 million. Do you like it? She twirled around as she spoke. Sheng Wenin coldly eyed Sheng Qingqing. Yes, it was the same in her past life. Sheng Qingqing always loved flaunting her expensive purchases. It was her way of enjoying the family's unequal treatment of the two daughters. Hey sister, why aren't you saying anything? Do you want to touch the dress? Sheng Qingqing pretended to be considerate, but be careful. Your hands are so rough. If you damage it, Dad will be angry, and you don't want that, do you? If Dad gets angry, he'll hit you again. She grabbed Sheng Wenin's hand to place it on her dress. Sheng Wenin snatched her hand back, sneering, Could you not touch me? Every time you do, I feel like I've touched something filthy and have to disinfect my hands repeatedly. It's too much trouble. Sheng Qingqing was stunned, staring at her in disbelief. Sheng Wenin, who had always been submissive and never fought back, was saying what? Mom, sister, she? Sheng Qingqing turned and saw the clear handprint on Tang Ping's face. She screamed, Mom, what happened to your face? Tang Ping grabbed Sheng Qingqing and shielded her behind, then glared at Sheng Wenin. You think you're so tough now? Ignoring calls, not coming home, and offending the director of Qing Feng's crew. Now you come back and dare to hit me? Fine. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm not your mother. Someone bring the family rod. A servant immediately fetched a long, thin iron rod from the storeroom. As Sheng Wenin looked at the rod, painful memories resurfaced. Sheng Qingqing feigned concern. Don't hit sister with the rod. It'll break her bones. Remember when she broke my nail in 8th grade, and Dad hit her 10 times with it? Her back was almost broken, and she was bedridden for 10 days. Tang Ping snorted. If she dares to act up, I'll break her limbs. She won't learn otherwise. Oh, sister, why did you hit Mom? Are you possessed? Apologize to her now, and maybe she'll go easy on you. Sheng Qingqing continued her fake concern, her eyes gleaming with unhidden glee. Tang Ping raised the rod, aiming it at Sheng Wenin. Sheng Wenin didn't flinch, catching the rod with a steady hand. Sheng Wenin let go. Tang Ping screamed. Sheng Wenin sneered, yanking the rod away and swiftly hitting Tang Ping's shoulder with it. Sheng Wenin, are you out of your mind? Sheng Qingqing screamed as she rushed forward, trying to help Tang Ping up. Sheng Wenin's eyes turned cold. She swung the iron rod in her hand, striking Sheng Qingqing heavily on the back. Sheng Qingqing cried out in pain and fell onto Tang Ping, the two of them collapsing into a heap. Mom, she's insane. She's really gone mad. Sheng Qingqing yelled in terror. Tang Ping's face twisted with rage as she shouted at the servants. Sheng Wen, how dare you hit Qingqing? What are you all standing around for? Grab her. The servants hesitated but then surged forward. Sheng Wenin sneered, swinging the iron rod with such force that she easily drove the cowardly servants back. Useless, all of you. Tang Ping roared. With a loud bang, Sheng Wenin slammed the iron rod into the ground, smirking. They learned from you. If they're useless, what does that make you? Tang Ping's eyes filled with venom as she glared at Sheng Wenin. You dare hit me today? Tomorrow. I'll make sure you regret it. Just you wait. Tomorrow. Sheng Wenin scoffed, taking a few steps forward. That's a long way off. Before Tang Ping could react, Sheng Wenin lifted her leg and kicked her in the head, sending her flying into a nearby display shelf. Madam. Mom. The tall shelf wobbled violently, and porcelain and jade artifacts tumbled down, shattering on Tang Ping. She screamed in agony as blood streamed from her face, arms, and hands. Sheng Qingqing, trembling, ran to her mother's side, glaring at Sheng Wenin with tear-filled eyes. You're not Sheng Wenin. She wouldn't dare do this. Who are you really? Me. Sheng Wenin tossed the iron rod aside and walked slowly to Sheng Qingqing, suddenly grabbing her hair. Sheng Qingqing cried out in pain. Sheng Wenin leaned in and whispered in her ear, I'm your retribution. With that, she slammed Sheng Qingqing's head onto the floor, causing blood to gush from her forehead. Sheng Wenin straightened up and wiped the blood from her face with the back of her hand, speaking calmly, I warned you. Don't regret bringing me back. When Sheng Rongtian received a call from a servant and rushed home, he found chaos. A private doctor was tending to his wife and daughter's wounds. What happened here? Sheng Rongtian demanded. Dad. Sheng Qingqing stood up from the sofa, throwing herself into his arms, sobbing. It's Sheng Wenin. She's lost her mind. She attacked Mom and me. Sheng Rongtian frowned. Are you saying Sheng Wenin did all this? Tang Ping, still crying, stood up and showed her injuries. I just called her back to scold her for not coming home, and she attacked me. Look at my face and hands, darling. Sheng Rongtian's face darkened. She really had the nerve? It was her, really her. Sheng Qingqing cried. Dad, you have to stand up for me. Look at my head. The doctor said it might leave a scar. I don't want a scar, Dad. There, my dear, Sheng Rongtian said, his face growing darker as he looked at the bandage on his daughter's head. Don't worry, Daddy will make sure she pays. Sheng Wenin, she'll be finished. Meanwhile, completely unaware that she was finished, Sheng Wenin was leisurely enjoying her lunch. She had just taken a sip of her snail noodles when her phone rang. It was Gong Mei. Sheng Wenin, are you out of your mind? Gong Mei's furious voice came through the phone. Sheng Wenin blinked in confusion. Huh? What did I do now? What did you say on Weibo? Are you trying to make my life difficult? If it weren't for a higher-up calling me, I wouldn't have known about your ridiculous actions. Liking, commenting UV gone viral. Oh that. Sheng Wenin breathed a sigh of relief and continued eating her noodles. Going viral is good, right? Does this mean I'm famous? Famous, my foot. Do you think going viral is a good thing? You've been arguing with netizens, and they're tearing you apart. They're calling you shameless, crazy, and demanding the company send you to a psychiatric hospital. Sheng Wenin took a sip of her drink and laughed. So, are you going to take me there? Just so you know, you have to cover the medical fees. Sheng Wen Gong Mei ranted for another 10 minutes before running out of steam. Sheng Wenin yawned and lazily replied, yeah, I get it. I won't do it again. Sister Gong, I'm full and a bit sleepy. I'll just reflect on my actions. I'll be the death of you. Gong Mei shouted before finally hanging up. Sheng Wenin tossed her phone aside and flopped onto her bed, falling asleep quickly. She was awakened by the ringing of her phone again. It was an unfamiliar number. She answered it without opening her eyes. Hello. A polite female voice came through. Is this Sheng Wenin? You've passed the audition for the lead role in the Xianling Island production. Please inform your agent to contact our crew to finalize the contract. After hanging up, Sheng Wenin got out of bed and called Gong Mei. Gong Mei, still upset with her, perked up instantly upon hearing about the successful audition. Alright, I know. I'll contact them. You just wait for the next steps. Sheng Wenin asked, Sister Gong, how much is the lead role's pay? Gong Mei scoffed. Are you thinking about money already? This small production doesn't have much budget. Maybe tens of thousands at best. Sheng Wenin frowned. So how much do I get after the split? The company takes 50%, plus taxes, Gong Mei said. You'll end up with a few thousand. It's hardly worth it. Sheng Wenin scratched her head, losing interest. Alright, I got it. After hanging up, she lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, her mind already plotting against the Sheng family. Her return wasn't just about beating up Tang Ping and Sheng Qingqing. She wanted to take down the entire Sheng family, and a few thousand yuan wasn't going to cut it. Even if she were penniless, she wouldn't fear Sheng Rongtian. What truly worried her was the Sheng family corporation behind him. Sheng Rongtian was just a branch of the family. She didn't want to provoke the main family. If only they didn't care about Sheng Rongtian's fate. She muttered to herself, knowing this was unlikely. The Sheng family was notorious for protecting their own. The time to record the second episode of Travel 51 quickly arrived. The guests were to meet directly at the second stop, which was the airport in New York, USA. Sheng Wenin was holding her ticket and about to board the plane when her phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the production team. You're at the capital airport, right? Perfect. We have a guest joining this episode who will be on the same flight as you. Can you pick him up? The staff member's voice came through the phone. Who? Sheng Wenin asked instinctively. Qinan, the staff member replied. Sheng Wenin nodded and asked again who. The staff member paused before repeating. Qinan. I mean, who is Qinan? Sheng Wenin asked calmly. There was a moment of silence on the other end before the staff member hung up in exasperation. Holding the photo sent by the production team, Sheng Wenin looked around the waiting area. Finally, she spotted her target among a group of female fans, a young man dressed in trendy clothes, signing autographs and taking photos with his fans. Sheng Wenin stood quietly to the side, waiting. After a while, security came to disperse the female fans. Qinan breathed a sigh of relief and walked over to Sheng Wenin with a cheerful smile. It's so annoying. How did they follow me into the waiting area? Sorry to keep you waiting, Miss Sheng, Qinan said, a hint of pride in his voice. Sheng Wenin glanced at him expressionlessly and said, It's time to board. Let's go. She then picked up her suitcase and turned to leave. Suddenly, she felt a light touch on the back of her hand. Almost instinctively, she pulled her hand back and glared at Qinan. Qinan laughed. I just accidentally touched your hand. No need to be so tense. I was just trying to help with your luggage. How can I let a woman handle such heavy work? Sheng Wenin coldly replied, Carry your own. If you touch me again, I'll cut off your hand. Qinan laughed again. Wow, the housekeeper's sister is really fierce. Your whole family are sisters. Sheng Wenin cursed silently and walked away, frowning. Qinan stood behind, a look of challenge in his eyes. After boarding, they were seated next to each other in the economy class. Qinan stood in the aisle, smiling at Sheng Wenin, housekeeper's sister. Do you prefer the window seat or the aisle seat? I'm fine with either. Sit on your grave, Sheng Wenin cursed inwardly, ignoring him. She turned to a young boy on the other side of the aisle. Excuse me, can I switch seats with you? My seat is right next to yours. It won't be a bother. Before she finished, the boy turned around, and Sheng Wenin was stunned. The boy was also surprised. Miss Sheng. Chi Si's assistant stood up, his young face full of smiles. What a coincidence, you're on this flight too. Sheng Wenin looked at him blankly. You're going to New York too? The assistant explained, yes, I'm accompanying Mr. Chi. Last time I stayed in Haishur and didn't go to Paris, and Mr. Chi got sick without anyone to take care of him. This time Mr. Lang told me to stick with Mr. Chi all the time. By the way, Mr. Chi is also on this flight, in first class. Sheng Wenin blinked. Chi Si is joining this episode too? The assistant blurted out, of course, why wouldn't he? Sheng Wenin was puzzled. She remembered hearing that Chi Si was only filling in for the sick Mr. Wang for one episode. Why was he participating again? Miss Sheng, do you want to switch seats with me? Sure, you can sit here. The assistant immediately moved aside, giving Sheng Wenin his seat and eagerly asked, do you want to go to first class and say hi to Mr. Chi? He'll be happy to see you. What's there to be happy about? Sheng Wenin frowned and sat down, her tone indifferent. He's not an emperor. Do I have to worship him? The assistant was taken aback and stuck out his tongue, not daring to speak further seeing her fierce demeanor. Qin, observing from the side, laughed. So you're Chi, the actor's assistant. Come, sit here. On the 13-hour flight, Sheng Wenin ate the in-flight meal and then fell asleep under a blanket. When she woke up, she groggily walked to the bathroom. After washing her face, she bumped into someone as she stepped out. The person was a man taller than her. Still sleepy, Sheng Wenin mumbled, sorry, and moved aside. Suddenly, the plane hit turbulence, shaking slightly. Sheng Wenin stumbled, almost falling. In a critical moment, the man beside her caught her arm, steadying her. Careful, a deep and familiar voice reached her ears. The turbulence lasted only a moment, and the plane soon stabilized. Sheng Wenin looked up in surprise to see Chi Si standing beside her. What are you doing here? She blurted out. Chi Si, seeing she was steady, withdrew his hand and said, the first-class bathroom was occupied. It was clear he already knew from his assistant that Sheng Wenin was on this flight, so he wasn't surprised to see her. So you came to use the economy-class bathroom? Sheng Wenin didn't say more and stepped aside to let him in. Chi Si entered the bathroom, closing the thin door behind him. The cabin was dim, with most passengers asleep. Sheng Wenin returned to her seat and noticed Chi Si, wearing a black coat, had already left the bathroom and was heading back to first class. She wondered if he had just washed his hands. Pulling the blanket over herself, Sheng Wenin went back to sleep. The plane landed in New York at noon. In the airport hall, Feng Xiaoxiao, Dulan, and Shi Yan were already there. Seeing Sheng Wenin, Dulan waved with a smile. Sheng Wenin walked over, and the three noticed Qin behind her. Well, senior brother. Feng Xiaoxiao jumped up excitedly and ran over, linking her arm with Qin's. The production team said there would be a guest this time. Is it you? Qin smiled broadly and naturally put his arm around Feng Xiaoxiao's shoulders, ruffling her hair. Who else could it be? Not happy to see me. Of course we're happy. Feng Xiaoxiao was visibly excited and introduced him to Dulan and Shi Yan. Within 3 minutes, the three were all standing with Qin, leaving Sheng Wenin alone. The production team then started the live stream. The comment section exploded. They're here, fresh and live. It's Qin. Go Qin. With Qin, this episode will definitely be more exciting. It seemed everyone liked Qin very much. Are we still waiting for Cheng Feng and Mr. Wang? Dulan looked around and asked the production team. A staff member explained with a hint of helplessness. Cheng Feng's flight won't arrive until tonight. As for the last guest, Before he could finish, he pointed suddenly. He's here. Everyone turned to look and saw a familiar figure emerging from the security check. Chi Si. The scene erupted in excitement, and even the live chat exploded. Wow, it's Mr. Chi. Both Anzai and Chi the actor are here. Double the joy. Anzai is a fan of Mr. Chi. This is a dream come true for fans. I came here just for Chi the actor. Someone said he wouldn't be in this episode. Who made up that rumor? The person before is probably not spreading rumors. It's said that Mr. Wang hasn't fully recovered after being discharged from the hospital and can't participate in the show, so Chi the actor might fill in for a couple of episodes. Cherish these moments, Chi the actor, please notice me. Chi Si walked over slowly with his luggage. Shi Yan and Dulan warmly greeted him with a handshake. When Qin extended his hand as well, Chi Si casually retracted his and turned to Shi Yan asking, am I late? Qin was taken aback, but no one else seemed to notice the awkward moment. After all, neither Feng Xiaoxiao nor Sheng Wenin had shaken hands either. No, we're just getting started, Shi Yan replied. The production team then announced the rules for the second episode. Still a budget of 100 travel funds, staying for 3 days, and visiting 5 attractions. Feng Xiaoxiao immediately questioned, but there are 7 of us this time. Why is the budget even less? She quickly did the math, realizing that $100 is about 600 yuan, and €100 is about 700 yuan, indeed a lot less. The production team was unmoved. rules are rules. Unless you want to send the guest away. Wow, you guys are harsh, Feng Xiaoxiao complained, her gaze involuntarily shifting to Sheng Wenin. The others also glanced at her. Sheng Wenin gave everyone a cold look, a sarcastic smile forming on her lips. Now you remember me? Need me when there's trouble but forget me when there isn't. Dulon couldn't help but laugh and patted Sheng Wenin on the shoulder. Qin is new, so we naturally show him more enthusiasm. Are you getting jealous? Who's got time for jealousy? Sheng Wenin replied expressionlessly, walking up to the production team to get the money. She then dragged her suitcase and walked out. The others followed obediently. Qin and Feng Xiaoxiao walked at the back. Qin asked in a low voice, I thought the role of the butler was to take care of our meals and accommodations, not to lead us. Feng Xiaoxiao quickly hushed him, lowering her voice to ensure Sheng Wenin didn't hear. Don't say that in front of her or she'll explode. Qin raised an eyebrow. I heard she's pretty fierce? Fierce? She's a tyrant. Like a ruthless killer. Feng Xiaoxiao exaggerated, then warned, just don't mess with her. If you do, you'll regret it. Didn't you watch the last episode? Qin shook his head with a smile. I've been pretty busy lately. I get it, you've been really popular recently, Feng Xiaoxiao nodded, just don't provoke her. She's very petty and will retaliate. Qin smiled but said nothing, clearly not taking it seriously. He thought, retaliate during a live broadcast? He didn't believe Sheng Wenin would dare. They were taken to a bus stop and soon boarded a bus. After several transfers, Feng Xiaoxiao was dizzy. How many more transfers do we have to make? Sheng Wenin replied expressionlessly. Just follow along. Why so many questions? Qin raised an eyebrow, surprised at Sheng Wenin's blunt attitude toward Feng Xiaoxiao in front of the live camera. Just as the rumors suggested, she was indeed tough. Qin didn't know much about Sheng Wenin, only that his agent mentioned she was very beautiful but had a lot of scandals and was quite wild. This suited him perfectly. His schedule had been hectic, and he hadn't had time to unwind. Coming as a guest, he saw it as a mini vacation, a chance to relax and maybe flirt a little. He didn't believe he couldn't win over Sheng Wenin. She was a scandal-ridden minor celebrity, while he was a rising star. Women were lining up to get into his bed. If it weren't for his strict agent, he wouldn't have been so restrained. As he thought about it, he occasionally glanced at Sheng Wenin sitting ahead of him, a smirk forming on his lips. But he didn't notice the pair of dark eyes behind him, watching him coldly. After an hour and a half of bus rides, they finally arrived at a nondescript, somewhat secluded hostel. The hostel was cheap, costing only $15 for 2 rooms. It was reasonably clean, with 1 room for the men and 1 for the women. It was still early, and after dropping off their luggage, Sheng Wenin announced, We'll visit a tourist spot this afternoon. Though everyone felt a bit tired, no one objected. Sheng Wenin was intensely focused on her phone while on the bus, planning the itinerary for the next 3 days. Upon reaching their destination, everyone gathered downstairs except for Qin, who was noticeably absent. Growing impatient, Sheng Wenin decided to go upstairs to check on him. I'm going to take a look, she said, heading towards the elevator. Qi, who had been sitting on a sofa in the lobby, stood up with a frown upon hearing this. Shi Yan, curious, asked, Mr. Qi, where are you going? Forgot my phone, Qi replied casually, walking quickly towards the elevator. However, the elevator Sheng Wenin took was already ascending. Sheng Wenin arrived at the door of the boys' room and knocked lightly. The door quickly opened to reveal Qin, who was only wearing his underwear. There were no live stream cameras in the hallway, only in the lobby downstairs. Sheng Wenin frowned at the nearly naked Qin, her tone icy. Everyone's here. What are you doing? Qin, flaunting his 4-pack abs with a cocky smile, glanced around to ensure the hallway was empty. He suddenly grabbed Sheng Wenin's arm and pulled her into the room. Meanwhile, Qi exited the elevator to find the hallway deserted. He approached the boys' room and knocked gently but received no response. Qi frowned, unsure if Sheng Wenin was inside. Inside the room, Qin ignored the knocking from outside and easily pinned Sheng Wenin against the door. With one hand braced beside her and the other attempting to caress her chin, his intense presence enveloped her. Sheng Wenin turned her head away, giving him a cold look. Are you looking for trouble? Qin, unfazed, laughed out loud. His roguish face carried a lewd expression. Don't pretend. I think you look pretty good. How about we have some fun together? Fun. Sheng Wenin looked at Qin, a sudden smile curling her lips. If I'm not mistaken, you want to play some adult games with me, right? Adult games. Qin laughed even harder, his voice growing more seductive as he saw her playing along. Yeah, I want to play some games with you. Sheng Wenin's eyes curved into a smile as she softly responded. All right then. Qi knocked on the door for over a minute, but there was no response. Just as he was about to call Shi Yan for answers, the door suddenly opened. Sheng Wenin emerged, looking disheveled and quite different from her composed self downstairs. Her jacket was draped over her arm, and the top 2 buttons of her white blouse were undone, revealing her fair collarbone. What surprised him even more was the unnatural flush on her usually cool face. Qi Si's expression darkened instantly. He tried to peer into the room past Sheng Wenin, but she blocked the doorway, vaguely explaining that Qinan wasn't feeling well and couldn't join them. As she turned to close the door, Qi Si swiftly held it open, staring coldly at her. Sheng Wenin swallowed nervously and tried to keep her composure. "What do you think you're doing?" she asked. Qi Si's gaze lingered on her open neckline, where he could see a hint of cleavage. His voice was icy as he demanded, "Do you understand what it means to work? Mixing personal matters with work during office hours, sis, this how you usually conduct yourself?" Embarrassed by his blunt accusation, Sheng Wenin bit her lip and muttered, "I was wrong, okay? Let's just go downstairs." But Qi Si didn't let go, instead asking, "Where is he?" Annoyed, Sheng Wenin snapped, "I told you, he's not feeling well. What do you want?" Qi Si sneered, his face like ice. "Then I'll ask him personally what's wrong." With that, he pushed past her into the room. The room was a mess. Qi Si stood at the doorway, his eyes fixed on the naked, injured man on the floor, who was bleeding from the head. Qinan was unconscious, his breathing weak, and his arms twisted in an unnatural position. Seeing that the situation had been exposed, Sheng Wenin tried to flee, but Qi Si grabbed her by the collar and dragged her out. His expression was complicated as he asked, "What happened here?" Sheng Wenin, defiant, loudly defended herself. "He started it. He wanted to play adult games, so I used Israeli military combat techniques for a grown-up collision game. It's not my fault he couldn't take it and hit his head. The blood isn't my doing. I just broke both his arms." Noticing Qi Si's glare, she added sheepishly, "Okay, and his legs too." Qi Si said nothing, so Sheng Wenin quickly offered, "I can reattach his arms, no problem." She walked back into the room, grabbed Qinan's arm and pulled. He woke up in pain, thrashing about. Sheng Wenin pinned him down with a foot on his chest and, with a series of 4 cracking sounds, manipulated his limbs. Whether they were properly set or not, Qinan passed out again from the pain. Sheng Wenin stood up, adjusting her open collar due to the heat. She looked at Qi Si and asked, "Is that better now?" Qi Si rubbed his temples, closing his eyes. "Just go downstairs," he said. Sheng Wenin cautiously asked, "What about you?" Qi Si glanced at her, and she quickly made her exit. "I'll wait for you downstairs," she said. Qi Si sighed, walking over to the unconscious Qinan and giving him a couple of kicks. Qinan groggily came to, and seeing Qi Si standing over him, he remembered what had happened and angrily demanded, "Where's that bitch?" Qi Si's eyes darkened as he pulled up a chair and sat beside him. Downstairs, Sheng Wenin returned alone, and everyone asked what had happened. Rarely flustered, she vaguely replied that they'd be down soon. Shi Yan, concerned, offered to go check, but Sheng Wenin quickly stopped him. After a while, only Qi Si came downstairs. Feng Xiaoxiao immediately asked, "Ji Hangdi, where's my senior brother?" Qi Si calmly replied that Qinan wasn't feeling well and needed to rest. Sheng Wenin quickly added that it might be jet lag and suggested they head out directly. On the bus, Sheng Wenin, usually a loner, surprisingly sat next to Qi Si and whispered, "How is he?" Qi Si glanced at her. "He's fine," he said. Sheng Wenin's eyes widened in surprise. "What? He's fine after that? Was I really that gentle?" she asked. Qi Si looked at her wearily. "Were you hoping you'd killed him?" Sheng Wenin quickly shook her head. Qi Si, massaging his temples, heard Sheng Wenin mumble, "Looks like my combat skills have gotten rusty. I'll find another chance to play a game with him and test it out." Qi Si felt his headache worsen at her words. By the time they returned from sightseeing, night had already fallen over the city. Sheng Wenin hastily prepared some cheap burgers to feed the guests and sent them on their way. Upon returning to her lodging, she opened the door and was momentarily taken aback by the scene before her. Qinan was lying on the bed, his head wrapped in a white bandage, and his face ashen, clearly having encountered some misfortune. Feng Xiaoxiao gasped at the sight and rushed forward, exclaiming, "Senior brother, what happened to you?" She anxiously inquired. Qinan's gaze bypassed the crowd and landed directly on Sheng Wenin before shifting to Qi Si standing nearby. Recalling what Qi Si had said earlier, he gritted his teeth and, suppressing his anger, said, "I slipped in the bathroom. How could you be so careless?" Feng Xiaoxiao tenderly touched Qinan's head, her face full of concern. Qinan's injury undoubtedly cast a shadow over the previously lively atmosphere of the show. The chat was filled with messages of concern for Qinan. As night deepened, Yi Chengfeng arrived late to join the group. He intended to use the opportunity to get closer to Qinan, but, seeing the severity of Qinan's injuries and his gloomy expression, wisely decided against it. At that moment, Yi Chengfeng noticed Sheng Wenin passing through the hallway. He suddenly remembered a call from Sheng Qingqing a few days ago, where she complained about Sheng Wenin's abusive behavior towards her and her mother. With this in mind, Yi Chengfeng immediately got up to follow Sheng Wenin, intending to have a serious talk with her. However, when he stepped outside, he saw that Sheng Wenin was not alone but accompanied by Dulan. Seeing this, Yi Chengfeng reluctantly returned to his room. Back in his room, as Yi Chengfeng was about to pack his things, Qinan, who had never been particularly friendly towards him, suddenly spoke up. Chengfeng, was that the housekeeper's sister outside just now? Yi Chengfeng's heart skipped a beat, fearing his intentions of following Sheng Wenin would be discovered. He quickly explained, yes, but I thought it was brother Sure. I wanted to borrow a razor from him, but I got it wrong. Qinan raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Yi Chengfeng thoughtfully. In terms of social skills, Qinan was confident that even 5 Yi Chengfengs couldn't match him. Having navigated the entertainment industry for years, while Yi Chengfeng was just a newcomer, Qinan wondered if there was some undisclosed relationship between Sheng Wenin and Yi Chengfeng. He silently vowed not to let today's incident slide. As the night deepened, Sheng Wenin went downstairs to the front desk to inquire about the local bus schedule for the next day. On her way back, she ran into Feng Xiaoxiao carrying a hot water kettle. This kettle seems to be broken, Feng Xiaoxiao said as soon as she saw Sheng Wenin. Sheng Wenin glanced at it and replied indifferently, it was fine before. It's not from our room, it's from the boys' room, Feng Xiaoxiao explained. I noticed it while getting water for senior brother. Can you come with me to tell the front desk? Sheng Wenin, uninterested, walked away, leaving behind, do it yourself? Feng Xiaoxiao stomped her foot in frustration, complaining, you're the housekeeper. Sheng Wenin ignored her and went straight back to her room. Left with no choice, Feng Xiaoxiao went downstairs alone, with the cameraman silently filming. When she reached the first floor, facing the polite smile of the receptionist, Feng Xiaoxiao felt at a loss for words. The chat exploded. Does Feng Xiaoxiao not know English? Not knowing English is normal. Not everyone is good at it. Sheng Wenin is so mean. She knows Feng Xiaoxiao can't speak English. Why not help her? Come on, how would Sheng Wenin know she can't speak English if Feng Xiaoxiao never said anything? Wow, Sheng Wenin already has fans defending her? Have you forgotten all the dirt on her? If you can stand a girl with such a personality, it says a lot about you. Seriously, personal attacks now? I wasn't a fan of Sheng Wenin, but I appreciate her straightforwardness. Now I'm a fan. Deal with it. Go, Sheng Wenin. Show these sensitive people what's up. While the chat was in an uproar, Sheng Wenin remained oblivious. After organizing the items for the next day's trip, she realized half an hour had passed, and Feng Xiaoxiao had not returned. Where's Feng Xiaoxiao? She asked Dulan, who had just finished his shower. Dulan, wiping his face, replied, haven't seen her. Maybe she's taking care of Xiaoqin. Frowning, Sheng Wenin got up and walked out. At the door of the boys' room, she knocked lightly. Yi Chengfeng opened the door, his eyes lighting up as he saw her. Lowering his voice, he asked, looking for me? Ignoring him, Sheng Wenin looked past him and directly asked Shi Yan inside, brother Shi, have you seen Feng Xiaoxiao? Shi Yan, folding clothes, looked up and replied, Xiaoxiao brought over a new kettle and then left. Sheng Wenin frowned, scanning the room. She saw Qi Si standing on the balcony, talking on the phone. Noticing her gaze, Qi Si leaned against the railing, looking back at her. Sheng Wenin quickly averted her eyes, not seeing Qinan. Got it, she said and turned to leave. The cameraman in the hallway kept filming her, and a thought suddenly crossed Sheng Wenin's mind. She remembered that this was the same cameraman who had been following Feng Xiaoxiao earlier, so she asked, have you seen Feng Xiaoxiao? The cameraman shook his head and explained, Feng Xiaoxiao told me not to follow her, so I stopped. Even though this is a reality show, we still have to respect the guests' wishes. If they explicitly say they don't want to be filmed, we won't force it. Sheng Wenin frowned, thinking that someone as grown as Feng Xiaoxiao couldn't possibly get lost. She eventually returned to her room. Time ticked by, and another hour passed. Dulan had already fallen asleep, but Feng Xiaoxiao was still nowhere to be seen. It wasn't until after 1 a.m. that the door quietly opened. Feng Xiaoxiao walked in with a smile on her face, tiptoeing. Sheng Wenin sat on the bed, her eyes fixed on her. Feng Xiaoxiao turned on the light and, seeing Sheng Wenin still awake, rolled her eyes and went straight into the bathroom. When Feng Xiaoxiao came out, Sheng Wenin casually asked, where did you go? Feng Xiaoxiao glared at her and snapped, what's it to you? Sheng Wenin let out a cold laugh, pulled up her blanket, and decided to ignore her. The next day, Qinan's injury had improved enough for him to join everyone. He wore a hat to slightly cover the bandage on his forehead. As Sheng Wenin went downstairs, she happened to see Feng Xiaoxiao and Qinan squeezed together. Qinan was sitting on the couch, talking to Feng Xiaoxiao. She had her head down, a sweet smile on her face, and kept leaning towards him. This scene immediately triggered a strong reaction from the live stream audience. What's Feng Xiaoxiao doing? Has she no spine? Can she stop leaning on Mayan? This girl is toxic. Even if they're senior and junior, they're not siblings. Can they keep some distance? Feng Xiaoxiao seems so fake. Being a popular star, Qinan had many fans, and the live stream was quickly flooded with comments criticizing Feng Xiaoxiao. Sheng Wenin walked over and, as usual, handed a mask to Qi Si, preparing to take everyone to the bus stop. Just then, Feng Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke up, "Give my senior brother a mask too." Sheng Wenin glanced at Qin and noticed he was looking at Feng Xiaoxiao with a doting expression. She scoffed and asked, "Does he need one?" Feng Xiaoxiao immediately bristled, speaking rapidly. "Do you know how famous my senior brother is now? You wouldn't understand how annoying it is for a big star to be constantly recognized by strangers because you were never popular." Her words were so fast and abrupt that a heavy silence fell over the room. Feng Xiaoxiao couldn't hold back any longer. She stood up to speak for Qin and, challenging Sheng Wenin's authority. This scene thrilled the audience, with the live chat filled with support for Feng Xiaoxiao and dissatisfaction with Sheng Wenin. "Why won't you give him a mask?" Feng Xiaoxiao demanded, her eyes flashing with anger. "Do you know how many Western fans it has? You're so narrow-minded." Dulan immediately stepped in to stop her. "Xiaoxiao, don't talk nonsense," she scolded sternly, her brows furrowed. Dulan knew Feng Xiaoxiao had always harbored resentment towards Sheng Wenin, but this was the first time she had openly challenged her, and it surprised Dulan even more that it was for Qin and not herself. Dulan glanced over at Qin on the sofa and saw a helpless smile on his face. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about Qin's demeanor today. Sensing trouble, Shi Yan quickly tried to mediate. Sheng Wenin's cold gaze swept over Feng Xiaoxiao before she pulled a mask from her bag and slowly handed it over. "Why didn't you give it earlier?" Feng Xiaoxiao muttered, stepping forward to take the mask. However, Sheng Wenin suddenly pulled her hand back. Feng Xiaoxiao grabbed at the air and was immediately furious. "Are you playing games with me?" Sheng Wenin looked coldly at Qin and sneered. "Are your legs broken? Or are your hands? Can't you come and get it yourself?" Qin put on an innocent and aggrieved expression, quietly looking at Sheng Wenin as if he didn't understand what was happening. This scene once again sparked the audience's discontent, with the live chat filled with criticism of Sheng Wenin and sympathy for Qin. Feng Xiaoxiao, echoing the sentiments of the audience, couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "I just like helping my senior brother. Is that any of your business? Are you giving me the mask or not?" Sheng Wenin glanced at Feng Xiaoxiao impatiently before finally tossing the mask to her. Feng Xiaoxiao eagerly took the mask and hurried back to Qin, handing it to him. Qin thanked her gently, making Feng Xiaoxiao blush and her heart race. Soon after, the group boarded a bus. Sheng Wenin sat alone in the back row, and Qi joined her shortly after. As the bus started, Qi suddenly asked, "Do you know where Feng Xiaoxiao went last night?" Sheng Wenin was taken aback and turned to look at him. "He took her to the back stairs," Qi said, his dark eyes glancing at Qin, who was the he in question. Sheng Wenin frowned and mocked. "A woman in love really has no brains." Qi chuckled softly. "What's so funny?" Sheng Wenin asked, puzzled. "I just don't think it's love," Qi said, his words carrying a deeper meaning. Sheng Wenin recalled Qin's flirtatious behavior from the previous day and stared at the back of Feng Xiaoxiao's head for a long time before looking away. "It's none of my business," she said. Qi glanced at her but said nothing more. The day's itinerary was fairly pleasant, except for Feng Xiaoxiao occasionally asking Sheng Wenin for money. The others lightened the mood with jokes. However, back at their accommodation, Feng Xiaoxiao suddenly announced, "I want to be the leader tomorrow." Sheng Wenin, who was calculating the remaining budget, looked up. Dulan turned to dissuade her. "Xiaoxiao, don't be ridiculous." "I'm not being ridiculous," Feng Xiaoxiao retorted. "Why should she be the leader? I can treat her as an equal, but why must she be the leader? We can't even eat what we like because she insists on cheap food. Where's the fun in this trip? Especially since my senior brother hit his head and isn't feeling well, yet she makes us take buses and transfers that make him dizzy. How much does that save? It made my senior brother feel unwell. I don't care, I want to be the leader tomorrow. If not, give us our money and we'll go on our own." Dulan's expression grew more serious. "Xiaoxiao, this is not a joke. You don't speak English. Even if you go alone. Blue sister, why do you always side with her?" Feng Xiaoxiao interrupted. "We're supposed to be the closest, but you're always speaking up for Sheng Wenin. Have you ever cared about me?" Dulan stood up. "I care about you, which is why I'm advising you." "I don't need your advice," Feng Xiaoxiao said passionately. "I'm here to travel, not to be drilled by a coach. If you can't accept me, let the show replace me with someone else." Feng Xiaoxiao. Dulan was genuinely angry this time. Sheng Wenin stood up, stopping Dulan, and looked at Feng Xiaoxiao. "You want to be the leader?" "Yes." Feng Xiaoxiao no longer feared Sheng Wenin and raised her chin defiantly. "Fine." Sheng Wenin handed her the money. "Wenin, don't take it seriously," Dulan tried to stop her. But Feng Xiaoxiao grabbed the money, counted it, and announced, "Tomorrow, everyone can sleep in until 10. We'll start in the afternoon. Unlike some people, I won't make everyone get up early. We're here to have fun, and I respect everyone's sleep quality." Sheng Wenin snorted and lazily nodded. "Whatever." Feng Xiaoxiao took the money and ran to the boys' room to share the good news. As soon as Feng Xiaoxiao left, Dulan grabbed Sheng Wenin, looking bitter. She's just a young girl. Don't be mad. The more Dulan spent time with Sheng Wenin, the more she appreciated her strong organizational and leadership skills. In this group of diverse personalities, only Sheng Wenin could keep things on track and ensure the show ran smoothly. Dulan didn't understand Feng Xiaoxiao's sudden behavior, but knew they couldn't afford to offend Sheng Wenin. I'm not mad, Sheng Wenin said calmly. If she wants to play, let her play. It doesn't matter to me. With that, she picked up her towel and toothbrush and went to the bathroom to freshen up, as if the matter didn't bother her at all. Dulan stood outside the bathroom door and sighed heavily. Meanwhile, the live chat continued to buzz. Some viewers recalled a previous incident with Yi Chengfeng and worried Feng Xiaoxiao might repeat the same mistake. Others questioned how someone who didn't speak English could lead a trip in New York. But most expressed sympathy and support for Qin, feeling he had been treated unfairly as a guest on the show. Sheng Wenin stepped out of the bathroom after her shower and found the room empty. She shrugged, not wanting to think too much about it, dried her hair, and went straight to bed. A little while later, Feng Xiaoxiao and Dulan returned. Dulan noticed Sheng Wenin was already asleep and made an effort to walk quietly. However, Feng Xiaoxiao didn't seem to care and slammed the doors shut with a loud bang. Dulan whispered, Wenin is sleeping. Feng Xiaoxiao, unconcerned, replied loudly, everyone's having a meeting next door, and she's throwing a tantrum by sleeping alone. She doesn't respect me, so why should I respect her? Dulan frowned and said, she was in the shower. Maybe she didn't hear you calling her. I said I'd ask her to join us when we got back, but you wouldn't let me. I was in a meeting, and with you gone, how could those guys listen to me? Feng Xiaoxiao complained. Dulan, exasperated, said, all right, keep it down and go to sleep. Sheng Wenin wasn't actually asleep. She was just lying quietly under the covers. After a while, the room went dark, and she heard Dulan lie down as well. Moments later, the door opened again. Sheng Wenin peeked and saw that Feng Xiaoxiao's bed was empty. A few minutes later, Feng Xiaoxiao returned, seemingly in a much better mood. The next morning at 7, Sheng Wenin got up to find her roommate still asleep. After washing up, she left the room and happened to see a tall figure in a black jacket emerging from the boys' room next door. It was Qi. The cameraman in the hallway immediately picked up his equipment and followed. With his hands in his coat pockets, Qi looked at Sheng Wenin and asked, breakfast? Sheng Wenin nodded. You too? Yeah, the man replied, pressing the elevator button. They rode the elevator down to the first-floor Western restaurant, which offered free sandwiches. Grabbing their sandwiches and coffee, they sat by the window to eat. The cameraman silently filmed the scene, two strikingly good-looking people, the aroma of coffee in the air, pedestrians hurrying outside, and the bustling city coming to life. The live stream chat exploded. Just opened the stream and already saw this gorgeous scene. Took a screenshot. Better than overly edited fashion shoots. Saving this as my wallpaper. Sheng Wenin is really beautiful. The only woman who can stand next to actor Qi and not look out of place. I agree. Seeing them together, the word perfect keeps flashing in my mind. However, Qi's fans were not pleased. If you don't want your eyes, donate them to someone who does. How are they a good match? Should I dig up the posts exposing Sheng Wenin's scandals and shove them in your face? Our idol isn't this low. After breakfast, Sheng Wenin didn't return to her room but left the hotel directly. After walking a few steps, she felt someone behind her. Turning around, she saw that Qi had followed her out. The two wandered around in sync and soon arrived at a watch shop that had just opened. The shop owner, a middle-aged man with a slight bald spot, greeted them in English. Sheng Wenin responded politely and was captivated by a pyramid-shaped clock in the display window. The owner enthusiastically introduced it, saying it was priced at $300. Sheng Wenin smiled bitterly and shook her head. Not only was she not allowed to use personal funds on the show, but even if she could, she only had less than 2,000 yuan borrowed from Gong Mei. Do you like it? Qi suddenly asked. Sheng Wenin's eyes were still glued to the clock, but she shook her head and said, it's all right. Qi looked at her thoughtfully. After wandering around the hotel vicinity, they passed by the watch shop again, and Sheng Wenin was surprised to find the pyramid clock was gone. Did it sell already? Business is really good, she said, looking disappointed. Qi glanced at her and said, if you liked it, why didn't you reserve it earlier? With what money? Sheng Wenin looked at Qi as if he were a rich man from another world. Reserve it and buy it after the show ends. Qi was speechless. At 11 in the morning, the others finally started waking up. Feng Xiaoxiao, after putting on her makeup, rushed to see Qin. At that moment, Qin was having his bandages changed by the crew doctor. As the wound was bleeding, the cameraman only filmed his handsome profile with his eyes closed in pain. The comments section was quickly flooded with messages of sympathy. To show her concern, Feng Xiaoxiao specially ordered a luxurious breakfast for Qin, costing $30. During lunch, Feng Xiaoxiao suddenly announced, this afternoon we're renting a car to go to the scenic area. Rent a car. All eyes instantly focused on Feng Xiaoxiao. Dulan frowned. Isn't that too expensive? Feng Xiaoxiao quickly explained. It's not expensive. I arranged it through the hotel. Since we're guests, we get a discount. It's only $12 including pickup and drop-off. This was clearly inspired by Sheng Wenin's method from the last episode, where she found convenient services through the hotel. Dulon quietly leaned over to Sheng Wenin and asked in a low voice, how much would the bus fare be for a round trip? $2. Sheng Wenin replied succinctly. Dulan's heart sank. That's just a fraction of the cost. Though it pained her, she had already agreed to let Feng Xiaoxiao lead, so she had to accept it. The rest of the day went relatively smoothly, though Feng Xiaoxiao's special attention to Qinan made some of the others slightly uncomfortable. Given Qinan's injury, however, no one said anything. As night fell and they returned to the hotel, it was time to pay for the next day's room charges. Dulon accompanied Feng Xiaoxiao, whose English was poor, to the front desk. However, Feng Xiaoxiao couldn't find her wallet after searching her pockets. What's wrong? Dulon asked, frowning. Feng Xiaoxiao's face turned pale. I might have left it upstairs. Wait here, Lanjia. She rushed to the elevator. Sheng Wenin had just finished her shower when she saw Feng Xiaoxiao turning the room upside down. What are you doing? She asked sternly. Feng Xiaoxiao, her face flushed with anxiety, replied, I can't find my wallet. Have you seen it? Sheng Wenin frowned. Wasn't it in the black backpack? I looked, but it's not there. Feng Xiaoxiao bit her lip. Can you help me find it? I really can't find it. Sheng Wenin hesitated for a moment before bending down to help search. After nearly 20 minutes had passed and Feng Xiaoxiao hadn't returned, Dulon decided to go upstairs to check. She found everyone crowded around the girls' room, searching for something. What's going on? Dulon asked. Shi Yan, looking grim, replied, Xiaoxiao can't find her wallet. Lost money. Dulon blurted out. Her words seemed to pierce the last layer of pretense, plunging the room into silence. Feng Xiaoxiao, who had been rummaging through a suitcase on the floor, suddenly burst into tears. Dulon hurried over to comfort her. Through sobs, Feng Xiaoxiao said, I don't know where I put it. I remember putting it in my bag. Yi Chengfeng suddenly spoke up, I remember now. When Qin Ge said he was thirsty and you went to buy drinks, you might have left your wallet on the counter. Hearing this, Feng Xiaoxiao immediately stood up and rushed out of the room. Dulon and Shi Yan followed closely, worried about her safety. The remaining group members fell into silence. Yi Chengfeng and Qin left one after another, leaving Qi Si lounging lazily by the balcony door, glancing at Sheng Wenin, who was sitting on the bed. If the wallet isn't found, what will you do? Qi Si asked indifferently. Sheng Wenin glanced at him. She's the one who wanted to lead. If the wallet is lost, it's her problem, not mine. Over an hour later, Feng Xiaoxiao returned with Dulon and Shi Yan, but the wallet was still missing. Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes were swollen from crying. Shortly after, Feng Xiaoxiao's phone rang. She answered and then told Dulon, Lanjia, I need to go out for a bit. Is it the show crew? Dulon asked, hoping they could help resolve the situation. Feng Xiaoxiao nodded vaguely and left. Feeling somewhat relieved, Dulon went to take a shower. Sheng Wenin, unable to sleep, eventually got up and left the room. She doubted Feng Xiaoxiao's ability to negotiate successfully with the show crew. As she passed the emergency stairwell, she suddenly heard a woman's cry from inside. She froze, turning to look at the door. Senior, don't do this. Let go of me, Senior. Don't be afraid, sweetheart. There's no one here. Senior, no. No. Don't. Sheng Wenin's eyes narrowed. Just as she was about to push the door open, someone grabbed her wrist. She turned to see Qi Si standing behind her. The door to the boys' room was open, light spilling out. Senior. Feng Xiaoxiao's cries turned into muffled sobs, as if someone had covered her mouth. Sheng Wenin glared at Qi Si. Let go. Qi Si retorted, didn't you say it's not your problem? Sheng Wenin's face darkened. Are you hoping I won't intervene? What, have you done the same thing as Qinan? Ignoring Qi Si's instant scowl, she kicked the stairwell door open. Bang! A loud noise came from outside the room. Shi Yan and Yi Chengfeng exchanged glances in the boys' room and immediately got up to investigate. As soon as they stepped out, they saw Qi Si frowning at the stairwell across the hall. Shi Yan walked over suspiciously, and suddenly, a body flew out of the stairwell, landing heavily at his feet. What the heck? Shi Yan exclaimed, quickly stepping back. Before they could see who it was on the floor, Sheng Wenin emerged from the stairwell, rolling up her sleeves with a stern expression. She grabbed the person on the ground and punched him hard in the face, instantly causing a nosebleed. Shi Yan was stunned, and Yi Chengfeng was left gaping a short distance away. The cameraman, who had been slacking off, hurriedly ran over with the camera. As the lens focused, he recognized both the assailant and the victim. Qinan, what happened? What's going on? The cameraman shouted. It was midnight abroad, noon back home, the prime time for viewers to watch variety shows and dramas during lunch breaks. The live stream's viewership skyrocketed, with 150 million people witnessing Sheng Wenin's brutal attack on Qin too quickly for any censorship. Sheng Wenin delivered another punch, giving Qin a black eye. Wenin. Stop it, Sheng Wenin. Shi Yan, the tough guy, was the first to step in and pull her away. Qin lay on the carpet, barely conscious, coughing, his face covered in blood. The production team arrived, and the chief director nearly fainted on the spot. What on earth is going on, he roared. Someone asked, Director, should we cut the live feed? The comments flooded in. Don't cut it, don't cut it. The chief director seemed to hear the viewers' pleas and said sternly, it's too late to cut it now. Let it air. It'll serve as evidence. He turned to Sheng Wenin, who was being held back by Shi Yan, and demanded, Are you out of your mind? Sheng Wenin scoffed, lowered her hands, took off her jacket, and returned to the stairwell. Moments later, she came out holding a disheveled and sobbing Feng Xiaoxiao. Despite the jacket, everyone could see Feng Xiaoxiao's torn pants and the shredded fabric around her waist. The room fell into a dead silence, and the live stream went quiet too. Seeing the camera, Feng Xiaoxiao immediately buried herself in Sheng Wenin's arms, trembling all over. Sheng Wenin shot a glare at the cameraman, who quickly moved the camera away. Sheng Wenin led Feng Xiaoxiao back to the girls' room, and the sound of the door closing seemed to wake everyone up. The chief director glanced at Qin on the floor, silent for a long time, as if still processing everything. Dulan was the last to learn what had happened. After hearing the whole story, she went to turn on the camera in the girls' room. Though both rooms had cameras, the guests had control over them for privacy reasons. Dulan's action was to address the viewers' curiosity and clear Sheng Wenin's name. When the live stream connected to the girls' room, the viewership almost crashed the server, and the comments poured in like a tidal wave. It only calmed down a bit when Dulan started speaking. Tell us, what exactly did he do to you? Dulan asked. Wrapped in a blanket, Feng Xiaoxiao, her face streaked with tears, sobbed. He said he had something to tell me, so I went. He first comforted me, saying he'd help me talk to the producers about getting the money back. Then he started hugging me, trying to take off my pants. I told him to stop, but he covered my mouth. Alright, that's enough, Dulan interrupted, only wanting to give the viewers a gist of it. But Feng Xiaoxiao continued. Thank goodness Sheng Wenin came. She looked at Sheng Wenin with teary eyes. The comments exploded. Major scandal. I don't believe it and wouldn't do that. Seriously, and has any woman he wants. Why would he go for Feng Xiaoxiao? Feng Xiaoxiao used to be the top star at Baluan Company. Ever since Qin joined, all the resources went to him. It's reasonable to suspect this is Feng Xiaoxiao's revenge for the company's treatment. No wonder she was so nice to him before, just to lower his guard and slander him. Feng Xiaoxiao, you're a snake. The live stream was practically overrun by Qin's fans. Occasional questions from bystanders were drowned in the sea of insults. Dulan frowned and looked at Sheng Wenin. I heard you beat Qin until he spat blood. The comments turned their venom towards Sheng Wenin. Sheng Wenin, how dare you? Sheng Wenin calmly sat on the sofa. I just broke his nose. No blood spitting, just a nosebleed. Dulan's face darkened. You were too impulsive. I agree. I was too impulsive, Sheng Wenin nodded, her tone regretful. In the heat of the moment, my first instinct was to hit his face. If I had aimed for his abdomen, he really would have spat blood. Such a pity. Dulan, ? Sheng Wenin then glanced at Feng Xiaoxiao. How long are you going to keep crying? Feng Xiaoxiao looked at her sorrowfully. Sheng Wenin frowned. Cry any longer and I'll make you mute. Feng Xiaoxiao immediately covered her mouth, staring at her in fear. Sheng Wenin rubbed her temples and glared at Feng Xiaoxiao again. I really don't get it. What do you see in him? You treat him like a god. Feng Xiaoxiao meekly replied, he's handsome. Him? Handsome? Sheng Wenin scoffed. It's just a surgically enhanced face. Can't you see the scars under his cheekbones? If he's handsome, then Qi is a god. You'd be better off idolizing Qi. Isn't he good enough? Sheng Wenin's words sparked a heated discussion among the livestream audience. Some praised Qi charm, others questioned Qin's abilities, and many agreed with Sheng Wenin's sharp comments. Faced with these remarks, Sheng Wenin remained unfazed. She was long accustomed to being criticized. In the room, Sheng Wenin noticed the stunned expressions of Feng Xiaoxiao and Dulan. She frowned and asked, Did I say something wrong? Lanjia, you don't seriously think that loser Qin is handsome, do you? Dulan was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Sheng Wenin stood up, looked directly into Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes, and asked seriously, Do you want to call the police? Feng Xiaoxiao's face turned pale instantly. Sheng Wenin glanced at the camera and continued, Qin is more popular than you. In the live stream, there will be more people insulting you than sympathizing with you. They'll say that if you weren't dressed so provocatively, Qin wouldn't have acted inappropriately. That's classic victim blaming. She let out a cold laugh. These netizens, always quick to judge. I've been used to being criticized for so long that I can recite their lines with my eyes closed. I don't care, but if you don't want to be vilified, you'd better call your agent now and discuss whether to involve a credible institution. As soon as Sheng Wenin finished speaking, the room fell into a dead silence. Feng Xiaoxiao lowered her head in silence, and after a long pause, Dulan spoke. The company can't be relied on for this. She clearly knew about Bao Company's bad reputation. Dulan gently hugged Feng Xiaoxiao and looked at Sheng Wenin. How about letting her rest for the night? We can talk about it tomorrow. Tomorrow will be too late. Sheng Wenin glared at Feng Xiaoxiao. Seeing her pitiful look, she coldly said, the best time to handle a crisis is within the first hour. You can delay it if you want, but don't come crying to me later when you get criticized. A person like me, who's been vilified by the entire internet, can't save another person facing the same fate. After saying that, she sat back on the bed and ignored them. Feng Xiaoxiao and Dulan looked at her with a mixture of frustration and helplessness but remained silent. All night, Feng Xiaoxiao tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The next morning, she received a phone call, and her face turned extremely grim after listening. The production team held an emergency meeting. Qinan was sent to the hospital overnight, Yi Chengfeng lazily asked. So, is the show still on? Yes, the production team replied. Recording will continue as usual. Qinan won't participate for the next day. Whether Feng Xiaoxiao continues is up to her. All eyes turned to Feng Xiaoxiao, expecting her to quit. However, she announced with a sullen face, I'll continue. Everyone was shocked. Dulan asked incredulously, Xiaoxiao, are you really going to continue? Feng Xiaoxiao forced a bitter smile and held Dulan's hand. Lanjia, I have to. I'll explain later. Qi Si thoughtfully glanced at Feng Xiaoxiao and then at Sheng Wenin. They locked eyes for a moment before Qi Si quickly looked away. Shurian suddenly asked, what about the money we lost? Can the production team compensate us? The production team firmly refused. Of course not. The budget has already been allocated to you. Whether it's spent or lost is your own problem. Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes reddened with guilt as she looked at everyone. The production team reminded them, you have 10 minutes to check out. 10 minutes later, the 6 of them descended with their luggage. The elevator was filled with an awkward silence. Feng Xiaoxiao kept apologizing, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. No one blamed her and Shurian sighed, it's okay, things will work out eventually. But his words sounded rather hollow. In the live stream, viewers were buzzing with comments. Some thought Feng Xiaoxiao should quit, others questioned the production team's attitude, and many had inexplicable expectations for that woman, clearly referring to Sheng Wenin. When the elevator reached the first floor, Sheng Wenin was the first to step out, pushing her suitcase, with the others following closely behind. Standing at the hotel entrance, Sheng Wenin asked Feng Xiaoxiao calmly, leader, where to next? Feng Xiaoxiao burst into tears and cried out, stop. Sheng Wenin rubbed her arm, you're giving me goosebumps. Speak properly. Ninjia. Feng Xiaoxiao grabbed Sheng Wenin's sleeve. Please help me. Sheng Wenin pulled her sleeve back. How about you help me first by shutting your mouth? Feng Xiaoxiao hung her head, looking like a person burdened with guilt. After a moment, she suddenly looked up and said, you helped me last night. You even hugged me. Sheng Wenin said expressionlessly, please stop talking. I already regret it. I've taken 3 showers this morning and still feel dirty. What more do you want from me? Her voice trembled slightly, and her eyes were rimmed with red. Feng Xiaoxiao couldn't hold back any longer. She turned and threw herself into Dulan's arms, crying out loud. Dulan, at a loss, could only gently pat her back in an attempt to comfort her. Though Feng Xiaoxiao seemed to have put last night's events behind her, Dulan knew it was just a facade. Feng Xiaoxiao was merely suppressing her inner turmoil. Earlier, while packing, Feng Xiaoxiao had confided the latest developments to Dulan. Bao & Company had issued a statement, along with proof of Qinan's injuries. They had also mobilized numerous marketing accounts to spread favorable narratives. In short, they twisted the truth, claiming Feng Xiaoxiao had slandered Qinan out of unrequited love. Worse, they painted Sheng Wenin and Qi Si, the 2 eyewitnesses, as pawns manipulated by Feng Xiaoxiao. The statement caused an immediate uproar online. Although many netizens were skeptical, there was little they could do. Feng Xiaoxiao's failure to report the incident to the police the previous day gave Bao & Company an opening. They even went so far as to fabricate a series of damaging rumors about Feng Xiaoxiao, accusations of an abortion in high school, arson out of infatuation, and more. They depicted her as a deranged love maniac. The online discourse exploded. Some people, having seen Feng Xiaoxiao's distress last night, were outraged by Qinan's actions. However, others were swayed by the false information, beginning to believe it was all a drama orchestrated by Feng Xiaoxiao. Various anonymous high school classmates and elementary school classmates emerged, baselessly smearing her reputation. In just 7 hours, a flood of sympathetic comments for Qinan appeared online, portraying him as a victim of a lunatic. Initially, only Qinan's fans defended him, but gradually, some bystanders joined in. Their reasoning was, if one person says Feng Xiaoxiao is bad character, I don't believe it. But if so many people say it, there must be some truth to it. Thus, the uninformed were cleverly misled. Early this morning, Balloon Company called Feng Xiaoxiao with threats. They warned her that if she continued to pursue Qinin, her career would be doomed. Feng Xiaoxiao, although responding defiantly that she would rather quit the entertainment industry, was filled with regret and frustration. She realized that if she had followed Sheng Wenin's advice and reported to the police last night, the situation might be entirely different now. Feng Xiaoxiao knew that after this recording session, she would have to completely sever ties with Balloon Company and Qinin. Whether she could win this battle was uncertain, but one thing was clear. With 10 years left on her contract, her future in the entertainment industry was in jeopardy. Dulon, filled with pity, looked at the crying Feng Xiaoxiao in her arms. She softly suggested, "Let's find a place to sit." Standing at the hotel entrance like this isn't appropriate. The group walked forward in silence. Qi Si trailed behind, one hand in his coat pocket and the other pushing a suitcase, his expression cold since morning. Sheng Wenin couldn't help but glance back at Qi Si for the 6th time now. Seeing that he still ignored her, she stopped and waited for him to approach. However, as Qi Si walked past her, he showed no reaction. Determined, Sheng Wenin thickened her skin and sidled up to him. "Qi, she called softly, using a term of respect she rarely used, trying to be particularly ingratiating. Yet, Qi Si continued to ignore her. "Don't be mad," Sheng Wenin said cautiously. Qi Si moved a bit to the side, seemingly trying to distance himself from her. Undeterred, Sheng Wenin followed closely. "I was talking nonsense yesterday. The situation was too tense, and I just blurted it out. Please don't be angry." "I'm sorry." Qi Si finally looked at her, his tone tinged with sarcasm. "Talking nonsense? You sounded pretty sincere. How could that be?" Sheng Wenin awkwardly scratched her face. "That line about 'you just wish I wouldn't care' and saying you're like Qinin and did the same thing. I really just made that up. You're nothing like Qinin. You're a high mountain flower, and he's just a weed. How could he compare to you?" Seeing Qi Si still unmoved, Sheng Wenin added, "In that situation, you were pulling me, and I just lost my head." "You don't need to explain," Qi Si suddenly interrupted her. Sheng Wenin looked up at him, only to see Qi Si coldly say, "I don't care what you think." With that, he quickened his pace and walked ahead. Sheng Wenin followed behind, sighing helplessly. This person was really hard to appease. She hadn't meant it. Finally, everyone sat in a row on the bench at the bus stop. The atmosphere was heavy and silent. Suddenly, Sheng Wenin spoke up, "Let's rest for 3 minutes, then move on." Everyone looked at her in unison. This sudden leadership tone, did it mean she was taking charge again? Netizens began to discuss fervently. "I wonder what Qiyingdi and Sheng Wenin talked about back there. Doesn't seem like a pleasant conversation. Can Sheng Wenin stop pestering Qiyingdi? Some of you diehard fans of Qiyingdi, can you just shut up? They were just having a normal conversation. How does it turn into something dirty in your mouths?" Qiyingdi and Sheng Wenin probably have a decent relationship. They had breakfast together and went shopping yesterday morning. Just normal teammates. No need to be so sensitive. Look, Sheng Wenin is taking the lead again. I'm so excited. But they don't have a penny. How can she lead again? What about accommodation? Are they going to find another nearly bankrupt guest house to stay in? She's taking out her phone. Is she really going to? Probably not. There can't be that many bankrupt guest houses, and even if there are, they might not let them stay for free. 3 minutes later, Sheng Wenin hung up the phone and told everyone let's go. Everyone stood up and followed Sheng Wenin. Just then, a bus rolled up slowly. Without hesitation, Sheng Wenin was the first to board, leaving the others standing there, looking at each other in confusion. No fare, how could they get on? Were they going to ride for free? "Get on," Sheng Wenin urged with a frown. The others hesitated but eventually followed. On the bus, Sheng Wenin didn't insert any coins but simply showed a ticket to the driver. The driver nodded silently and watched them take their seats. Dulon cautiously leaned closer to Sheng Wenin and whispered, "How can we ride for free?" Her voice was filled with worry, afraid that the driver would find out they hadn't paid. Sheng Wenin replied calmly, "I bought the tickets on the first day." The others looked puzzled. "The first day?" Sheng Wenin glanced up slightly and explained, "You can buy bus tickets in advance abroad, so you don't have to pay each time. Considering we would be using the bus frequently, I compared the costs of renting a car versus the bus, plus the discount coupons from the in-flight magazine and special discounts for foreigners. I bought a 3-day pass as soon as we landed. I still have some left in my bag, enough to last us until tomorrow." Everyone exchanged glances, both surprised and impressed. An hour later, after several transfers, the 6 of them finally arrived in front of a villa. They all stared at Sheng Wenin, waiting for an explanation. Without saying much, Sheng Wenin walked straight to the door and rang the bell. Soon, a young couple came out to greet them, engaging in a lively conversation with Sheng Wenin in a foreign language. Feng Xiaoxiao asked quietly, "What's going on?" Dulon, who understood a bit, was still confused. She turned to Chi-Si. Chi, did you get what they're saying? Chi-Si responded indifferently. She's arranging for us to stay here. Stay here? Is that even allowed by the show? Yan asked in surprise. The enthusiastic villa owners led the group inside. The entryway was adorned with photos of the host's travels around the world and pictures of them with various people on different sofas. Sheng Wenin explained to everyone, they're couch surfers. It's a unique culture among travelers where people provide each other with places to stay and share travel experiences. I signed up for a couch surfing membership the last time I went to France, just in case. Yan, Feng Xiaoxiao, and Dulan simultaneously gave Sheng Wenin a thumbs up, expressing their admiration. By lunchtime, the gracious hosts had prepared a sumptuous meal. Feng Xiaoxiao tearfully said, Yinyanji is practically charming her way into getting us a meal. Dulan playfully tapped her on the head. Don't let her hear you say that, or she'll kill you. The gloomy atmosphere from the past day and night lightened up with this foreign lunch. In the afternoon, Sheng Wenin took a break alone in the back garden. Suddenly, she heard a noise nearby. Turning around, she saw Chi-Si standing there in a white shirt, one hand holding a phone and the other in his pocket, his gaze fixed on her. A cold wind blew, making Sheng Wenin shiver. She looked at Chi-Si. Aren't you cold? Chi-Si didn't answer and walked past her. Just as they were about to pass each other, Sheng Wenin grabbed his arm. The cold wind continued to blow mercilessly. Chi-Si stopped and looked down at Sheng Wenin, who barely reached his chest. His dark eyes lowered slightly as he asked calmly, What's the matter? Sure enough, the anger wasn't going away. Sheng Wenin sighed, slowly lowered her hand, and said helplessly, It's fine. The man withdrew his gaze, let out a cold laugh, and walked away. It was only after he entered the room and closed the back door that Sheng Wenin, frustrated, ran her hand through her hair. Her time spent with Chi-Si had changed her initial impression of him. She no longer found him as disagreeable as she once did. On the contrary, when everyone else was against her, Chi-Si, despite his aloof demeanor, had silently stood by her side multiple times. Sheng Wenin didn't know what Chi-Si was thinking, but to her, the high and mighty actor was actually quite easy to get along with. However, when he got angry, he truly lived up to his title as an actor. It was impossible to placate him. She admitted that what she said last night was indeed too harsh, but Chi-Si shouldn't be holding on to his anger for this long. Such a petty guy, she muttered. The cold wind was biting, and Sheng Wenin lost her desire to dawdle. She turned and ran back inside. Just as she opened the back door, she bumped into someone. Watch it, why are you always so reckless like a child? A familiar voice with a hint of amusement sounded in her ear. Sheng Wenin immediately looked up, her gaze turning cold as she saw Yi Ching-feng standing in the doorway with a mischievous smile on his handsome face. Wenin, I've missed you. Ha, Sheng Wenin sneered. Are you out of your mind? Don't you feel any shame? I checked, there are no cameras here and no one around. You don't have to pretend to hate me. Yi Ching-feng lowered his voice. Wenin, let's talk alone. Sheng Wenin smiled nonchalantly and glanced at Yi Ching-feng's face. Alright, what do you want to talk about? Yi Ching-feng looked around and whispered, Let's talk outside. Saying this, he pushed Sheng Wenin back outside. The back door closed again. 2 seconds later, Chi-Si emerged from the adjacent kitchen, holding a cup of hot coffee. As he was about to enter the living room, he paused and turned to look at the tightly shut back door. Now we can talk. What exactly do you want to discuss? In the garden, Sheng Wenin huddled her shoulders, shivering from the cold. Yi Ching-feng was also cold, but without anyone around, he smiled and said, Let's talk about us. I've called you so many times, why didn't you answer? Sheng Wenin was taken aback. You called me and I didn't answer? What was the message? Yi Ching-feng replied, The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable? Oh, Sheng Wenin nodded, I guess I need to change my phone company. Do you know any that directly inform the caller they've been blocked? Yi Ching-feng's expression changed. You blocked me. Sheng Wenin smiled, what else? Yi Ching-feng frowned. Is it because of Director Li? Wenin, let me explain. I really didn't know anything. I was filming at the time, and later I heard Director Li went to the hospital, apparently injured. But I didn't know what exactly happened. I went to your hotel room and saw it covered in blood. Then Director Li called me, and I finally understood what had happened. I tried calling you to explain, but your phone was unreachable. You mean Director Li lied? Sheng Wenin asked. Yi Ching-feng's eyes narrowed. Of course he lied. How could I possibly sell you out to him? You are my fiancé. We have a marriage contract. How could I do such a thing? Sheng Wenin sneered. If it wasn't you, how did Director Li know I was at that hotel, and why would he have the audacity to break in? He's a renowned director. He wouldn't resort to assaulting an actress for no reason. Besides, I remember feeling weak, and the last thing I consumed was the juice you handed me. I really don't know about that. It must have been Director Li. He had his eyes on you for a long time. That bottle of juice was from the set. He must have tampered with it. Wenin, you have to believe me. Didn't you always believe me no matter what happened before? Yes, I believed you, which is why I died so tragically in my past life. It took sacrificing my life to see your true colors. Thinking of her past life, Shang Wenin clenched her fists tightly but said, Cheng Feng, so I've misunderstood you? Yi Cheng Feng, seeing a glimmer of hope, immediately said, of course. Shang Wenin slowly walked to the fountain in the garden with a sorrowful expression. So, after I've treated you so poorly all this time, you don't blame me? Yi Cheng Feng followed her to the fountain, looking at her with deep affection. How could I blame you? As long as you believe me. Wenin, we agreed before, didn't we? You would wait for me, and when the time is right, we'll get married. You're my fiancé. How could I blame my fiancé? Cheng Feng, will you really marry me? Shang Wenin looked up, her eyes glistening as she gazed at him. Yi Cheng Feng's face lit up with confidence. Of course, I would never lie to you. Qi Yingdi. Shi Yan, who had come to the kitchen for water, saw Qi Si standing by the back door that led to the garden, holding a cup of coffee. He seemed about to leave, one hand already gripping the back door handle, but hesitated to push it open. Just then Shi Yan's voice suddenly broke the silence. Why didn't I see you? His words trailed off as he gasped sharply, his face turning pale. Qi Si slowly turned his head, his dark eyes exuding a chilling coldness. Shi Yan involuntarily took 2 steps back, his voice trembling. I didn't offend you, did I? With a loud bang, Qi Si slammed the untouched coffee cup onto the nearby counter, causing coffee to splatter and leave brown stains. Retracting his hand, he was about to turn back to the living room when a sudden scream came from the direction of the garden. Qi Si paused, narrowed his eyes, and turned around. His thin lips pressed together. He finally strode towards the back door and pushed it open forcefully. Shi Yan followed closely behind. As soon as they stepped into the garden, they heard an angry male voice shouting, Xingwen, are you crazy? The scene before them was shocking. Yi Chengfeng was standing in the fountain, trembling all over. The cold winter wind blew, and it seemed they could hear his teeth chattering. Just looking at him made Shi Yan feel a piercing chill. The coldness on Qi Si's face slightly dissipated, and he raised an eyebrow, glancing at the not-so-distant Xingwenin. She stood leisurely by the fountain, hands in her pockets, her tone tinged with sarcasm. Chengfeng, don't you like water? I'm just fulfilling your wish. Why are you so mad? Yi Chengfeng apparently hadn't noticed Qi Si and Shi Yan's presence. He shouted angrily, who likes water? His words were cut off by a violent coughing fit. Shang Wenin's lips curled into a cold smile. What's wrong, caught a cold? Don't worry, I'll book the crematorium for you right away. See, as soon as you cough, I immediately help you contact the funeral home. Do you like a girl like me who gets things done? Still want to marry me? Yi Chengfeng was furious, shivering and cursing. Shang Wenin, you're fucking insane. He struggled to climb out of the fountain, but just as he reached the edge, Shang Wenin kicked him back in. He fell heavily into the water, swallowing several mouthfuls of icy water. Shang Wenin said with a cheerful smile, don't rush, Chengfeng. Didn't you say there's no one here and no cameras? Let's have a good chat. I'm just getting warmed up. After finishing her lunch, Feng Xiaoxiao was called for a conversation by the directors. When she rubbed her eyes and returned to the living room, she found only Dulan remaining. Hey, where is everyone? Feng Xiaoxiao asked, looking around. Dulan shrugged. No idea, maybe they went to get some water? Feng Xiaoxiao glanced around, her eyes falling on the back door. The kitchen's this way, right? I'll go check. Before she could finish her sentence, a blood-curdling scream suddenly echoed from the back door, eerie and terrifying. Both Feng Xiaoxiao and Dulan jumped, exchanging a look. That sounded like Chengfeng, Dulan said, getting up from the sofa. Let's check it out. The two hurried towards the back door, followed closely by the cameraman. Feng Xiaoxiao had barely pushed the door open when she quickly stepped back, shoving the cameraman away. They're not outside, Feng Xiaoxiao said, gripping the door handle tightly, lying through her teeth. Dulan, pale-faced, quickly echoed. Yeah, right, they're not out there. The cameraman, looking puzzled, said, we all heard something outside. Before he could finish, another scream pierced the air from beyond the door. Step aside, what's going on out there? The cameraman tried to force the door open. Dulan and Feng Xiaoxiao held the door shut, refusing to let him through. Frustrated, the cameraman turned to fetch the director. Outside, Shi Yan made his 6th attempt to rush forward, only to be forcibly held back by Qi Si. Teacher Qi, let me go. If we don't intervene, someone could seriously get hurt. Shi Yan was sweating profusely with anxiety. By the pool, Shang Wenin was gripping Yi Chengfeng's hair, repeatedly dunking his head into the water. It was like a game to her, holding him down for a minute, pulling him up to let him scream and gasp for air, then dunking him back in. She had done this 6 times and was still going strong. The commotion outside grew louder, now mixed with the director and cameraman's voices. Someone's going to get killed. Shi Yan tried to pry Qi Si's hands off. Qi Si remained unmoved. She knows what she's doing. Knows what she's doing? Yi Chengfeng is almost drowning. At that moment, Shang Wenin pulled Yi Qingfeng out of the water again. He was trembling, barely able to catch his breath before she dunked him back in. See, Qi Si said calmly, she's got it under control. Shi Yan was dumbfounded. Outside, the chief director's voice was filled with anger. What's going on in there? Move aside, both of you. Shi Yan, panicking, said, if this gets caught on camera, she's finished. Qi Si hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly let go. Shi Yan immediately rushed forward, pulling Shang Wenin's hand away and rescuing Yi Qingfeng from the water. Yi Qingfeng's eyes were bloodshot, his body soaked and barely conscious. Shi Yan glared at Shang Wenin but was silenced by her cold, indifferent gaze. Next time then, Qingfeng, Shang Wenin said with a chilling smile. Yi Qingfeng cowered behind Shi Yan. As Shang Wenin turned to leave, Qi Si grabbed her wrist. This way, he said curtly, leading her away. When the crew finally burst into the small garden, they saw Shi Yan supporting the drenched Yi Qingfeng. Everyone was stunned. Feng Xiaoxiao and Dulan exchanged glances, realizing that Qi Si and Shang Wenin were nowhere to be seen. What happened here? The director shouted. Shi Yan explained. Qingfeng accidentally fell into the fountain. The chief director looked at them suspiciously, but because the live broadcast was still ongoing, didn't press further and ordered immediate care for Yi Qingfeng. In a corner, Dulan quietly asked Shi Yan what had happened. Shi Yan sighed, I'm not entirely sure. When I got out there, Wenin already had Qingfeng in the water. Kicking. Feng Xiaoxiao was shocked. I saw her pulling Qingfeng's hair and dunking him. That came later, Shi Yan explained. First she kicked, then she dunked. It's a whole routine. Just then the doorbell rang. Qi Si and Shang Wenin walked in from outside. Before anyone could react, Qi Si frowned and asked, what's going on? His expression and tone suggested he was completely unaware of the recent events. Shang Wenin's face was a picture of surprise, then she covered her mouth with a gasp. Oh my, how did Qingfeng get so wet? Feng Xiaoxiao, Dulan, and Shi Yan exchanged looks. If not for the inappropriate setting, they would have applauded their acting skills. Upon hearing Shang Wenin's voice, Yi Qingfeng's head snapped up, his teeth clenched. His face was dark with malice, and his gaze cut through the crowd like a dagger, landing squarely on Shang Wenin. Yet, Shang Wenin met his stare with calm indifference, her eyes lazily mocking him. You don't dare say anything. Indeed, Yi Qingfeng was speechless. Even though he wished he could tear this woman apart and expose her crimes to the world, his throat felt constricted, as if an invisible hand was choking him, preventing any words from forming. If he spoke, people would inevitably question why Shang Wenin treated him this way. Was he supposed to admit that he had sacrificed his fiancée's dignity for his career by sending her to a director's bed? Both the incident with Director Li and his fiancée's situation had to remain secret. All the humiliation and pain he had to swallow alone. Yi Qingfeng clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. But it was all in vain. Just then, the villa owners hurried over and, upon learning what had happened, quickly arranged a guest room and clean clothes for him. After showering, still seething with anger, Yi Qingfeng stepped out of the bathroom only to see his assistant sneaking in. Qingfeng, your phone, the assistant said, handing him a mobile. Although the production team had confiscated the guests' personal phones, those with full-time assistants could still communicate with the outside world this way. Frowning, Yi Qingfeng took the phone, assuming it was his agent calling about the incident. Hello, he began, but a stern, heavy voice interrupted him. Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng froze. Mr. Sheng. In the end, Yi Qingfeng's fall into the water was officially deemed an accident. The production team was unwilling to investigate further, and Yi Qingfeng himself seemed disinclined to pursue the matter. However, rumors had already begun circulating online. Some speculated that Feng Xiaoxiao and Du Lan's efforts to block the production team from entering the garden were to cover up Shi Yan's bullying of Yi Qingfeng. To quell the rumors, the production team asked Yi Qingfeng on camera if there was any truth to them. Yi Qingfeng quickly adopted a friendly demeanor, smiling as he explained, of course not. I looked so pathetic after falling into the water. Xiaoxiao and Lanjia probably didn't want that scene to be filmed. As for sure, there's no way he would bully me. If it weren't for him, I might have frozen to death in that pool. I owe him my thanks. Yi Qingfeng's words seemed sincere, but Shi Yan, Dulan, and Feng Xiaoxiao's expressions were somewhat unnatural. They knew their actions had been to help Shang Wenin, not Yi Qingfeng. Shang Wenin watched Yi Qingfeng's performance with a cold eye, her brow slightly furrowed. Before his shower, he had been fuming with rage. How could his attitude have changed so drastically? She didn't believe Yi Qingfeng had let it go, nor did she think someone as petty as him would be grateful to Shi Yan and the others. There had to be more beneath the surface. That afternoon, Shang Wenin led the group to complete the last 2 sightseeing tasks. With all 5 sites visited, they just needed to spend the night at the villa and could head home the next morning. Shang Wenin had thought Yi Qingfeng might cause trouble during the afternoon activities, but to her surprise, he was extremely cooperative, even going out of his way to help the girls, acting like a sunny, cheerful young man. He seemed genuinely over the incident, showing no trace of resentment. But that's so unlike him. What is he up to? Sheng Wenyin muttered to herself, keeping a close eye on Yi Chengfeng. Do you like him that much? A cold male voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Sheng Wenyin was startled and turned to see who had spoken. It was Qixi. After the incident at noon, Sheng Wenyin felt that Qixi had forgiven her for her previous blunder, so she had thickened her skin to sit next to him on the return trip, hoping to mend their relationship. They had traveled in silence until now. Sheng Wenyin's eyes lit up as she quickly asked, "What do you mean?" Qixi frowned, his dark eyes glancing meaningfully ahead. "Yi Qingfeng? Wait, you think I like him?" Sheng Wenyin's face fell as she looked at Qixi. "Mr. Qi, even if you're still mad at me, there's no need to curse me like that." Qixi gave her a sidelong glance. "Weren't you staring at him intently?" "That wasn't staring, it was observing," Sheng Wenyin explained. "In elementary school, did you ever have an agriculture class where the teacher put a piece of animal excrement in a petri dish and had you observe how it fermented and transformed into organic fertilizer? Did you take that class?" Qixi was silent for a moment. "No." Sheng Wenyin pointed towards Yi Qingfeng. "Then you can make up for this lesson now," she said, with a hint of amusement in her voice. Qixi observed her endless stream of insults, each one more unexpected than the last, and couldn't help but be secretly impressed. Qixi rubbed his temples in confusion. Why hit him, he pondered. There had to be some personal grudge between the two, but he couldn't fathom what kind of hatred would drive Sheng Wenyin to so openly target Yi Chengfeng on a show. "No reason," Sheng Wenyin replied lazily, a cold smile playing at her lips. "Hitting Yi Chengfeng feels great. Hitting him continuously feels even better. If you have the chance, you should try it. It's a very stress-relieving sport." Seeing that she wasn't going to elaborate, Qixi decided not to press further. As night fell, despite being couch surfers, the host couple graciously arranged guest rooms for them. Considering this wasn't a hotel with twin beds, the limited bed space led to the decision that the three girls would share one bed, while on the boys' side, Yi Chengfeng would take the bed, Shiyan would sleep on the floor, and Qixi would sleep on the couch. Yi Chengfeng politely offered to forgo the bed, but given that he had been soaking in the pool for so long and had already started running a fever by the time they returned, Shiyan insisted on letting him have the bed out of humanitarian concern, and Qixi didn't object. In the girls' room, Sheng Wenyin came out of the shower to find Dulan and Feng Xiaoxiao occupying either side of the large bed, leaving a big space in the middle. She stood by the bed, expressionless, as the two smiled at her. Feng Xiaoxiao shyly patted the space in the middle. "Yinin, come on." "Don't call me that," Sheng Wenyin replied coldly, turning towards the couch. "You two take the bed. I'll sleep on the couch." "The couch is so narrow." Feng Xiaoxiao sat up, urging, "Just sleep on the bed with us." Sheng Wenyin was already lying on the couch, eyes closed, warning, "If you call me that again, you'll be the next one in the pool." Feng Xiaoxiao pouted miserably. Just as Sheng Wenyin started to drift off, she was interrupted by the sound of sobbing. She opened her eyes to see Dulan comforting a tear-streaked Feng Xiaoxiao. Sheng Wenyin sat up, glaring at Feng Xiaoxiao. The latter looked at her and burst into louder sobs. After 5 minutes of standoff, Sheng Wenyin finally relented, walking over to the bed. Dulan lifted the blanket with a smile. "Come on, if you don't, she'll soak the bed with her tears." Sheng Wenyin reluctantly lay down between the two, closing her eyes. She could feel Feng Xiaoxiao's gaze on her, making her uncomfortable. Just then, Dulan sighed, "Xiaoxiao won't be coming next time." Sheng Wenyin slowly opened her eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. The room was filled with a heavy atmosphere. In a low voice, she asked, "Why isn't she coming anymore?" From the other side of the room, Feng Xiaoxiao's voice carried a tone of determination. "I need to sue Qinen and the company. I'll be very busy, so all my entertainment activities have to be put on hold." She said it casually, but it was like an egg striking a stone. A small, third-tier actress daring to challenge a top star and a contract-holding agency at the same time. The room fell into a prolonged silence. The air seemed to freeze, and even the sound of breathing became audible. Dulan tried to ease the tension, speaking softly, "All right, let's just get some sleep." However, Sheng Wenyin suddenly broke the silence. "When we get back, send me your email address." Dulan and Feng Xiaoxiao turned to look at her simultaneously, their eyes filled with confusion. "Huh?" Feng Xiaoxiao asked, puzzled. Sheng Wenyin had already closed her eyes again, her tone calm. "I have something to send you. You'll understand when you get it." The next morning, after bidding farewell to the enthusiastic hosts, the group finally finished filming the second episode and headed home. The production team returned their personal belongings, and Sheng Wenyin stood at the villa's entrance, turning on her phone. She noticed that everyone around her was busily making phone calls, reconnecting with the world. Sheng Wenyin turned on her phone and found no missed calls. Checking WeChat, there was nothing but a health tip from a public account. She glanced jealously at the others constantly ringing phones and grumpily opened Weibo. At that moment, it was like the world turned from black and white to vibrant color. Thousands of malicious private messages and comments flooded in, but Sheng Wenin looked at them as if they were treasures, tears of joy welling up in her eyes. Ever since she liked a hate comment last time, her latest Weibo post had attracted countless haters who kept coming up with new ways to insult her daily. Sheng Wenin gleefully read through the comments, noticing that they had surpassed 100,000 and were almost maxed out. She quickly posted a new Weibo to provide a new battlefield for the haters. Sheng Wenin v. Placeholder. Within a minute, hundreds of smart haters swarmed in, quickly filling the comment section. Sheng Wenin, your mom's dead? Sheng Wenin, want a taste of your mom's ashes mixed with shit? Daring to post on Weibo, how many moms do you have to be this bold? As the live broadcast neared its end, the cameraman panned across the guests. When the camera landed on Sheng Wenin, she was gazing at her phone with a gentle smile. Curious, the cameraman asked, Wenin, what are you looking at that's making you so happy? Without hesitation, Sheng Wenin showed her phone screen to the camera. The cameraman's expression changed immediately upon seeing the screen. The official live stream chat also froze for a moment, overwhelmed by the barrage of profanity and personal attacks. Aren't these all hate comments? And they're so vile. Sheng Wenin is quite the schemer. Huh, what do you mean? Showing hate comments to the camera's trying to make people sympathize with her by playing the victim, isn't she? Wow, is she really that manipulative? Just as the viewers thought they had figured out her plan and were about to witness a masterclass in manipulation, Sheng Wenin's reaction took everyone by surprise. She gently caressed the screen full of hate comments, looking content. Whenever I feel lonely, seeing these makes me feel warm inside. Because I know, no matter how lonely or lost I am, there's always a group of people who, even without knowing me, will keep a close eye on my every move from miles away. They meticulously comment on my every action. They frequently inquire about my friends and family. Anyone might abandon me, but they never will. They're always there for me, unwavering and steadfast. The cameraman was stunned. The haters were speechless, and the live stream chat went silent. After finishing her speech, Sheng Wenin, right in front of the camera, happily liked each comment insulting her mother. However, halfway through, her Weibo suddenly disconnected. She paused, then refreshed the page. To her surprise, it redirected her to the login screen. She checked the network repeatedly, but no matter how many times she entered the password, she couldn't log in. Sheng Wenin's face changed drastically, panicking as she asked the cameraman, What's going on? Is my phone infected with a virus? The cameraman glanced at her and calmly said, You've been logged out. Sheng Wenin looked puzzled. Logged out? The cameraman explained, It looks like your password was changed too. Sheng Wenin was furious. I've been hacked. In broad daylight. These criminals are absolutely lawless. Before she could finish, her phone rang. It was Gone Mei calling. Sheng Wenin answered, filled with confusion. A shrill voice, reminiscent of nails on a chalkboard, blared from the cheap domestic phone. Sheng Wenin could hear every word clearly. I covered for you. From now on, if you dare go on Weibo without a guardian, I'll break your legs. Click. The call ended abruptly, leaving Sheng Wenin staring blankly at the phone screen that had returned to the home page. The cameraman nearby quickly focused the lens on her slightly bewildered face. The live stream chat exploded with laughter. Sheng Wenin, frozen in place at JPG, serves you right. Got scolded, huh? See if you dare act up again. Whoever that was, they have guts. Daring to scold the entertainment industry's #1 troublemaker, Inzige. Respect. Meanwhile, Chisi had just hung up the phone and saw Sheng Wenin looking dejected in front of the camera. She was kicking a small stone on the ground with her toe, looking pitiful. Frowning, Chisi walked over. What's wrong? The cameraman immediately turned the lens to Chisi, and the chat was flooded with declarations of love for the actor. Sheng Wenin glanced at Chisi with a sorrowful look and suddenly asked, Did you check Weibo? Chisi hesitated for a moment. Why? Can you check Weibo now? Sheng Wenin urged. Thinking something important had happened, Chisi quickly logged into Weibo to check the trending topics but found nothing unusual. Sheng Wenin tiptoed and reminded him, Check the comments. My Weibo. Chisi gave her a puzzled look but opened a promotional post he had made a month ago. It had over 700,000 comments. Sheng Wenin's eyes lit up. Over 700,000 comments. Statistically, there have to be at least tens of thousands criticizing you, right? Chisi frowned. Criticizing me? He scrolled through pages of comments, all of which were compliments and declarations of love. Not a single negative comment in sight. He looked at Sheng Wenin confused. What exactly happened? To his surprise, Sheng Wenin turned her face away in disdain, giving him a scornful look. She said slowly, not one negative comment. Your life must be so dull. My life is so much more vibrant and colorful. You can't even begin to envy it. Chisi frowned. ? That's it. Sheng Wenin has completely lost it. A comment in the live stream chat sparked a wave of laughter. Ha, I'm the one who's going crazy. Another user retorted. Chi, the national idol and global superstar. Why on earth would he be envious of Sheng Wenin? The comment section exploded. Am I the only one curious if Sheng Wenin really developed feelings for her haters? Someone asked, puzzled. I can't take it anymore, one excited user declared. I don't care about the scandals or bad press. I officially declare myself a fan of this damn woman. Just as everyone was about to leave, the live stream abruptly cut off. The production team took everyone to the airport, and a long 13-hour flight began. Sheng Wenin slept like a log, without a care in the world, while the others lounged lazily through the journey. When the plane landed, it was already 2 a.m. back home. The airport was quiet, with only the cars waiting to pick people up. Sheng Wenin had no one to greet her. She walked out with her luggage, realizing everyone else had already left. Wearing a mask, she stood alone at the entrance, waiting for a taxi. At that moment, a black Alphard suddenly stopped in front of her. Sheng Wenin was taken aback, scrutinizing the vehicle. The rear window slowly rolled down, revealing Chi-Si's cold and indifferent face. Get in, Chi-Si said curtly. Sheng Wenin politely declined. No need, I'll just call a cab. Chi-Si's brow furrowed slightly. I need to talk to you. Talk to me? About what? Sheng Wenin was puzzled. What private matter could they possibly have? Get in, Chi-Si commanded again, leaving no room for argument. Sheng Wenin eventually got into the car, only to be stunned by what Chi-Si meant by something to discuss. She stared in disbelief at the beautifully wrapped square gift box in her hands. Opening the lid, she found the pyramid-shaped clock inside. This clock? Sheng Wenin began, but the assistant in the driver's seat eagerly chimed in. Miss Sheng, Mr. Chi saw you liked it that day and had me buy it immediately. Do you still like it? Chi-Si shot the assistant a glance and said coolly, too talkative. The assistant stuck out her tongue and fell silent. Holding the clock, Sheng Wenin turned to look at Chi-Si. In the dimly lit car, his dark eyes appeared particularly deep. He leaned back in the leather seat, looking at her indifferently, seemingly waiting for her to speak. I'll pay you back, Sheng Wenin said, already reaching for her phone. No need, Chi-Si frowned. I insist, Sheng Wenin persisted, opening her payment app. $300, right? That's about 1900 yuan. Let me check my balance. Seeing she only had 500 yuan left, Sheng Wenin froze. She cautiously asked, do you accept installment payments? Chi-Si silently looked at her, then said again, no need. I can't just not pay you. I don't take advantage of others, Sheng Wenin insisted. How about this, I'll pay you in 12 installments. I'll start with the first installment of 159 yuan. Chi-Si looked at her thoughtfully for a moment, then took out his phone. I'll scan you, Sheng Wenin said. Chi-Si lowered his gaze and opened his QR code. Wrong one, that's not for transfers. It's the other one, Sheng Wenin quickly pointed out. Adding you as a friend makes transfers easier, Chi-Si said calmly. Sheng Wenin thought that made sense and added Chi-Si as a friend. After transferring 159 yuan, Chi-Si accepted it and looked up at Sheng Wenin, who was about to cry. What's wrong now, he asked, frowning. Sheng Wenin looked at her remaining balance of 300 yuan and shed bitter tears. The 3,000 yuan from Ganmei had already been spent. An hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of Sheng Wenin's apartment complex. The assistant couldn't help but comment. Oh wow, Miss Sheng, you live here too. Mr. Chi also has a place in this complex. What a coincidence. Sheng Wenin looked at Chi-Si in surprise. You live here too? The assistant quickly clarified. No, Mr. Chi just has a place here but doesn't live here. Sheng Wenin nodded in acknowledgement. Chi-Si then added. I occasionally stay here. The assistant stood frozen, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He had worked with Mr. Chi for nearly 3 years and had never seen him come here before. The only reason he knew about this property was because Mr. Chi had once lent it to Lang Ji's relatives for a few days. Without saying much, he silently retrieved Sheng Wenin's luggage from the trunk. Sheng Wenin, carrying a delicate gift box in one hand and dragging her suitcase with the other, bid farewell to the assistant and walked toward the community gate. Her steps were light yet determined, the sound of her high heels clicking crisply against the ground. It wasn't until her figure disappeared into the community that the roar of an engine sounded behind her. She glanced back to see the black van slowly driving away. A slight smile tugged at her lips as she murmured, quite the gentleman. She then continued on her way without further comment. Inside the car, Chi-Si had just finished replying to a WeChat message. As he exited the app, his eyes lingered on the newly added chat with Sheng Wenin. Her profile picture caught his attention, a uniquely designed owl clock. Chi-Si was silent for a moment before suddenly asking, does Sheng Wenin like clocks or pyramids? The assistant hesitated, unsure of how to respond. I think she likes pyramids. It's rare for young women to be particularly fond of clocks. Many like expensive watches, but clocks, not so much. Chi-Si frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before saving the photo of the owl clock and sending it to the assistant. Look into it, see if you can buy one. The assistant glanced at the photo and nodded. Got it. I'll look into it when I get back. He didn't find it odd that his boss was so meticulous about buying a gift for Miss Sheng. In his mind, he silently recalled. Mr. Chi had once accidentally consumed alcohol and nearly lost his life in an elevator, only to be saved by Miss Sheng. This life-saving grace couldn't be repaid with mere words. Sending small gifts, showing special care during live broadcasts and variety shows, even waiting specifically to take her home weren't these actions the least he could do to express his gratitude for his savior? Returning home, Sheng Wenin couldn't wait to take out the pyramid clock she bought for $300 and carefully placed it on her bedside table. She stared at this precious collectible with eyes sparkling with joy. With no friends to share her excitement, she picked up her phone, snapped a picture of the clock, and sent it to Gong Mei without hesitation. It was already late at night, and Gong Mei was in a deep sleep. Suddenly, a series of WeChat notifications broke the silence. As a manager, Gong Mei was extremely sensitive to communication sounds and could wake up instantly even from deep sleep. She sat up abruptly, her heart racing, thinking one of her artists was in trouble. However, when she saw the source of the messages, she sighed in relief but quickly frowned at it was from Sheng Wenin. Gong Mei cautiously opened Sheng Wenin's WeChat window and was greeted by a flood of clock photos, 17 in total. The last message read, "Isn't it beautiful? Don't you think the whole room looks so much better with this clock?" Gong Mei pondered for a full 3 minutes before tentatively replying with a question mark, then added, "Sent to the wrong person?" Sheng Wenin replied instantly, "No, Ganjia, I sent it to you on purpose. What do you think of it?" Gong Mei glanced at the top right corner of her phone, seeing it was 3:30 a.m. She asked helplessly, "Do you know what time it is?" Sheng Wenin replied matter-of-factly, "Of course, it's 3:30 in the morning. But I just got off the plane and have jet lag, so I'm not sleepy." Gong Mei couldn't help but retort, "Just because you're not sleepy doesn't mean I'm not." Sheng Wenin deftly changed the subject, "Ganjia, you still haven't told me. Do you think it's beautiful?" Gong Mei took a deep breath, said nothing, and added Sheng Wenin to her blacklist before going back to sleep. When Sheng Wenin saw no reply from Gong Mei, she sent another message, "Ganjia, are you still there?" A prominent exclamation mark appeared immediately, with the system notification. Message sent but rejected by the recipient. Sheng Wenin sighed softly, put down her phone, and looked once more at the magnificent new clock on her bedside table. She whispered, "My dear, it's okay if these mortals don't understand your beauty. I understand you, and I love you." Sheng Wenin's obsession with clocks wasn't without reason. It stemmed from her childhood memories. Before she moved into the Sheng family with her mother Tang Ping at the age of 10, she had a period of happiness. Back then, her father was still alive, and her grandparents were around. In her memory, her father was a handsome and honest man. He used to take young Sheng Wenin to admire various clocks, patiently explaining, "This one goes tick-tock, this one goes dong-dong, and this one goes beep-beep. And which one do you like?" Little Sheng Wenin innocently asked, "Dad, if I like one, can I take it? You won't mind." Her father indulgently replied, "Of course not. You're my daughter. I would never mind." "Then, Dad, I like the one that goes clang-clang." Her father looked at the largest owl clock on the shelf with a smile of approval but said, "Good choice, I like that one too, so I can't give it to you." Didn't you say you wouldn't mind?" Dad changed his mind. "What are you going to do about it?" Looking at the pyramid clock in front of her, Sheng Wenin wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and tried to suppress those sad memories. She told herself never to think about those who made her sad and weak again. Early the next morning, Sheng Wenin arrived at the company. When Gong Mei walked into her office, she heard a commotion coming from the break room. "This is the breakfast I waited 20 minutes for. You said you'd just take a bite. I turned around, and you've almost finished it." The assistant's voice was filled with grievance. "Waited 20 minutes, huh? Worth it," replied a familiar voice. "Stop eating no more. Just one last bite, really the last one." That devilish voice could only belong to Sheng Wenin. With a stern face, Gong Mei walked to the break room door. The assistant, upon seeing her, immediately teared up and called out, "Ganjia." Sheng Wenin, about to finish off the assistant's breakfast, saw Gong Mei's dark expression and immediately put down the food, greeting obediently, "Good morning, Ganjia. Get in here," Gong Mei said irritably. Sheng Wenin followed Gong Mei into the office. As soon as Gong Mei sat down, she took out a packet of Chinese medicine from her bag, inserted a straw, and began to drink. The bitter taste of the medicine was almost unbearable, and this was already the 4th day. Gong Mei felt like she was going crazy from the bitterness. Sheng Wenin sniffed the medicinal aroma in the air and casually commented, "Wow, these are some expensive herbs." Gong Mei glanced at her and sarcastically said, "As if you really know anything about it?" Sheng Wenin didn't explain, flopping onto the sofa like a boneless creature and hugging a pillow, saying, "Ganjia, I'm out of money again." Gong Mei slammed the table, her face full of frustration. "Do I look like an ATM to you? You always come to me when you're broke." Sheng Wenin let out a pitiful whimper at those words. She felt around in her pocket and found only a measly 200 yuan. With just 2 days left before she had to join the film crew, this amount was nowhere near enough. she would definitely be looked down upon by the other actors. Ganmei felt a splitting headache coming on. Ignoring the bitterness of the traditional Chinese medicine, she took a big gulp. Trying to suppress her anger, she said, "I'll transfer you 2,000 more, but can you please stop embarrassing me so much?" Zhang Wenyan's eyes lit up as she gratefully accepted the money transfer. Standing at attention, she gave a comical salute. "Yes, ma'am. Mission will be accomplished." With that, she headed for the door. "Where are you going?" Ganmei called out. Without looking back, Zhang Wenyan replied matter-of-factly, "Got the money. Why would I stay?" By Sister Gone. Before the words were fully out, she had already disappeared through the door. She really does think I'm an ATM. Ganmei stomped her foot in anger. This woman is going to be the death of me. After leaving Ganmei's house, Zhang Wenyan headed straight to a nearby internet cafe. Putting on a mask, she rented a private booth and stayed there the entire day. It wasn't until nightfall that she finally uploaded a compressed file to Feng Xiaoxiao's email. Stretching, she left the cafe. Over the next 2 days, the entertainment industry was in an uproar. Journalists were working around the clock, and netizens were like cats that smelled fish. They're gossiping or rushing to the latest scandal, unable to stop. However, none of this concerned Zhang Wenyan. She spent the entire 2 days fully immersed in studying her script, not even touching her phone. 2 days later, Zhang Wenyan officially joined the crew of Xianling Island. The first day was the opening ceremony, which was shockingly simple. In a secluded corner of the film city, the crew had cobbled together a table, covered it with a red cloth, and placed an assortment of snacks contributed by the staff: chocolates, small buns, oranges, grapes, you name it. As Zhang Wenyan glanced around, she suddenly noticed a familiar Waha bottle. Squinting her eyes for a closer look, she silently cursed. Wasn't that the bottle she had been drinking from earlier? No wonder she couldn't find it. Someone had obviously grabbed it to fill the table. Damn it, I knew someone stole my Waha. Zhang Wenyan fumed internally. I hadn't even finished it. 3 yuan 50 a bottle. The offerings were subpar, but that was the least of our worries. The turnout was equally disappointing, with only one reporter showing up. He took a few photos, asked the creative team a couple of questions, and then left with a red envelope, spending no more than 5 minutes on the premises. Director Zhou of Xianling Island stood in the middle of the set. Despite his unremarkable appearance, his full head of black hair hinted at a certain vitality. Before filming commenced, he gathered the main cast around him for formal introductions. The lead actress, Zhang Wenyan, stood to the side, her gaze fixed on the male lead. This young man, named Shen Meng, had striking features, sharp, well-defined, with rosy lips and white teeth. His good looks even surpassed her memories of Yi Chengfeng and Qin, and Zhang Wenyan was secretly amazed that someone with such an outstanding appearance hadn't become famous in her previous life. Shen Meng turned to face Zhang Wenyan, his phoenix eyes slightly curved, and extended his hand. "Hello, Miss Zheng," he said in a clear, clean voice. Zhang Wenyan was momentarily stunned but quickly smiled in response. "Hello, Mr. Shen." Shen Meng's pale cheeks turned slightly red, and he quickly waved his hand. No need for formalities. Director Zhou glanced at the two of them and, holding the script, said, "This show is a romance drama, and your characters have a very close relationship. I hope you two can build a good rapport off-screen, so it won't seem awkward when you're on set." Zhang Wenyan nodded and turned to look at Shen Meng. Meeting her gaze, Shen Meng smiled and said, "I'll be relying on you, Miss Zheng. This is my first time acting, so there's a lot I don't know." Zhang Wenyan shrugged. "No worries, it's my first time too. We'll learn together." She thought to herself that she had actually acted in many shows in her previous life and had almost won the Best Supporting Actress award at an international ceremony. However, she would never know the outcome of that ceremony, as she had died in an underground livestream factory before it took place. In the first 2 days of filming, the focus was on the older generation's conflicts, with scenes centered around veteran actors. When Shen Meng wasn't needed, he observed and learned from the set. Director Zhou was quite moved by his dedication, thinking that even though the male lead had been forced upon them by the investors, he was indeed hardworking. "Where is our Duan Yao?" Director Zhou asked. Shen Meng smiled. "Miss Zheng? She probably hasn't gotten up yet." Director Zhou checked his watch. It was 3:30 p.m. "Not up yet?" After some inquiries, he found out that Zhang Wenyan hadn't shown up on set since filming began. Apparently, she slept in until late morning and wouldn't get out of bed before 4 p.m. With some concern, Director Zhou finally saw Zhang Wenyan on the third day. She arrived just in time, her hair a tangled mess. Director Zhou frowned and said, "Go get your makeup done first." Zhang Wenyan squatted on a small stool in the corner while a makeup artist, also on a small stool, did her makeup. The conditions were tough, and after her makeup was done, she had to change clothes. The makeshift changing room, hidden behind a flimsy curtain, was bustling with people. The costume designer took Zhang Wenyan to the adjacent set's break room. "Where is this?" Zhang Wenyan asked. "It's the break room for Director Liu's set next door, specifically the male lead's private room. He's been busy with other work and hasn't had time to come, so the room has been empty. You can change here, the costume designer explained. Sheng Wenin felt uneasy. Is it okay to change here? It's someone else's space. The costume designer dismissed her concern. It's empty anyway. We'll just borrow it for a while. If you don't change here, you'll have to use the public changing room. Considering the distance to the public changing room, Sheng Wenin sighed. Alright, I'll change here. You can go back. I'll return on my own. After the costume designer left, Sheng Wenin entered the dressing room. Stripping down to her underwear, she struggled with the knot at the back of her costume. Frustrated after several failed attempts to untie it, she debated whether to cut it with scissors. Just then, she heard footsteps outside the dressing room. Sheng Wenin held her breath, listening intently. The footsteps were followed by the sound of a door closing and an unfamiliar male voice. You're really too busy. I've been waiting forever for your schedule to clear up. Sheng Wenin was stunned. The costume designer had just said the male lead from the adjacent set had no free time. How could he be here now? In a panic, she tried to put on her inner garment but accidentally knocked over the stool holding her clothes, making a noise. The outside went silent instantly. Sheng Wenin held her breath, trying to hear what was happening. As she pressed her ear against the door, she heard a click. The door lock was being opened. She instinctively reached for the door handle, but the person outside was quicker. The door swung open, and Sheng Wenin, disheveled and terrified, met the cold gaze of the man outside. "Chi-si, who's there?" the previous male voice called out. Without thinking, Sheng Wenin pulled the man inside the dressing room and locked the door behind them. In the cramped changing room, Sheng Wenin and Chi-si's bodies were inevitably pressed together. Outside, a muffled male voice called out indistinctly to see. Sheng Wenin felt her chest heaving and her heart pounding like a drum. She looked up at the man in front of her, only to find his gaze fixed on her chest. Glancing down, she realized her clothes were in disarray, with her black bra and curves faintly visible. Stop staring. Sheng Wenin angrily pulled her collar tight and glared at Chi-si. The man slowly shifted his gaze to her face, his expression remaining calm. I know you have a lot of questions, Sheng Wenin said, biting her lip. I'll explain everything later, but help me first. She clutched her own collar with one hand and grabbed Chi-si's collar with the other, her tone pleading but her actions forceful. Chi-si tried to pry her hand away, but it wouldn't budge. Let go first, he said. Promise to help me first. Sheng Wenin demanded, refusing to give an inch. Promise to help and I'll let go. Chi-si frowned, calmly saying, then we'll just stay like this. Yeah. Sheng Wenin began, but was interrupted by another knock on the door and the man's voice calling again. Reluctantly, she released her grip. Chi-si glanced at his rumpled collar, and Sheng Wenin gritted her teeth as she smoothed it out for him. They're happy now. The man chuckled softly. Wait here, Chi-si said, suddenly draping a robe over Sheng Wenin's head. The door opened, and Sheng Wenin froze. Chi-si, what are you doing in there? Hey, who's that? The door quickly shut again. Moments later, Sheng Wenin cautiously removed the robe from her head, realizing she was alone in the changing room. She hurried to get dressed, listening to the muffled conversation outside. Come out, Chi-si's voice called. Hugging her clothes, Sheng Wenin peeked out of the changing room. Chi-si sat on the sofa, his dark eyes calmly watching her. He had taken off his jacket and was wearing only a thin white shirt, the collar visibly creased. Thanks, Sheng Wenin said awkwardly. Chi-si looked at her in her costume and asked, filming? Yeah, with the crew next door, a fantasy drama, Sheng Wenin replied. Chi-si frowned, too conspicuous. Huh, what do you mean? Sheng Wenin asked, puzzled. Chi-si didn't answer, his eyes drifting to her chest. Sheng Wenin pressed, Mr. Chi, what do you mean by conspicuous? Never mind, Chi-si looked away. Sheng Wenin briefly explained her situation, then said, anyway, thanks for today. I owe you one. I'll treat you to a meal next time. She turned to leave. Wait, Chi-si called after her. Sheng Wenin nervously asked, we've known each other for a while. You're not really going to pursue this, are you, Mr. Chi? You said there's no changing room on your side? Chi-si asked. Sheng Wenin nodded and explained, yeah, just a shabby curtain that everyone shares, men and women. It takes forever to wait for a turn. Use this one, Chi-si interrupted her. Sheng Wenin asked in surprise, from now on I can use this one? She scratched her face, her mouth curving up despite trying to appear courteous. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? This is your rest area. It wouldn't be right for me to keep borrowing it. Chi-si looked at her expressionlessly, saying nothing. Sheng Wenin's smile was so wide it almost split her face, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Struggling to contain her joy, she reluctantly waved her hand and said, all right. Since you've asked, Mr. Chi, I won't be ungrateful. Thank you. Chi-si shook his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over the spare key on the coffee table. In a calm tone, he said, the lounge will be locked from now on. You'll need a key to get in. Quick as a flash, Sheng Wenin grabbed the key, her face lighting up with a bright smile. Thank you. Chi-si waved his hand helplessly, signaling that she could leave. Sheng Wenin enthusiastically returned to the adjacent set. The moment Director Zhou saw her, he called out, "Yin, where have you been? The director has been calling for you." "Oh, I'm here," Sheng Wenin responded, walking towards Director Zhou. Director Zhou, holding a script and discussing a scene with Shin Meng, looked Sheng Wenin up and down as she approached, a look of amazement flashing in his eyes. There was no denying that Sheng Wenin, dressed in period costume, perfectly matched the character of Duan Yao described in the script, a lively and graceful figure. Coupled with her striking beauty, she was indeed a rare sight. "The costume is perfect," Director Zhou said, opening the script. "We're shooting scene 6 next. Let me walk you through it. Where's your script?" Sheng Wenin pulled her script out of her bag and stood next to Shen Meng. As they both opened their scripts, Director Zhou couldn't help but notice the stark contrast. Shen Meng's script was filled with colorful notes and annotations, showing the effort he had put into understanding his character. In contrast, Sheng Wenin's script looked brand new, as if it had never been opened. Director Zhou felt a headache coming on, sensing they might be working late into the night. After spending over 10 minutes explaining the scene, Director Zhou anxiously looked at Sheng Wenin. She was staring at a staff member's hand-grabbed pancake, her eyes gleaming with desire, almost drooling. Suppressing his frustration, Director Zhou asked, "Did you understand everything?" "Huh? Oh yes, I got it," Sheng Wenin hurriedly replied. "Liar, you weren't paying attention at all." Director Zhou waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind, let's just shoot a take and see how it goes." As soon as the director called action, the tension on the set skyrocketed. The previously laid-back Sheng Wenin immediately straightened up and got serious, seamlessly interacting with Shen Meng. 5 minutes later, Director Zhou called out the first cut. The crew's attention turned to the two actors, and the air was thick with tension. A moment later, Director Zhou said in a deep voice, "Shen Meng, come here for a minute." With a grim expression, Shen Meng walked off the set. Director Zhou pointed at the monitor and patiently explained what needed improvement. Realizing his performance was lacking, Shen Meng nodded repeatedly, listening intently. Before long, Director Zhou picked up the megaphone. "All right, let's do it again." Then he turned to Sheng Wenin. "Xiao Sheng, your performance was great. Try to maintain that. If you struggle, it's okay to make small mistakes. We can edit using your best takes." Sheng Wenin nodded in understanding. She knew that the production standards for web dramas were usually lower, and the demands on actors were not as high. The second take began but ended with another NG, with the mistake again coming from Shin Meng. Despite his diligence and hard work, his nervousness as a newcomer in front of the camera led to many issues. After the 6th NG, Director Zhou started to feel uneasy. What was supposed to be a simple scene between the male and female leads had taken an excessive amount of time. It wasn't until the 7th take that they finally succeeded, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Reviewing the footage, Director Zhou noticed something unusual. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find that Sheng Wenin had maintained a stellar performance throughout all 6 previous takes. As a fellow newcomer, she exhibited remarkable stability and emotional control, in stark contrast to Shen Meng. "Alright, next scene," Director Zhou announced. The new scene was set in the same location, but Sheng Wenin's co-star was now a middle-aged actor. After the first scene ended, Shen Meng walked off the stage looking pale. His handsome appearance and friendly interactions with the crew had earned him quite a bit of goodwill. Seeing his dejected expression, 2 makeup artists hurried over with drinks to comfort him. Shen Meng forced a smile. "I'm the one dragging everyone down." One of the makeup artists quickly said, "That's not true, Meng. You're doing great. It's normal to feel out of place during your first shoot." Shen Meng shook his head. "Sheng Laosher is also shooting for the first time, but she's doing great." The makeup artists fell silent. They had initially thought that the laid-back Sheng Wenin would be the one to mess up, but the reality was quite the opposite. "Cut," the director's voice rang out again. The makeup artists were just about to say, "See, Sheng Wenin also NG'd," when Director Zhou immediately followed up with, "Good take?" The atmosphere between the 3 of them froze. Back on set, Sheng Wenin was touching up her makeup while chatting cheerfully with the veteran actor. In just a few minutes, the second scene was completed. Compared to the hour-long ordeal with Shen Meng, Sheng Wenin had nailed it in 1 take, taking only 8 minutes. The crew grew increasingly silent, and Shen Meng's face turned even paler as he frantically memorized his lines. By lunchtime, all 6 of Sheng Wenin's scenes were in the can. Director Zhou sat by the monitor, repeatedly watching the footage, increasingly perplexed. "Am I setting the bar too low?" he wondered aloud. The screenwriter beside him chuckled. "Sheng Wenin really did perform exceptionally well." Director Zhou nodded. "Indeed, she doesn't seem like a newcomer." The screenwriter thought for a moment and added, "In the 5th scene with Mr. Zhou, she had an emotional outburst. But halfway through, she held back for some reason. If she hadn't, Mr. Zhou might not have been able to keep up with her emotions." Director Zhou recalled the scene, deep in thought, then got up to find Sheng Wenin. At that moment, Sheng Wenin was standing near the lunch lady, eyes fixed on the boxed lunches. The lunch lady sighed, "It's no use staring at me. I can't give you one until the director says it's lunchtime. Sheng Wenin remained silent, continuing to stare at the lunch. Just as the lunch lady was about to break down, she saw Director Zhou approaching and quickly said, "The director's here. Ask him yourself." Sheng Wenin turned to Director Zhou, excitement in her eyes. "Is it lunchtime yet?" "Is it?" Director Zhou glanced at her and told the lunch lady, "Give her a box. Let her eat first." The lunch lady handed Sheng Wenin a box, but Sheng Wenin immediately said, "Not this one, I want that one," pointing to another box. "Aren't they all the same?" Director Zhou frowned. Sheng Wenin smirked, "Of course not. That one has 20% more meat. A whole 20% more." Director Zhou sighed, "You pay close attention to this, but not to the script?" He waved his hand. "Give it to her." Sheng Wenin happily received the meteor lunch and sat on a small stool, eating while listening to Director Zhou's questions. An outburst. Sheng Wenin swallowed a mouthful of food and looked up. "Yeah, I held back on purpose. I saw that Mr. Zhou was having trouble keeping up, and I didn't want to cause an NG, so I toned it down." Director Zhou furrowed his brows, his gaze sharp as he stared at Sheng Wenin. "Are you saying that you held back because of Teacher Zhou, and not because you couldn't give it your all?" Sheng Wenin swallowed the food in her mouth and replied calmly, "Why would I not give it my all? I wasn't even trying." Director Zhou's frown deepened, and he sighed inwardly. She wasn't even trying? Seriously? He fell silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Have you ever been to Versailles?" Sheng Wenin didn't answer. Instead, she handed her lunchbox to the lady serving food and said cheerfully, "Auntie, could I get some more pickles?" The lady, clearly annoyed at the sight of Sheng Wenin, tossed her a packet of pickles. Sheng Wenin didn't mind, happily opening the pickles and continuing her meal with gusto. By 2 p.m., the day's shooting was complete. Director Zhou sat in front of the monitor, watching Sheng Wenin on the screen intently, deep in thought. The screenwriter, sensing the director's mood, whispered, "She really has talent, you know." "I know, which is why it's such a waste." Director Zhou sighed, standing up from his chair. "I'll make a call." Moments later, Director Zhou returned and announced an additional shoot. Although the day's tasks were done, to make full use of the studio rental, the frugal Director Zhou decided to add 10 more scenes. 7 of these were assigned to Sheng Wenin, considering her consistent performance and few NGs. With sets already in place, the 10 scenes would be shot out of sequence, covering a wide range of plot points. Upon receiving the notification, Sheng Wenin quickly skimmed through her 7 scenes and was stunned. Her character transitions from a young girl to a married woman, and even to a pregnant woman. The emotional shifts were complex, and all had to be done in one afternoon, utterly unreasonable. But with the director's decision final, Sheng Wenin could only change costumes and frantically memorize her lines, her earlier nonchalance replaced by frantic urgency. Watching her hustle, Director Zhou's lips curled into a slight smile. She's finally taking it seriously. The screenwriter shook his head helplessly. "You don't have to be so smug about it." Director Zhou chuckled. "It's fine if we don't finish. It's just extra anyway." Surprisingly, by nearly 9 p.m., all the scenes were completed. Director Zhou couldn't help but praise, "I feel like she hasn't even tapped into her full potential." The screenwriter, dumbfounded, finally snapped, "She's just a young girl. Have some humanity." The day's shooting finally over, Sheng Wenin dragged her exhausted body towards the changing room queue. At this hour, the changing room was packed with actors coming and going. Seeing the long, unmoving line, Sheng Wenin couldn't wait any longer and wandered off like a ghost. Shen Meng noticed her leaving and called out, "Ms. Sheng, where are you going?" Sheng Wenin didn't respond and was already out the door. Shen Meng reached the doorway and saw Sheng Wenin heading away from the public changing room, frowning. Did she go the wrong way? "Ms. Sheng." Sheng Wenin weaved through the adjacent factory area and stopped in front of Chi Sis Lounge. She fumbled for her key, awkwardly inserting it into the lock and turning the handle. Inside the lounge, Lu Tianjing was talking with Chi Si. Hearing the noise, he asked curiously, "Is it your assistant? Why aren't they knocking?" Just as Chi Si was about to reply, the door opened. Standing there was Sheng Wenin, still in costume, holding a plastic bag in one hand while keeping the door open with the other. Lu Tianjing and Sheng Wenin stared at each other, speechless. Chi Si sighed, standing up and addressing Sheng Wenin. "You should go chain." "Miss Sheng." A clear male voice suddenly called out from outside. Chi Si paused, seeing a young man in ancient attire running over. He seemed familiar with Sheng Wenin, grabbing her wrist directly and saying, "This isn't our set. It'll take you to the public changing room." With that, he began to pull her away. Chi Si's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly commanded, "Stop." Shen Meng pushed open the door, his pupils suddenly constricted. Inside, not only was Chi Si there, but Lu Tianjing was also sitting on the sofa. His face instantly turned pale. Lu Tianjing abruptly stood up, pointing at Shen Meng and shouting angrily. Shen Meng instinctively bowed and apologized. "I'm sorry for the disturbance. My friend took a wrong turn. We'll leave now." "Stop." Lu Tianjing strode forward and grabbed Shen Meng's shoulder. Shen Meng struggled to break free. The sudden commotion snapped Shang Wenin out of her daze. She looked at the scene in bewilderment and suddenly felt someone grab her wrist. She looked down and saw it was Qixi. Qixi pulled her quickly into a lounge, shutting the door behind them to block out the noise outside. What's going on? Shang Wenin asked in surprise. Qixi's face was grim. Do you know him? Shen Meng? He's the lead actor in our production. Qixi narrowed his eyes and released her hand. Go change your clothes first. Shang Wenin glanced worriedly at the door. What about them? Relatives, it's fine, Qixi replied curtly. Shang Wenin felt slightly relieved and quickly changed her clothes. When she came out, the main door was open, and Shen Meng was nowhere to be seen. Lu Tianjing was sitting on the sofa, panting heavily and cursing angrily, ran away from home for over a month. Thought he was dead somewhere, but he secretly came to act, and begged me not to tell his parents. If they knew, they'd break his bones. Shang Wenin finally recognized Lu Tianjing and was secretly shocked. Qixi turned to Shang Wenin. You should go back. Shang Wenin nodded and was about to leave when Lu Tianjing suddenly called out to her, You're acting with that brat? Shang Wenin paused and nodded politely yes. Lu Tianjing sneered. His acting sucks, right? Shang Wenin gave an awkward smile. My acting isn't that great either. Lu Tianjing scoffed. If he had any talent, his parents wouldn't be so against it. Always dreaming of being a star. Apart from a decent face, he has no talent. Does he think having a face is enough in the entertainment industry? Does he think he's Qixi? Shang Wenin couldn't help but glance at Qixi. Qixi sighed helplessly. What does this have to do with me? How does it not? Lu Tianjing fumed. You didn't even help me stop him. Don't forget, after you marry his aunt, he'll be your nephew too. The room fell into a sudden silence. Shang Wenin looked at Qixi in shock. Memories from her past life flashing through her mind. Was Qixi married? She had never heard of the award-winning actor having any romantic ties. If you want to go crazy, do it outside. Qixi's voice was as cold as ice. Lu Tianjing realized he had misspoken and sheepishly said, I didn't mean it like that. Qixi's dark, cold eyes swept over Shang Wenin. Why are you still here? Shang Wenin was stunned, not understanding why he was angry at her. She frowned and quickly walked towards the door. As she was about to leave, she heard Lu Tianjing say one last thing. I wasn't just talking nonsense. Didn't you already set the wedding date? Shang Wenin closed the door behind her and walked towards the film crew, her mind in turmoil. Miss Sheng. Shang Wenin was about to leave the film city when she heard Shen Meng calling her from behind. She turned around to see him running towards her in a gray coat. Miss Sheng, let's walk together. Shen Meng caught up with her. Shang Wenin stuffed her hands into her coat pockets and continued walking with her head down. Shen Meng suddenly asked Miss Sheng, are you close with Qixi? Shang Wenin glanced at him. Still calling him Qixi? Shouldn't you call him uncle? Shen Meng's face changed. You found out. Shang Wenin smiled. Didn't expect it, huh? Quite the connections. Lu Tianjing is your relative, Qixi is your uncle, and your family practically owns half the film industry. Take care of me in the future. Ms. Sheng, don't make fun of me, Shen Meng said sullenly. What they do is their business, it has nothing to do with me. I'll walk my own path. Shang Wenin shrugged, not commenting. Shen Meng looked at her expression and seemed unhappy. Do you also think I can't do it? Shang Wenin shook her head. What you do has nothing to do with me. Shen Meng pursed his lips. Ms. Sheng, you still haven't answered me. Are you close with Qixi? Not really, Shang Wenin replied casually. Not really. Shen Meng looked skeptical. He let you use his dressing room. That's more than just not really. Shang Wenin suddenly stopped and looked at Shen Meng. What are you trying to find out? Are you spying for your aunt? Miss Sheng, I'm not. Relax, Shang Wenin interrupted. I'm not involved with Qixi like you think. We know each other, because we did a show together. He was just being kind by lending me the dressing room. There's nothing more to it. You don't need to worry, neither does your aunt. Shen Meng said awkwardly, I really didn't mean it that way. Shang Wenin laughed it off and continued walking. Shen Meng caught up again. Actually, my aunt. Shen, I really don't care about your family matters. Shang Wenin waved him off. I'm leaving now. I'm not going back to the hotel. I have somewhere to be. See you. With that, she quickly ran to the bus stop across the street. Shen Meng stood on the other side of the road, watching Shang Wenin check the bus schedule. He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and dialed a number. The call was quickly answered by a lazy male voice. Aren't you supposed to be running away from home? It's only been a month, and you can't handle it anymore. Bro, something happened, Shen Meng said directly. I ran into Uncle today and saw Qixi. He was being especially nice to a girl. The voice on the other end paused. What do you mean by especially nice? He let her use his dressing room. He usually hates girls getting close to him. The voice was full of confusion. Shen Meng sighed. It's not really his fault. Miss Sheng is very, very beautiful. Sheng Xingming, how could you— Wait, you said her last name is Sheng too. Shen Meng, also known as Sheng Xingming, nodded slightly. With a furrowed brow she pondered. There are quite a few people with the surname Sheng, but that beautiful teacher Sheng, if she were from our family, I would definitely remember her. The voice on the other end of the phone grew serious. You're in the capital now, right? I remember we have some distant relatives there, like Sheng Rongtian. Sheng Xingming responded immediately. Clearly having done her homework before coming to the capital, Sheng Rongtian does have a daughter named Sheng Qingqing, but the age doesn't match. It's not the same person. Humph, the voice on the other end scoffed. It doesn't matter who she is. She has no right to compete with our aunt for a man. Sheng Xingming firmly agreed, exactly. Even though aunt has been missing for 19 years, grandpa, grandma, and our uncles have never stopped looking for her. I heard there have been some leads recently. Once we find aunt, whether Uncle Chi likes it or not, he has to marry her. The daughters of the Sheng family deserve only the best men. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, the person on the phone interrupted. I've booked a flight and will be there soon. Brother, should we inform mom and dad? Shang Xingming asked. Not yet. Let's wait until I get there. After a few more brief instructions, Shang Xingming hung up the phone. She looked across the street, but Sheng Wenin's figure had already disappeared. Meanwhile, Sheng Wenin hurried to the hot pot restaurant. She pushed open the private room door to find Feng Xiaoxiao and her brother already waiting. As soon as she walked in, they stood up. Sorry I'm late, Sheng Wenin said with a smile. Feng Xiaoxiao's brother responded politely, no worries. We're the ones troubling you, Miss Sheng. Feng Xiaoxiao quickly ran to Sheng Wenin's side and linked arms with her. Enin, I've shown all the materials you gave me to my brother. He's a lawyer, and he says if it's all true, we have a solid case. Sheng Wenin looked at Feng Xiaoxiao's brother, who handed her a business card. She took it and saw the words, Senior Lawyer Feng Yuan printed on it. Nice to meet you, Lawyer Feng, Sheng Wenin said as she shook his hand. Once seated, the waiter quickly brought out a table full of dishes. Sheng Wenin, having skipped dinner, immediately picked up a piece of beef to cook. Feng Yuan made small talk. I've also watched that variety show you are on. My sister can be a handful. Thank you for looking after her, Miss Sheng. Sheng Wenin glanced at Feng Xiaoxiao, whose cheeks flushed red, clearly remembering the times she had clashed with Sheng Wenin on the show. No problem, Sheng Wenin said as she ate the cooked beef. She's young and a bit mischievous, but she's not a bad person at heart. I can handle that level of mischief. Feng Yuan was momentarily taken aback by Sheng Wenin's frankness in front of him. Miss Sheng, you're very straightforward, Feng Yuan complimented before getting to the point. About the materials you sent earlier? As they ate hot pot and discussed the matter, they made significant progress by the time they were full. The main reason for the meeting was the materials Sheng Wenin had sent to Feng Xiaoxiao 2 days ago, which contained incriminating information about Balo & Company. The sheer volume of damning evidence had shocked Feng Yuan and Feng Xiaoxiao, prompting them to meet with Sheng Wenin in person. In truth, the information wasn't something Sheng Wenin had investigated herself. She knew it from her previous life. Balo & Company had a terrible reputation in the industry. Although the incident involving Feng Xiaoxiao hadn't happened in her previous life, Balo & Company still faced legal troubles a few years later due to offending the wrong people. Sheng Wenin merely compiled the information she already knew and handed it to the Feng siblings. How they used it was up to them. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, Feng Yuan offered to drive Sheng Wenin back to her hotel, which she gladly accepted. When they arrived at the hotel, Feng Xiaoxiao stayed in the car to avoid being recognized, and Feng Yuan walked Sheng Wenin a short distance. Noticing Feng Yuan's hesitation, Sheng Wenin waited patiently for him to speak. Eventually, he pulled out a check from his wallet and handed it to her. Sheng Wenin glanced at the check 800,000 yuan. Feng Yuan smiled wryly. It's not much, but it's a token of our appreciation. Sheng Wenin looked him straight in the eye and said calmly, Lawyer Feng, you should understand that accepting underthievable money like this is illegal. Feng Yuan chuckled, Miss Xing, you're well versed in the law. But this money is a personal gesture of thanks, unrelated to my professional capacity as a lawyer. It's not that simple, Sheng Wenin replied coolly. Besides, going up against Balo & Company will cost you a fortune just to manage public opinion and buy media coverage. If you really want to thank me, do it after everything is settled. For now, it's unnecessary. With that, Sheng Wenin pushed the check back to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's gaze was deeply fixed on Sheng Wenin, with a hint of surprise in his tone. Miss Sheng, you truly impress me. Sheng Wenin nodded slightly, a confident smile playing on her lips. I impress myself too. In her mind, she was calculating the astronomical sum of 80,000. For someone on the verge of desperation like her, it was a fortune. Struggling to hide her reluctance, Sheng Wenin wiped her face, her voice choked with emotion. I have to go now. With that, she turned and quickly walked towards the hotel entrance. Feng Yuan stood there, watching Sheng Wenin's figure disappear behind the hotel doors. Just as he was about to head back to his car, a sudden feeling of being watched washed over him. He looked around warily but didn't see anyone suspicious. Am I imagining things? Feng Yuan shook his head, dismissed the thought, and got into his car. As Feng Yuan's car vanished around the corner, Qi Si, sitting in the back seat of a black BMW parked by the road, withdrew his indifferent gaze. The assistant in the driver's seat hung up the phone and turned to report to his boss in the back. Mr. Chi, Mr. Lang said he's already there and has ordered the food. We can head straight back to the hotel. No need to eat out. All right, Chi Si responded coolly, and the car started. As the vehicle passed the shabby-looking two-star hotel, Chi Si couldn't help but glance at it once more. However, this time, Sheng Wenin was no longer at the entrance. Meanwhile, Sheng Xingyue, who had flown in from Haishur, was equally dissatisfied with the hotel's rundown condition. With a look of disdain, he stepped into the hotel, booked a room, and immediately called his brother Sheng Xingming. Sheng Xingming, who was memorizing his lines, received his brother's call and rushed to Sheng Xingyue's room. As soon as the door opened, Sheng Xingming saw his brother intently focused on a tablet. From the tablet came Sheng Wenin's domineering voice. "I'm your dad, ever-changing." Sheng Xingming blurted out in surprise. "Whoa, this girl is something." Sheng Xingyue, still engrossed in watching the replay of Travel 51, wore an appreciative smile. "This Sheng Wenin, she's got something. I'm starting to like her." Sheng Xingming looked at his brother in confusion, his face full of puzzlement. "Do you even know what you're saying?" Shin Meng slammed the door shut and strode over to Sheng Xingyue, snatching the tablet from his hands. "Hey, I wasn't done reading that." Sheng Xingyue protested. But seeing the displeasure on his younger brother's face, he changed his tone. "This is called knowing your enemy. I need to understand who this woman is." Shen Meng said sullenly, "The issue isn't her. It's about Uncle Qi." Sheng Xingyue looked his brother up and down and scoffed. "You're pretty protective of this woman." "Don't talk like that," Shin Meng frowned. "Miss Sheng is very professional. I'm coming to the set with you tomorrow." "I want to meet her in person," Sheng Xingyue smirked. "Our set doesn't allow outsiders." Shen Meng tried to dissuade him. "I have my ways," Sheng Xingyue said, suddenly leaning in close to his brother's face, squinting. "You don't have feelings for this Sheng Wenin, do you?" "Of course not." Shen Meng's face turned red. He quickly explained, "I just really admire her professional skills. Even though she's a newcomer, her acting is miles ahead of mine. Acting with her makes me more nervous than performing with veteran actors." Sheng Xingyue snorted dismissively. "We'll see about that when I meet her tomorrow." The next day, Sheng Wenin arrived on set and immediately sensed something was off. Director Zhou called out to her loudly, "Come here for a moment." She jogged over and found a stranger standing next to the director. The man, in his 20s, was handsome and dressed in a sharp suit, with an air of rebelliousness about him. Director Zhou beamed as he introduced. "This is Mr. Shen Yu. Mr. Shen has decided to invest 5 million in our production." He then pointed to Sheng Wenin, saying, "This is our lead actress, Sheng Wenin." "Nice to meet you, Miss Sheng," Shen Yu said with a smile, extending his hand. They shook hands briefly before Shen Yu turned to Director Zhou. "Director Zhou, I'd like to tour the rest of your set, if that's all right." "Of course, right this way." Director Zhou eagerly led Shen Yu away. Sheng Wenin headed to the makeup artist to get ready. Halfway through her makeup, Shen Meng arrived and greeted her warmly. "Ms. Sheng, did you have breakfast?" "I did," Sheng Wenin replied curtly. Shen Meng glanced into the distance, musing. "That man seems to be our new investor. I didn't expect we'd attract new investment after filming started. With more funds, maybe the director will rent a bigger dressing room and makeup room. It's not ideal to be crammed in a corner, and changing clothes without separate rooms for men and women is inconvenient." Sheng Wenin smiled but didn't respond. Seeing this, Shen Meng dropped the subject. When filming began, Sheng Wenin noticed the investor hadn't left and was even sitting in the director's chair. She wondered if he intended to meddle. Fortunately, he didn't interfere once filming started. During the shoot, Shen Meng had 2 NGs, while Sheng Wenin nailed her scenes in 1 take. At noon, Director Zhou announced some good news. They had rented a large room nearby for costumes and makeup, with separate dressing rooms for men and women. Everyone was pleased. Shen Meng walked over to Sheng Wenin and hinted, "It'll be more convenient to change clothes now. No need to borrow space from other productions." Sheng Wenin glanced at him, then at Shen Yu, who bore a resemblance to Shen Meng, and smirked. Mr. Shin really went all out. She turned and walked away coldly. Sheng Wenin was indeed upset. Anyone would be annoyed at being treated like a potential homewrecker. During the afternoon shoot, Shen Meng paid the price. In the morning, Sheng Wenin had accommodated him, even improvising to cover his mistakes. But in the afternoon, she no longer held back, increasing the difficulty. Her rapid emotional shifts were beyond Shen Meng's ability to match. An hour into shooting a scene, they still hadn't wrapped, and Director Zhou's face darkened. With the new investor watching, they couldn't afford to falter. "Shen Meng, come here," he called, sternly explaining the scene to him. Sheng Xingyue watched from the side, frowning. Seeing his brother criticized by an outsider was irksome. And from Sheng Wenin's deliberate provocations, he was convinced she was causing trouble. The morning had been smooth, but the afternoon was a disaster. Originally, they planned to shoot 5 scenes that afternoon. By 9 p.m. they hadn't finished 3. Director Zhou, visibly frustrated, called it a day. As soon as they wrapped, Sheng Wenin headed to the dressing room to change. She emerged just as Shen Meng entered, looking dejected. Miss Sheng. He started, but she walked past him without a glance. Kids need to learn their lessons, Sheng Wenin thought. Qi Si finished a scene and told Lu Tianjing he was heading back to the lounge with his script. Entering the well-lit room, he saw Sheng Wenin lounging on the sofa, playing with her phone. Here to change clothes? He asked casually. No. Sheng Wenin put away her phone, stood up and handed him a key. Qi Si eyed the spare key asking, what's this for? Seeing he didn't take it, she placed it on the coffee table. We've rented a bigger dressing room, so we won't need to borrow yours anymore. Qi Si frowned. Sheng Wenin, hands in her pockets, said nonchalantly, I waited to tell you in person and return your key. It was a kind gesture, but goodbye. She walked past him. Suddenly, he grabbed her arm. Sheng Wenin paused, looking back at him. Anything else, Mr. Qi? He gazed deeply at her and after a moment asked, going to Tokyo the day after tomorrow, want to go together? The day after tomorrow was the third recording of Travel 51, and the destination was Tokyo. Why go with you? Sheng Wenin asked, puzzled. After a brief hesitation, Qi Si offered an excuse. It's on the way? Sheng Wenin chuckled, pushed his hand away, and shook her head, not on the way. She walked out of the lounge. Watching the door close behind her, Qi Si stood there, his expression darkening. Evening inside a hotel room. Sheng Xingyue, clutching a script, stared blankly ahead, looking utterly despondent. Across from him, Sheng Xingming was passionately reciting lines, as if he were fully immersed in the scene. Despite Sheng Xingming's full commitment, Sheng Xingyue struggled to keep his eyes open, clearly fighting off sleep. Bro, it's your turn. Sheng Xingming suddenly reminded him. Where? Sheng Xingyue squinted at the script, searching for his lines for a long while before finally finding them. He mechanically read out, Senior brother. What do you think is the difference between the camellias of Jiangnan and those of Shijiang? Sheng Xingming frowned and pointed out, dissatisfied, that's not how it's supposed to be. See the note before the line? It says, innocent. You need to say it with an innocent and lively tone. Irritated, Sheng Xingyue tossed the script back at Sheng Xingming and declared, I'm done. Bro. Sheng Xingming was anxious. Even calling me ancestor won't help. I won't run lines with you. Find someone else. Sheng Xingyue's tone was resolute. Sheng Xingming explained helplessly, if I could find someone else, I wouldn't be asking you. This scene is being shot tomorrow. If we don't practice it well today, we'll hold everyone up again tomorrow. People already don't like me much. Sheng Xingyue impatiently retorted, you're the male lead. You should be running lines with the female lead. With so much money invested, why wouldn't she practice with you? Because I offended her. Sheng Xingming glanced at his brother. And don't act like it has nothing to do with you that Miss Sheng is mad. Sheng Xingyue sat up from the bed and argued, weren't you the one who said renting a dressing room would stop her from pestering Uncle Qi? But she got angry. So what? Do we have to appease her? Who does she think she is? Sheng Xingyue scoffed. Sheng Xingming threw the script back at his brother. I'm not asking you to appease her, but she won't work with me anymore. So you have to run lines with me. Read the next line. Sheng Xingyue was left speechless. To escape his brother's pestering, Sheng Xingyue decided to personally seek out Sheng Wenin early the next morning. He thought it was simple enough. She was just a minor actress, pretty but not untouchable. In the hotel buffet, Sheng Xingyue spotted Sheng Wenin enjoying her breakfast from afar. He walked straight to her table and sat down opposite her, only to be coldly rebuffed. No sharing tables. Leave. Sheng Xingyue was momentarily taken aback. Are you talking to me? Sheng Wenin frowned. Is there anyone else here? Sheng Xingyue couldn't believe it. A small-time actress dared to speak to an investor like this. He replied coldly, Miss Sheng, you've got quite a temper. Sheng Wenin, uninterested, stood up with her tray and moved to another table. To her dismay, Sheng Xingyue followed her. Leaning back in her chair, Sheng Wenin looked at the young man with a mocking expression. Mr. Shen, do you enjoy getting snubbed? Sheng Xingyue sneered. Miss Sheng, do you enjoy offending people you can't afford to offend? Can't afford to offend? Sheng Wenin picked up a bun, took a bite, then spat it out, sarcastically commenting, yes, I really can't afford to offend you. Even the bun goes bad seeing you. With such destructive power, who could afford to offend you? Sheng Xingyue's face darkened. Miss Sheng, has anyone ever told you your words are quite unpleasant? Sheng Wenin didn't back down. Mr. Shen, has anyone ever told you your face is quite nauseating? Sheng Wenin. Are we that close? Why are you calling my name? My name is too prestigious to be sullied by your mouth. Can you have a bit of self-awareness? Furious, Sheng Xingyue stood up, causing quite a stir among the other diners. Sheng Wenin looked up at him, her tone full of impatience. I don't care what you and Shen Meng are planning, but I'm warning you, don't mess with me. When I fight, I don't hold back just because someone is brainless. Fine, you're good. Sheng Xingyue stormed off in anger. Sheng Wenin explained to the onlookers, sorry, he's got a mental condition. The doctor says it's incurable. Sorry for disturbing your meal. The crowd then returned to their meals. The shooting that day was still problematic, mainly because of Shen Meng. Even though he had prepared thoroughly the night before, Sheng Wenin's deliberate targeting caused him to make frequent mistakes. He lost count of his NGs and noticed that the staff and assistants who once had a good impression of him now avoided him. Shen Meng sighed and told Sheng Xingyue, this situation needs to be resolved. I have an idea. Sheng Xingyue replied with a dark expression. She needs to be taught a lesson. That evening, Sheng Wenin received a call from Gan Mei. Sheng Wenin had just finished her shower, her hair still damp. She was drying her hair with a towel while putting her phone on speaker and tossing it onto the soft bed. The room was filled with the fresh scent of her bath, and the clock on the wall pointed to midnight. Did Director Zhou say that? Sheng Wenin asked leisurely, her tone carrying a hint of indifference. On the other end of the line, Gan Mei's voice was filled with impatience. It wasn't the director himself. It was the assistant director passing on the investors' feedback. They said you're not a team player on set, that you bring personal emotions into work and even bully other actors. But they also mentioned that if you can change, you can keep the lead role. She paused, her tone turning stern. What did you do this time, Sheng Wenin? Nothing much, Sheng Wenin replied lazily, casually running her fingers through her damp hair. Gan Mei clearly didn't believe her, raising her voice a notch. If it was nothing, why would they come to me? I don't care what you did. You need to apologize to the investors right now. Apologize? Sheng Wenin frowned, glancing at the clock on the wall. It's already midnight. Gan Mei was relentless. If it's inconvenient for you to go alone, take someone with you. But this needs to be resolved tonight. Let me tell you, Sheng Wenin, if you're sent back, you'll be sitting on the bench for the rest of your career. Sheng Wenin let out a soft chuckle, a hint of resignation in her voice. Looks like I don't have a choice. That's right, no choice. Apologize now. Gan Mei said firmly before hanging up. Sheng Wenin draped the towel around her neck and rubbed her still damp hair. Without changing her clothes, she walked out of the room in her pajamas and slippers. She knocked on the door of the room next to hers. Shen Meng, who was in the middle of memorizing lines, opened the door and was surprised to see Sheng Wenin standing outside. Miss Sheng, which room is Shen Yu in? Sheng Wenin asked directly. Shen Meng was momentarily confused. Huh? I asked you which room he's in. Sheng Wenin's tone grew impatient. Downstairs, room 0309? Shen Meng stammered. Miss Sheng, is something wrong? Lead the way, Sheng Wenin commanded curtly. No. Shen Meng asked in surprise. Are you leading or not? Sheng Wenin urged impatiently. Oh, okay. Shen Meng, still bewildered, led Sheng Wenin to Shen Xingyue's room and knocked gently on the door. The door soon opened. Shen Xingyue, dressed in casual clothes, leaned against the door frame, seemingly unfazed by the late-night visit. He looked at the man and woman standing outside, a smile playing on his lips. Miss Sheng, what brings you here so late? Sheng Wenin stared coldly at him. Didn't I warn you not to play games with me? Oh, still so hot-tempered? Shen Xingyue sneered. Looks like you really want to be replaced. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud bang shattered the quiet of the night. Sheng Wenin's fist had slammed into the doorframe next to Shen Xingyue's face, leaving a noticeable dent. Shen Meng stood frozen in fear, eyes wide as he watched the scene unfold. Shen Xingyue was equally shocked, his unfinished sentence stuck in his throat, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Sheng Wenin leaned in closer, her gaze piercing. Do you know why I didn't hit your face? Shen Xingyue's lips turned pale as he shook his head slightly. Sheng Wenin's lips curved into a mocking smile. Because you and Shen Meng are in the same generation. He calls Qi Si uncle, and I am in the same generation as Qi Si. Strictly speaking, I am your elder. Hitting your face right off the bat would make me look like a bully. As soon as she finished speaking, Sheng Wenin's second punch landed squarely on Shen Xingyue's stomach. Caught off guard, he groaned in pain. Brother! Shen Meng quickly stepped forward to support him. Sheng Wenin retracted her fist and shook her hand, her tone still calm. Auntie here took the trouble to teach you kids a lesson on respecting your elders and knowing your place. She looked at Shen Xingyue with a cold smile. So, Mr. Shen Yu, was my apology sincere enough? Do you still want to replace the lead actress? Cough, oh cough. The pain in his abdomen felt as real as a knife cut. Sheng Xingyue bent over with difficulty, most of his weight leaning on his younger brother. He forced himself to look up and made eye contact with Sheng Wenin. The defiance in the girl's eyes was icy cold, and Sheng Xingyue's actions had clearly infuriated her even more. Seeing Sheng Xingyue remain silent, Sheng Wenin shifted her gaze to Shen Meng, her tone icy. You seem smarter than him. Keep an eye on him. Even if I have nothing, I won't let anyone step on me. With that, she turned and left, and the elevator doors closed behind her. Only then did Shen Meng look at his brother, speaking softly, let it go. She said she would avoid Uncle Chi, and judging by her demeanor, she doesn't seem like someone who would willingly be a third wheel. We should just… Damn it. Sheng Xingyue suddenly cursed. Shen Meng sighed, looking down. I know you're angry, but we're men. There's no need to… I'm going to pursue her. Sheng Xingyue interrupted. Shen Meng was stunned, hesitantly asking, you mean you're going to chase after her and fight back? No, I mean I'm going to court her. Sheng Xingyue repeated. He straightened up, rubbing his still aching abdomen, and said excitedly, she's exactly my type. Shen Meng reached out to touch his brother's forehead. Are you sick? Sheng Xingyue swatted his hand away. How old is she again? Shen Meng recalled. Officially 19, same age as me. Sheng Xingyue clicked his tongue. A bit young. He was 20 already. But it's fine, we match well enough. Haven't you noticed? She actually looks a bit like me. Maybe that's what they call a couple's resemblance. Shen Meng still thought his brother had been hit too hard and kindly suggested, maybe you should take some medicine. Meanwhile, Sheng Wenin returned to her room, her anger still simmering. Her phone on the bed suddenly rang. She picked it up and saw a message from a WeChat group. Frowning, she opened it and saw a new message. The group was buzzing with activity. Feng Xiaoxiao excitedly asked, Hey, is that Enin? Who added Enin to the group? I don't even have Enin's WeChat, boohoo. Enin add me. Dulan was also puzzled. How did I get into this group? What's this group for? Shi Yan explained. Xiaoxiao created it. She said since we won't be recording together next season, she made a group to keep in touch. Feng Xiaoxiao enthusiastically added. Yes, I created it. I added Brother Yan, then Sister Lan, and Brother Yan even added Chi Yingdi. I was just about to call Enin for her WeChat when she joined. Did you add her brother Shi? Shi Yan denied. Not me, I don't have Wenin's WeChat either. Wenin add me. Dulan quickly sent a friend request. Wenin, I added you. Please accept. Chi Si simply responded. I added her. Feng Xiaoxiao was thrilled. Yay. Chi Yingdi finally spoke up. Spinning cat emoji. Sheng Wenin was speechless, exited the group chat, and saw friend requests from Shi Yan, Dulan, and Feng Xiaoxiao. She accepted each one and then replied in the group, added. Feng Xiaoxiao immediately acted cute. Sheng Wenin coldly responded, scram. Feng Xiaoxiao pretended to cry. Wah. Shi Yan tentatively asked, should we add Cheng Feng? Sheng Wenin, Feng Xiaoxiao, Dulan, and Chi Si all replied in unison, don't you dare. Shi Yan quickly apologized, sorry. Feng Xiaoxiao teased. Chi Yingdi has learned to copy-paste, Chi Si didn't respond to the teasing. Feng Xiaoxiao continued chatting. By the way, since I'm leaving, you guys should have a new teammate next season, right? Any idea who it is? Shi Yan said he didn't know. Dulan hoped for someone easygoing, and Feng Xiaoxiao was excited about the possibility of a handsome guy because she wanted to keep following the show. Dulan teased. You forgot what Wenin said, didn't you? Who could be more handsome than Chi Si? Isn't Chi Si great? Chi Si, who was about to close the group chat, was momentarily stunned, ? Feng Xiaoxiao explained. Chi Si, Enin said that. I once said Chinan was handsome, and Enin criticized me, saying, is he as handsome as Chi Si? Isn't Chi Si great? I quickly reflected. Yes. Teacher Chi is the most handsome, Teacher Chi is the best. After that, Chi Yingdi didn't say anything else, but Feng Xiaoxiao didn't mind and continued chatting with Dulan and Shi Yan. When Sheng Wenin returned from hanging up her towel, she found the group had over 99 new messages. She quickly browsed through them and saw Feng Xiaoxiao and Dulan recommending makeup products, while Shi Yan shared photos of the breakfast his wife had made. Just as she was about to go to sleep, she noticed Chi Si's name at the top of her chat list with a small red one next to it. Frowning, she opened it and saw a short message. Shall we go together tomorrow? Sheng Wenin fell onto her bed and quickly replied, I told you it's not convenient. Don't you understand? After sending the message, the other side was silent for a moment, then the typing indicator appeared. Sheng Wenin waited with her phone, but after 2 minutes, the indicator disappeared and no new message came through. Sheng Wenin sneered, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. The next morning at 8, Sheng Wenin arrived at the airport. After getting her ticket, she found a breakfast spot to grab a bite. When she boarded at 8:30, she was surprised to find her seat was in first class. She was thrilled, thinking the show must have hit the jackpot, upgrading her ticket to first class. Sheng Wenin had never flown first class in her 2 lifetimes. She walked happily to first class, and a flight attendant warmly guided her to her seat. Just as she sat down, the passenger in the seat to her right arrived. Sheng Wenin glanced casually and was stunned it was Chi Si. The man seemed not to notice her, sitting down and focusing on his phone. His brows were furrowed, seemingly displeased with what he saw on the screen. He then pressed the voice message button and said, go with the previous plan. Seeing this, Sheng Wenin stopped looking at him and started examining her seat. First class had individual cabins, and when she pressed a button, panels rose on both sides, completely isolating her space. Whoa! Sheng Wenin, who had never seen such luxury, couldn't help but exclaim in awe. As the panel rose, a footrest popped out simultaneously. Sheng Wenin, looking intrigued, placed her feet on it. Her gaze swept around and she noticed blankets and pillows nearby, which she quickly grabbed and used. She couldn't help but marvel. First class really is different. The plane soon took off, and an announcement reminded passengers of safety measures without requiring them to turn off their phones. Nonetheless, the ever-dutiful Sheng Wenin turned off her phone as per usual. Shortly after takeoff, flight attendants began asking passengers about their meal preferences. Sheng Wenin's eyes lit up. How could she pass up the opportunity to enjoy free food and drinks? After a careful comparison, she realized that first-class meals were even more delicious and varied than those in business class. Though she regretted having had a heavy breakfast, she wisely requested some packaged snacks and cakes to take with her and enjoy later. When the flight attendant brought her food, the partition briefly opened. In that moment, Sheng Wenin was surprised to see Qi Si next door, talking on his phone. She immediately pointed at him and reported to the flight attendant. He didn't turn off his phone. The flight attendant was momentarily stunned, while Qi Si, hearing the commotion, turned to look at Sheng Wenin. His expression was devoid of surprise, as if he already knew she was next door. Sheng Wenin defiantly met his gaze, but Qi Si merely glanced at her indifferently before continuing his call. Sheng Wenin glared at the flight attendant. "Why aren't you saying anything to him?" The flight attendant awkwardly explained, "Miss, our airline provides Wi-Fi on board. All first-class passengers can connect to Wi-Fi in flight mode after 20 minutes of stable flight, so there's no need to turn off their phones." Sheng Wenin was stunned. To ease her embarrassment, the flight attendant quickly added, "Enjoy your meal." With that, she hurriedly pushed the cart away. Sheng Wenin felt her face flush. So first-class passengers had the privilege of using the internet on the plane. Was this the kind of treatment wealthy people enjoyed? She couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Qi Si, across from her, hung up his call and looked at her coolly. "Not going the same way?" Sheng Wenin, not wanting to engage, pressed the button to raise the partition, then quietly turned on her phone to try connecting to the Wi-Fi. When it actually connected, she exclaimed again, "Wow, this is so advanced." The flight from the capital to Tokyo only took a little over 3 hours, and the plane was soon ready to land. Sheng Wenin reluctantly left her first-class seat. As she opened the partition, she saw that Qi Si was also getting up. Although the aisle was wide, Qi Si paused for a moment. Sheng Wenin glanced at him, not feeling at all that he was giving way, and strutted past him with an air of indifference. Qi Si watched her swaggering figure and chuckled softly. After exiting the airport, Sheng Wenin spotted the show's crew, who led her to the meeting point. To her surprise, she and Qi Si were the first to arrive. The others hadn't shown up yet. The staff politely said, "Please relax for a bit. Mr. Du and Mr. Shi's flight will arrive in about an hour." Clutching the snacks and drinks she had snagged from first class, Sheng Wenin found a corner seat. Qi Si sat on the other side, engrossed in his phone. As she recalled past trips, she remembered that Qi Si often made calls on the balcony at night or outside during breakfast. She couldn't help but wonder, is the movie star really that busy? Shouldn't his agent be handling things? While Sheng Wenin was lost in thought, a voice interrupted her missing. She looked up to see Qi Si's assistant, who was handing out 2 large boxes of drinks to the crew. "Miss Sheng, what would you like to drink?" "We have lattes, cappuccinos, and chocolate milk tea." Thinking she shouldn't pass up free drinks, Sheng Wenin immediately got up and grabbed a latte. The assistant let everyone choose and then took a black coffee to Qi Si. He accepted it but didn't drink, still focused on his phone. 10 minutes later, Yi Chengfeng arrived, looking pleased with himself. He immediately instructed his assistant to buy coffee for everyone, claiming he wanted to treat them. However, before his assistant could move, the director raised his cup and said, "No need, Chengfeng. Mr. Qi already treated us." Yi Chengfeng turned to Qi Si, looking disappointed. "Oh, I guess I'm late." Sitting in the corner, Sheng Wenin bit the rim of her coffee cup, suppressing a laugh. She found Yi Chengfeng's fake enthusiasm nauseating every time she saw it. If he truly wanted to treat everyone to coffee, he could have just sent his assistant. Seeing that everyone had already been served, yet still putting on a show, was just too much. Sheng Wenin's good mood from flying first class in the morning was completely ruined by Yi Chengfeng's obnoxious behavior. Since the others hadn't arrived yet, Yi Chengfeng flitted around the directors like a noisy butterfly, his chatter echoing through the empty cabin. The more Sheng Wenin listened, the more irritated she became, until she couldn't hold back any longer and sarcastically asked, "Are you a chainsaw?" Her sudden remark immediately drew everyone's attention. Even Qi Si, who had been silent, looked up. Sheng Wenin raised an eyebrow and stared directly at Yi Chengfeng, continuing, "What are you looking at? You think you're the only one with a mouth? Buzzing around like a construction crew. Out of all these people, you're the only one making a ruckus. Can you take the batteries out of your throat?" Yi Chengfeng's face turned pale as he stood up abruptly, his voice filled with anger. "What did you say?" Unfazed, Sheng Wenin shot back, "I said you're annoying. Can't understand that? Is your hearing malfunctioning now? Sheng Wen, you're going too far. Yi Chengfeng said, looking around at the staff with a pitiful expression. I didn't do anything to you. You did, Sheng Wenin replied coldly. Your mere existence makes me physically uncomfortable. That's what I call being a nuisance. Yi Qingfeng's face was full of frustration as he retorted, you're too much. His pitiful look immediately garnered some sympathy from the staff. One of them spoke up in his defense. Chengfeng didn't really do anything wrong. He was just chatting. He's actually a nice guy. Sheng Wenin let out a derisive laugh, her gaze cutting through the staff like a knife. If chatting a bit makes someone nice, then comedians should all win Nobel Peace Prizes. The staff fell silent, well aware that they couldn't out-talk the most notorious sharp tongue in the entertainment industry. Sheng Wenin glanced at Yi Chengfeng again and saw him squinting at her. She raised her chin provocatively. What, not convinced? Want to fight? Yi Chengfeng quickly looked away, clearly remembering the last time Sheng Wenin had dunked his head in water. At that moment, Qi Si withdrew his gaze, a silent smile playing on his lips. The room fell silent in an instant, and Yi Chengfeng didn't say another word. Sheng Wenin slowly finished her coffee and stood up to throw away the cup. Just then, Qi Si's assistant nervously approached, respectfully extending both hands. Let me take that for you. Sheng Wenin glanced at Qi Si, who was still engrossed in his phone, and handed the cup to the assistant. An hour later, Dulan and Shi Yan finally arrived. With that, all 6 regular guests were present. The production team promptly turned on the live streaming cameras. Unlike the previous 2 broadcasts, this one didn't require viewers in China to stay up late, as the time difference with Japan was negligible. As soon as the stream began, the official chat room was flooded with comments. Wow, it's a Japan trip? Finally, no more late nights. I flipped my sleep schedule to keep up with the show. My mom said I was on the verge of collapsing. Wait, is Feng Xiaoxiao really not in this episode? Will there be a new guest? I actually like Feng Xiaoxiao. She always keeps things lively. Thank you all for loving Xiaoxiao. She won't be in future recordings as she's currently in a legal battle with Balu & Company and Qinan. The comments were filled with speculation about the new guest, and in real life, Dulan was also asking about the newcomer's identity. The production team remained tight-lipped, communicating quietly through walkie-talkies. Moments later, a stunning woman gracefully walked in. Sheng Wenin was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the woman, and her gaze quickly shifted to Qi Si. The others in the room also turned to look at him. Qi Si remained calm, his eyes fixed on the woman with a serene expression. The woman, slightly bashful, stuck out her tongue and walked over to Qi Si, extending her hand with a smile. Mr. Qi, long time no see. Her demeanor was natural, and standing next to Qi Si, their appearance and height made them look like a perfect match. The chat room exploded. Song Shu. Springtime romance fans are ecstatic. Out of all Qi Yingdi's movies, my one true love is Old Alley, and the only romance I accept is between Gu Man and Zhuang Qing. Can't believe it's Song Shu. The production team nailed it. Seeing Man and brother Zhuang together again in my lifetime, I need to rewatch Old Alley, but that ending is so heartbreaking. Qi Si, who debuted at 13, had been in the entertainment industry for 12 years. During this time, he had portrayed numerous iconic roles, climbing to the pinnacle of the industry. His status and influence were unmatched, with fans all over the world. Most actresses didn't even dare to associate with him, yet his fiercely loyal fans made an exception for one woman, Song Shu. 5 years ago, a 19-year-old Qi Si starred alongside Song Shu in the film Old Alley, which became an immortal classic in Chinese cinema. The film brought them to the Oscars stage for the first time as Chinese actors, with Qi Si winning Best Actor and Song Shu receiving a nomination for Best Actress. This was unprecedented in Oscar history. That year, they created a miracle. The media coverage was overwhelming, and fans went wild. Although Song Shu didn't win, the nomination itself was an honor. She was hailed as the only woman who could match Qi Si, and even his most critical fans praised her. The success of Old Alley made Song Shu a unique presence in Qi Si's life, with some joking that she remained single just for him. Fans eagerly hoped they would take their on-screen romance into real life. However, 5 years passed, and the two pursued their separate careers without collaborating again. Now, Song Shu had been nominated for the Best Actress award at the Gutai Awards. While the Gutai didn't hold the same prestige as the Oscars, winning it would elevate her from a top-tier actress to a super A-list star. Recently, news about Song Shu promoting her new movie due to her nomination for the Gutai Awards has been everywhere. However, her unexpected appearance on a travel variety show, where she was seen with Qi Si again, caught everyone off guard. The live stream was flooded with comments, almost obscuring the faces on screen. In reality, the atmosphere was far less lively than it appeared online. Song Shu extended her hand, maintaining a deliberately polite smile. Qi Si glanced at the hand hanging in the air, his dark eyes slightly dimming, and kept his hands in his pockets, showing no intention of responding. Song Shu's smile was on the verge of collapsing. Sensing the awkward situation, Yi Qingfeng quickly stepped in to diffuse the tension. He greeted Song Shu with a smile. Shu Jia, I didn't expect it to be you. The production team didn't reveal anything. Song Shu's fingertips turned white from nervousness as she forced a smile and glanced at the production team. They wanted to keep it a mystery. This brief handshake episode quickly passed. Most viewers didn't notice that Qi Si had refused to shake hands, assuming instead that Yi Chengfeng had simply beaten him to it. But Sheng Wenin's sharp eyes caught this detail. At that moment, Sheng Wenin heard Du Lan beside her let out a low snort. She turned to see Du Lan's icy expression, her gaze like a knife directed at Song Shu, clearly showing her dislike. In contrast, Shi Yan greeted Song Shu politely. After shaking hands with Shi Yan, Song Shu had composed herself. She turned her gaze to Du Lan and said with a smile, Lan Jia, long time no see. It was well known that years ago, Du Lan had played a supporting role in a movie starring Song Shu, so they had a history. Du Lan merely nodded perfunctorily and did not step forward. Song Shu then looked at Sheng Wenin and smiled hello. Sheng Wenin responded calmly, hello. After the brief pleasantries, the production team began to speak. At this moment, Du Lan quietly said to Sheng Wenin, I really envy you, being able to openly express your dislike for someone. Sheng Wenin asked in confusion, Lan Jia, do you dislike Song Shu? Du Lan snorted coldly and, for the first time since Sheng Wenin had known her, uttered a curse word, she's a bitch. Sheng Wenin's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe that the usually gentle, understanding, highly emotionally intelligent, and diplomatic Du Lan would use such harsh words to describe someone. Song Shu is undeniably the recognized goddess of the entertainment industry, and her relationship with Qi Si is always a hot topic. The show's producers clearly have ulterior motives. When the task was announced, an unexpected change caught everyone's attention. This time, there's a slight adjustment to the task, the show's representative announced. The number of checkpoints has increased from 5 to 10, and all locations are fixed. To compensate, we're doubling the budget, but the duration remains the same. As soon as these words were spoken, the room was filled with murmurs. The producers clapped their hands to get everyone's attention and continued, given the increased workload, we suggest you split into teams. 6 people can form either 2 or 3 teams, it's up to you. Song Shu immediately put on a pouty face. Why did the task get harder just because I showed up? She looked around and said gently, I don't really understand the show's mechanics, so I'll follow your lead. All eyes turned to Sheng Wenin. Although Song Shu hadn't watched the first 2 episodes, she knew the show's Travel 51 format 5 regular guests plus a housekeeper. She recognized Sheng Wenin as the housekeeper, responsible for their daily needs. Seeing everyone looking at Sheng Wenin, Song Shu suddenly said, Hey, you guys are too much. Are you planning to make the housekeeper run back and forth to serve you after splitting into teams? She's a girl, for heaven's sake. Song Shu thought her words showed her generosity and consideration, but everyone looked at her strangely. She asked, confused, what's wrong? Did I say something inappropriate? Don't tell me you really made the housekeeper do everything in the previous episodes, carrying luggage, running errands? Wow, you're too much. The more Song Shu spoke, the more she found it amusing, clearly treating it as a joke. She was convinced that in front of live cameras, the guests wouldn't really make a girl do everything, or the audience would definitely criticize them. Yi Chengfeng quietly reminded her, Shu Jia, I'll explain later. Explain what? Song Shu was puzzled. Yi Chengfeng shook his head, signaling her to drop it for now. Sheng Wenin withdrew her gaze from Song Shu and asked the others expressionlessly, are we splitting into teams? Sure, we can split up. Du Lan answered directly, the task is heavy. The checkpoints are many and fixed. Splitting up will give us more time. Yi Chengfeng chimed in, I also suggest splitting into teams. He had known Song Shu would be coming today, as his agent had mentioned it yesterday. The agent had also hinted that the show might split into teams, with 2 or 3 groups being a possibility. If it was 2 teams, it would be him, Song Shu, and Qi Si in one team. If 3, Song Shu and Qi Si would be in one team. These were prearranged by the producers to use the reunion of Song Shu and Qi Si as a marketing hook. His agent had also advised him to seize the opportunity to stand out if he could team up with the superstar duo. Hence, Yi Chengfeng was in high spirits today, confident that sticking with Song Shu would ensure plenty of screen time. Sheng Wenin ignored Yi Chengfeng's input and turned to Du Lan. So, shall we split into 2 or 3 teams? Du Lan pondered for a moment. 2 teams. Sheng Wenin nodded and immediately made arrangements. He'll be with Lan Jia and Shi Ge. Qi Lao Shi, Song Shao Jia, and Yi Chengfeng will form the other team. Any objections? She glanced at the 3 of them. Song Shu smiled at this grouping, sneaking a glance at Qi Si and gently saying, no objections here. Yi Chengfeng was about to agree but was interrupted by Sheng Wenin. Then it settled. Let's start. I have an objection. Qi Si, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, his cold, low voice drawing everyone's attention. Song Shu's expression changed slightly but quickly regained her composure. Qi Si glanced at the producers and said indifferently, I suggest splitting into 3 teams. 3 teams. meaning pairs. Sheng Wenin looked at Qi Si, then at Song Shu, with a playful smile. Sure. Who do you want to team up with? Song Shaojia or Yi Chengfeng? Sheng Wenyan's gaze stayed on Song Shu as she asked, but the man's cool voice suddenly replied you. Sheng Wenin was stunned. The room fell silent instantly. Song Shu's eyes narrowed slightly, sweeping over Sheng Wenin coldly. But when the camera turned to her, her expression returned to its usual gentleness. Sheng Wenin frowned and directly asked Qi Si, why me? No reason. Then sorry, I don't want to team up with you. Qi Si said nothing, just quietly looked at her. Sheng Wenin turned to Dulan. If we split into 3 teams, Lanjia, let's team up. Dulan was about to agree but caught Qi Si's icy glance, which sent a chill down her spine. She hesitated and said, I'll team up with Shirgu instead. Shirgu's wife messaged me before we left, asking me to take care of him and remind him to take his medicine. Sheng Wenin was taken aback. Shirgu is ill? Shiryan chuckled. Just vitamins, my wife is a nutritionist. Sheng Wenin wanted to say more, but Dulan hurriedly interrupted. You either team up with Song Shaojia, Yi Chengfeng, or Qi Laoshi. Shirgu and I have already decided, right Shirgu? Shiryan, catching Dulan's hint, nodded repeatedly as yes. Sheng Wenyan's face darkened, her gaze sweeping over the remaining 3. Song Shu was out of the question. She had clearly seen the woman glare at her earlier. Yi Chengfeng was even worse. She feared she'd punch him within a minute. Qi Si, among these choices, he was the only one barely acceptable. Sheng Wenin looked at Qi Si, who was also looking at her calmly. Feeling frustrated, Sheng Wenin said irritably, whatever. She then divided the show's budget of 20,000 yen into 3 parts, distributing them to the 3 teams. Song Shu snatched the money from Sheng Wenin almost aggressively. Sheng Wenin squinted, thinking, is this woman crazy? It's not my fault Qi Si didn't choose you. If you want to team up with him, just say it. Don't expect everyone to read your mind and cater to you. Do you think you're the sun and everyone revolves around you? Sheng Wenin silently decided. She would also dislike Song Shu. Teams were set, 10 attractions evenly divided, and the 3 groups were about to part ways. Sheng Wenin dragged her luggage towards the airport exit, catching sight of Qi Si leisurely following at a slight angle behind her. The more she glanced at him, the more annoyed she felt, her brow furrowing involuntarily. Just as she stepped out of the airport doors, Dulan suddenly jogged up, giving Sheng Wenin a gentle nudge with her shoulder. How about our 2 teams stick together? Dulan suggested with a smile. Sheng Wenin turned to scrutinize Dulan. Although technically she and Qi Si were their own team, traveling with Dulan and Shiryan would mean they were essentially still together and could shake off those 2 unlucky ones, Yi Chengfeng and Song Shu. This thought made Sheng Wenin feel a lot better. Dulan then turned back and asked, Qi, do you mind? Qi Si merely glanced at her silently, his face expressionless. Shiryan cheerfully chimed in. Not saying anything means he agrees. Let's go together then. Wenin, shall we find a place to stay now? Qi Si's cold gaze swept over Shiryan's oblivious head. He pulled a mask from his pocket and put it on, saying nothing more. Meanwhile, the production team began an internal discussion. The live broadcast had already been split into 3 channels, but since Sheng Wenin's team and Dulan's team were moving together, their channels overlapped. Director, weren't we planning to hype up the rumor between Song Shu and Qi the actor? A staff member asked in confusion. The director frowned and replied, we'll do that next episode. Next episode? The staff member was taken aback. The director explained, anyway, Song Shu is a new regular. She'll be here next time too. Didn't you notice earlier? Qi was upset. We didn't inform him in advance that Song Shu would be here. He must have figured out our intentions. In this situation, we can't push him further or we'll really offend him. What about Song Shu? We promised her we'd try to pair her with Qi Si. Her PR team even has trending topics ready, the staff member pressed. Trying isn't a guarantee, the director said nonchalantly. We can afford to offend Song Shu, but not Qi Si. Let her know we'll try again next time. She's smart. She should realize Qi doesn't like her. If she's sensible, she should have her agent team negotiate directly with Qi's team. Regardless of the production team's discussions, the group divisions were set. Once the live streams were split into 3, the popularity metrics immediately showed a difference. Qi Si's stream was first, Song Shu's second, and Dulan's third. Having done her homework in advance, Sheng Wenin led everyone straight to the hotel after leaving the airport. The rooms were shared between 2 people, Sheng Wenin with Dulan and Qi Si with Shiryan, cutting the room costs in half. After dropping off their luggage, Sheng Wenin suggested they visit a nearby attraction in the afternoon. With the 10 attractions divided, each team got 3, and Shiryan, being generous, took on an extra 1. Now, the 4 of them had 7 attractions to visit. After a quick lunch, Sheng Wenin led everyone to the nearest wildlife park. However, just as they were about to take photos, a staff member said, this attraction doesn't count. Why? Shiryan asked, frowning. The staff member explained, After leaving the airport this morning, Chengfeng's team already checked in here. Shi Yan's frown deepened. Weren't there 3 attractions: a museum, a temple, and an observatory? Why are they at the wildlife park? Dulon coldly remarked. 10 attractions were evenly divided, with fixed assignments. How are they taking other spots? Shi Yan's face grew darker as he pulled out his phone to call Yi Chengfeng, but there was no answer. Chengfeng's not picking up, I'll try Miss Song. But Song Shu's phone also went unanswered. Shi Yan's expression turned even grimmer. Even if they wanted to switch attractions, they should have discussed it with us. Now what do we do? Sheng Wenin put down her camera, her face taut. There's a memorial park not far from here. Let's go there first. The staff member interjected. They've checked in at the memorial park too. What gives them the right? Wait a minute, Sheng Wenin suddenly realized. How could they have checked in at 2 attractions so quickly? Dulon had an epiphany. They must have just checked in and left. The staff member nodded with a wry smile. Shi Yan finally lost his temper. What are they thinking? The point of this show is to travel, not just to check in. The main idea is to show the audience the attractions. Sheng Wenin stood on the bustling streets of Tokyo, feeling a surge of irritation. She turned to the staff member beside her and said with a hint of frustration, if we're just going to drive here, take a picture, and leave, we could rent a car and see all of Tokyo in a few hours. Do we really need to stay here for days? This kind of whirlwind tour, can it even be called a tour? It's just passing through. The staff member patiently explained, essentially, the 6 of you are one team. Splitting into 3 sub-teams is just an internal arrangement. If you don't complete the task of visiting 10 landmarks within 3 days, the entire team will be deemed to have failed. Currently, Song Shu and Yi Chengfeng have only checked in without actually touring, so those 2 landmarks are considered semi-invalid. However, if they later complete the tour or you do it on their behalf, those landmarks will count as done. Shi Yan frowned and said, we have to cover for them? We don't even know their situation right now. If we need to swap landmarks, we need to communicate, but we can't reach them. Just then, the live comments started flooding in. Their phones were stolen as soon as they left the airport. Hey, they didn't want to be out of touch. They're still wandering around. They didn't just check in at the zoo and the memorial park on purpose. They ran into unexpected trouble, and the show's crew didn't help them. They had to complete one task and then find a place to stay. Usually calm, Shi Yan now seemed visibly uneasy. Sheng Wenin was silent for a moment before calmly saying, let's go in then. Dulon rubbed her forehead and said helplessly, we'll just have to clean up their mess. What else can we do? The 4 of them bought tickets and entered the park, 3 with sour expressions and 1 with a blank face, barely completing the tour. That evening, they still couldn't reach Yi Chengfeng and Song Shu. Dulon suddenly suggested, let's split up tomorrow. Sheng Wenin said nothing. Just then, Qi Si emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a bathrobe, exuding a faint scent of body wash. He walked past Sheng Wenin, sat on the bed opposite, and started drying his hair. Dulon said seriously, we have to split up. The landmarks are far apart, and we wasted an entire afternoon today. We don't know what trouble those 2 will run into next. Staying together wastes too much time. Sheng Wenin understood. She glanced at her notebook and said, you guys go to these landmarks. They're relatively close together. Dulon took a look and nodded. Alright, I'm pretty good at Japanese. I studied in Japan before and know Tokyo well. I can take Go and go on our own. Sheng Wenin nodded, stood up, and said, then it's settled. After the 2 left, Qi Si put down the towel and suddenly asked, why did they come over? Shi Yan was taken aback. Huh? Qi Si said indifferently, they decide everything. Do we even get a say? Shi Yan laughed. Mr. Qi, I didn't expect you to joke. But it's the same at my place. My wife decides everything. I just show up when needed. Qi Si glanced at Shi Yan. And you're proud of that? Shi Yan shrugged. What can I do? I love her and had to marry her. Mr. Qi, do you have someone you like? Qi Si paused, a cold and commanding image flashing in his mind. He lowered his eyes and said, no. Early the next morning, Dulon and Shi Yan left early, leaving Sheng Wenin alone to wait for Qi Si. Half an hour later, Qi Si finally arrived, but he was empty-handed and not even wearing a jacket. You're not ready yet? Sheng Wenin asked, puzzled, as she noticed Qi Si's rolled-up white shirt sleeves, revealing his slightly pink arms. The bathroom faucet is broken. I went to find the front desk, Qi Si explained calmly. Sheng Wenin frowned. How come Ge had no issues earlier? He used cold water, Qi Si replied. Sheng Wenin put her hands on her hips, her face stern. Don't tell me the broken faucet just means no hot water? Qi Si nodded yes. You've got to be kidding me. Sheng Wenin stormed into the bathroom. She turned on the faucet and tested the water temperature. It's fine. Just use it. Can't you shower with cold water? Qi Si stood silently at the bathroom door, watching her. Are you that delicate? We're in a hurry. How long will it take for the front desk to come up and fix it? Sheng Wenin said irritably. Qi Si frowned but reluctantly walked to the sink. Shang Wenyin stepped aside as he tentatively touched the icy water and quickly pulled his hand back. Shang Wenyin watched in disbelief, internally criticizing Qi Si for being so finicky. 20 minutes later, Qi Si was finally ready. Shang Wenyin glanced at her watch, clearly annoyed. "You're so slow." Qi Si silently put on his mask and followed her out. Passing by the front desk, Shang Wenyin informed them in Japanese about the lack of hot water. The staff politely acknowledged and promised to address it later. At the bus stop, Shang Wenyin tapped her foot impatiently while waiting for the bus. She noticed Qi Si's gaze fixed on a little boy eating a grilled bun nearby. Nudging him with her elbow, she handed him a packet of International Airline cookies from her bag. Qi Si took the cookies, ate one, but clearly didn't enjoy it, and his eyes wandered back to the boy's grilled bun. Soon, the bus arrived. There was only one seat left. Shang Wenyin hesitated for a moment, and then said to Qi Si, "You take it." Qi Si declined, but Shang Wenyin insisted, tossing her bag onto his lap. "What's the matter? You have a seat. Shouldn't you hold the bag?" Qi Si paused, then quietly adjusted the bag. When they reached their first destination, Shang Wenyin went to buy tickets. As she was about to pay, Qi Si approached the ticket counter and asked in Japanese, "Is there a 20 discount for couples?" Only then did Shang Wenyin notice the promotional poster next to the window, announcing a special 20 discount for couples in celebration of the museum's 100th anniversary of the Shuangyuan Jade Pendant's discovery. Qi Si declared, "We're a couple." Shang Wenyin whispered, "We're still on live stream." Qi Si glanced at her and softly replied, "Save some money so we can have grilled buns for breakfast tomorrow." Shang Wenyin frowned and looked at Qi Si, silently grumbling to herself, "It's just a piece of flatbread. Do you really need to remember it for so long? Why can't you eat the free cookies?" At that moment, the ticket clerk asked again in fluent Japanese, "Sir, miss, would you like a couple's ticket?" Shang Wenyin was about to deny it when Qi Si quickly interjected, "Yes." Hearing this, the clerk immediately started printing the tickets and announced the price, 1,300 yen. Shang Wenyin quickly did the math in her head. 1,300 yen was approximately 80 yuan. Before she could react, she felt Qi Si's gaze on her. Under the combined scrutiny of the ticket clerk and Qi Si, Shang Wenyin reluctantly took out her wallet and paid for the tickets. Upon entering the museum at the ticket checkpoint, the staff noticed they had a couple's ticket and handed them a pair of uniquely designed gloves. Shang Wenyin looked at the gloves in confusion and asked, "Why are they connected?" With a professional smile, the staff patiently explained, "These gloves are designed to mimic the gesture of holding hands. Each of you wears one glove, and you'll naturally be holding hands. When the guides see this, they'll know you have a couple's ticket. Today, the guide service is free for couples." Feeling awkward, Shang Wenyin thanked the staff, while Qi Si took the gloves and walked straight in. Shang Wenyin hurried to catch up, keeping her hands in her coat pockets, clearly uninterested in wearing the peculiar gloves. Qi Si also didn't wear them, just held them in his hand. The museum was vast, with 4 levels. They started their tour on the first floor. As soon as they entered a hall displaying artifacts from Japan's Asuka period, a guide approached them, offering a guided tour. Considering this was for a travel variety show, adding more cultural content would be beneficial. However, the extra guide service cost 150 yen, roughly 10 yuan. With over a dozen halls in the museum, listening to a guide in each could be quite expensive. Shang Wenyin declined without hesitation. The guide was about to leave when he noticed the special gloves in Qi Si's hand. He smiled knowingly and said, "If you wear the gloves, the guide service is free." The guide, seeing their confusion, assumed they didn't understand Japanese. He repeated the explanation in broken, stuttering Chinese. Shang Wenyin frowned slightly at the mismatched gloves and asked directly, "We did buy the couple's tickets. Can we get the free tour without wearing the gloves?" The guide looked puzzled and replied, "If you're a couple, why don't you want to wear them? According to the rules, you must wear the couple's gloves with our museum's logo to get the free tour." Shang Wenyin sighed and waved her hand. "Forget it then?" Just as she finished speaking, someone grabbed her wrist. She looked up to see Qi Si, who had somehow already put on the gloves, saying to her, "Just wear them." Instinctively, Shang Wenyin glanced at the cameraman filming them. Even though it was a public place and the cameraman was using a small camera, about the size of a regular phone, it didn't change the fact that it was a live broadcast device and millions of viewers were watching them at that moment. "Are you crazy?" Shang Wenyin scolded in a low voice. Qi Si glanced briefly at the camera and said, "Everyone knows it's fake. Still, it's not right." "I remember you're an actress?" Qi Si suddenly asked. Shang Wenyin was taken aback and frowned. "So what if I am? In the future, you'll have to hold hands, hug, and even kiss in your roles." As he said kiss, Qi Si's gaze unintentionally fell on Shang Wenyin's chair red lips before quickly looking away. "You'll have to get used to it sooner or later." "That's true, but..." Shang Wenyin tried to argue. Seeing that she still didn't move, Qi Si grabbed her hand and started putting the other glove on her. Shang Wenyin struggled, and Qi Si stopped, frowning at her. "We're wasting time." Shang Wenyin inwardly fumed. thinking it was as if he was blaming her for wasting time. But in front of the camera, she couldn't say much. She didn't want too much contact with Qi because she had promised Shen Meng and Shen Yu to avoid him. They were already treating her like a thief, investing millions to watch her on set and looking at her as if she were a seductress. How could she hold hands with Qi? It would just give them more reason to criticize her. Plus, Qi-Si's fiancé was already so concerned about his interactions with other women, it was only right for her to be cautious. I won't wear them, she insisted. Qi-Si looked at her silently and said in a deep voice, your attitude towards work is unprofessional, to say the least. Yeah. Sheng Wenin was getting angry. Now you're attacking me personally. She thought to herself she was doing this for his sake, not wanting him to have a hard time explaining things at home. Fine, if you want professionalism, then don't complain later. With that, she abruptly shoved her hand into the glove. Once the gloves were on, their hands automatically interlocked. Sheng Wenin glared fiercely at Qi-Si, then looked down at their clasped hands, muttering, a bit impulsive. Qi-Si then suddenly smiled and said in perfect Japanese to the guide, she's mad at me, sorry. The guide smiled and said knowingly, I could tell you're a bickering couple. Please follow me this way. During the tour, the guide enthusiastically explained everything while Qi-Si and Sheng Wenin followed behind, their hands still clasped. Despite the layers of fabric, Sheng Wenin could feel the warmth of the man's hand through the gloves, which made her a bit irritated and distracted during the explanations. After leaving the first exhibit hall, Sheng Wenin immediately tried to pull her hand away, but Qi-Si held on, calmly saying, let's go to the next one. Sheng Wenin was led to the next exhibit hall. Seeing them holding hands with the gloves, the staff didn't mention any fees and started the tour right away. After several exhibit halls, Sheng Wenin became somewhat numb to it. She had to admit, wearing the gloves did get them some privileges. 3 hours later, they finally finished the tour. It was already noon. At the exit, Sheng Wenin saw staff handing out souvenirs. She brightened up and pulled Qi-Si over to line up. When it was their turn, she naturally raised their still clasped hands for the staff to see. The staff smiled and handed them a small teddy bear, then said, there's a lottery box here. All couples today get one draw. The first prize is a set of commemorative jade items. The second prize is a replica blue and white porcelain vase. The third prize is an intricately crafted snuff bottle, and the participation prize is a sandwich from our museum cafe. Although the prizes were modern craft items worth only a few $100, the sandwich would make for a practical lunch. Sheng Wenin immediately asked Qi-Si, how's your luck? Qi-Si saw through her plan and said indifferently, average. Sheng Wenin said, then you draw. My luck is too good. I'm afraid I'll draw the first prize. You draw for the sandwich. Qi-Si. Go on, Qi-Si said. Lucky people get what they want. Oh, that makes sense. Sheng Wenin was convinced. I'll do it then. She reached in and drew a ticket. The staff glanced at it and said sorry, no prize. Sheng Wenin. Qi-Si chuckled softly and led Sheng Wenin outside. Once outside the museum, Sheng Wenin looked at the ticket with a crying face drawn on it, still in disbelief. Impossible. Her luck was so good she had even been reborn. How could she not draw a sandwich? It didn't make sense. Qi-Si smiled and asked, what do you want for lunch? The sandwich is gone. What's there to eat? Sheng Wenin said irritably, then pulled out a bag of cookies from her backpack. Qi-Si's expression changed at the sight of the cookies. When Sheng Wenin tried to open the cookies, she realized she only had one free hand, the other still held by Qi-Si. She immediately pulled her hand away to open the cookies. Qi-Si calmly watched her. Only after she pulled her hand away did he slowly take his hand out of the glove, fold it up, and put it in his coat pocket. Sheng Wenin tore open the cookies, eating some herself before handing another bag to Qi-Si. Qi-Si took the bag but didn't move. Sheng Wenin teased, we're so poor we can't even afford proper meals. You need to learn to save. Qi-Si looked at her and finally opened the bag. Just as he was about to open it, Sheng Wenin reached out to stop him. Just kidding, don't be silly. Their fingers touched briefly before separating again. Sheng Wenin put the cookies back in her bag, chewing on her own cookies. After swallowing, she said, let's go. No matter how poor we are, I can still take care of you. In an affordable ramen shop near the museum, Qi-Si and Sheng Wenin were enjoying their lunch. The steaming hot noodles emitted a tempting aroma, and the two were focused on savoring their meal amid the clattering of chopsticks and the murmurs of other diners. After finishing their meal, they headed toward the bus stop. The warm sunlight bathed the street, and pedestrians hurried past. Suddenly, Qi-Si's phone rang, breaking the tranquility. Sheng Wenin, who was walking ahead, turned around curiously. Qi-Si pulled out his phone, which displayed an unfamiliar number. This phone was issued by the show's production team and only had contacts for a few guests. Any other calls showed no names. He pressed the answer button and brought the phone to his ear. Who's this? Qi-Si asked. A gentle female voice came from the other end. Is this Mr. Qi? This is Song Shu. Qi-Si frowned slightly. Sheng Wenin, full of curiosity, asked, who is it? Longjia. Chi-Si didn't answer Sheng Wenin. Instead, he spoke into the phone. What do you need? Song Shu's voice sounded a bit distressed. Well, our phones were stolen yesterday, mine and Cheng Feng's. We reported it to the police, and today they contacted us saying they found the thief. But we don't speak Japanese well and can't communicate with the police. The production team said it's our problem and won't provide a translator. I remember you speak Japanese well. Could you help us out, please? Chi-Si's expression darkened further after hearing this. Sheng Wenin, still curious, asked again, not Longjia. Chi-Si put down the phone and briefly replied, Song Shu. Sheng Wenin was taken aback for a moment, then turned and said, you guys talk. She was about to walk toward the bus stop when suddenly, her slender wrist was grabbed. She turned back, and a phone was thrust into her hand. Chi-Si had already moved ahead. You answer it. Looking for me? Sheng Wenin, puzzled, took the phone and hesitantly put it to her ear. Hello? There was silence on the other end. After a while, Song Shu's voice came through. Is this Miss Sheng? This is Song Shu. Where's Mr. Chi? Sheng Wenin frowned and said to Chi-Si, she's looking for you. Why give me the phone? Chi-Si responded expressionlessly. Family matters, you handle them. Although Sheng Wenin understood that he meant the team matters were her responsibility, it still sounded odd. She put the phone back to her ear. What do you need? Another moment of silence. Then Song Shu's voice, now a bit colder but still polite, repeated the situation. The police station, huh? Sheng Wenin checked her watch. We have plans to visit a tourist spot this afternoon. No time to make a separate trip to the police station. How about this? Borrow someone else's phone, download a translation app, and use it for real-time translation. It's a common solution for language barriers while traveling. Sheng Wenin thought she had provided a good solution. But Song Shu seemed a bit impatient. Can I speak to Mr. Chi? Sheng Wenin pouted and tossed the phone back to Chi-Si. You handle it. Chi-Si took the phone, glanced at Sheng Wenin, and then hung up. Sheng Wenin stared in shock at the now silent phone screen. Chi-Si pocketed the phone and walked toward the bus stop. Sheng Wenin caught up, observing Chi-Si's expression, and asked, you just hung up like that? Chi-Si replied calmly, your solution was good. I couldn't think of a better one. But Sheng Wenin scratched her head. She clearly wanted you to go. Chi-Si didn't respond. Sheng Wenin inwardly mocked him. Now he remembered to keep a distance from actresses to avoid trouble back home, but why force her to wear gloves earlier? It was baffling. The phone didn't ring again. In the afternoon, they visited another tourist spot. Around 6 in the evening, they returned to the hotel. Dulan and Shi Yan hadn't returned yet. Sheng Wenin called Dulan, asking if they could have dinner together. Dulan said she and Shi Yan had already eaten near the tourist spot and told them to sort out their own dinner. Sheng Wenin hung up and knocked on Chi-Si's door. Want to grab dinner together? Chi-Si stood inside, eyeing her suspiciously. Sheng Wenin smiled. No more complimentary cookies for you. I noticed a food street nearby on our way back, with affordable street food. Want to check it out? Chi-Si went back to get his jacket and then came out. The food street was bustling with people, and various delicious scents wafted through the air, making mouths water. Chi-Si paused several times, but Sheng Wenin, walking ahead, didn't stop, seemingly dissatisfied with every stall. Chi-Si had no choice but to follow. Finally, Sheng Wenin walked the entire length of the food street and turned to Chi-Si. Nothing good here. How about we stick to the cookies? Chi-Si frowned at her, pointing to a nearby stall. This one is fine. Sheng Wenin glanced at it. No, it's not hygienic. Chi-Si glanced at the price list. I'll take the cheapest one. Sheng Wenin shook her head. Even the cheapest is 500 yen. Around 30 renminbi. Chi-Si was speechless. Sheng Wenin sighed regretfully. I didn't expect street food to be so pricey. Let's head back. I promise I'll buy you something next time. Chi-Si was utterly speechless. Sheng Wenin coaxed Chi-Si away from the food street. As they were about to return, Sheng Wenin suddenly spotted a sushi restaurant by the street. The entrance had a challenge sign, indicating that anyone who could beat the owner in a knife skills contest would win a luxurious sushi platter. Sheng Wenin's eyes lit up instantly. She turned to Chi-Si. We've got dinner sorted. Let's go. Chi-Si frowned at the challenge sign for a moment, then silently walked in. The sushi restaurant looked low-key from the outside, but inside, it was bustling with business. The air was filled with the aroma of fresh ingredients. Comments section omitted. Sheng Wenin pushed open the door of the sushi restaurant, her gaze firm as she walked toward the front desk. She looked directly at the receptionist and said straightforwardly, I'm here for the challenge. The receptionist couldn't help but chuckle, but quickly composed herself and nodded. Sure, she said, pointing to the most prominent platform in the restaurant. That's the challenge stage. Although our boss isn't here, we'll play a video of him slicing salmon. The winner will be determined by who can process an equal weight of fish the fastest. Sheng Wenin raised an eyebrow, questioning, isn't that a bit unfair? The video might be edited or could show his fastest attempt. It doesn't seem very official for challengers. The receptionist quickly explained, "Rest assured, the video is from our boss's performance at the global sushi competition, with no edits. If you have doubts, you can find the full video online." She added in a gentle tone, "It's actually just a fun game to attract customers. Winning only gets you a free sushi meal." Sensing a hint of condescension in the receptionist's tone, Shengwenyi nodded. "All right, I believe you." She then asked, "Is it true that if I win, I get the most luxurious meal?" The receptionist's eyes sparkled with amusement as she confirmed, "Absolutely." "All right, let's do this," Shengwenyi said, handing her backpack to Qixi, who was standing beside her. Qixi hesitated for a moment, then took the bag and asked, "Do you know how to slice salmon?" Shengwenyi confidently replied, "Of course not, I don't like raw fish." Seeing Qixi's puzzled expression, she added with a smile, "I may not know how to slice salmon, but I can make boiled fish slices. It should be similar." Qixi was momentarily speechless and could only watch as Shengwenyi followed the staff to the challenge stage. The diners in the restaurant looked up curiously at the stage. The manager, acting as the host, announced through a microphone that someone was challenging their boss. The customers cheered enthusiastically, with applause and shouts of encouragement filling the air. Shengwenyi smiled and rolled up her sleeves, getting ready. The host directed the staff to play a 2-minute video of the boss slicing fish at the competition on a large screen. After the video ended, he asked Shengwenyi, "Got it?" Shengwenyi nodded, "Got it." "Just like that, no problem." The host shook his head and signaled the staff to place a fish in front of Shengwenyi. He rewound the video to the beginning, started the timer, and shouted, "Go." At the command, Shengwenyi's expression became focused. She pressed down on the fish with her left hand and wielded the knife with her right, slicing the fish in half with one swift motion. Her thumb moved deftly, pinching half of the fish and making a thin cut with the knife tip. As the cut extended, a translucent slice of fish appeared on the back of her knife. With a flick of her wrist, the slice landed precisely on the plate beside her. She continued slicing with rapid precision. 2 screens above the stage displayed the footage simultaneously, one showing the sushi master's competition video, the other a close-up of Shengwenyi's hands. The audience, initially watching for entertainment, grew serious. Many took out their phones to record the screens. The cameraman for the travel show 51 wished he could rush onto the stage to capture every angle of Shengwenyi's exquisite knife skills. Qixi stood below, one hand in his coat pocket, holding Shengwenyi's backpack with the other. He watched the composed, fluidly moving girl on stage, his dark eyes growing deeper. After 1 minute and 45 seconds, Shengwenyi put down her knife and smiled, holding up the plate of sliced fish. The stunned host immediately stopped the timer, displaying 1:45 on the screen. On the other screen, the sushi master was still finishing his final touches, completing his task 10 seconds later. The restaurant fell silent. It was well known that the owner was an award-winning sushi master, yet this young woman had just outperformed him in knife skills, finishing a full 15 seconds faster. After a brief pause, thunderous applause erupted. The crowd burst into exclamations. "Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Ah! My mom asked why I was kneeling to watch the live stream. I can't believe it. Where are the people who said my brother Inzi couldn't do it? Come out and apologize." The live chat was flooded with comments, so dense they were almost dizzying. Shengwenyi held a plate of freshly sliced fish with a smug smile on her face, looking at the stunned host. She softly asked, "Did we win?" The host's eyes widened as if he had just witnessed something unbelievable. He was silent for a moment before forcing a smile and stammering, "Oh, of course, please head to the private room." Shengwenyi put down the fish and joyfully jumped off the stage, hopping over to Qixi. Her face beamed with a bright smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, as if silently saying, "Praise me." Qixi looked at her, his dark eyes slightly curved in a smile, and said, "Very impressive." However, Shengwenyi's smile suddenly faded. She extended her hand and said, "Give me back my bag." Qixi paused for a moment, then threw the bag into her arms. Holding her bag, Shengwenyi followed the staff to the private room. As she walked, she turned back and called out to Qixi, "Come on, follow me and you'll eat well." Qixi followed her with a resigned look, his thoughts unknown. The private room was elegant and quiet, a stark contrast to the noise outside. Several staff members moved back and forth at the door, occasionally whispering to each other. Before long, the appetizers began to arrive. Shengwenyi's smile never left her face. She generously said to Qixi, "Eat as much as you want. Today's bill is on me." Qixi silently glanced at her and picked up a piece of salmon with his chopsticks, the very fish Shengwenyi had just sliced. Shengwenyi then turned to the cameraman and warmly said, "You eat too. There's no way the two of us can finish all this." The cameraman shook his head, indicating that he couldn't eat while working. Shengwenyi waved her hand dismissively, "Then I'll pack it for you to take home." With that, Shengwenyi took out her phone and called Dulan. Dulan and the others had just returned to the hotel, but were summoned back by Shengwenyi's call. When they arrived, they were stunned by the sight. A large table that could seat 12 was filled with all kinds of sushi, a lavish feast that nearly covered every inch of the tabletop. After hearing the whole story, Dulon immediately sat next to Sheng Wenin, cupping her face and asking, "How are you so amazing?" Sheng Wenin was extremely pleased, practically bursting with pride. She leaned in close to Dulon and whispered, "I've never seen such fools. A contest this easy, offering such a grand healthy rebound to lose money sooner or later." Sheng Wenin's incredible knife skills have caused a sensation online. The live stream is flooded with comments. "This woman is unbelievable. She hasn't lost a single match in over a year. Who exactly is Sheng Wenin? Her versatility is astonishing. Did you see her masterful knife work? Defeating a world-class sushi master in just 15 seconds, do you know what that means? Her performance could break a Guinness World Record. Even professional trolls are impressed by her skills. I'm a paid troll, but I'm considering quitting. Is it too late? Our boss is the worst, making us badmouth Sheng Wenin every day. He should try it himself and see if he can keep it up." Some are urging Sheng Wenin's agency to take action. "Please, do some PR. This girl must have offended someone, and now she's getting bashed every day. Can't you hire some people to praise her and improve her image?" Fans are even more excited. Blood petition. Sheng Wenin switch companies. Looking forward to a reliable company recognizing her talent and signing her up. Gone Mei, watching the live stream, couldn't help but ponder over the comments. Back at the scene, Sheng Wenin happily announced that they had solved their meal problems for the next 3 days because they had packed several servings of sushi. Dulon playfully poked her forehead and teased, "You penny pincher." As they were about to leave, the sushi restaurant manager hurried over with a sullen-looking middle-aged man. Sheng Wenin recognized him from the video as the restaurant owner, and her expression turned serious. The cameraman immediately focused on the owner. Qi Si and Shi Yan quickly positioned themselves in front of Sheng Wenin to prevent any trouble. The owner, standing a short distance away, angrily questioned, "Which sushi restaurant do you work for?" Sheng Wenin was baffled. "What do you mean?" The owner sneered, "Aren't you from another sushi place? Your knife skills are good, but not professional. I run a business and I expected some jealousy, but I can't accept this kind of sabotage." Sheng Wenin, confused, retorted, "Isn't this your competition? How is it sabotage? Who told you I work for another sushi place?" The owner scoffed, "Are you saying you don't?" "Of course I don't," Sheng Wenin replied honestly. The owner paused, then pressed on, "Then whose apprentice are you?" "To my knowledge, no recent master chefs with such knife skills have taken on apprentices. Does your master know about your provocative behavior?" Sheng Wenin put her hands on her hips and countered, "What master? Are you just trying to avoid giving out the luxury set meal? I'm telling you, I'm not paying for it and I don't have the money either." At this point, Qi Si took a deep breath, rubbed his temples, and explained to the sushi master, "We're just regular tourists." The owner was completely bewildered. He stared at Qi Si in surprise, finally noticing his appearance. He exclaimed, "You're not?" Qi Si frowned and put on a mask, but it was too late. The owner recognized him and, upon looking at the others, was even more stunned. Eventually, the show's cameraman explained the situation to the owner in broken English. The owner, face turning red, repeatedly apologized to Sheng Wenin. He explained that he had seen the video and thought it was a younger relative of some master chef causing trouble, which is why he rushed over so angrily. "It was all a misunderstanding. I'm truly sorry," the owner said sincerely. To make amends, the owner personally escorted them to the door and gave them 4 vouchers. These vouchers could be used at any fresh sushi restaurant worldwide, with all meals free for a year. Sheng Wenin's anger dissipated instantly, and she even chatted amicably with the owner. Back at the hotel, the 4 of them had a brief chat before going to rest. Meanwhile, in China, it was only 9 in the evening, prime time for internet activity. Gone Mei had finally persuaded the company leadership to allocate some funds. She hurriedly prepared to buy trending topics but found that Sheng Wenin knife skills was already at the top of the trending list on Weibo. Gone Mei was puzzled. Did the company already buy the trending spot? But the finance department didn't mention it. She clicked into the trending topic and found that the top post had been published only 30 minutes ago but already had tens of thousands of comments and shares. The numbers didn't look like they were bought. As she scrolled down, she saw countless posts with the Sheng Wenin knife skills tag, all from real users. Sheng Wenin knife skills. This woman is a treasure. Treasure girl, go for it. Sheng Wenin knife skills. I watched the 2-minute video over 50 times. Sheng Wenin knife skills. #1 trending. Mama loves you, Sheng Wenin. Mama will support you and send you flowers. You must become famous. Sheng Wenin knife skills. Daily question. When will my wife or dad Sheng Wenin become famous? This last post had over 40 comments within a minute of being published. Your wife? She's my wife. Draw your swords, you two. What's so great about Sheng Wenin? Besides being beautiful, highly skilled, talented, and universally loved, what's so good about her? I don't get why you guys like her so much. Ganmei was dumbfounded. Are these all real fans? Organic buzz? Could it be? Is Sheng Wenin really going to become famous? However, what shocked Ganmei even more was the account Wenin. She quickly clicked on it and discovered it was indeed Sheng Wenin's main account. Ganmei was completely bewildered. Didn't we change Sheng Wenin's password? How did she get on Weibo? And using such an ID? When did she change it? Knife skills? Huh, what nonsense. Song Shu stood outside the hotel corridor, holding a personal phone that should have been confiscated, speaking with someone on the other end. After a few explanations from the caller, Song Shu impatiently interrupted. It's all just trivial matters. Is this really worth your concern? It's just trending news, probably bot. Alright, I know what I'm doing. After hanging up, Song Shu paused for a moment, took a deep breath, adjusted her expression, and then turned back to the room. Inside, a female staff member from the show was waiting nervously. Song Shu smiled and handed her the phone back, saying gently, "Thank you so much. I had an urgent family matter to deal with." The staff member blushed at being thanked by her idol and quickly waved her hands. "No problem at all. Everyone has special circumstances." She hesitated for a moment, then mustered up the courage to ask, "Shu Jia, could you sign an autograph for me? I'm a huge fan of yours." Of course, Song Shu agreed warmly. The staff member immediately opened her notebook, and Song Shu noticed that there was already a signature. "Chi-si." She raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. The girl explained shyly, "Actually, I'm a spring love girl. Shu Jia, your show Ancient Alley with Chi Yingdi, I've watched it at least 10 times. Like all fans who love brother Zhuang and Man Man, I've always hoped you two could reunite." Song Shu smiled as she signed her name next to Chi-si's, even drawing a heart between the two names. "Thank you for your support." She handed back the pen and notebook to the ecstatic staff member and said meaningfully, "Reuniting isn't out of the question." "Really?" The staff member nearly jumped with excitement. "Will you two make another movie together in the future?" Song Shu replied gently, "The future is unpredictable." The next morning, Dulan took out the leftover sushi from the hotel mini-fridge. Seeing Sheng Wenin come out of the bathroom, she said, "Wenin, go next door and call the guys over for breakfast." With a towel around her neck, Sheng Wenin lazily responded and walked to the next room, knocking on the door with her body. After a few knocks, the door finally opened. Chi-si, wearing a thin sweater, stood silently holding the doorknob, looking at her. Sheng Wenin wiped her face with the towel and said lazily, "Come over for breakfast." She then shouted to Shi Yan, who was folding clothes inside, "Shirga, breakfast time." "Alright, we'll be there in a minute," Shi Yan replied. Sheng Wenin glanced at Chi-si again, then casually walked back to her room. Not long after, Chi-si and Shi Yan came over. Dulan heated up the sushi. Though it didn't taste as good as yesterday, it was better than the complimentary cookies on the plane. After breakfast, the four of them went downstairs together. Just as they were about to part ways, they heard someone calling out. Turning around, they saw Song Shu and Yi Chengfeng waving at them with smiles, wearing masks. Sheng Wenin's mood dropped instantly when she saw Yi Chengfeng. As she grew more irritated, she heard Dulan mutter softly, "The bad luck charm is here again." Sheng Wenin turned to look at Dulan, who glanced at her and asked, "You know who I'm talking about, right?" Sheng Wenin nodded and then, with a hint of gossip, asked quietly, "But Lan Jia, I've never asked, why do you dislike her so much?" Dulan sneered, "Pretending to be all sisterly while stealing your boyfriend behind your back. Wouldn't you hate that?" Thinking of Sheng Qingqing, Sheng Wenin replied in a low voice, "Hate them? Of course. I hate both the girl and the guy." As she spoke, she shot a light glance at Yi Chengfeng. Standing on the other side of Sheng Wenin, Chi-si caught her words. His gaze shifted, first to her, then following her line of sight to Yi Chengfeng. He recalled the time when Sheng Wenin had pushed Yi Chengfeng into the pool and overheard their conversation. Sheng Wenin and Yi Chengfeng had once been involved. Thinking of this, Chi-si's dark eyes turned icy. He reached out, grabbed Sheng Wenin by her collar, and pulled her aside. Sheng Wenin was caught off guard when Chi-si grabbed her by the collar. Stumbling a few steps back, she turned her head and shouted, "Hey, what are you doing?" Chi-si released his grip and said expressionlessly, "Aren't we in a hurry? Not going." Rubbing the back of her neck, Sheng Wenin muttered, "You didn't have to be so rough." At that moment, Song Shu's voice suddenly rang out, "Mr. Chi?" She jogged over, her cheeks slightly flushed from the cold wind. Looking at Chi-si with a shy expression, she said, "We've completed our task and heard you were at this hotel, so we came to find you." Chi-si glanced at her indifferently without saying a word. Dulan interjected with a hint of sarcasm, "Are you sure you completed it?" Song Shu turned to Dulan with an innocent look and replied, "Of course." Dulan sneered, "Does that include the wildlife park and the memorial park?" Just then, Yi Chengfeng hurried over and quickly explained, "Oh, Sister Lan, sorry, that's my fault. Shu and I had our phones stolen and were in a rush to report it. We passed by the zoo and the memorial park and decided to check in there, thinking we'd complete part of the task. We wanted to borrow a phone from the show crew to inform you, but they wouldn't let us, Song Shu looked at Chi Si with a grievance. We didn't have our phones and didn't know your numbers. We had to spend 5,000 yen to get your number. When I called you yesterday, it was right after we got it. Chi Si remained silent. Dulon pressed further. Even if we don't talk about changing the locations, you didn't actually complete the check-in tasks. Don't you know that? You just took photos at the entrance. That doesn't count. Song Shu looked at Yi Chengfeng in shock. Really? Chengfeng. Yi Chengfeng appeared equally surprised. Oh, it doesn't count? I'm sorry, I really didn't know. Shu, should we go back and complete it now? Sure Yen, with a sullen face, said. We already did it for you. Song Shu breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at Sure Yen. Thank you so much. We really didn't know. And the staff didn't tell us. Sure Yen initially wanted to lash out, but seeing Song Shu's gentle demeanor and considering that 2 days had passed, he decided it wasn't worth it and softened his tone. It's okay. Dulon immediately shot a fierce glare at Sure Yen. Noticing her gaze, Sure Yen quickly retreated to the back, feeling intimidated. Song Shu, undeterred by Chi Si's coldness, continued to look at him expectantly. Mr. Chi, have you finished your tasks? Where are you going now? Can we join you? No, Chi Si coldly refused, then turned to Sheng Wenin. Are you coming or not? Sheng Wenin glanced at Song Shu and Yi Chengfeng, let out a snort, and walked past them towards the bus stop. While waiting for the bus, Sheng Wenin had her hands in her pockets, her gaze shifting between the people around her. She first looked at Chi Si, who wore a gloomy expression, then glanced at Song Shu and Yi Chengfeng, who appeared tense and timid. Don't you have anything to say? Sheng Wenin broke the silence, asking. Chi Si looked down at her, his voice gentle. What do you want to hear? Sheng Wenin took a step back, revealing Song Shu and Yi Chengfeng behind her. It's not about what I want to hear. They want to hear something. Chi Si frowned, his eyes briefly scanning Song Shu's delicate expression before looking across the street. The bus is here, he said coldly. The bus pulled up and Sheng Wenin boarded first, followed closely by Chi Si. Song Shu and Yi Chengfeng reluctantly followed. Inside the bus, there were plenty of empty seats. Sheng Wenin chose a single seat. Chi Si stood next to her, holding onto the overhead strap. There are seats in the back, Sheng Wenin remarked, puzzled. I'll stand for a bit, Chi Si replied curtly. Just as Sheng Wenin was about to ignore him, Song Shu suddenly squeezed in beside Chi Si. Seeing this, Yi Chengfeng also moved closer. Sheng Wenin felt surrounded by the 3 tall figures: an award-winning actor, a top-tier actress, and a rising star. She crossed her legs, feeling encircled. Mr. Chi, Song Shu said quietly, her head down. It's my first time on this show. I really didn't know the rules. I didn't mean to fail the task. Please don't be mad. She mustered the courage to tug lightly at Chi Si's sleeve. Sheng Wenin widened her eyes, clearly enjoying the spectacle. However, the next moment, Chi Si's icy voice cut through the air. Let go. Stunned, Song Shu reluctantly released her grip. Yi Chengfeng quickly intervened. Shu Jia, you can stand over here, and swapped places with her. Song Shu moved unwillingly but noticed Chi Si's gaze was now on Sheng Wenin. She furrowed her brows, remembering her manager's warning. Although Sheng Wenin wasn't very famous, for some reason, Chi Si treated her exceptionally well. Sheng Wenin sensed a hostile stare and looked up, finding it was from Song Shu. She sighed inwardly. This girl has some serious issues. The bus soon arrived at their stop. Sheng Wenin got off first, followed by Chi Si. Song Shu and Yi Chengfeng continued to follow. Their final destination was a grand theater, bustling with people at the ticket booth. Sheng Wenin and Chi Si lined up to buy tickets, but only purchased 2. Seeing this, Song Shu pushed Yi Chengfeng forward. Yi Chengfeng squeezed ahead and signaled for 2 tickets to the cashier. What are you doing? Sheng Wenin turned and asked. Buying tickets, Yi Chengfeng replied. Can't you queue up like everyone else? Sheng Wenin raised an eyebrow. Yi Chengfeng was taken aback. Aren't we together? Sheng Wenin sneered. Do I look like I know you? Then she turned to the people behind her and said in fluent Japanese, this person is trying to cut in line. Immediately, the surrounding Japanese tourists started pointing at Yi Chengfeng. A security guard approached and gestured for Yi Chengfeng to move to the back of the line. Flustered, Yi Chengfeng tried to explain. I'm with her. Sheng Wenin helpfully translated in Japanese. He says he won't queue up, and there's nothing you can do about it. Go ahead and call the police if you dare. The security guard's face darkened as he spoke into his walkie-talkie. Yi Chengfeng continued to plead his case, unaware that he was only digging himself into deeper trouble. Yi Chengfeng couldn't understand what the security guard was saying over the walkie-talkie, but he sensed something was wrong from the guard's serious expression. He urgently explained, I'm with her. We're really together. His voice trembled slightly with anxiety. The crowd in the line began to stir, with impatient complaints rising. An irate foreigner shouted in English, get to the back of the line. Yi Chengfeng's face turned pale instantly. Seeing this, Song Shu hurriedly stepped forward, gently tugging on his sleeve to signal him to stay calm. Faced with the mounting anger of the crowd, Yi Changfeng had no choice but to reluctantly and angrily move to the back of the line. Song Shu followed him, casting a deep, complex look at Sheng Wenin as they left. Sheng Wenin, holding her ticket, smugly nudged Qi Si with her shoulder. Qi Si glanced at her, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Sheng Wenin grinned, her eyes gleaming with mischief. I got rid of the baggage for you. Aren't you going to thank me? Qi Si's dark eyes settled on the soft strands of hair falling over her forehead. He placed a hand on her back and gently pushed her forward. Let's go in. His tone was calm, but there was a subtle tenderness in his gesture. As Sheng Wenin was nudged forward a few steps, she couldn't help but turn back to look at Qi Si, pouting slightly. Not even a thank you? I won't help you next time. Her tone was somewhat playful, but her eyes sparkled with delight. To avoid running into Song Shu and Yi Changfeng, they quickly made their way into the theater. The labyrinthine layout of the Grand Theater led them through twists and turns, but they ultimately completed their task without encountering Song Shu and Yi Changfeng again. After completing the task, Sheng Wenin called Dulan to check their progress. Dulan replied that they had one more place to visit and would finish by evening. After hanging up, Sheng Wenin counted their remaining funds. She took out 2,500 yen from the remaining 5,000 and handed it to Qi Si. Qi Si looked at the money and then at Sheng Wenin, his expression calm. Sheng Wenin waved the bills in front of him. Take it. This is your share, split per person. Keep it for yourself. Qi Si kept his hands in his coat pockets, not taking the money, and simply said, I told you, anything related to home you handle. Sheng Wenin tried to clarify, this isn't the team's money, it's yours personally. Yeah, Qi Si nodded, his tone still calm. My money you manage. Sheng Wenin listened to Qi Si's words and fell silent for a moment. Her gaze shifted between Qi Si and the 2,500 yen before she finally withdrew her hand. She put all the money together, placed it back in her bag and said calmly, let's save it for next time. Qi Si had no objections. Sheng Wenin then asked, shall we head back? Qi Si responded with a faint yes. The two of them walked towards the nearby bus stop. As they passed a small cart selling Japanese grilled cakes, Sheng Wenin suddenly felt the person beside her stop. She turned around and saw Qi Si intently watching the vendor prepare the cakes. Sheng Wenin gently tugged on the sleeve of Qi Si's black coat and reminded him, we have lunch waiting at home, sushi from yesterday. There's still plenty left. Qi Si shifted his gaze from her small hand holding his sleeve to her eyes, his lips slightly pursed as if contemplating something. Finally, he asked, if there's leftover sushi, can I have some pocket money? With a sigh, Sheng Wenin eventually bought Qi Si a grilled cake for 150 yen. Qi Si took the warm cake, tore off a small piece, and put it in his mouth. After chewing a bit, he offered the rest to Sheng Wenin. She shook her head and walked straight to the bus stop. The bus was delayed. 5 minutes later, with a piece of the grilled cake in her mouth, Sheng Wenin nodded in approval. It tastes pretty good. She then tiptoed to tear another piece from the cake Qi Si was holding and put it in her mouth. Qi Si stopped eating and simply held the remaining half cake, occasionally extending his hand so Sheng Wenin could take more. On the bus, some passengers noticed their interaction and started whispering. The way those two are interacting. Sharing a cake? Hey, come on, don't get the wrong idea. They seem more like close pals than anything else. Pals? Yeah, Sheng Wenin is actually a guy. As a Qi fan, I was a bit upset at first, but now I get it. Wenin is totally one of the guys. He can fight, he can curse, he knows how to handle a knife, he's protective, frugal almost like a housekeeper, and he's like a walking GPS. Isn't that manly enough? Right, Wenin is a man's man. Come on, hubby, marry me. After waiting a few more minutes, the bus finally arrived. They found seats next to each other. By the end of the ride, the entire cake was in Sheng Wenin's hands. She ate it all and handed the empty paper bag back to Qi Si. Qi Si took it, glanced at her, and disposed of it without a word. When they returned to the hotel, they were surprised to find Song Shu and Yi Changfeng already there. Song Shu stood up from the couch in the lobby and walked towards them with a smile. Sheng Wenin glanced at Qi Si and chuckled mischievously before heading straight for the elevator. However, Song Shu wasn't interested in Qi Si, she intercepted Sheng Wenin. Since the task is completed, Miss Housekeeper, shouldn't the three teams rejoin the main group? I heard that in the previous episodes, the guys shared one room and the girls another. Cheng Feng and I have already checked out of our hotel, so let's follow the custom. Sheng, I'll be sharing a room with you and Lan tonight. Sheng Wenin was momentarily speechless. That evening, when Du Lan returned to the room and saw Song Shu there, she nearly exploded. She threw her handbag onto the couch and stormed into the bathroom, glaring at Sheng Wenin who was brushing her teeth. Sheng Wenin paused, looking innocent. I didn't want this either. Du Lan, with a stern face, asked, so what now? Sheng Wenin spat out the foam and said, I'll share a bed with you tonight. Actually, even if we don't share a room now, we might have to next time. I'm not coming next time, Du Lan interrupted. Sheng Wenin was stunned and looked at her. Du Lan said coldly, I can't get along with her. If she's a regular, I won't come. I can afford the penalty fee. Shang Wenin frowned. Dulan closed her eyes and massaged her temples. I shouldn't make things difficult for you. You have no quarrel with her. Fine, I have some money left. I'll book another room. With that, she walked out, grabbed her bag from the couch without even glancing at Song Shu, and left the room. After finishing her bedtime routine, Shang Wenin came out with a towel, wiping her mouth, and glanced at Song Shu, who was sitting on Dulan's bed reading a magazine. Song Shu saw her and smiled smugly. Shang Wenin couldn't fathom what she was so proud of and left the room. Dulan went downstairs to book a room. Their team's travel funds were down to 1,000 yen, not enough for a room. She was negotiating with the staff to retrieve her personal wallet. Shang Wenin appeared behind Dulan, dressed in pajamas with a towel casually draped around her neck. She nonchalantly bumped into Dulan with her body while handing a room card in front of her. Dulan was taken aback, her eyes darting between the room card and Shang Wenin, clearly puzzled. With a smirk on her lips, Shang Wenin said, I don't like her either. I'll move out with you. Dulan's eyes widened in shock. Moments later, she tightly hugged Shang Wenin and exclaimed, and you're like a sister to me. 5 minutes later, Song Shu, who was lounging on Dulan's bed with an air of arrogance, saw Dulan and Shang Wenin walk back into the room one after the other. She elegantly put down the magazine she was reading, a forced smile on her face, and softly said, there are only 2 beds. How are we going to sleep tonight? I don't really like sharing a bed with others. I prefer to have one to myself. Ignoring her words, Dulan pulled a suitcase out from under the bed and hastily threw all her makeup products into it. She turned to Shang Wenin and asked, are you ready? Shang Wenin grabbed her suitcase handle and succinctly replied, ready. Without sparing Song Shu a glance, the two of them left the room with their suitcases in tow. Song Shu sat stunned on the bed until the sound of the door closing snapped her out of it. Only then did she realize that Dulan and Shang Wenin had moved out just to avoid her. Song Shu clenched her fists tightly, feeling a surge of indignation. She immediately jumped off the bed, planning to go to the boys' room next door to complain and let them know she was being excluded. However, as soon as she stepped out of the room, she saw a smiling hotel staff member walking towards her, speaking incessantly and occasionally pointing at the door behind her. Song Shu was utterly confused and didn't understand a word. The staff member continued speaking, and Song Shu impatiently waved her hand. Wait a moment. With that, she hurried to knock on the door of the next room. The door opened quickly, and Yi Chengfeng stood there, looking surprised. Jia. Song Shu waved her hand dismissively and looked past him to see Qi inside the room. She immediately called out, Teacher Qi, this gentleman seems to have something to say to me, but I can't understand him. Could you help translate? Qi, who was drying his hair, raised his sharp black eyes and glanced at the 2 people outside the door, finally focusing on the staff member. The staff member repeated his previous message. After listening, Qi was momentarily stunned, then silently chuckled. Song Shu asked in confusion, Teacher Qi? Qi calmly replied, he said you need to leave that room immediately because it has been checked out. If you don't leave within 10 minutes, they'll call the police. Downstairs in the new room, Dulan hung up the phone and looked bewilderedly at Shang Wenin, who was engrossed in watching TV. She asked in surprise, did you cancel the room upstairs? Without taking her eyes off the screen, Shang Wenin replied casually, of course. Where else would I get the money to book this room? Dulan was momentarily stunned, as if struck by the answer. Shang Wenin glanced at her and, sitting up straight, asked, did you think I would just give up that room and then pay for another one out of my own pocket? Am I crazy? Do I look like an easy mark? Suddenly, Dulan stood up, walked over to Shang Wenin, and looked down at her. She gently cupped Shang Wenin's face with both hands. Forced to look up, Shang Wenin met Dulan's gaze. The next second, Dulan leaned in and planted a firm kiss on Shang Wenin's cheek. Shang Wenin's eyes widened in shock. She pushed Dulan's hands away and wiped her face with the back of her hand, asking in confusion, Lanjia, what are you doing? Dulan sat down next to Shang Wenin and hugged her tightly, saying excitedly, I really love you. Shang Wenin chuckled and teased, funny. I love myself too. Dulan held Shang Wenin tightly, not moving an inch. Time seemed to stand still. Sensing something was off, Shang Wenin turned her head and saw that Dulan was silently crying. Lanjia. Shang Wenin called softly. Dulan sniffled, released her hug and wiped her eyes, saying, it's nothing, just thinking about the past. It's all over now. Shang Wenin didn't press further. She knew there was a story of betrayal behind those tears, involving a two-faced woman and a fickle man. The next day, Shang Wenin heard about Song Shu's situation from Shi Yan. Apparently, Song Shu had nowhere to go last night, and the team's funds were exhausted. After failing to get help from the production crew, she ended up staying in a staff member's room. Shang Wenin mused. So she could stay in a staff member's room, huh? Shi Yan quickly explained, I heard one of the staff is a huge fan of hers and was willing to risk getting fired to help her out. Shang Wenin shook her head and said self-mockingly, well, I don't have any fans. Online comments poured in. You do. I'm your fan, don't ignore me. Eneen baby, mommy loves you. Being able to stay with a staff member. The perks of an award-winning actress. I never really liked Song Shu. Why do so many people like her? Apart from Ancient Alley, does she have any other notable works? Even Ancient Alley was carried by Chi Yingdi's superb acting. On her own, Song Shu's acting isn't impressive. If Song Shu's acting was any good, she would have won a Best Actress award by now. Without the Ancient Alley role filter, what's left? As a Chi fan, I initially had a good impression of Song Shu, but this time she's gone too far. Exactly, she's clearly trying to ride on Chi Yingdi's fame through this variety show. Everyone knows she's doing this to promote the Beauty Awards. But from Chi Yingdi's reaction, it's clear he wasn't informed beforehand. In other words, Song Shu didn't even give him a heads up and just used nostalgia as an excuse to bind herself to Chi Yingdi for publicity. No wonder Chi Yingdi keeps giving her the cold shoulder. When she first appeared, I could tell something was off from Chi Yingdi's expression. The production team even tried to pair Chi Yingdi with Song Shu. Thank goodness he ended up in the same team as Inzi Go. In this live stream, most viewers were fans of Chi Si and Sheng Wenin. With Song Shu having few supporters, there was no one to counter the criticism against her. Despite some hiccups, the Japan trip went smoothly overall. Upon returning to the country, Sheng Wenin had just disembarked from the plane when she received a call from Gon Mei. She was wearing a mask, dragging her suitcase, and waiting for a taxi at the airport entrance. Gon Jia, what's up? Sheng Wenin asked. Gon Mei's voice was cold on the other end. Look to your right. Sheng Wenin turned her head to the right and saw a white sedan parked on the roadside. The window rolled down, revealing Gon Mei's somewhat displeased face. Well, Sheng Wenin chuckled, quickly walking over and bending down to look at Gon Mei. Is the sun rising from the west today? Gon Jia, you came to pick me up. Gon Mei snapped, get in the car. Alrighty. Sheng Wenin cheerfully put her suitcase in the trunk and got into the passenger seat. The car soon drove away from the airport. Not far away, in a black BMW, Chi Si watched the white sedan disappear. He said in a low voice to his assistant in the front seat, let's go. The assistant, sounding a bit dejected, said, we waited for almost 10 minutes for Miss Sheng to come out. Chi Laosher, why didn't we just tell her we were here to take her home? Then we could have left together. Chi Si's cold eyes lifted, and he said icily, mind your own business. Sensing Chi Laosher's anger, the assistant stuck out his tongue and didn't dare say more. In the white sedan, Sheng Wenin was fidgeting, playing with the glove compartment and the tissue box. After less than 3 minutes, Gon Mei scolded, sit still. Don't act like you have ADHD. Sheng Wenin tilted her head and asked, Gon Jia, why did you come to pick me up? You never did before. Gon Mei was silent for a moment, then softened her tone. Wenin, do you think I'm too strict with you sometimes? Sheng Wenin looked puzzled, question mark. She stared at Gon Mei for a while and then asked seriously, do you have a terminal illness? Damn it. The car swerved to the side, and Gon Mei nearly lost control. She cursed loudly, I knew I shouldn't have shown you any kindness. Sheng Wenin clung to the safety handle, saying innocently, Gon Jia, please drive carefully. Gon Mei was on the verge of losing it. You have the nerve to tell me that. Let me ask you, did you change the name on Weibo? Sheng Wenin immediately played dumb, turning her head to look out the window. Weibo? What Weibo? I haven't been on Weibo in ages. Seeing her expression, Gon Mei knew it was her. She asked coldly, how did you log in? Who told you the password? Sheng Wenin didn't answer. I'm asking you. Still silent. Gon Mei sighed, I won't scold you, just tell me. Sheng Wenin glanced at her cautiously, and seeing that Gon Mei seemed sincere, she pouted and said, your password was too simple. I cracked it in 30 seconds. Gon Mei. Gon Mei frowned at Sheng Wenin, her tone full of doubt. You know about this stuff? Sheng Wenin waved her hand modestly. Just a little bit. If I didn't know some computer skills, I wouldn't have been able to dig up those unpublished scandals about Bohr and Company for Feng Xiaoxiao. Gon Mei eyed Sheng Wenin up and down, finally warning her, I don't care how you got access, but don't do it again. Your Weibo will be managed by professionals from now on. Sheng Wenin blinked. Managed? That word sounds a bit delicate, doesn't it? Gon Mei coughed, reluctantly explaining, some things have happened recently. To put it simply, the company thinks you have potential and has revised your development plan. Sheng Wenin looked puzzled. What does that mean? Gon Mei, growing impatient, said, it means you'll be getting more resources in the future. She deliberately kept it vague, not wanting to directly tell Sheng Wenin that her knife skills video had gone viral, catching the attention of the higher-ups, and now the company had decided to focus on her next year. Gon Mei was worried Sheng Wenin might get cocky. After saying this, Gon Mei secretly observed Sheng Wenin's reaction. Unexpectedly, Sheng Wenin's face was full of fear and humiliation. Gon Mei felt uneasy. What's with that look? Sheng Wenin lowered her head, covering her mouth, looking embarrassed. Gon Jia, just tell me straight. Is the company higher-ups trying to exploit me? The entertainment industry is so dirty. That's nonsense. Gonmei was so angry she nearly drove off the overpass. What do you take me for? A pimp. Sheng Wenin blinked at her. Gonmei felt a stomachache from the anger and finally, with a dark expression, revealed the truth. After hearing the explanation, Sheng Wenin's lips slowly curved into a smile, growing wider and wider. Gonmei thought to herself, I knew it, you can't praise her, she'll get too full of herself. She roared, stop laughing. Ha ha ha. Sheng Wenin couldn't stop laughing. At that moment, Gonmei's phone rang. She put on her Bluetooth headset and answered fiercely hello. A minute later, she hung up with a grim expression. She stopped bickering with Sheng Wenin and said, I'll find a place for you to get out. You can take a taxi back to the film city. Sheng Wenin sensed something was wrong. What's going on? Gonmei explained, Kwang Yi is having some issues. I need to go over there. Kwang Yi. Sheng Wenin remembered the guy who, like her, disliked Yi Chengfeng. Isn't he preparing for that trainee talent show? He's been taking classes at the company lately, right? That show has already started. He went to record yesterday, Gonmei replied. Sheng Wenin raised an eyebrow. The recording didn't go well? Gonmei shook her head. There are 100 trainees, and the first individual performances are recorded over 3 days. His performance is a duet, and his partner had to be hospitalized unexpectedly. His spot is about to be left empty. Sheng Wenin was taken aback. Gonmei found a place to park and said, You'll get out here. Sheng Wenin didn't move. I'll go with you. Director Zhou adjusted the schedule for me, so I don't have any scenes today. Hearing this, Gonmei didn't waste any more time and restarted the car, heading towards the capital TV station. After arriving at the TV station, they explained the situation at the front desk. Soon, Kwang Yi came out wearing a punk-style stage outfit. He was surprised to see Sheng Wenin but didn't have time for greetings. He anxiously asked Gonmei, Gonjia, what do we do now? It's almost my turn. Gonmei reassured him, I've called Xiaobing to step in. She should be here soon. Kwang Yi looked worried. Is Xiaobing okay? She does ballet. She hasn't practiced this street dance. Gonmei said, I had the teacher send the practice video of you and Xiaohui to her. She'll watch it in the car and improvise on stage. It's better than having an empty spot. Kwang Yi wiped his face, visibly anxious. Gonmei patted his shoulder. Xiaohui had acute appendicitis. She was in so much pain she almost passed out. She really couldn't make it. Don't blame her. Kwang Yi shook his head with a bitter smile. I don't blame her. I just feel like it might be fate actually. I'm not suited for singing and dancing. In school, my dance grades were always poor. I only scored well in drama. Gonmei frowned. You don't have to be good at singing and dancing to be on a talent show. You need exposure. Kwang Yi understood this. He took a deep breath and finally turned to greet Sheng Wenin. Sis. Sheng Wenin originally planned to step back now that there was a backup dancer, but Kwang Yi's sis softened her heart. She asked, Do you have the dance video with you? Kwang Yi was stunned. I have it. Let me see it. Kwang Yi was dumbfounded. Gonmei was also surprised. You can dance? Street dance? A little. Sheng Wenin didn't explain much, urging the video. Kwang Yi quickly took out his phone and showed her the video. The dance was 5 minutes long. Since Kwang Yi had no dance background but Xiaohui did, the dance teacher had designed it to highlight Xiaohui and give Kwang Yi fewer steps. After watching it twice, Sheng Wenin asked, Can we fit in a practice session? Kwang Yi looked at the clock on the wall. I have about half an hour before it's my turn. It should be enough. But sis, are you sure? I don't know. Let's try. Sheng Wenin said, Lead the way. Kwang Yi looked at Gonmei again. Gonmei was also at her wit's end. She studied Sheng Wenin for a moment, scratched her head, then gritted her teeth and said, Go ahead. If it doesn't work out, Xiaobing will step in. Kwang Yi quickly led Sheng Wenin to the dance studio. 20 minutes later, Xiaobing arrived, panting. Seeing her, Gonmei quickly called Kwang Yi. It took several tries before he answered. Kwang Yi's voice was filled with excitement. Gonjia, my sis is really good. No time to explain, it's almost our turn. Click. The call ended. Gonmei stared at her phone, thought for a moment, and led Xiaobing directly to the studio. As they reached the entrance of the trainee talent show studio, they heard the host introducing. Next up, from Wanxiong Media, is Kwang Yi. Kwang Yi is 20 years old and will be performing a dance titled Molecule Song. Joining him on stage is his dance partner. The host paused, looking confused. He double-checked his cue cards before hesitantly continuing, Sheng Wenin. Let's welcome them. At the same time, Sheng Xingyue hurried to the capital TV station. Before he even stepped through the door, he spotted a worried figure pacing back and forth at the entrance. The moment the person saw him, they rushed over, speaking urgently, Finally you're here. Mr. Sheng has been waiting for you for ages. Sheng Xingyue glanced inside the TV station and asked, Where's my third uncle? He's being shown around by the TV station executives, the person replied, pointing inside. Let's go and oh, he's coming out now. Following the direction of the person's finger, Sheng Xingyue saw his third uncle, Sheng Qiong, surrounded by a group of TV station executives. Usually arrogant and domineering outside, Sheng Xingyue dared not act up in front of his uncles. He quickly put on a fawning smile and hurriedly approached, calling out, "Third uncle." Sheng Qiong, with a stern face, looked at him coldly. "I thought I wouldn't be able to get you here." "Third uncle, please don't tease me," Sheng Xingyue quickly explained. "I came as soon as I got Secretary Wang's call." As he spoke, he cautiously supported his uncle's arm and led him aside, lowering his voice. "Third uncle, please don't tell my dad I'm in the capital. If he finds out, he'll beat me again." Sheng Qiong pulled his arm away and said coldly, "So you still no fear?" Sheng Xingyue almost burst into tears. "Third uncle," Sheng Qiong mercilessly reprimanded, "we arranged a position for you at the company, and you barely show up. This time, you even left in the middle of an important project meeting, causing the entire events department to come to a standstill because of you." "Huh." Sheng Xingyue scratched his head. "I told them to handle it themselves. I had something important to take care of. What could be so important?" Sheng Qiong's expression grew even colder. Sheng Xingyue immediately said, "Isn't Auntie's matter important?" Sheng Qiong paused, his piercing gaze locking onto him. "What do you mean?" Sheng Xingyue quickly explained the whole situation in detail but added at the end, "Actually, it might not be that girl's fault. I think it could be a misunderstanding." The gloom on Sheng Qiong's face was almost palpable. Sheng Xingyue was terrified. Auntie had been missing for years, but the family had never stopped searching. Now, Chi uncle was getting too close to another girl. Sheng Xingyue regretted speaking as soon as he finished. He really liked Sheng Wenin, and he hurriedly explained, "It's really not her fault, and I have a plan to solve this indirectly." "Third uncle, do you think if I managed to win over Sheng Wenin first, Chi uncle would back off?" Before he could finish, he was met with his third uncle's icy stare. Sheng Xingyue immediately fell silent, not daring to say another word. Just then, someone among the TV station executives exclaimed, "The temporary dance partner hired by Wanxiong Media? Sheng Wenin is going to perform on our show? With her reputation, she's going to be on our show." Before Sheng Xingyue could react, his third uncle had already strode past him towards the TV station executives. Sheng Xingyue slapped his forehead, thinking, "This is bad." Meanwhile, in the studio, the host was stumbling over the introduction. Sheng Wenin stood in the waiting area, looking at the nervous Kuang Yi beside her and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Kuang Yi, twitching like he had fleas, replied, "Sis, I'm nervous." Sheng Wenin glanced at the audience. 3 mentors, 6 singing and dancing veterans, and half a studio full of audience. What's there to be nervous about? Kuang Ye's eyes widened. "You call this a small crowd? There are at least 200 people here." Just then the host called out, "Let's welcome them." Sheng Wenin, in her black midriff-bearing stage outfit and sequin shorts, walked out with a calm expression. Kuang Yi followed 2 steps behind, quickly catching up. As soon as they stepped on stage, the lights dimmed. Kuang Ye's tension eased slightly in the darkness. The music started to play. Ganmei, sitting in the last row of the studio audience, stared in astonishment at the energetic performance of the duo on stage, especially Sheng Wenin. The audience's screams grew louder and louder, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. Xiaobing, sitting beside her, excitedly slapped Ganmei's arm. "Ganjia, Ganjia, did you see that? Did you see that?" Ganmei pulled back her sore arm. I saw it. Wenin is amazing." Just then, Kuang Yi started singing on stage. His voice was average, and singing live while dancing made his breath unstable. Ganmei frowned, hearing the audience's cheers diminish, feeling quite worried. At that moment, Sheng Wenin suddenly moved to Kuang Ye's side, placing a hand on his shoulder. Their solo dance turned into a duet. Though Kuang Ye's dance skills were lacking, Sheng Wenin's moves were sharp and stunning. The audience's cheers surged again. Ganmei was genuinely stunned this time. Xiaobing was equally shocked. "This part wasn't in the original choreography, right? I didn't see it in the video." "It wasn't," Ganmei murmured. She had seen the previous video too. Xiaobing muttered, "So this part was improvised?" They're not professional dancers. Yet in less than 20 minutes, they came up with such a high difficulty sequence. Though Sheng Wenin's dance accounted for 80% of the performance, and Kuang Yi only 20%, the visual effect was explosive. As the audience's excitement reached its peak, Ganmei felt both angry and amused. Finally, she exclaimed, "How much more is Sheng Wenin hiding from me? Is this what she calls a little bit?" Xiaobing replied, "It's a whole lot." At the back of the studio, Sheng Xingyue alternated between being mesmerized by the stunning, sweat-drenched girl on stage and cautiously glancing at the man beside him, whose frown and icy expression hadn't changed. When the dance ended and the lights came back on, Sheng Xingyue heard his third uncle ask in a deep voice, "Is she Sheng Wenin?" "Yes, third uncle, that's Sheng Wenin," Sheng Xingyue said cautiously, glancing nervously at Sheng Qiong beside him. Sheng Qiong remained silent, a flicker of suspicion in his cold eyes as he watched the girl dancing on stage. Suddenly, the girl turned and left the stage. Where is she going? Sheng Qiong asked urgently. Sheng Xingyue explained. She seems to be a dance partner. She leaves after the dance. The guy is the contestant who stays for the judges' comments. Sheng Qiong frowned, deep in thought. Sheng Xingyue tentatively asked, "Third uncle, where's the backstage?" Sheng Xingyue's question surprised Sheng Qiong momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Meanwhile, Sheng Wenin hurriedly changed her clothes backstage. As she emerged, she noticed Kuang Yi still receiving feedback on the TV broadcast. She didn't linger, zipped up her thick coat, and left the dressing room. As she exited, she bumped into a man in his 30s with a stern expression and sharp features. His gaze was cold and severe. Sheng Wenin raised an eyebrow, not recognizing him, and tried to walk past. However, the man suddenly grabbed her arm. Sheng Wenin quickly stepped back, freeing herself, and glared at him coldly. Sheng Qiong was momentarily taken aback. He looked at his outstretched hand, frowned, then looked at the girl in front of him. Sheng Wenin. Sheng Wenin replied coldly, "Yes, got business with my dad?" Sheng Qiong was momentarily speechless, thinking this girl seemed a bit fierce. Sheng Wenin sneered. She was used to men who appeared respectable but were rotten inside. A man who casually touched a woman he didn't know was clearly no good. If you have nothing to say, don't block the way. Don't you realize you're an eyesore? Sheng Wenin said bluntly and walked past him. Sheng Qiong's frown deepened as he watched her leave. After Sheng Wenin completely disappeared, Sheng Xingyue cautiously approached his third uncle. Third uncle? Sheng Qiong glared at him. You said she's filming with Xiaoming now? Sheng Xingyue hesitated and nodded yes. Sheng Qiong looked in the direction the girl had disappeared. Don't you think she looks familiar? Sheng Xingyue immediately said, yes, familiar. Do you think she looks like your future niece-in-law, my wife? Sheng Qiong was speechless. Sheng Xingyue muttered, I wonder if she'll date me if I give her a Ferrari. Sheng Qiong smacked the back of Sheng Xingyue's head. Are you itching for a beating? Sheng Wenin reached the TV station's entrance and saw Ganmei and another girl waiting for her. She walked over, noticing their strange looks. What? Sheng Wenin touched her face, puzzled. Ganmei was silent for a moment before saying, get in the car. The three got in the car, with Xiaobing sitting in the front passenger seat. Sheng Wenin sat alone in the back, legs crossed. Ganmei, annoyed by Sheng Wenin's laid-back demeanor, asked, when did you learn street dance? It's not in your talent profile. Sheng Wenin replied nonchalantly, I didn't know before. Then when did you learn? Sheng Wenin thought for a moment. Half an hour ago? Ganmei snapped, speak properly. Sheng Wenin innocently said, really, it was half an hour ago. Didn't you see me watching videos earlier? I watched several times, learned very seriously. Ganmei frowned. Forget it. Anyway, thanks to you, Kuang Yi advanced and got an A grade, a high starting point. Sheng Wenin perked up. Since it's thanks to me, do I get any money? Xiaobing in the front seat couldn't help but laugh. Ganmei said exasperatedly, money, money, money. You'll get your salary soon. It's almost the end of the month. Sheng Wenin slumped back in her seat, disappointed. Salary is so little. My base pay is only 2,000. Ganmei glanced at her. The money from Travel 6 will be included too. It should add up to 20 or 30,000. Sheng Wenin brightened. 20 or 30,000? Ganmei explained. You filmed 3 episodes. Each episode was negotiated at 20,000. After 3 episodes, that's 60,000. After the company takes its share in taxes, you should get over 20,000. Sheng Wenin was satisfied. That works. Xiaobing in the front couldn't help but say, only 20,000 per episode? I heard other guests get hundreds of thousands, and Movie King Chi gets millions. Ganmei explained, she's just a helper, doing miscellaneous tasks. Plus, she replaced Kuang Yi at a discounted rate, so it's only that much. But isn't Sister Yin popular now? Xiaobing continued. Everyone in the company knows Sheng Wenin is about to make it big, thanks to her knife skills challenge video on Travel 6. Ganmei nodded. So from the next episode, the price will go up. The PR department is already negotiating with the Travel 6 production team. After dropping Sheng Wenin back at the set, Ganmei returned to the company and was called to the manager's office. What? They want to replace her? Ganmei asked in disbelief. The manager looked grim. We don't understand it either, but Travel 6 insists on replacing her. Sheng Wenin won't be needed next episode. Ganmei's face darkened. Why? The manager remained silent. Ganmei stared at her. Do you know the reason? Is it because of the price increase? The price increase isn't high. The manager sighed. It seems to be because of Song Shu. Song Shu. You might have noticed, Song Shu has been very active lately, aiming for a Beauty Award nomination. Her spring romance CP with Chi Si has been around for a long time. Many viewers were waiting for her and Chi Si to pair up last episode, but Chi Si chose Sheng Wenin. After the episode ended, Song Shu's manager pressured the production team, saying if Sheng Wenin appears on Travel 6 again, Song Shu won't participate. She can participate or not, who cares? Ganmei was furious. Does she think she's the empress? Whatever she says goes. The manager shook her head. That's the situation. The production team chose Song Shu and sacrificed Sheng Wenin. Find some time to tell her. Sheng Wenin learned she was replaced on Travel 6 that night. After hanging up Ganmei's call, she lay on her hotel bed, thought for a moment, and took out her phone, scrolling to the 5-person group chat. The last message was from the night the group was created. She hesitated, then typed. Sheng Wenin, I've been replaced. 2 minutes of silence felt like an eternity after the message was sent. Finally, the phone screen lit up, and the group chat started buzzing. Feng Xiaoxiao was the first to break the silence. Question mark. Sheng Wenin followed closely, with a hint of resignation in her tone. I'm not on the next episode. Dulan and Shi Yan almost simultaneously asked. Question mark. Dulan seemed to have a realization and angrily asked, that jerk's doing? Feng Xiaoxiao was shocked. Whoa, Lan Lan is cursing? Sheng Wenin explained. Dulan, they didn't give a reason. I guess they didn't want to raise my pay, so they replaced me. Shi Yan analyzed. Yeah, Wenin's popularity has risen. Normally, there should be a pay raise, usually around 30%. Sheng Wenin pondered. Maybe it was too much. The show didn't want to pay it. Shi Yan asked. How much did you ask for? Sheng Wenin answered plainly. My agent said at least 5 times. Shi Yan, Dulan, and Feng Xiaoxiao all exclaimed in unison. Shi Yan cautiously asked. 500,000? That's a bit pricey. Sheng Wenin looked confused. 10,000. The group chat exploded, with a flurry of question marks flying around. Sheng Wenin explained. I was getting 2,000 per episode before. Now I want 10,000, but the show won't agree. Dulan was incredulous. Ugh. How did you accept 2,000 before? Sheng Wenin calmly replied. I needed the money back then. Dulan, still in shock, added. Even if you were short on cash. Anyway, I'm not on the next episode either. My agent is negotiating the termination. Shi Yan was surprised and sent a question mark. Dulan continued. Shi Yan, it's just you and Shi the Emperor left. Good luck. Shi Yan was even more confused. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, in a luxurious and spacious apartment, Qi Si had just come out of the bathroom. He was shirtless, with only a towel around his waist, water droplets trickling down his toned body. The phone rang, breaking the silence. He walked over, picked up the phone, and browsed the messages in the group chat. As he read, his expression grew stern. After a moment, he exited WeChat and made a call. Sheng Wenin wasn't upset about not going on the variety show. In her view, if the show didn't think she was worth 10,000 per episode and decided to replace her, it was a matter of course. She mentioned it in the group chat because everyone had been getting along well like friends. Since she wouldn't be on the next episode, she thought she should let them know. After notifying them, Sheng Wenin put the issue behind her. She was so busy with several days of filming that she didn't have time to dwell on it until director Zhou suddenly asked her, Xiaosheng, aren't you supposed to be on the variety show tomorrow? Sheng Wenin, sitting on a small stool and focused on reading the script, looked up and said, starting this episode, I'm not going. Director Zhou was surprised. Oh? Why not? The show's popularity is pretty high. Sheng Wenin shrugged. We couldn't agree on the renewal terms, so I'm not going. Director Zhou, not knowing the specifics, could only say, if you're not going, I'll schedule your scenes for tomorrow. Sheng Wenin gave an okay gesture. Sitting next to her, Shen Meng hesitated after hearing the conversation, but eventually took out his phone and sent a message to his brother. Sheng Xingyue had insisted that any news about Sheng Wenin, no matter how small, should be reported to him immediately. Although Shen Meng didn't believe Sheng Xingyue had any chance of winning over Sheng Wenin, he had to comply since they were siblings. The next day, Sheng Wenin didn't have any scenes until noon. She slept in and went downstairs for breakfast around 10. The buffet restaurant was almost empty. She got some soy milk and fried dough sticks and found a quiet spot to sit. Shortly after she sat down, a couple arrived and took a seat behind her. Sheng Wenin didn't pay much attention until she heard the man angrily exclaim, What the hell, where's Sheng Wenin? She paused and turned to look. The couple was engrossed in their phones, not noticing her. The woman frowned and said, Why isn't Sheng Wenin coming? Hey, Dulan is gone too, and damn, even Qi the Emperor isn't here. Sheng Wenin was stunned. She knew Dulan wasn't coming, but Qi Si too? The seats were close enough that Sheng Wenin could clearly hear the show's director's muffled voice through the couple's phone. Welcome back, Mr. Wang. What? They said Qi the Emperor was just filling in because Mr. Wang was hospitalized. I didn't believe it, but it's true. Now that Mr. Wang is better, Qi the Emperor probably won't appear anymore. The woman said disappointedly. No Qi the Emperor, no Sheng Wenin, no Feng Xiaoxiao, and no Dulan. What's the point of watching this show? I'm done. The man irritably turned off his phone. Sheng Wenin turned back and continued eating her breakfast. After a while, the couple left. Shang Wenin thought for a moment and then took out her phone to check Weibo. It took a while to log in, and she got a password error message. As expected, her password had been changed again. Shang Wenin took 20 seconds to crack it. Once logged in, she was about to search for the show's official account when she saw the hashtag Travel6 major cast changes trending at the top of the real-time hot search. She clicked on it. The top post was from 10 minutes ago, by a popular variety show account. It said that starting this episode, Travel X's regular cast would see major changes. Mr. Wong would return, and Chi-Si, Dulan, and Sheng Wenin would all leave. Sheng Wenin opened the comments. The top comment was just one word: quitting. It had over 20,000 likes. She scrolled down and saw that most comments were about quitting the show. Someone reported the latest data, saying that in the past 3 episodes, Travel6 had at least 14 million simultaneous viewers at the lowest point. But today, it started with 30 million viewers, and once the cast change was announced, viewers left en masse. Now, it had hit a new low of 5 million and was still dropping. After getting a general understanding, Sheng Wenin exited Weibo. She then opened the group chat and saw that Feng Xiaoxiao had sent a message 5 minutes ago. Qi the Emperor, you're not going either? Chi-Si replied after a moment. No. Feng Xiaoxiao, I watched the live stream and sure go almost cried, Dulan sent a few pictures. Sheng Wenin opened the pictures Dulan sent and realized they were screenshots from the live stream. In the screenshots, Song Shu's face turned as dark as a pot bottom upon hearing that Chi-Si wouldn't be appearing. Dulan, I can laugh about this for a year. Looking at Song Shu's face, which was as sour as a bucket of slop, Sheng Wenin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sheng Wenin finished her breakfast in high spirits, humming a cheerful tune as she walked out of the hotel, ready to head to the film set. However, just as she stepped outside, a fiery red Ferrari abruptly stopped in front of her, interrupting her good mood. Sheng Wenin instinctively tried to walk around it, but saw the car door slowly open, and a young man exuding a roguish air jumped out. Where are you going? To the set? I'll give you a ride, Xingyue said, taking off his sunglasses and leaning on the car roof, looking at Sheng Wenin with a mischievous smile. Sheng Wenin frowned, thinking she hadn't seen him for days and assumed he had left. Yet here he was again. She couldn't be bothered to deal with him and turned to leave. Don't go so fast. I'm here to apologize. Sheng Xingyue quickly stepped in front of her, his face showing a pleading smile. Apologize? Sheng Wenin raised an eyebrow, her tone full of skepticism. Sheng Xingyue nodded and handed her the car keys. Here, a gift to show I'm sorry. Sheng Wenin's gaze fell on the prominent Ferrari logo on the keychain. Before she could react, Sheng Xingyue stepped closer, a sly smile playing on his lips as he whispered in her ear, how about a ride tonight? Before he could finish, Sheng Wenin had already grabbed him with one hand and tossed him aside like a rag doll. She looked down at the disheveled Sheng Xingyue, her voice cold. I'll let you off this time because of Shin Meng. Rubbing his sore backside, Sheng Xingyue grumbled. It's just a ride. Not like I was planning anything. I even gave you the car. Did I ask for your car? Sheng Wenin sneered. Sheng Xingyue immediately extended his hand. Then take it. No, Sheng Wenin said, walking away without looking back. Sheng Xingyue followed closely behind. Hey, Sheng Wenin, can't you see? I'm chasing you. Sheng Wenin quickened her pace, almost running into the film studio. She thought she had finally shaken him off, but to her surprise, he pulled out an employee pass and followed her in. Frustrated, Sheng Wenin headed straight to the set and saw Shin Meng reading a script. Without a word, she snatched the script from his lap. Miss Sheng. Shen Meng looked up in confusion. With a dark expression, Sheng Wenin pointed to the door. Your brother is acting up. Take him to the hospital. Shen Meng turned around in surprise to see his brother pouting and pleading with Sheng Wenin. You have no idea what I went through to find you. My third uncle caught me, and I was tortured at the company for a whole week. I finally found a chance to escape and came straight to you. Can't you just give me a chance? Shen Meng was dumbfounded. Was this how his brother pursued someone? Brother, don't be like this. You're making things difficult for Miss Sheng. He quickly tried to persuade him. Sheng Xingyue glared at his brother. Are you really my brother? In a situation like this, you're not helping me but ruining it. I'm not ruining anything. Shen Meng tried to explain, but Sheng Wenin impatiently threw the script back at him and warned, don't bother me again, got it? With that, she stormed off to change her clothes. As soon as she stepped out of the dressing room, Sheng Wenin's phone rang. Seeing it was Ganmei calling, she stood in the hallway and answered, hello? On the other end, Ganmei got straight to the point about work. She informed Sheng Wenin that Immortal Island, a 20-episode short web series, could be completed in just over a month if things went smoothly. They had already been filming for half a month, and Ganmei was calling to tell Sheng Wenin she had found her a new variety show, scheduled right after Immortal Island wrapped up. What variety show? Sheng Wenin asked. Survival Challenge, Ganmei replied. Sheng Wenin paused, trying to recall if there had been such a show in her past life, but she couldn't remember. Maybe it existed but didn't gain much traction? Sure enough, Gonmei continued. It's an online show, probably not going to make much of a splash, but the pay is good. You're a regular guest, and they're offering you 200,000 per episode. For a small web show, 200,000 per episode was quite a sum. Sheng Wenin was immediately tempted but still a bit skeptical. Are they really offering me that much? Why? Journey 6 wouldn't even give me 100,000. Gonmei sighed. Journey 6 is, never mind, forget about that stupid show. The director of Survival Challenge saw your knife skills video and decided to invite you. They seem very sincere. I think the price is fair, and since you'll need exposure after Immortal Island, you might as well give it a try. Sheng Wenin, already dazzled by the 200,000, immediately agreed. I'll do it, but what's the show about? Gonmei explained. They say it's about learning some camping skills in the wild, like starting a fire with sticks or fishing. It's meant to teach some outdoor survival tips, probably similar to those heartwarming, slow-paced variety shows. Very therapeutic. Sheng Wenin eagerly agreed to Gonmei's proposal, excitedly saying, sure. I'll go. Do I need to sign a contract? I can take a leave to come back. Gonmei replied over the phone, no need, I'll have someone bring the contract to you tomorrow. Just focus on your filming. After hanging up, Sheng Wenin was overjoyed, her face beaming with a bright smile. However, her smile froze instantly when she looked up and saw Shen Yu, the person who always gave her headaches, not far away. Not again. Sheng Wenin thought in dismay and immediately turned to run. She kept glancing back as she ran, only to collide into a wall of flesh at the corner. The impact made her stagger backward, almost falling. At that critical moment, a strong hand caught her waist and pulled her forward. Sheng Wenin's forehead pressed against a firm chest, and a familiar cool scent filled her nose. She was stunned for a moment, and looked up to see an extraordinarily handsome facete was Qi. Standing beside Qi was a bewildered Lu Tianjing. Be careful, Qi's gentle voice came from above her. Sheng Wenin quickly stepped back, freeing herself from Qi's embrace. As soon as she steadied herself, she heard hurried footsteps behind her. She turned to see Shen Xingyue hot on her heels. With a drastic change in her expression, Sheng Wenin said to Qi, your nephew is crazy. Then she turned to Lu Tianjing and urgently said, your nephew is crazy. Take him to a doctor quickly, or it'll be too late. Before she finished speaking, Sheng Wenin bolted like she was being chased by a dog, disappearing at the end of the corridor in an instant. Shen Xingyue finally caught up, only to see the two elders as he turned the corner. Reacting quickly, he tried to turn and run, but a strong hand gripped his shoulder. Shen Xingyue, what are you doing here? His uncle Lu Tianjing's ominous voice came from behind. Shen Xingyue turned around, trembling and stuttered, uncle. Qi, uncle? Qi glanced in the direction where Sheng Wenin had disappeared, frowning slightly. Then he turned his gaze to Shen Xingyue. Do you know her? Shen Xingyue understood who Qi was referring to and hesitated between telling the truth or lying. Finally, he decided to be an honest man, straightening up and loudly admitting, yes, I know her. I like her. I want to pursue her. Before he could finish, Shen Xingyue clutched his head, shrinking back from the cold, authoritative gaze of his Qi uncle. He lowered his head and cautiously corrected himself. I'm sorry, I won't dare anymore. I won't pursue her. I know I was wrong. In the following days, Sheng Wenin fully immersed herself in the filming of Xianling Island. The crew's schedule was tight, leaving her barely any time to catch her breath. Occasionally, she would look up on set and see Shen Yu standing in the distance, gazing at her with a mournful expression. However, this only lasted a few days before Shen Yu's presence vanished. Sheng Wenin breathed a sigh of relief, as she no longer had to worry about avoiding him. During the time Shen Yu frequently appeared, combined with Sheng Wenin's loud outburst that one day, everyone in the crew learned that Shen Meng and Shen Yu were brothers. This news spread like wildfire, instantly changing the crew's attitude towards Shen Meng. Previously, the staff had been somewhat dissatisfied with Shen Meng's frequent mistakes, but now they treated him with utmost respect, with no complaints whatsoever. Interestingly, Shen Meng's demeanor towards others remained unchanged. He continued to be gentle and hardworking, treating everyone politely. However, Sheng Wenin keenly noticed a fleeting coldness in his eyes when someone tried to curry favor with him. This coldness vanished as quickly as it appeared, and Shen Meng would revert to his usual refined and courteous self. A month of filming flew by. Sheng Wenin spent her days shuttling between the hotel and the set, nearly losing contact with the outside world. It wasn't until one day at the entrance of the film city that she had an unexpected encounter with Qi. Qi had just stepped out of a discreet black sedan, wearing a dark coat over a white turtleneck sweater. A mask covered most of his face, and he carried a little girl in a white wool dress. The child, who looked about 2 or 3 years old, had her face nestled in Qi's neck, making it hard to see her clearly. They entered through the back door, and Sheng Wenin thought this brief encounter would end there. To her surprise, she ran into them again in the elevator. Standing at the elevator door, she hesitated whether to enter. Just as the doors were about to close, Chi-Si's long fingers pressed the open button. Not coming in? His voice was as cool as ever. Shang Wenin pursed her lips and eventually stepped inside. After the doors closed, she noticed Chi-Si had pressed the same floor button as her, so she put her hands in her pockets. The atmosphere in the elevator was a bit awkward. Shang Wenin tried to make conversation. Haven't seen you around lately. Chi-Si glanced at her and replied flatly, yeah, we wrapped up a while ago. Oh, wrapped up? Shang Wenin realized she knew nothing about the progress of the neighboring crew. She scratched her face awkwardly and said, well, congratulations? Chi-Si frowned slightly. Congratulations for what? Shang Wenin was at a loss for words. Never mind. The silence returned, and Shang Wenin looked up at the elevator floor display. Just then, she felt a gentle tug on her pants. Looking down, she saw it was the little girl Chi-Si had been carrying. The girl looked like a delicate doll, with fair skin and fine features. Shang Wenin asked in confusion, what are you doing? Chi-Si spoke then. The girl called Gigi glanced up at Chi-Si and then at Shang Wenin, suddenly asking, are you auntie? Shang Wenin was taken aback and instinctively looked at Chi-Si. He was also surprised but quickly bent down to pick up the girl. Don't say that. Gigi pouted and lowered her head but couldn't help but sneak glances at Shang Wenin. When the elevator reached their floor, Shang Wenin exited first. The Xianling Island crew was on the right. She took a few steps and turned back to see Chi-Si and the little girl heading down the left corridor. Shang Wenin didn't think much of it. The morning's filming went smoothly, and by 12:30 p.m., Director Zhou called for a lunch break. Shang Wenin immediately approached the lady handing out lunch boxes, grinning and putting an arm around her shoulder. The lady, unable to refuse her, rolled her eyes and handed her a special lunchbox from under the table. Here, take it and go. Love you. Shang Wenin hugged the lunchbox and sneaked into the back staircase like a thief. Opening the box, she found 2 large chicken legs and several chicken wings, a special treat from the lady. Just as she was about to dig in, she felt someone watching her. Turning around, she saw a small, innocent face peeking from the stairwell corner. It was the little girl from the morning Gigi. Shang Wenin laid a clean newspaper on the step and sat down. When she looked up again, the girl was still timidly watching her. Shang Wenin smiled and waved her over. Gigi's eyes widened in surprise. After confirming she was being called, she cautiously pointed at herself and asked softly, Gigi? Shang Wenin nodded. Come here. The girl took small steps towards her and stood obediently in front of Shang Wenin. Why are you wandering around alone? Where's the uncle who brought you this morning? Shang Wenin asked. Uncle Chi went out and hasn't come back. Gigi is scared alone in the room. The girl replied obediently. Shang Wenin guessed the room she mentioned was probably a rest area. Even if you're scared, you shouldn't wander around. What if you get lost? She gently scolded. The girl bit her lip, listening pitifully. Amused by her cuteness, Shang Wenin patted her head and said, just this once. Although Gigi didn't understand the phrase, just this once, she saw that the big sister wasn't angry anymore and took a few more steps forward, tugging at Shang Wenin's clothes, asking timidly, are you auntie? Shang Wenin chuckled, I'm not your aunt. I don't have any siblings. Gigi furrowed her brows, then leaned in close to scrutinize Shang Wenin's face. Shang Wenin instinctively leaned back, but the girl followed, her small fingers gently touching Shang Wenin's face. Shang Wenin froze, catching a whiff of the girl's faint milky scent. Gigi's fingers slowly moved from her cheek to her nose and eyes. Shang Wenin gently took her hand down and instructed, you shouldn't touch strangers with your hands. It's not polite, understand? Gigi lowered her hand and blinked her big eyes. What's with my eyes? Shang Wenin asked, puzzled. They look like grandma's, Gigi whispered. Your nose too. And your mouth. Shang Wenin laughed. What are you talking about? Suddenly, Gigi threw herself into Shang Wenin's arms, hugging her tightly and stubbornly saying, you are auntie. Shang Wenin had to set aside her lunchbox, looking helplessly at the clingy little girl in her arms. I'm really not your aunt. You've mistaken me for someone else. You are auntie, Gigi insisted, her little mouth pouting high. You look just like the auntie in the photo. Shang Wenin rubbed her temples and stood up from the steps. With a resigned sigh, she said, I'll take you to Chi-Si first. You kid, why are you calling strangers family? She extended her hand gently. Hold on. The little girl obediently took Shang Wenin's hand. Holding the child's hand in one and a lunchbox in the other, Shang Wenin exited through the back door and made her way to Chi-Si's lounge. She opened the door to find it empty. Not wanting to leave the child alone, Shang Wenin stayed as well. She sat on the sofa and asked, have you eaten? The little girl shook her head. Shang Wenin clicked her tongue and muttered, what's Chi-Si up to? She opened her lunchbox and with a pained expression asked, how about we share this? You probably don't eat much, right? The little girl beamed. Gigi doesn't eat much. Gigi just eats a little. Shang Wenin chuckled and scooped some rice and meat with a disposable spoon, bringing it to the girl's mouth. The little girl opened her mouth wide and swallowed the bite. She ate earnestly, her cheeks puffed out. Shang Wenin took a bite herself and asked, "Don't you know what your aunt looks like?" With her mouth full, the girl mumbled, "Gigi has never seen Auntie." Shang Wenin raised an eyebrow. Why not? Auntie is not at home. The girl swallowed and leaned forward for another bite. Shang Wenin laughed and fed her another spoonful. 10 minutes later, the lunchbox was empty, but Chi Si still hadn't returned. Feeling drowsy after eating, Shang Wenin slumped on the sofa. The little girl mimicked her, lying down with a protruding belly. Shang Wenin couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you acting silly?" The little girl immediately sat up, her face turning red with embarrassment. Shang Wenin comfortably propped her legs on the coffee table. This time, the little girl didn't imitate her but instead crawled over and hugged Shang Wenin's waist. Shang Wenin hugged her back and said, "You need to stop calling strangers family, or someone might take you away someday." Gigi didn't call wrong. The girl rested her chin on Shang Wenin's chest and said seriously, "Auntie is Auntie. Gigi found Auntie. Gigi is the best." Shang Wenin tapped her forehead. "Silly and foolish." The girl pouted, looking unhappy. Shang Wenin quickly comforted her. All right, not foolish, not foolish." The little girl looked up at her and asked, "Can Auntie and Gigi go home together?" Shang Wenin laughed helplessly. "Silly girl. How many times do I have to tell you? I'm really not your aunt." The girl stubbornly frowned. "You are Auntie. Ask Grandma if you don't believe me." As she spoke, she quickly pressed a speed dial button on her watch phone. Before Shang Wenin could stop her, the call connected. "Gigi." A gentle female voice came from the other end. "Auntie, it's Gigi." The little girl responded immediately. "Why did you think of calling Grandma?" "Grandma is in the hospital and can't answer the phone right now. If you have something to say, tell Auntie, okay?" The voice chuckled softly. "Auntie. Gigi found Auntie." The girl said excitedly. The person on the other end was clearly stunned. Shang Wenin covered her face and explained helplessly, "This child is mistaken. Gigi is not mistaken. She looks just like the photo. Just like Grandma's photo." The girl argued. The voice on the phone became alarmed. "Who are you, miss?" Realizing the sensitivity of the situation, Shang Wenin briefly explained what had happened. After listening, the person on the other end sighed in relief. "I see. Thank you so much." Then she called out, "Auntie." Gigi responded, "Stay where you are, don't move. Auntie will call Uncle Chi to come back." "Gigi." Before the call could finish, Chi Si suddenly appeared at the door of the lounge. Shang Wenin quickly stood up, picked Gigi up and handed her to Chi Si. "Hey, race the child. I'm leaving now." Chi Si frowned. "What happened?" Shang Wenin waved her hand. "You left her alone, and she wandered off. I brought her back. Now that you're here, I'm leaving." "Little girl, I'm going now." "It's not sister, it's Auntie." Gigi corrected seriously. Shang Wenin shook her head helplessly and told Chi Si, "This child has some cognitive issues. Make sure to get her checked out." With that, she turned and left. "Hey, Auntie. Uncle Chi. Auntie is leaving." The girl struggled in Chi Si's arms. Chi Si hugged the child tightly and glanced back, seeing Shang Wenin disappear around the corner. He closed the door and asked Gigi, "Did you run out?" Gigi immediately fell silent, nervously sticking out her tongue before raising her little hand to change the subject. "Uncle Chi, Auntie's call." Chi Si stared at Gigi for a moment until the child was on the verge of tears. Then he spoke into the watch phone. "Madam?" The matriarch of the Sheng family sighed. "Chi Si, I'm sorry for the trouble. Something came up at home, so we had to leave Gigi with you temporarily. Don't worry, Secretary Wang will come to pick her up soon." Chi Si placed Gigi on the sofa and said, "It's fine. That girl just now a friend?" Gigi called her Auntie? The matriarch asked. "Yes." Chi Si patted Zizi's head as she looked dejected. "She got it wrong." The matriarch sighed. "Mom is getting old, and her health has been declining these past few years. She often talks about her little sister. Gigi probably heard too much and keeps asking for her Auntie. I hope it didn't trouble your friend too much." "No trouble," Chi Si replied indifferently. At this moment, Gigi, who had been silent for fear of getting in trouble, softly muttered, "She is Auntie." Chi Si glanced at the pitiful Gigi and, after a brief conversation with the matriarch, hung up the phone. He turned Gigi to face him and asked, "Do you really think that sister looks like your Auntie?" Gigi nodded vigorously. "She is Auntie." Chi Si's expression grew serious. After a moment's thought, he said, "All right, Uncle Chi will look into it." The show's survival in extreme conditions had almost zero publicity, zero hype, and zero buzz in the beginning. The day after filming wrapped up on Xianling Island, Shang Wenin had just left the set when her phone rang with a call from Gong Mei. "Wenin, you need to join the recording of Survival in Extreme Conditions immediately." Gong Mei's voice carried a hint of urgency. Shang Wenin frowned. "So soon?" The production team said the rainy season might come early this year, so they want to start filming ahead of time. They have separate seasons for the rainy and dry periods. Sounds pretty professional. Shang Wenin shrugged. "All right, give me the contact information for the production team, and I'll handle it myself." After hanging up, Sheng Wenin immediately began coordinating flights and schedules with the production team. Meanwhile, the Sheng household in the capital was bustling with activity. Tang Ping anxiously directed the servants to pack luggage. Her eyes fell on Sheng Qingqing, leisurely eating grapes on the couch, and she couldn't help but frown. Why do you have to participate in some variety show? Survival in extreme conditions sounds dangerous. If you really want to enter the entertainment industry, your father can invest in a TV drama where you can be the lead actress. Sheng Qingqing swallowed a grape and smiled. Mom, this show isn't dangerous. It's just outdoor camping. Besides, Cheng Feng will be there too. Don't you trust him? Tang Ping snorted. Trust him? He's nothing. The Yi family has fallen, and the once proud prince has become a minor celebrity to pay off debt. Show pathetic. He doesn't deserve you. Why do you still insist on hanging out with him? Mom, Sheng Qingqing pouted. Don't look down on Cheng Feng. I believe he will succeed. If he can stand at the pinnacle of the entertainment industry like Qingdi, isn't that also a form of success? Him? Huh. Tang Ping shook her head disdainfully. Sheng Qingqing clung to her mother's arm and continued to act cute. Tang Ping finally gave in reluctantly. Seeing the servants had already brought down the luggage, she instructed, "You all go with Miss to the airport and take good care of her. If she loses even a single strand of hair, you'll be held accountable." The first episode of Survival in Extreme Conditions was set to be filmed in Brazil. When Sheng Wenin received the plane ticket from the production team, she found it quite intriguing. A variety show filmed abroad with such a big budget. How come it didn't make any waves in my previous life, she pondered. After boarding the plane, Sheng Wenin quickly fell asleep. While she was in deep slumber, Sheng Xingyue at the Sheng Group headquarters in the US received an unexpected call. Chi uncle with another woman? A voice full of hostility came from the other end of the line. Sheng Xingyue glanced at the caller ID and hesitated before saying, "Sheng Xinghan, don't talk nonsense." "Humph, you know if I'm talking nonsense," Sheng Xinghan sneered. "What, are you blinded by beauty? That Sheng Wenin is going to participate in survival in extreme conditions, right? Sheng Xinghan, what are you planning? Don't do anything rash." Sheng Xingyue grew nervous. "I won't do anything rash." Sheng Xinghan's tone was calm, "but she needs to be taught a lesson. Coincidentally, I'm participating in that show too." "What? You're a soldier. Why are you joining a variety show?" "It's not just a variety show," Sheng Xinghan explained. "Originally, it was a government military project intended to be a documentary. Due to high costs, it was turned into a variety show. Actually, we soldiers are the main participants. The celebrities are there to attract sponsors." She paused. "Since it's such a coincidence, I should meet Sheng Wenin properly." "Sheng Xinghan, I'm warning you, don't." Before he could finish, the call was disconnected. Frustrated, Sheng Xingyue ruffled his hair and, after some thought, dialed another number. "Yuga, what's up?" A gruff voice answered. "Sheng Xingquang, are you still on a mission?" "No, just finished the last one. I'm on a break now." "Why?" Sheng Xingyue quickly explained the situation. After hearing it, Sheng Xingquang roared. "What? Someone's trying to steal our aunt's man. Who told you that?" Sheng Xingyue said helplessly. "It's Sheng Xinghan, that crazy woman, trying to cause trouble." "Alright, I get it." Sheng Xingquang, calm down. "I'll file a report and join that show with her." "But Yuga, are you sure there's nothing between that woman and Chi uncle?" Sheng Xingyue fell silent. He wasn't entirely sure. After all, the day he confessed his feelings for Sheng Wenin, Chi uncle had punched him. "But," Sheng Xingyue exclaimed anxiously, a hint of panic in his voice, "she can't be in danger." Before he finished speaking, he nervously hung up the phone. In a lone dormitory room of a faraway military base, Sheng Xingquang stared intently at his phone screen, a wave of unease washing over him. Clenching his fist, he took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and resolutely dialed Chi Si's number. He was determined to confront Uncle Chi face-to-face for some answers. Meanwhile, Sheng Wenin had just stepped out of the airport terminal when she saw the program staff waiting at the pickup point, holding a conspicuous sign with her name written in big characters. As she approached, the staff member merely glanced at her and continued waving the sign, as if not recognizing her. Sheng Wenin paused, uncertain, and asked, "Is this the Survival Challenge crew?" The staff member snapped out of it, a bit embarrassed, and said, "You're Miss Sheng, right?" "I apologize." A wave of bitterness surged in Sheng Wenin's heart, but she forced a nod. "Yes, that's me." She recalled how the program team had praised her knife skills and specifically invited her. Yet now, standing right in front of them, they couldn't even recognize her? The staff member quickly explained, "The car is waiting outside. Let's head to the gathering point first." Feeling a bit aggrieved, Sheng Wenin followed the staff member outside, where a somewhat dirty small SUV was parked. As soon as she got in, something felt off. The car looked ordinary from the outside, but the interior was fully militarized. More intriguingly, there was a military radio next to the driver's seat. Sheng Wenin frowned at the radio. Noticing her gaze, the staff member nonchalantly shoved the radio into the backseat storage compartment and started the car. An hour later, They arrived at their destination, a temporary camp in the middle of nowhere. Sheng Wenin was stunned to see soldiers in uniform moving about the camp, her face full of confusion. The staff member led Sheng Wenin to a tent already crowded with 6 or 7 people. Scanning the group, she realized they were all minor celebrities from the entertainment industry. She thought to herself, no wonder this show didn't make much of a splash in her past life. The staff member counted the people and then announced, there are 10 celebrity guests in total. 3 are still on their way. Once everyone is here, someone will brief you on what to do. For now, just rest. With that, he turned and left. Standing at the tent entrance, Sheng Wenin's gaze shifted between the camp and the people inside the tent. Finally, she exchanged awkward glances with the others, plunging them all into an uncomfortable silence. Sheng Wenin stepped into the tent and casually found a place to sit. No sooner had she sat down than a male celebrity eagerly asked, "Is your phone still working?" Sheng Wenin pulled out her phone from her pocket, and the screen showed no signal. The male celebrity sighed in frustration. None of us can reach the outside world. We have no idea what's going on. A female celebrity nervously voiced her concern. Could it be that we've been kidnapped? Kidnapped? These are legitimate soldiers, another voice retorted. Exactly, they're wearing military uniforms. My family has people in the army, and our field uniforms look just like that, someone chimed in. The tent buzzed with chatter. Suddenly, the flap was lifted, and all eyes turned to the entrance. 2 familiar figures appeared, and Sheng Wenin's expression froze. Sheng Qingqing? Yi Qingfeng, she murmured softly. Yi Qingfeng's face changed drastically upon seeing Sheng Wenin, and Sheng Qingqing looked equally shocked. A staff member at the entrance said coldly, "That's 9 of you. Just 1 more to go. You 2 go in first. We'll call you when everyone's here." "Wait a minute," Sheng Qingqing hurriedly asked. "Where are my servants?" The staff member sneered. "Servants? There are no servants here. Get inside." With that, he let the flap fall. Sheng Qingqing turned around and met Sheng Wenin's icy gaze. Remembering the last time Sheng Wenin had reprimanded her, and without her servants to protect her, Sheng Qingqing panicked and quickly hid behind Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng, equally surprised to see Sheng Wenin again, pulled out his phone to contact his team, but the screen also showed no signal. "Qingqing, is your phone working?" he asked. "Don't bother checking." "None of them work," someone said helplessly. Sheng Qingqing confirmed her phone's status and timidly asked, "Brother Qingfeng, what's going on?" Yi Qingfeng shook his head, looking bewildered. The tent fell silent once more. Sheng Wenin's gaze shifted between Sheng Qingqing and Yi Qingfeng before she suddenly burst out laughing. Everyone's eyes turned to her immediately. "Sorry, I just thought of something funny," Sheng Wenin said, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. The others exchanged puzzled looks, while Yi Qingfeng and Sheng Qingqing grew increasingly uncomfortable. Throughout the next period, Sheng Wenin kept glancing at the odd couple, making Sheng Qingqing cower even more. The more she tried to avoid Sheng Wenin's gaze, the more amused Sheng Wenin became, creating a tense and unsettling cycle. Half an hour later, the tent flap opened again. This time, it wasn't a new guest but a soldier in uniform. He sternly commanded, "Everyone come out." The group exchanged nervous glances, none daring to be the first to move. Sheng Wenin, however, stood up without hesitation, dragging her suitcase as she led the way out of the tent. The others cautiously followed. Outside, 2 instructors in military attire were waiting. One of them barked, "Drop all your luggage." Reluctantly, everyone put down their suitcases. Then, someone came forward to collect all the luggage and handed each person a set of camouflage clothing. "Change into these. Assemble in 5 minutes. The tent on the left is for women. The one on the right is for men. Move," the instructor ordered. Without a word, Sheng Wenin walked into the left tent. The others slowly followed into their respective tents. Sheng Wenin changed in just a minute, while the other 4 women fumbled around. Especially Sheng Qingqing, who stood in the corner, holding the clothes with 2 fingers and sniffing them disdainfully as if they had an unpleasant odor. Sheng Wenin scoffed, turned, and left the tent. Outside, the soldier noticed she was already dressed and standing in a proper military stance, giving her an extra glance. 5 minutes later, the instructor blew the whistle. 2 disheveled men rushed out of the men's tent, while no one else emerged from the women's tent except Sheng Wenin. The instructor, his face stern, said to the 3 of them, "You 3, follow him." Sheng Wenin and the 2 men were led to a jeep. The vehicle bumped along for over an hour before stopping in an open field. "You," the driver said to Sheng Wenin, "get out here." "Just me?" Sheng Wenin asked, puzzled. "Yes, get out," the driver replied curtly. Frowning, Sheng Wenin opened the door and stepped out. As soon as she hit the ground, the jeep roared away, leaving her alone in the wilderness, surrounded by silence. Sheng Wenin stood alone in the vast open field, with no one else in sight. She looked up at the sky, spotting a drone buzzing overhead, following her every move. She quickly noticed the camera attached to the drone, and her expression grew serious. She glanced around, Behind her was the path she had trudged for an hour. Ahead was the direction the jeep had driven off. To her left was a dense forest, and to her right a steep cliff. Rubbing her face, Sheng Wenin took a deep breath and resolutely strode toward the forest. As she entered, she realized this was no ordinary woodland but a rainforest. The humid air enveloped her, and insects scurried across the damp tree trunks and soil. The lush vegetation showed no signs of human intervention. The Amazon rainforest. The thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Remembering that Brazil covers 60 of the Amazon, she quickly understood her situation. After walking a bit further, a sudden disturbance caught her attention. Sheng Wenin whipped around, but before she could react, a fierce punch was already headed her way. She instinctively dodged. The attacker, surprised by her quick reflexes, immediately switched tactics, aiming for her lower body. Narrowing her eyes, Sheng Wenin disrupted the third attack with a sharp knee strike. She followed up with an elbow to the attacker's chest, causing them to stumble back. Seizing the opportunity, Sheng Wenin pressed her advantage, forcing the attacker into a defensive stance. Her movements grew faster, leaving no room for the opponent to catch their breath. After about 50 moves, the attacker was visibly exhausted. Sheng Wenin found an opening, kicked them to the ground, and quickly pinned them by the lower back. As the attacker tried to roll away, she delivered a powerful punch to their abdomen. A muffled groan escaped as Sheng Wenin swiftly grabbed the attacker's arms, dislocating both with a crack. A piercing scream followed. Sheng Wenin was not surprised. She had sensed that her opponent was female during the fight. She stood up, dusted off the dirt, and looked down at the girl in camouflage, who was now glaring at her with a mix of disbelief and anger. I thought it was something else, Sheng Wenin scoffed. Military combat training? I know it too. I'm an 8th Dan. What about you? Sheng Xinghan lay in the damp mud, looking like a dirty little cat. She glanced at her immobilized arms and then up at the imposing, stunning girl above her, too shocked to utter a word. It's 10 p.m. in China. A subtle banner quietly appeared on the homepage of the government's official video website, displaying the words, "Survival in Extreme Situations." Clicking on it revealed a main live streaming room and 9 substreams, some of which were active while others remained dark. In this era of diverse online video content, the simplistic interface of the national video site was almost buried under the flashy commercial platforms. Although it exclusively hosted some classic national TV dramas and political programs, these contents seem to have lost their appeal in the current times. Survival in Extreme Situations, a live streaming show, had only garnered 100 viewers 10 minutes after its launch due to a lack of prior promotion. Sporadic comments floated across the screen. Is anyone here? The national site has a live show? What is this show about? Can someone explain? Suddenly, a stunningly beautiful girl appeared on the screen. She stepped out of a vehicle and stood alone amidst the wild, rugged cliffside, her camouflage uniform accentuating her striking presence. The comment section erupted. Did I see that right? Is that Sheng Wenin? Wow, I just wanted to watch some old dramas before bed. Accidentally clicked into this live stream and suddenly saw my goddess? The girl decisively ventured into the jungle. Suddenly, a figure leaped out from the shadows and attacked her. Sheng Wenin swiftly dodged the assault and counterattacked. The two girls, both in camouflage, engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat in the muddy, humid forest, each move precise and deadly. The comments exploded again. What is this show exactly? Wenin is so cool. Whoa. That side kick, that dodge. Did you hear the crack? Did she just break someone's arm? I searched on Weibo. There's no info on this show called Survival in Extreme Situations. The description says it's an adventure reality show co-produced by the military and civilians. Only 200 viewers? With Sheng Wenin, only 200 viewers? I don't believe it. I recorded that fight scene and posted it on Weibo. Unaware of the live stream's frenzy, Sheng Wenin, deep in the Brazilian rainforest, defeated her opponent, Sheng Xinghan. Looking at the girl who was panting heavily and glaring from the ground, Sheng Wenin squatted down and poked her face with a stick. Hey. Sheng Xinghan angrily turned her face away. Sheng Wenin chuckled. Your skills are mediocre, but your temper is quite big. Who are you calling mediocre? Sheng Xinghan struggled to get up, only to fall back due to the pain in her arm. Sheng Wenin scratched her neck and asked, Are you at the show too? Why didn't I see you earlier? Reluctantly, Sheng Xinghan replied, I'm your teammate. Teammate? Sheng Wenin sneered. A teammate who ambushes me? Sheng Xinghan blushed and fell silent. Sheng Wenin observed her for a moment, then squatted down and lifted her right hand. What are you Before she could finish, Sheng Xinghan felt a sharp pain in her arm, breaking out in a cold sweat. Sheng Wenin picked up a thick stick, cleaned it briefly, and stuffed it into Sheng Xinghan's mouth. Bite down and don't scream. Sheng Xinghan's eyes widened, but before she could react, her arm was twisted again, making her involuntarily bite down on the stick. 3 minutes later, Sheng Xinghan spat out the splintered stick and weakly looked at Sheng Wenin. After a moment of silence, she said thanks. Although her hand was injured by Sheng Wenin, at least it was set right. Sheng Wenin stood up, twirling the stick casually. Are you a soldier? Seeing Sheng Xinghan's lack of surprise, she added, with such poor skills, you can't be in the field army, right? Are you from the cultural troupe? Hey. Sheng Xinghan looked up angrily. Who are you calling from the cultural troupe? Sheng Wenin raised an eyebrow. You look down on the cultural troupe? Sheng Xinghan was stunned and hurriedly explained, that's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Sheng Xinghan stammered for a while before finally admitting, I'm a new recruit. Oh. Sheng Wenin scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. No wonder you're so reckless. A few more beatings will naturally make you behave. Her tone carried a seasoned air, as if she had personally been through countless battles. Sheng Xinghan pressed her lips together, not arguing back. She listened carefully to Sheng Wenin's words, growing increasingly puzzled. Why did this sound like a battle-hardened veteran? Why did you ambush me? Sheng Wenin suddenly asked, her gaze piercing. Sheng Xinghan felt a bit flustered. She wanted to blurt out the truth, to teach you a lesson for stealing my aunt's man. But now that she was subdued, such a reason was clearly out of the question. Not being good at lying, she thought for a moment, then cautiously looked at Sheng Wenin and asked, what do you think? Sheng Wenin raised an eyebrow. Testing my skills? Sheng Xinghan's eyes lit up, immediately seizing the opportunity. Correct answer. Sheng Wenin shook her head inwardly. How could this girl be so naive? She scrutinized Sheng Xinghan once more, then extended her hand. Get up. Sheng Xinghan hesitated for a moment before grasping it. Using the leverage to stand, she said, I'm your teammate for the next half-month, Sheng Xinghan. Sheng Wenin withdrew her hand, stuffing it into her pocket, and responded curtly, fine. Sheng Xinghan gave her a deep look, then suddenly turned and walked to a tree. She clumsily climbed up, reaching out with her right hand to retrieve a military pack from a branch. The bag hit the ground with a dull thud. Sheng Wenin stood still, her eyes fixed on the bag. Sheng Xinghan jumped down from the tree and hoisted the heavy pack onto her back, explaining, this is a supply pack. It's heavy. I'll carry it. I'll lead, and you follow. The officer said we need to protect you celebrities. Sheng Wenin raised an eyebrow. What's this show about anyway? Sheng Xinghan briefly explained the show's content. After listening, Sheng Wenin scratched her face with a twig, looking thoughtful. They didn't mention this when I signed up. I don't mind, but the other guests might throw a fit. Sheng Xinghan didn't say more, thinking that the logistics team would handle the guests' issues. So what do we do now? Sheng Wenin asked again. Sheng Xinghan replied, find the map. We have to locate the map and follow the marked route out of the rainforest within half a month to complete the mission. And what happens when we complete the mission? There's prize money, varying by rank. As soon as Sheng Xinghan finished speaking, she noticed Sheng Wenin standing still, seemingly captivated by something. Sheng Xinghan frowned in confusion and asked, how did you? Before she could finish her sentence, the girl opposite her pounced like a tiger, grabbing her shoulders with an alarming strength. Prize money? There's prize money? How much? Tell me. Sheng Wenin's eyes sparkled with a manic light as she shook Sheng Xinghan violently, as if trying to extract the answer from her body. Dizzy from the shaking, Sheng Xinghan stammered. First place, 1 million. The shaking abruptly stopped. Sheng Xinghan barely regained her balance and looked up, meeting Sheng Wenin's intense and fierce gaze. We have to get first place. Sheng Wenin gritted her teeth. If you drag me down and I don't get the prize money, I'll throw you to the wolves. Got it. Sheng Xinghan was infuriated by the absurd threat. She pushed Sheng Wenin's hands away and strode forward. I won't drag you down. Just don't drag me down. My goal is also first place. If we don't get first, it's the same as getting lost. What are you doing? Her backpack was suddenly yanked. She turned around to see Sheng Wenin swiftly sling the backpack onto her own shoulders. I'll carry the bag, lead the way, and you just keep up and don't fall behind, Sheng Wenin said firmly. For $1 million, I'll give it my all. Sheng Xinghan was dumbfounded. She reached out to take back the backpack, but her hand was struck by a thin branch, leaving it instantly red and swollen. Touch my supplies again, and I'll chop your hand off. Sheng Wenin warned fiercely. Sheng Xinghan was puzzled. What kind of supplies? The items in the backpack were meant for both of them. Besides, as a soldier, she would naturally prioritize taking care of the celebrity guest. Why would she hoard supplies? Despite her confusion, what did Uncle Chi see in this girl? Sheng Xinghan decided not to argue and followed silently. The sun blazed overhead, as if trying to scorch the earth. After walking for a while, the heat became unbearable. Sheng Xinghan had already taken off her jacket, revealing a camouflage tank top underneath. Seeing that Sheng Wenin had no intention of stopping, she couldn't help but speak up. Let's take a break. Sheng Wenin looked back, scrutinizing her. Sheng Xinghan explained, it's not that I'm being lazy. It's February, and it's summer in the southern hemisphere, here in Brazil. The temperature in the rainforest varies greatly between morning and evening, and this is the hottest time of the day, nearly 40 degrees. Walking continuously could lead to dehydration. Noticing that Sheng Xinghan was already drenched in sweat, Sheng Wenin said irritably, "Why are you so weak?" Sheng Xinghan was about to retort but noticed that Sheng Wenin didn't have a single drop of sweat on her forehead. She was at a loss for words. This girl's stamina and endurance were astounding. To accommodate Sheng Xinghan, Sheng Wenin finally stopped. She opened the backpack to check the supplies. Aside from essential items like ropes, lighters, and flashlights, there were only 2 bottles of water, 2 packs of compressed biscuits, and 2 sleeping bags. Just this? Sheng Wenin said in surprise. Sheng Xinghan reached for a biscuit but was slapped away. She retracted her hand, protesting, "Why did you hit me again?" Sheng Wenin frowned and zipped the bag shut. "No eating. We have so little, we need to save it." Sheng Xinghan explained, "The biscuits and water are for us to eat today. We can set traps for hunting tonight. There are wild chickens and such in the forest. We'll have a catch by tomorrow morning. What if we don't catch anything?" Sheng Wenin surveyed the surroundings and finally pointed to a nearby tree. "Eat that." Sheng Xinghan glanced at it and warned, "Do you even know what that is before eating it? The plants and animals in the rainforest are dangerous. If you eat something poisonous, you could." "Yujub," Sheng Wenin cut her off, speaking quickly. "It's tart. Both the skin and the seeds can be used medicinally. It's a common herb, edible, not poisonous." Sheng Xinghan looked at her in surprise. "You can identify herbs?" "A bit," Sheng Wenin said, slinging the backpack back on and climbing the tree with remarkable agility. In the blink of an eye, she was already up on a branch, shaking it. Soon, a bunch of fruits fell to the ground. A few minutes later, satisfied with the amount, Sheng Wenin leaped down from a height of 3 meters, landing steadily without any cushioning. Sheng Xinghan was stunned. She jumped down from such a height without any hesitation? Sheng Wenin picked up a whole fruit, wiped it with her sleeve, and took a bite. She nodded. "It's okay, not very flavorful, not as sour as I expected." Sheng Xinghan hesitantly picked up a fruit and took a bite. It wasn't sour but was bitter and hard to swallow, with a tingling sensation on her tongue. "This is awful," she thought. But seeing Sheng Wenin already finishing one and reaching for more, she reluctantly took another bite. Sheng Wenin carefully held a large bunch of blackberries in her hat, cradling them in her arms. She looked around and quickly found a large, leafy tree that provided excellent shade. She briskly walked over, sat down comfortably under the tree, and eagerly began to enjoy the fresh berries. Sheng Wenin greedily ate a dozen blackberries until she felt about 70 to 80% full. She looked up at Sheng Xinghan and noticed that he was still slowly savoring his first berry. "Do you feel a tingling sensation in your mouth?" Sheng Wenin suddenly asked, a mischievous glint in her eye. Sheng Xinghan immediately nodded, eyes wide. "I noticed it earlier." Sheng Wenin's lips curved into a slight smile. "That's right, blackberries have a numbing effect." Hearing this, Sheng Xinghan's expression froze. She stared stiffly at the remaining berries in her hand, her voice tinged with a sob. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Sheng Wenin didn't answer. Instead, she got up and walked to the roadside. After observing for a while, she picked a few small leaves. She expertly pinched off the tender tips and nonchalantly put them in her mouth, chewing. "What are you eating now?" Sheng Xinghan asked curiously. "Lemongrass," Sheng Wenin replied succinctly. "It's not actual lemon. It's called that because it has a sour taste and its stalks can be used medicinally. The leaves can relieve numbness and refresh the mind. Just chew a few, and the numbness will go away." She generously handed the grass tips to Sheng Xinghan. "Go ahead, eat." Sheng Xinghan hesitated for a moment, then cautiously took a piece and gently put it in her mouth. After a while, she was pleasantly surprised to find the numbness in her mouth had indeed lessened. "It really works," she exclaimed excitedly. Sheng Wenin glanced at her and said indifferently, "Country bumpkin." Sheng Xinghan immediately felt annoyed and muttered, "It's not like she's studying medicine. How would she know about plants?" She turned her head away in a huff, not wanting to talk to Sheng Wenin anymore. However, Sheng Xinghan soon realized that Sheng Wenin would never let her eat compressed biscuits. She sighed helplessly and resigned herself to eating both berries and grass tips. This odd combination made her feel like she was playing some dangerous game. Numb one moment, not numb the next, as if eating poison and then its antidote. She wondered what she was even trying to achieve. When Sheng Xinghan finally felt somewhat full, she tidied her clothes and was about to suggest they get moving. However, when she looked up, she saw that Sheng Wenin had already agilely climbed up the tree. "What are you doing?" Sheng Xinghan asked in surprise. "Sitting steadily on a branch," Sheng Wenin replied, gathering more berries. "We can eat them tonight." With that, she began gently shaking the branches and called out to Sheng Xinghan, "Catch them?" Sheng Xinghan stood dazed under the tree, unsure of how to react. "What? We have to eat these again tonight?" she asked incredulously. Just then, a commotion from afar interrupted their conversation. It turned out that the live broadcast of other contestants had started, stirring up a buzz among the viewers. Haha, I came over from Weibo. It's really my Inzigo. Xinghan, be careful. This reminds me of the nightmare cookies and the 4 rounds of free sushi from Travel 6 with Qingdi. Sheng Wenin, as long as it's free, she can eat it forever. Spend money? Touch supplies? Only over my dead body. So annoying, I was about to sleep, and now this show is keeping me awake. Inziga, go for it for the $1 million. Ay. The last live broadcast room just opened. Guess who I saw in there? Ay. I just came back from that room. Sisters, go check it out and tell me if I'm hallucinating. Did I really see Chi Ingdi? These comments spread like a whirlwind, instantly sweeping through the online space and shattering the previously calm atmosphere. With the fruit packed, Sheng Wenin and Sheng Xinghan continued on their way. Sheng Wenin walked ahead, her steps quick and determined, forcing Sheng Xinghan to speed up to keep pace. The forest was stiflingly hot, and sweat soaked through their clothes. Suddenly, Sheng Xinghan felt a sharp pain in her calf and cried out. Sheng Wenin turned around at the sound, concern evident in her voice. What happened? Sheng Xinghan bent down, searching through the dense undergrowth, her voice tinged with panic. Something bit me. Sheng Wenin quickly walked back and crouched down to inspect the wound. She rolled up Sheng Xinghan's pant leg to reveal 2 dark puncture marks seeping blood. Sheng Xinghan's face turned pale at the sight, and she asked in a trembling voice, "Is it poisonous?" Before she could finish, Sheng Wenin had already placed her leg on her knee and was pressing hard on the wound. Sheng Wenin's grip was firm, causing Sheng Xinghan to wince in pain. "It's a venomous snake," Sheng Wenin said gravely, her expression serious. She continued to press until the blood flowing out turned bright red, then she sighed with relief. "Wait here," Sheng Wenin said, standing up and looking around for something. Sheng Xinghan watched her leg, biting her lip, her eyes welling with tears, clearly scared. Sheng Wenin soon returned with a handful of grass. She quickly crushed the leaves and wrapped them in a large leaf, then grabbed Sheng Xinghan's leg and applied the herbal poultice. Ouch. Sheng Xinghan gasped. "Bear with it," Sheng Wenin said impassively. "You're a soldier, aren't you? Show some endurance." Sheng Xinghan sniffled and asked quietly, "What is this?" "Anti-inflammatory and detoxifying," Sheng Wenin replied curtly, pulling a rope from her backpack. She used a rock to cut a section and then bandaged Sheng Xinghan's leg. After securing the bandage, Sheng Wenin stood up and dusted off her hands. "You're not in immediate danger, but you need proper treatment. How do we contact the outside?" "No. I don't want to quit," Sheng Xinghan said, agitated. Ignoring her, Sheng Wenin looked up at the drone overhead and waved at it. The drone descended and closely examined Sheng Xinghan's wound. Then, a voice from the drone speaker asked, "Number 1, Sheng Xinghan, do you wish to temporarily withdraw from the adventure?" "I don't," Sheng Xinghan started to say, but Sheng Wenin covered her mouth. "Temporarily?" Sheng Wenin asked. "What does that mean?" The speaker explained, "Any team member in distress can passively or actively withdraw. Another team member can revive the withdrawn teammate by finding a revival card." "A revival card, huh?" Sheng Wenin muttered. "They sure have a lot of tricks." "Yes," the speaker continued. "The prize money is cumulative based on the total number of team members. For example, the first prize is 1 million per person, but if only one team member remains, the prize is halved to 500,000. Sheng Wenin paused, then earnestly told Sheng Xinghan, "Don't worry, I'll revive you. You need to go treat your injury. I'll find the revival card and bring you back." Sheng Xinghan pushed Sheng Wenin's hand away, stubbornly saying, "I'm not quitting. I can't leave you alone. What if you encounter danger? You're the one in danger now." Sheng Wenin retorted. Choking up, Sheng Xinghan said, "My wound is fine now. I can handle it." Sheng Wenin glanced at her leg and said sternly, "The resources here are limited. These herbs aren't very effective. You need professional treatment. This is snake venom we're talking about, not a joke. If it leaves any after effects, you won't be able to be a soldier anymore." Scared by her words, Sheng Xinghan lowered her head, not saying a word. Sheng Wenin had no time to waste and promised, "I will definitely revive you." Sheng Xinghan clung to Sheng Wenin's clothes, looking up at her with reliance. "You have to remember that." Sheng Wenin nodded. $1 million, of course, I won't forget." Sheng Xinghan looked at her helplessly, clearly not meaning the money. In the end, Sheng Wenin made the decision unilaterally, and Sheng Xinghan temporarily withdrew from the competition. The show's crew arranged for support personnel to enter the rainforest and carry Sheng Xinghan away. After more than half an hour of commotion, Sheng Wenin was left alone to continue. Moving alone was indeed faster than moving with 2 people. In no time, it was afternoon, and the sky began to darken. Sheng Wenin decided to stop for the day and find a place to spend the night. She chose a higher ground and, while it was still light, used a rock to meticulously break down a crooked tree. Without tools, she had to make do with what was available. She broke down 4 or 5 tree trunks and used them, along with stones, to build a makeshift shelter against a large rock, covering it with large leaves for rain protection. Next, Shang Wenin started digging inside the shelter. She wasn't digging a pit but creating a slope to ensure that if it rained, the water would flow out instead of flooding the sleeping area. It took over an hour to complete this temporary refuge. Then, she gathered some relatively dry branches and set up a simple campfire. As the sky turned almost completely dark, Sheng Wenin sat by the fire, roasting blackberries on a stick. Cooked berries tasted better than raw ones, and most importantly, they were warm. She ate half a pack of roasted blackberries, felt it was enough, and chewed on some grass tips before returning to the shelter and climbing into her sleeping bag. Just as Sheng Wenin was about to fall asleep, the sound of a fierce fight and a woman's scream suddenly pierced the quiet of the rainforest. Sheng Wenin immediately sat up from her sleeping bag, her dark eyes staring towards the southwest, where the noise was coming from. 3 fierce wolves with tawny manes bared their teeth, standing on high alert against the enemy before them. They were tall and lean, resembling a mix between a wolf and a fox, yet distinctly unlike any wolf known to man. Suddenly, a rough howl pierced the silence, showcasing their intimidation. Sheng Qingqing, panic-stricken, clung tightly to the arm of the man beside her, her long, sharp nails nearly piercing his skin. The tall man in camouflage frowned in patience, his soldierly instincts preventing him from being rough with the woman, though her incessant noise made him want to toss her aside. With a dark expression, he commanded in a low voice, "Go to the back." He then turned to another man, "Mr. Qi, you too. You've lost your team. I'll protect you for now." Qi Si, with cold eyes fixed on the 3 wolves ahead, refused without lifting his head. "No need. Don't be stubborn, just come over here. Watch out." Before he could finish, the largest wolf lunged at Qi Si. The soldier was about to rush to help but was held back by Sheng Qingqing, who clung to his waist. "You can't go. You have to protect me," she screamed. "You can't leave me." "Let go, he's in danger." The soldier pried her hands off, but she immediately dropped to the ground, wrapping her arms around his leg. "Do you know who I am? If I get hurt, my dad will never let you off." Fury surged through the soldier, and he was about to lift her by her clothes and throw her aside when the other 2 wolves suddenly attacked. With his leg held, he couldn't dodge, and his right hand and left leg were bitten in an instant. "Ah," he cried out in pain. Seeing this, Sheng Qingqing turned pale and hurriedly let go. Although the soldier regained his mobility, his hand and leg were torn open, and the wolves were now aiming for his throat. Just as he thought his life was over, 2 swift sounds were heard, and the 2 wolves suddenly collapsed and retreated. Looking up, he saw folding knives embedded deeply in their hind legs, blood gushing from the wounds. The soldier immediately looked towards a nearby tree, spotting Qi Si with a sharp gaze, standing agilely on a branch in a clear military stance. It was evident one of the folding knives came from him. Wondering about the source of the other knife, he heard movement behind him. Turning around, he saw a slender figure in camouflage dropping from above, landing in front of him. Despite the dust on her face, the girl's stunning features shone through. Her expression was cold, holding a rope in her hand, her upturned eyes fixed on the injured wolves. "Are you all right?" she asked, her voice carrying the dampness of the rainforest night. The soldier, blushing, stammered, I'm fine." Qi Si, still in the tree, cut in, "Good. Stay up there and don't distract me." The soldier realized the girl was speaking to Qi Si and felt embarrassed. Before he could think further, the girl sprang into action. She swung the rope, which danced through the air and landed with the force of a whip, separating the 3 wolves. Her movements were swift and decisive, and she attacked the wolves with a cold determination. The scene left the soldier in awe. Qi Si, one hand on the trunk and the other on a branch, watched the girl intently, ready to jump in if she showed any sign of struggle. The 3-minute battle between the girl and the wolves ended swiftly. The wolves, howling in agony, retreated into the forest, leaving a strong scent of blood in the air. Qi Si leaped down effortlessly from the formidable tree and quickly approached the girl. He grabbed her arm, noticing a tear in her sleeve from a wolf's claw. Thankfully, her skin was unscathed. Qi Si sighed in relief. Sheng Wenin, surprised by Qi Si's action, glanced at the tear in her clothing and chuckled softly. She pulled her arm back nonchalantly, saying, "They couldn't get close to me." She wiped the wolf blood from her face with the back of her hand and opened her other hand, revealing 2 blood-stained folding knives. Qi Si stared at the 2 blood-stained knives, lost in thought. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Hesitantly, he asked, "Do you know any way to distract them without getting close?" Sheng Wenin was meticulously wiping the blood off her folding knife with her sleeve. Without looking up, she replied calmly, "Of course. Just climb a tree." Qi Si frowned and was about to say something when Sheng Wenin interrupted him. Looking up, she said matter-of-factly, "But if they leave, how will I get my knives back? They're my supplies." "Mine." Qi Si shook his head helplessly. "I should have known. Sheng Wenin turned around and swiftly put away her folding knife. She walked over to a soldier still sitting on the ground and handed him the other knife. In a cheerful tone, she praised, "Good reflexes, kid. Even with bites on your arm and leg, you managed to stab the wolf. And you picked a great spot, the hind leg tendon. That'll seriously impair their movement." The soldier was stunned for a moment and instinctively looked at Chi Si, who had been silent all this time. He hurriedly explained, "Actually, it wasn't me." Before he could finish, a soft female voice called out from nearby, "Are you all alright?" The three of them looked up simultaneously to see Sheng Qingqing slowly emerging from behind a large tree. Her face was pale, and she nervously twisted the hem of her clothes, looking thoroughly frightened. Sheng Wenin chuckled lightly and suddenly stepped forward. Sheng Qingqing, seeing this, took a few fearful steps back and asked in a trembling voice, "What are you going to do?" Smack! The resounding slap broke the silence of the rainforest. Sheng Qingqing clutched her cheek in disbelief and screamed, "How dare you hit me?" Smack! Another slap followed. Sheng Wenin's actions answered her question. Sheng Qingqing let out a piercing scream, clutching her other cheek as she quickly retreated. Her face was ashen, and she spat out a bloodied tooth. Trembling, she roared, "Sheng Wenin, I won't let you get away with this." Sheng Wenin's eyes curved into a smile, her tone light. "What a coincidence, I won't let you get away either." With that, she kicked Sheng Qingqing in the abdomen, sending her flying and crashing onto the muddy gravel path. Sheng Qingqing writhed in pain on the ground, unable to move. Sheng Wenin, hands in her pockets, looked down at her and leisurely explained, "The first slap was on behalf of that young soldier. He's a soldier and can't hit you, so I took the liberty of collecting some interest for him. The second slap was for Chi Si. He's not a soldier, he's delicate, and needs hot water to wash his face and 3 meals a day. He has no self-defense skills. If he couldn't climb trees, he might be dead by now. You obstructed the rescue. You deserve to die 1,000 times over." Chi Si looked slightly embarrassed at this description. Sheng Wenin continued, "The final kick was for me." She added with a cheerful smile, "Because you ruined my clothes." Great shot. The audience erupted in cheers and the live comments, praising the thrilling scene they had just witnessed. One viewer excitedly wrote, "Damn, that almost gave me a heart attack." Soon after, skeptical voices emerged. "Who's that woman? I've never seen her before. Weren't there supposed to be 10 rookies and 10 celebrities? Where did this random person come from?" One comment read, sparking further discussion. "I don't care, Inzi is the best. Best, 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 best." A devoted fan passionately cheered for their idol. "Sheng Wenin is indeed impressive," another viewer analyzed. "That was a wolf, a beast. And she dared to engage in close combat, taking on 3 at once. That's hardcore." However, some eagle-eyed viewers noticed something different. "Wait a minute, I watched that scene again and again. If my eyes aren't failing me, it was actually Chi Ingdi who threw the knife, hitting the wolf's leg almost simultaneously with Sheng Wenin. Did I see it wrong?" "No, you saw it right. It was Chi Ingdi," another viewer confirmed. "I was genuinely shocked by how skilled he is." This revelation sparked more discussion. "Then what was Inzi even talking about?" someone asked, puzzled. "I rewatched the part where Chi Ingdi climbed the tree," a meticulous viewer pointed out. "A 4-meter-tall tree, and he scaled it in 2.5 seconds. That's not human speed. Let me tell you, 2.5 seconds is the climbing speed of special forces," an alleged insider explained. Special forces? This information left many viewers in awe. Speculations about Chi Ingdi's background began to spread in the comments. Could the rumors be true? When Chi Si first debuted, there were whispers that his father was a big shot in the military and that he grew up on a base, but the information was later scrubbed. "Wait, I heard a different rumor that Chi Ingdi's family is in business and they're super wealthy," another viewer offered a different perspective. "Too many rumors. Let's just focus on the show." A sensible voice reminded everyone to concentrate on the program. On screen, the mountain path was rugged and winding under the cover of night. For an injured person and 2 ordinary individuals, this journey was undoubtedly a challenge. Sheng Wenin led the way, carefully clearing a path for those behind her. Chi Si supported the injured soldier, while Sheng Qingqing, whose cheek was swollen like a bun, lagged behind. Soon, a light appeared ahead. Sheng Wenin quickened her pace and soon returned to her makeshift camp. She tossed her backpack into the shelter and plopped down on the ground, saying to the 2 men who arrived later, "Sit wherever you want." Chi Si glanced at the shelter Sheng Wenin had built and raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed by its structure. The soldier also noticed the simple yet functional shelter and couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing. This shelter, though simple, is complete with protection against insects, disasters, and rain. But how did you cut down those tree trunks? Such large trunks would need an axe, right?" And there weren't any large tools in the supply pack. Sheng Wenin shot him a cold look and said sharply, "Flattery won't work. I won't let you stay here." The soldier quickly explained, "No, I didn't mean that." Just then, a calm male voice suddenly spoke, "You need to go to the hospital." The soldier froze and followed Chi-Si's gaze to his injured leg. By the firelight, he could clearly see the large blood stain and the ferocious bite marks. Despite turning pale, he stubbornly said, "No, I can't handle it." Sheng Wenin poked at the dying fire with a stick, adding some more wood, and scoffed, "Are all you rookies like this? Acting tough and not caring about your own body?" The soldier was taken aback and retorted, "Aren't you a rookie too? This show is about 10 rookies and 10 celebrities. Even though this female soldier is impressive, she can't be a veteran." "I know you," the soldier grumbled. "You're Sheng Xinghan from the 5th Military District, right? I heard you're the new recruit king and a champion in martial arts. But just because you're good, doesn't mean I'm bad. If it weren't for—" Sheng Wenin leaned back against a rock, crossed her legs, and suddenly sneered, "A martial arts champion? With those flashy moves?" The soldier stared at her in confusion. "What are you talking about? Aren't you Sheng Xinghan?" Sheng Wenin scratched her neck with a stick and grinned, "Who told you I'm Sheng Xinghan?" The soldier was puzzled. A beautiful and skilled female soldier, other than Sheng Xinghan from the 5th District. "Who said I'm a female soldier?" Sheng Wenin tilted her head. The soldier was stunned. "Are you saying you're a male soldier?" "Sheng Wenin." The live comments exploded. "Haha, she is. She's a man. I can vouch for it. Is there really anyone who still thinks Sheng Wenin is a woman? Seriously." The soldier, regaining his composure, awkwardly asked, "You're not a celebrity guest, are you?" Sheng Wenin snorted in dissatisfaction. "I knew it. No one recognizes me. Yesterday, I stood next to the airport staff for ages, and they didn't recognize me." The soldier felt extremely embarrassed. He thought to himself, "What the heck? The celebrity guests on this show are all so strong? First, there's Chi Yingdi with skills akin to special forces, and now this lady who fought off 3 wolves barehanded. But wait, his teammate, that idiot Sheng Qingqing, acted like a fool, just jumping around and shouting." At that moment, Sheng Wenin added nonchalantly, "Sheng Xinghan is my teammate." As soon as Sheng Wenin finished speaking, she added, "But she was bitten by a snake this afternoon and had to withdraw temporarily for treatment." The soldier's eyes widened in disbelief. "She was eliminated?" Sheng Wenin shrugged. "Sort of. But if we find a revival card, I can bring her back." She turned to the injured soldier, her tone softening. "You too. You can withdraw temporarily to get proper treatment." She glanced at Chi-Si. "Have your teammate revive you later." Chi-Si noticed her gaze and calmly corrected her, "He and I are not on the same team." Sheng Wenin paused for a moment. "Then where is your teammate?" Chi-Si replied in a deep voice, "We got separated." Sheng Wenin's gaze shifted back to the injured soldier, and then pointed to Sheng Qingqing in the corner, her tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. "So, that thing is your teammate?" The soldier nodded bitterly, pain evident on his face. Sheng Wenin looked at Sheng Qingqing hiding in the corner, and genuinely sympathized with the soldier. "What kind of bad luck did you have in your past life to end up with such a jinx?" The soldier, though feeling heavy-hearted, couldn't help but smile a little at her words. He said shyly, "Anyway, thank you for saving me earlier." Sheng Wenin waved her hand dismissively and continued, "It's a pity to be eliminated, but your health is more important. This wound needs stitches. You should get it treated outside, or it could get seriously infected." The soldier furrowed his brows, staring at his hand and leg, deep in thought. Seeing this, Sheng Wenin stopped talking and turned to Chi-Si. "How did you and your teammate get separated?" Chi-Si was silent for a moment, seemingly hesitant. Finally, he pressed his lips together and spoke. "He climbed a tree to pick bananas, disturbed a wasp nest, and got chased away by the wasps." Sheng Wenin's eyes widened in surprise. "What?" She couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Haha, is he an idiot?" Chi-Si watched her laugh, and his stern expression softened. "Yes, very foolish." In the end, the injured soldier decided to withdraw from the competition, prioritizing his safety. He summoned the drone overhead and voluntarily exited. Within 10 minutes, a military helicopter hovered above them. Several medics descended via a soft ladder. At that moment, Sheng Qingqing suddenly rushed out from the corner shouting, I want to quit too. I can't stay in this dangerous place for another minute." One of the medics glanced at her coldly and spoke harshly, "No injuries, not eligible for early withdrawal." With that, they took the injured soldier and boarded the helicopter. Hey, hey, hey. Sheng Qingqing yelled futilely as the helicopter flew away. Panic set in as she realized she was left unprotected in the dangerous rainforest. How could she possibly survive here, especially with Sheng Wenin around? Sheng Qingqing's eyes darted around, and she suddenly had an idea. She bit her lip and slowly approached Chi-Si, squatting down next to him. She looked at his handsome profile with a pleading gaze and said in a cutesy voice, "Mr. Chi, I'm so scared." Sheng Qingqing confidently sized up Chi-Si, the movie star standing before her, planning how to use her beauty and pitiful demeanor to gain sympathy. However, as she looked up and met Chi-Si's gaze, which was as cold and sharp as a knife, a chill ran through her body. "Get out." Qi Si's thin lips parted slightly, uttering a single word with a voice as cold as a blade in the dead of winter. Sheng Qingqing was stunned, blurting out in disbelief, "How can you speak so rudely to a girl you've just met? You're a movie star." The impatience in Qi Si's eyes was almost tangible. At that moment, Sheng Wenin, who had been silent, spoke slowly, "Indeed, you shouldn't say such things to a girl you've just met." Sheng Qingqing felt a surge of joy, thinking Sheng Wenin was about to defend her. However, Sheng Wenin continued, "You shouldn't speak to her at all. Sitting in my territory, did I allow you to converse with such a thing?" Qi Si's dark eyes remained fixed on Sheng Wenin, a hint of amusement deep within them. He softly said, "I apologize. I was wrong." "Good that you know," Sheng Wenin replied coldly. She then stood up, looked at Sheng Qingqing and said, "You, leave my house. The farther, the better, and do it now." Sheng Qingqing's face changed, and she defiantly said, "I'm not leaving." "Fine, you can stay," Sheng Wenin suddenly said, bending down to pick up a burning branch and walking towards Sheng Qingqing. In Sheng Qingqing's terrified gaze, Sheng Wenin grabbed her collar and set her clothes on fire with the burning branch. Sheng Qingqing screamed and ran around wildly, eventually falling to the ground and rolling to extinguish the flames. She was now covered in mud, with only half of her clothes remaining. Sheng Qingqing cried angrily, cursing, "You wretch! I won't let you get away with this. I won't." Seeing Sheng Wenin move towards her again, she quickly got up and ran, soon disappearing into the rainforest. Sheng Wenin turned to Qi Si and asked, "Do you also want to leave my house?" Qi Si looked at her calmly and asked, "Do I also have to leave your house?" "You? How could you be like her? Without me, how would you survive?" Sheng Wenin said, then asked, "Have you had dinner?" Qi Si chuckled and shook his head. Sheng Wenin turned and went back to the tower, rummaging for a while before bringing out a few fruits and handing them to him. Seeing Qi Si's hesitant expression, Sheng Wenin said unhappily, "Afraid they're dirty? Just peel them and eat the flesh." Just as Qi Si was about to take a bite, Sheng Wenin suddenly snatched the fruit back and roasted it on a stick. She handed the roasted fruit to Qi Si, and seeing his clumsy attempt, she peeled it for him and held it to his mouth, saying, "Try it." Qi Si hesitated for a moment before taking a bite. As he was about to take a second bite, Sheng Wenin abruptly pulled her hand back and threw the remaining fruit into the fire. She then took out an unopened package of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water from her backpack and handed them to Qi Si. Qi Si stared at the precious supplies, stunned. Sheng Wenin had eaten wild fruits and drunk dew all day but gave him the compressed biscuits and drinking water. This scene was incomprehensible, as if Sheng Wenin had suddenly become a different person. Qi Si took the cookies and water, and began to eat silently. He only had 3 cookies and a small sip of water, showing great restraint. Sheng Wenin noticed the minimal consumption and breathed a slight sigh of relief. She put the remaining food back in her bag and turned to Qi Si, asking, "Do you have a sleeping bag?" "No," Qi Si answered briefly. Sheng Wenin looked at his empty-handed state. Despite feeling a bit disdainful, she pulled out a sleeping bag that originally belonged to Xing Xinghan from her supply bag and tossed it to him. "You sleep inside," she said, pointing to the tower room with a commanding tone. Qi Si held the sleeping bag and quietly looked at her. Seeing him unmoved, Sheng Wenin frowned and urged, "Just sleep. What if you get sick again? Don't forget, during the first phase of Operation 6, you were sick for 12 hours straight, and I was the one who took care of you." Remembering the situation, Qi Si sighed. "That was an accident." "Accident or not, go sleep," Sheng Wenin ordered, leaving no room for argument. Qi Si chuckled softly and finally took the sleeping bag into the tower room. Sheng Wenin pulled out her own sleeping bag and settled down near the fire. As she warmed herself by the fire, she asked, "What's your plan for tomorrow?" Qi Si was silent for a moment before replying, "Since neither of us has teammates, why not stick together?" Sheng Wenin looked up at the stars and scoffed, "You want me to protect you?" Qi Si couldn't help but smile, his tone affectionate, "If you say so." Sheng Wenin abruptly turned to look at him. "Then beg me." Qi Si was taken aback for a moment but then complied smoothly, "Please." Sheng Wenin laughed. "All right, since you asked so nicely, I'll give you a break." With that, she snuggled into her sleeping bag and called out, "Time to sleep." Qi Si sat in the tower room, his gaze lingering on the small, solitary figure by the fire, a smile lingering in his eyes. At dawn the next day, Sheng Wenin was awakened by the sound of footsteps. She sat up and saw Qi Si approaching with a handful of fruit. Sheng Wenin frowned, unable to determine the exact time without a clock. Qi Si sat down beside her, placing the fruit and a water pouch on the ground. "Time to get up," he said. Sheng Wenin noticed the water pouch and asked warily, "Did you touch my bag?" Qi Si calmly replied, "I didn't take anything else." Sheng Wenin checked her bag thoroughly and found only the water pouch missing. She sternly said, "Don't touch my supplies." When she picked up the water pouch, she found it filled with water and asked, puzzled, "There's water in here?" "Yes," Qi Si replied briefly. Sheng Wenin opened the cap and smelled the water, detecting a grassy scent. What kind of water is this? She asked. It's sap from a water tree, Qi answered. Sheng Wenin raised an eyebrow, surprised by Qi's knowledge. She stood up and asked, where did you find it? Qi pointed in a direction. Sheng Wenin ran over to confirm and saw a water tree. After ensuring the tree was non-toxic, she drank a large gulp, feeling refreshed. She washed her face and brushed her teeth before returning to see Qi eating fruit. Qi motioned for her to sit down and handed her a clean fruit. Sheng Wenin recognized it as a multi-milk fruit, a sweet mutated fruit. She ate 3 of them, replenishing her body's sugar needs. After eating, Sheng Wenin looked at Qi and said, "You're pretty good at finding things. You found the water tree and the multi-milk fruit." Qi didn't respond, simply taking a sip of water from the water pouch beside Sheng Wenin. Watching this, Sheng Wenin suddenly realized that she had drunk from that water pouch earlier. Although Qi was unaware, this realization made her feel a bit uneasy. Silently, Sheng Wenin took another empty water pouch from her supply bag, planning to fill it later. Her actions revealed a hint of subtle awkwardness, but she quickly masked it. "Give that water pouch to Qi." Sheng Wenin glanced around and picked up a stick from the ground. She planted it upright into the earth and carefully observed the shadow it cast in the sunlight, quickly calculating the time. "It's past 9, she announced. "We should get going." Qi nodded silently and stood up smoothly. He meticulously checked the campsite, making sure the fire was completely out and there were no safety hazards left behind. With everything in order, the 2 of them headed northwest. Sheng Wenin led the way with a heavy backpack on her shoulders, while Qi followed closely behind. She couldn't help but think about Sheng Xinghan's condition yesterday, needing to rest every hour or 2. If Sheng Xinghan needed such frequent breaks, wouldn't the pampered Qi require even more? With this thought in mind, Sheng Wenin stopped after half an hour and turned to ask, "Do you need a break?" To her surprise, Qi seemed perfectly fine. He was tall and long-legged, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, looking completely at ease. Not a drop of sweat was on his forehead, and he looked at her with a hint of confusion. Aren't you tired?" Sheng Wenin asked in amazement. Qi's deep gaze swept over her, and he said considerately, "If you're tired, we can rest." Sheng Wenin frowned slightly. "I'm not tired." She gave Qi another once-over. "Let's keep going then." And so, they unknowingly walked for another 3 hours straight. Suddenly, a small river appeared before them, much to Sheng Wenin's delight. She quickly walked to the riverbank, squatted down, and splashed her face with the cool water, feeling instantly refreshed. Qi stood beside her, his vigilant eyes scanning the riverbanks and the clear water below. He knew such environments often harbored crocodiles, but fortunately, this small river seemed safe. At that moment, Sheng Wenin looked up and asked, "Do you want to catch some fish?" Qi glanced down at her, inadvertently noticing the wet patches on her clothes, revealing her delicate curves. He frowned, his sharp eyes catching sight of a drone in the sky. Without a word, he took off his jacket and gently draped it over Sheng Wenin, covering her slightly exposed chest. "I'll catch them," he said in a low voice, his gaze already fixed on the calm water. Sheng Wenin didn't realize that Qi had thrown his clothes to cover her chest. She held onto his clothes obediently, her gaze falling on the calm river surface as she asked, "Do you know how to catch fish, or should I do it?" "No need," Qi replied curtly, swiftly removing his shoes and socks, and rolling up his pants high. He stepped into the water, the cold river water lapping at his ankles. Sheng Wenin frowned, watching him with some unease. Could this seemingly delicate man really handle it? She couldn't help but remind him, "Be careful." Qi glanced back at her, noticing she was clutching his clothes tightly. He gave a slight smile and walked to the middle of the river. The water was shallow, barely reaching his calves. He bent down, his eyes fixed intently on the fish swimming below. Suddenly, his arm darted into the water. On the shore, Sheng Wenin stood on tiptoe, craning her neck to see. Seeing no movement from Qi for a while, she couldn't help but ask, "Did it get away?" The man didn't answer. Just as Sheng Wenin was about to comfort him with a saying about failure being the mother of success, Qi suddenly lifted a fish with one hand and tossed it to her. Instinctively, Sheng Wenin caught it, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Impressive." Qi chuckled softly and continued focusing on catching fish. His movements were swift and precise, catching a fish with each attempt. 10 minutes later, 5 fish lay on the shore. Though not large, they were enough for a meal. Sheng Wenin estimated and said, "That should be enough. Come up." Qi walked ashore, his clothes half-soaked. Sheng Wenin squatted down to build a fire and casually remarked, "You might as well take a bath while you're at it. I'll call you when the fish is ready." Qi paused and looked at her. Sheng Wenin pointed upstream. "There are some big trees over there for cover." "I checked. It's safe and the water is clear. Just wash up a bit." Qi nodded. "All right." He walked upstream and started undressing as soon as he reached the shore. Meanwhile, the drone quietly flew away. In the live stream chat, Viewers were spamming comments like, "Let me see," for a long while. By the time Sheng Wenin had almost finished cooking the fish, Qi Si returned from his bath. The midday sun was scorching, and Qi Si wore only a half-dry pair of camouflage pants, holding his freshly washed vest and jacket. His upper body was bare, revealing well-defined muscles and a set of toned abs. Hearing footsteps, Sheng Wenin looked up and froze. The sight was overwhelming, causing her pupils to contract involuntarily. Qi Si sat down next to her, his slightly cool body very close. Sheng Wenin immediately scooted away. "What's wrong?" Qi Si asked. Sheng Wenin frowned at him. "Why aren't you wearing your clothes?" Qi Si calmly placed his clothes on the fire rack to dry. "They are not dry yet." Sheng Wenin pursed her lips and said no more, focusing on grilling the fish. Soon the fish were ready. She stood up, went to the river to pick some flowers, washed them briefly, and then rubbed the flower stem's juice on the fish before handing one to Qi Si. "Here, eat." Qi Si took a bite and praised, "It's delicious." Sheng Wenin boasted, "Of course you think anyone else could grill like this?" Qi Si chuckled. They quickly finished the 5 fish. Under the blazing sun, Sheng Wenin felt Qi Si's clothes on the rack. They're dry. She tossed them to Qi Si, who was still shirtless. "Put them on." Qi Si held the clothes but didn't move, instead asking, "Do you want to wash up too?" Sheng Wenin looked down at her blood and mud-stained clothes and admitted, "I don't have a change of clothes." Qi Si threw his jacket to her. "Wear this." Holding the still-warm jacket, Sheng Wenin hesitated for a moment before standing up. "All right then." She took Qi Si's jacket and walked upstream. The drone tactfully turned away, avoiding any peeking. Sheng Wenin stripped off her clothes, first washing her pants and hanging them on a nearby branch to dry. Then she quickly washed herself. By the time she finished, her pants were half dry. Using her washed vest to dry herself, Sheng Wenin put on her still damp pants and Qi Si's oversized jacket. With the long sleeves trailing and carrying her other clothes and shoes, she walked back barefoot. Qi Si was dozing under the shade of a tree. Hearing footsteps, he opened his eyes to see the girl with her wet hair down, walking barefoot on the uneven stone and dirt path towards him. Qi Si's jacket was too large for her, with sleeves extending far past her hands and the hem reaching her thighs. His jacket was obviously too large for her. The hem reached down to her thighs, and the neckline was so loose that it turned into a gaping hole, exposing a significant portion of her pale chest. Qi Si squinted, displeased, as he glanced at the drone, clearly unhappy with the exposure. Sheng Wenin approached the campfire, mimicking Qi Si's earlier actions by hanging her vest and jacket on the makeshift rack. However, she had more wet clothes that needed drying. After a moment of hesitation, she also hung her soaked sports bra on the rack. Qi Si watched her every move, his eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. After handling her clothes, Sheng Wenin came to sit beside Qi Si under the shade of a tree. When she turned her head, she noticed Qi Si was looking at her with an indescribable expression. "What?" Sheng Wenin asked, puzzled. Qi Si didn't reply, but his gaze shifted slightly downward, landing on her noticeably heaving chest. At that moment, he became acutely aware that she was wearing his jacket, and underneath it, she had nothing on. Qi Si pressed his lips tightly together, yet a faint smile eventually appeared in his dark eyes. They rested for half an hour. Once Sheng Wenin's clothes were dry, she changed back into her own outfit, tied up her hair and set off with Qi Si again. They followed the upstream path of a small river, walking for nearly 2 hours. Suddenly, the chaotic mountain path ahead was disturbed by the sound of hurried footsteps, breaking the jungle's tranquility. Meanwhile, at the temporary camp outside the rainforest, an officer responsible for the show's logistics hung up his satellite phone. He turned to the show's director, his expression grave. "There's been a development. We might have to halt the filming." The director was taken aback and asked, "Why?" The officer's face darkened as he explained, "I just received a call from the Brazilian military. 4 internationally wanted criminals have taken hostages and fled into the rainforest." "What?" The director stood up abruptly. Then, the officer waved his hand decisively and ordered, "Get everyone out of there, safety first." The director looked grim but understood the importance of safety. As he reached for his walkie-talkie to give the command, a soldier who had been monitoring the 10 drones suddenly exclaimed, "It's too late." Both the officer and the director turned to him. The soldier pointed at one of the monitors, nervously saying, "Team 01's Sheng Wenin and Team 10's Qi Si have run into the fugitives." The dark muzzles of the guns were aimed at a man and a woman in front of them. Among the 3 armed individuals of various ethnicities, an Asian man spoke coldly in halting Japanese, "Don't move." Sheng Wenin and Qi Si exchanged a knowing glance and raised their hands simultaneously, remaining motionless. The bandits then began conversing in Portuguese. "Are they wearing Chinese military uniforms? Are they here to catch us?" "Doesn't seem like it. They're not carrying weapons." "Ask them in Chinese." Switching to fluent Chinese, the Asian man asked, "Are you with the Chinese Marines?" Out of the corner of her eye, Sheng Wenin noticed a drone in the sky had flown further away, hidden behind the trees. She squinted slightly before replying, "We are from the International Wildlife Rescue Association. We received feedback that a young jaguar with an implanted observation chip is in distress in the northwest of the jungle, showing weak vital signs. We're on our way to rescue it." The Asian man frowned and relayed this explanation to his two companions. Sheng Wenin listened carefully to their conversation, noting that each person's Portuguese was somewhat broken, indicating they were not from the same country. She pondered silently, what brought them together? At that moment, a brown-skinned man carrying a submachine gun approached and used his gun to knock off Chi-Si's hat. Sheng Wenin clenched her fists, ready to strike at any moment. Sensing her intention, Chi-Si immediately grabbed her wrist, signaling with his eyes for her to stay calm. The brown-skinned man scrutinized Chi-Si's face and said to his companions, "Doesn't he look familiar?" "They all look the same. Monkey, take a look." The man referred to as Monkey stared at Chi-Si, uncertainly saying, "He looks a bit like..." Suddenly, a short-haired woman in a gray-blue vest at the back blurted out in broken Chinese, "Chi-Si." She stepped forward, pointing her gun at Chi-Si's neck, and excitedly said in Portuguese to her companions, "Chi-Si, the main actor from that movie." Both the brown-skinned man and Monkey frowned, clearly uninterested in movies. The short-haired woman greedily traced Chi-Si's face with her gun, teasingly saying, "I really like him." A dangerous glint flashed in Sheng Wenin's eyes. Chi-Si felt her readiness to act and frowned, gripping her wrist more tightly. Sheng Wenin glared at Chi-Si but ultimately held back. The Asian man forcibly pulled the flirtatious short-haired woman away and said to the brown-skinned man, "Let's just kill them and be done with it." "We'll kill them for sure," the brown-skinned man said as he walked over and suddenly grabbed Sheng Wenin's chin. Chi-Si's eyes turned fierce, and he made a sudden move. This time, Sheng Wenin grabbed Chi-Si's wrist to stop him. She glanced at Chi-Si. "Weren't you telling me to stay calm? What are you doing?" Chi-Si squinted, his expression darkening with anger. "Not bad looking," the brown-skinned man grinned. "Let's take her back. It's been a while since we had some fun." Although the Asian man was displeased, he didn't say much. He roughly pushed Sheng Wenin and Chi-Si forward. The three seemed to be fetching water. After they finished, they led their captives deeper into the rainforest, with a drone following them from a distance. In the camp outside the rainforest, the director anxiously asked, "Should we cut the live broadcast? And what about the others? Should we bring them out first?" The officer frowned, thinking for a moment before saying, "I'll make a call." He walked away to make the call and returned to ask the drone operator, "Where is Sheng Xingguang?" The operator switched to another camera, revealing a disheveled Sheng Xingguang, shirtless. The officer was momentarily taken aback. What happened to him? The operator explained, he was stung by wasps, then encountered a crocodile, and later a python. Last night he slept in a tree, and today he found several boils from mosquito bites. He's now looking for water to clean his wounds, having lost his shirt and supply pack during his escape. The officer silently watched the muscular young man crouching cautiously by the river, occasionally scooping water to pour on his wounds. "Kinda feel sorry for him," the officer sighed. "Notify Sheng Xingguang of a temporary mission, rescue the hostages." The director immediately objected. "No, it's too dangerous." The officer waved his hand. "He's different. Although he's a new recruit, he's been on special missions with the Wolf Squad. He's a promising special forces candidate. And besides..." His gaze shifted to another monitor showing Chi-Si being held hostage. "He'll have help?" The director was stunned. "Who will help him?" The officer rubbed his temples. "The higher-ups have already given orders. The live broadcast continues. The drone remains hidden. Chi-Si will lead the assault. Sheng Xingguang will support, and will capture these wanted criminals in one fell swoop. After the arrest, the foreign ministry will use this incident to engage in diplomatic talks with Brazil." The director was puzzled. Chi-Si leading the assault? The officer glanced at the director. "You are in the military. You should have heard of the first captain of the Wolf Squad, Xiao." "I've heard of him, but..." The director's voice trailed off. The entire camp fell silent. The director looked incredulously at the officer, then at the stern-faced Chi-Si on the screen, dumbfounded. "You mean, he is Xiao?" The officer said solemnly. "Otherwise, would he be able to join this military project just because he wanted to?" He even replaced another celebrity guest who had already arrived at the airport, and the finance department had to pay a breach of contract fee. The director was completely stunned. If he's Xiao, then why is he acting now? The officer briefly explained. He retired. His grandmother is a national first-class performing artist, and he acted in films when he was young. Later, he left the industry to join the military. A few years ago, for an undercover mission, he was asked to act in a movie again. That time, he accidentally won an Oscar for Best Actor. We've never had an Oscar winner before. The higher-ups, recognizing his talent, forced him to retire and focus on promoting national culture through film. The director stood there, at a loss for words. This revelation was beyond anything he could have imagined. In the Central Network's live streaming room, The comment section was flooded with messages like raindrops. Viewers kept bombarding with questions. What's going on? A gun? Is this for real? Is this scripted? Some called for an official explanation, questioning the identities of the mysterious figures that had suddenly appeared. Meanwhile, the incident quickly trended on Weibo, attracting even more viewers to the live stream to follow the developments. Sheng Wenin and Qi Si were escorted to a makeshift camp. A white man stood guard outside a tent. Upon seeing his companion's return, he stood up and asked about the situation in broken Portuguese. After a brief explanation from a brown-skinned man, the white man approached, sizing up the two captives and muttering, "Wildlife rescue?" Suddenly, he swung a punch at Qi Si's abdomen. Qi Si endured the pain, while holding back Sheng Wenin from intervening. Just as the punch was about to land, a short-haired woman stepped in, pushing the white man's hand away and standing in front of Qi Si. "This man is mine," she warned. "If you damage him, will you pay?" The white man chuckled suggestively, "Not interested in me, but in this pretty boy?" He turned to Sheng Wenin. "You've got someone, so I can't be empty-handed." He reached out to grab her. "Enough!" The brown-skinned man suddenly shouted. "Tie them up and put them with the other hostage. Come over for a meeting." Though the short-haired woman and the white man looked disappointed, they complied. They tied up Qi Si and Sheng Wenin and shoved them into the tent. Inside, there was already an Asian man, bound and looking scholarly. He flinched as they entered. Once the tent was closed, muffled conversations of the kidnappers could be heard outside. Sheng Wenin and Qi Si both turned to the Asian man, who, upon seeing their camouflage uniforms, showed a flash of delight in his eyes, but could only make muffled noises due to the tape over his mouth. Sheng Wenin frowned. "Can't understand him." In the next moment, she freed her hands from the ropes and quickly tore the tape off the man's mouth. He gasped in pain and quickly covered his mouth, staring at Sheng Wenin in surprise. "Weren't you tied up?" Sheng Wenin didn't answer, turning to Qi Si. "I won't untie you. They'll be back soon." Qi Si hesitated but eventually put his hands behind his back to retie the ropes. Sheng Wenin asked the Asian man about his identity. The man replied, "Aren't you here to rescue me?" Sheng Wenin shook her head and, to simplify things, lied. "We're from the International Wildlife Rescue Association, here to save jaguars, but got captured on the way." Disappointed, the man introduced himself. "I'm a scientist, Mo Chuan." Qi Si suddenly interjected, "Huh?" He explained that he had once met Mo Chuan's grandfather during an escort mission. Qi Si firmly stated, "I will save him." Sheng Wenin shrugged. "Since he's your friend, let's do it." Mo Chuan tried to dissuade them. "You're not soldiers. Don't take risks. If you can escape, just sure." Sheng Wenin suddenly became alert, quickly reapplying the tape to Mo Chuan's mouth and pretending to be bound again. The tent flap was lifted, and the short-haired woman came in, dragging Qi Si out. The white man followed, teasing, "So eager, huh?" The short-haired woman snapped, "Mind your own business." Unwilling to be outdone, the white man grabbed Sheng Wenin and dragged her out as well. In the camp, only an Asian man nicknamed Monkey was lounging by the campfire. He lazily reminded them, "Hurry up and finish before the boss gets back." The white man invited him to join, but being ignored, he pulled Sheng Wenin into a tent. The short-haired woman took Qi Si to another tent. Sheng Wenin and Qi Si exchanged glances. Suddenly, Sheng Wenin kicked a small stone, hitting the white man's forehead. Seizing the moment as he loosened his grip, Sheng Wenin freed herself from the ropes, swiftly grabbed the gun from his waist, and shot his right wrist. Simultaneously, Monkey grabbed an assault rifle but was shot in the shoulder by a bullet from behind. Sheng Wenin rolled on the ground, kicking Monkey over and seizing the rifle. She held the rifle with both hands, aiming at both Monkey and the white man, but her eyes were locked on Qi Si. Qi Si had already freed himself and was holding the short-haired woman's gun to her head. The bullet that hit Monkey had come from him. Sheng Wenin frowned, carefully assessing Qi Si's condition. Qi Si met Sheng Wenin's gaze, a slight smile forming on his lips. He explained softly, "I've acted in cop dramas and received some training for those roles. Does that reason work for you?" Sheng Wenin pursed her lips and said no more. She turned to the motionless monkey on the ground, gave it a kick, and with a couple of cracks, broke its arms. The monkey, in pain and sweating profusely, still glared at her with gritted teeth. Ensuring the monkey couldn't hold a gun anymore, Sheng Wenin moved to the white man and did the same, dislocating his arms. Finally, she approached the short-haired woman. "Who are you people?" the short-haired woman demanded in English, her face full of anger and confusion. Sheng Wenin replied in fluent Portuguese, "Wildlife Rescue Association." Before her words even settled, she had swiftly broken the woman's arms. Throwing her gun to the ground, Sheng Wenin glanced at Qi Si, then bent down to pick up the rope and black tape by the campfire. She bound and gagged the three of them. Meanwhile, Mo Chuan was anxiously pacing inside the tent. Suddenly, the tent flap was lifted, and the pretty girl from the rescue team walked in. She tore off the tape from Mo Chuan's mouth and untied his ropes. "What happened?" Mo Chuan asked urgently. Nothing major, the girl replied casually, her eyes landing on a broken pair of glasses in the corner. Are these yours? Mo Chuan nodded and awkwardly put them on. Let's go, Xing Wenin said, already stepping out of the tent. Though full of questions, Mo Chuan carefully followed her outside. The sight stunned him. The three kidnappers were tied up in the corner, and by the campfire, a handsome young man in camouflage was squatting, having confiscated all the firearms. What's going on here? Mo Chuan stammered. Shang Wenin walked over to Qi Si, eyeing the guns with amazement. Wow, these are some expensive pieces. She picked up a sniper rifle and assessed it, a modified shoulder-fired cannon, at least 100 grand. No way we can afford this. She caressed the gun as if it were a stack of cash. Qi Si took the gun back and placed it with the others, stating calmly, we need to turn these in. Shang Wenin paused and whispered in Qi Si's ear, there's no one else around. If we beat up that Mo kid, he won't talk. We could keep these guns and split the profit 50-50. Qi Si stopped what he was doing and looked at her coldly. Trafficking arms is a capital offense, punishable by death. And he glanced at the drone hovering above. Shang Wenin suddenly remembered they were on camera. She mechanically looked up and saw the drone watching her intently. I was kidding, just kidding. Shang Wenin explained, sweating profusely. Do I look like someone who'd sell out for money? I'm a good citizen, honest and upright. Ever heard that kid's song about finding a penny on the road? That's about me, seriously, it's all a misunderstanding. The drone circled her suspiciously, scanning her from all angles. Shang Wenin quickly helped Qi Si organize the firearms, counting as she went. 7, there are 7 in total. See, I didn't hide any, not a single one, she said, hands raised, desperate to prove her innocence. Qi Si couldn't help but chuckle softly. At this moment, Mo Chuan shuffled over, looking between Qi Si, Shang Wenin, and the drone. He squatted down and asked, who are you people really? Shang Wenin curiously asked back, I can understand you not recognizing me, but you seriously don't know him? Mo Chuan stared at Qi Si for a long time, then suddenly realized, Qi Si, you're Qi Si. I didn't recognize you with all that dirt on your face. This is dirty? We just took a bath at noon. Shang Wenin said, surprised. Mo Chuan awkwardly explained, sorry, that's not what I meant. It's just that Qi, the movie star, is always so glamorous. I didn't expect him to. He looked at Shang Wenin, curious, and you are? Guess, Shang Wenin said, puffing out her chest. Mo Chuan stared at her for a while, then asked, are you Qi Si's girlfriend? Shang Wenin looked bewildered. Mo Chuan continued, piecing it together himself. You're with the International Wildlife Rescue Association, you're his girlfriend, and he joined the association because of you, right? That's nice, Mo Chuan sincerely wished them. I hope you two grow old together. Qi Si couldn't help but laugh and said to Mo Chuan, thanks for the kind words. Hey, enough with the jokes. Shang Wenin shouted. Mo Chuan was confused. Jokes? What do you mean? It means you're talking nonsense. Shang Wenin stood up, frowning. There's still one more bandit who hasn't come back. What now? Do we wait for him, or? Her voice suddenly trailed off. Qi Si also frowned and looked to the right. Or what? Mo Chuan started to ask. Sure. Shang Wenin made a silencing gesture, then leaped toward a figure hiding in the bushes ahead. Behind the bushes, a burly shirtless man dodged her fierce punch. Shang Wenin immediately changed her attack angle, aiming her elbow at his throat. The man reacted quickly, stepping back to dodge and reaching for her shoulder. Shang Wenin moved even faster, slipping her shoulder past his grasp, leaning back and striking his back with her knee. The man hadn't expected her to be so strong, grunting in pain. Shang Wenin seized the moment and kicked at his head. The man's eyes widened in realization that this kick could cripple him, and he hurriedly retreated. But his abdomen was suddenly hit by a punch, forcing him to clench his teeth. Just then, the wind from the girl's long leg brushed past his ear. The man had nowhere to hide. He closed his eyes tightly, waiting for the fatal blow. Just at that critical moment, the whistling sound of a kick suddenly halted, suspended next to his head. 3 seconds later, a cold female voice spoke. Camouflage pants? Someone from the survival squad. Sheng Xingquang opened his eyes wide with a start and saw a stern-looking girl with slightly furrowed brows staring at him. She slowly lowered her long leg. It was only then that he noticed she was also wearing a camouflage vest and pants. Relieved to have narrowly escaped death, Sheng Xingquang exhaled and began to speak. Are you also? Before he could finish, he saw a familiar figure approaching behind the girl, upright and stern. Uncle Qi, he blurted out. Shang Wenin paused, her gaze flickering between the man and Qi Si. Confused, she asked, did he call you old? Should I teach him a lesson? With that, she threw a punch toward the man's chest. The punch came at him like a violent storm, but just as it was about to land, it was caught by a warm, large hand. Qi Si's broad hand enveloped Shang Wenin's soft fist. He looked down at her fierce little face, his tone gentle yet exasperated. Calm down. Qi lowered Shang Wennin's hand and turned to Shang Xingguang asking, "Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Shang Xingguang immediately started to complain. "It's because of those hornets." Upon hearing the word hornets, Shang Wennin had an epiphany. She blinked and asked Qi, "Is he one of your teammates?" Qi nodded slightly. Shang Wennin sneered, "With such poor skills, how can he protect you?" Qi suddenly smiled and agreed, "You're right. Only you can protect me." Shang Wennin lifted her chin proudly, of course. Listening to their conversation, Shang Xingguang asked in confusion, "Uncle Qi she is?" Qi gave him a brief glance and said, "Shang Wennin." Shang Xingguang suddenly understood, remembering the girl his cousin had mentioned, who had a close relationship with Uncle Qi. Reflecting on his near-death experience, he felt a bit aggrieved. It seems avenging my aunt is out of the question. This girl is too formidable. Curious, he asked, "Was that Israeli military combat you used just now?" Shang Wennin nodded yes. Shang Xingguang gave a thumbs up, impressed. "It's really powerful." Seeing his humility, Shang Wennin lifted her chin and said, "You can learn it too." She thought to herself, this guy holding up for 5 moves against her full-strength attack wasn't too bad. Back at the campfire, Shang Wennin saw Mo Chuan trembling while holding an assault rifle. She took the rifle from him and handed him a handgun, giving him a brief explanation. Mo Chuan carefully accepted it, afraid it might go off. Qi and Shang Xingguang walked over. Shang Wennin tossed a handgun to Qi and asked Shang Xingguang if he could handle a light machine gun. After getting an affirmative answer, she handed him the machine gun and picked up the most expensive sniper rifle for herself. "You stay here and protect them." "I'm heading out for a bit," Shang Wennin said to Shang Xingguang. Qi frowned. "Where are you going?" Shang Wennin explained that there might be other teams in danger in the jungle. Qi reminded her about the drone surveillance, but Shang Wennin sneered in response. "I'll be back soon, don't worry," Shang Wennin reassured. Qi said calmly, "I'll go with you." Shang Xingguang immediately chimed in, "Yes, Uncle Qi should go with you. I'll stay here and protect this gentleman." Shang Wennin instantly shouted at Shang Xingguang, "He can't lift anything, can't carry anything, and is as weak as a kitten. All he knows are a few moves from police dramas and basic shooting. How can you let him go on such a dangerous mission? Are you out of your mind?" Shang Xingguang looked bewildered. "Uncle Qi what? Can't lift what? Can't carry what? Who's weak as a kitten?" "Enough talk," Shang Wennin impatiently interrupted, ready to head out on her own. Ignoring everyone's warnings, Shang Wennin grabbed Shang Xingguang by the collar, a fierce look in her eyes. She commanded sharply, "Protect them. If anything happens, it's on you. Do you understand?" Before anyone could react, she turned and strode out of the room, leaving everyone stunned. Qi watched Shang Wennin's figure disappear through the door before he moved to leave. Shang Xingguang quickly grabbed his arm, saying urgently, "Uncle Qi, she's actually really strong. She's as good as you, if not better. If it's just one thug, she can handle it." Qi responded in a deep voice, "I know." There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. Shang Xingguang, still puzzled, asked, "What don't I understand?" Qi rubbed his temples, looking somewhat pained. He explained, "I'm worried that if I don't follow her, she might kill the thug." Shang Xingguang's eyes widened in shock, momentarily speechless. Qi glanced at him and continued, "She almost killed you just now. If she hadn't held back that kick, you'd be severely injured right now." Recalling the earlier scene, Shang Xingguang couldn't help but gasp. "Actually, you're right." He quickly waved Qi off. "You better go after her. Make sure to stop her if things get out of hand. Even thugs have families. They should face legal consequences, not vigilante justice." Scene shifts to the Sheng Corporation's New York headquarters. The vigorous patriarch, Shang Tsongyao, despite being in his 60s, sat in his spacious top-floor office. After signing a document handed to him by his eldest son, he looked up and asked, "Xinghan and Xingguang both went?" His eldest son, Shangru, leaning back in a leather chair, smiled wryly. "Those 2 kids from the second family are just like their parents." Shang Tsongyao shook his head, clearly thinking the kids were being reckless. But after a moment, he asked, "Is that show dangerous?" Shangru picked up a tablet, tapped a few times, and handed it to his father. "It doesn't seem too dangerous." Shang Tsongyao took the tablet, but instead of seeing Sheng Xingguang or Shang Xinghan, the screen showed a young girl in a camouflage vest, chewing on a blade of grass, and carrying a sniper rifle while strolling through the jungle. Shang Tsongyao frowned. "Not dangerous, huh?" Shangru explained, "Since Xingguang and Xinghan wanted to join the military, participating in this kind of show could be good training, Dad." He suddenly noticed his father's expression had turned unusually serious, his eyes fixed on the screen. Shangru stood up, concern evident in his voice. "Dad, what's wrong?" Shang Tsongyao turned the tablet towards Shangru, his expression grave as he asked, "Does this girl look like?" Shangru glanced at the screen, and within 2 seconds, he too was stunned. The winding stream meandered through the jungle, where intertwined roots sprawled across the ground and massive trees blocked out the sunlight. Shang Wennin moved cautiously, suddenly halting in her tracks. She squinted, focusing on a clearly visible set of footprints on the ground. Spitting out the grass in her mouth, Sheng Wenin crouched down to closely examine the footprints' moisture. Her fingers gently brushed the soil, feeling its dampness. Judging by the force with which the leaves were pressed into the mud and the moisture left in the footprints, she deduced that a man over 6 feet tall and weighing around 170 pounds had recently passed through. It was likely the dark-skinned man. Standing up, Sheng Wenin adjusted the heavy sniper rifle on her shoulder, switching it to the other side. She took a deep breath and then quickened her pace. As she darted through the dense jungle, she occasionally glimpsed white-haired monkeys in the trees, realizing this area might be their habitat. After 10 minutes of swift tracking, Sheng Wenin reached a small stream. Holding her breath, she hid behind a bush and finally spotted the dark-skinned man. The air carried a faint scent of blood. The man, with a gun slung over his back, was crouched by the stream, washing his blood-stained hands. Sheng Wenin's eyes scanned the surroundings, quickly locking onto 2 white-haired monkeys at the man's feet. They were tightly bound, with multiple bleeding wounds, barely clinging to life. After washing his hands, the man stood up and used his gun to lift the monkeys. He inspected their feeble state, muttering, "Should be enough for 2 days." Silently, Sheng Wenin set up her sniper rifle and aimed at her target. Just then the man shouted, "Who's there?" Her eyes narrowed, and she pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet whizzed through the air, hitting the man's right thigh with precision. Blood spurted, and he cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. However, he quickly rolled to the side, taking cover behind a large tree. Sheng Wenin remained motionless, maintaining her position. Meanwhile, a drone in the sky faithfully transmitted the entire sequence to the camp outside the jungle and the official livestream channel. In the camp, a military officer's eyes gleamed with admiration. Hands clasped behind his back, he commented, "Impressive marksmanship." After a brief pause, he instructed, "Someone look into her background. See if she has any military experience. A civilian shouldn't have access to firearms." The livestream chat exploded with reactions. "Did she really shoot? So this isn't scripted? It's trending on Weibo. I heard some people identified these guys as international criminals. What about the masked guy? The one with Qi Yingdi? No idea, it's all blurred out." So Sheng Wenin and Qi Yingdi actually encountered terrorists, got captured, and then turned the tables? I'm in shock. I thought it was just a stunt by the show. How is the production team so calm about this? Is this what all state TV shows are like? A mix of celebrities and soldiers in a military-style show. Small voice here, I'm an intern at the main station. Initially, this was supposed to be an adventure documentary, but due to budget issues, it turned into a variety show. They had no experience with live broadcasts, and the show almost tanked. Main station is awesome. I'm hooked. Qi Yingdi is catching up. At that moment, Sheng Wenin heard faint footsteps behind her. She turned swiftly, aiming her gun at the newcomer. It was Qi Si. He stood still, meeting her gaze calmly. Sheng Wenin frowned but then turned back to keep an eye on the man behind the tree. Qi Si approached and crouched beside her. "Why are you here?" Sheng Wenin asked, annoyed. Qi Si's eyes remained fixed on the tree. Though he could only see the vague outline of a person, he replied, "I was worried about you." Sheng Wenin pursed her lips and said nothing more. Just then the man behind the tree, hearing no movement, cautiously peeked out. Whiz! The sniper rifle fired again. Ugh. The man dodged quickly, but his shoulder was still hit. Clenching his teeth, he pressed his wounded shoulder and shouted in English, "Who are you?" Sheng Wenin chuckled and shouted back, "Your worst nightmare." The man cursed angrily, damn it. His agitation caused him to move slightly beyond the tree's cover. Whiz! Sheng Wenin fired another shot. The bullet grazed the man's back, leaving a bloody streak. He quickly pressed himself against the tree, not daring to move. Astonished by her precise shooting, he realized she could exploit even the slightest mistake. Knowing he couldn't just wait it out, the man suddenly raised his gun and blindly fired backward in a sweeping motion. Qi Si's eyes narrowed, ready to push Sheng Wenin's head down. But she was faster, pressing his head down and forcing him to lie flat while she did the same. Qi Si. After a burst of gunfire, it stopped. Sheng Wenin looked up to see the man limping deeper into the jungle. She immediately stood up to give chase but hesitated as she passed the 2 bloodied, barely breathing white-haired monkeys. In the live stream, viewers were quick to comment. "The monkeys are so pitiful, they're almost dead. Animal lovers are outraged. I can't watch this, please move the camera away. I don't want to see animals dying." Qi Si came over and saw Sheng Wenin staring at the 2 monkeys. After a moment of silence, he gently covered her eyes with his hand. Sheng Wenin was startled and turned to ask, "What are you doing?" Qi Si replied softly, "Don't look." Sheng Wenin was puzzled, why? Qi Si offered, "Life and death. It's a natural cycle." Sheng Wenin retorted firmly, "No, they won't die." She put down her gun, quickly untying the ropes around the monkeys. Inspecting their wounds, she said to Chi-Si, "There are some blackberries over there. Go pick some. We don't have much time. I'll perform a quick surgery to keep them alive." She took a folding knife from her pocket, wiped it clean, and began skillfully shaving the fur around the monkey's wounds. Chi-Si watched her proficient movements, momentarily stunned, before asking, "You know how to perform surgery?" Sheng Wenin, focused on her task, replied calmly a little. Sheng Wenin carefully examined the injuries of the two white-furred monkeys. Although the bullets hadn't penetrated deeply, they had still caused noticeable wounds. She gently parted the fur, revealing the full extent of the injuries. By the stream, Sheng Wenin fetched some water and cleaned the area around the wounds. At that moment, Chi-Si returned with freshly picked blackberries. Sheng Wenin quickly crushed a berry and squeezed the juice near the monkey's wounds. The two monkeys seemed to feel the pain but were too weak to struggle, lying on the ground with drooping eyelids, watching Sheng Wenin's busy movements. While waiting for the medicine to take effect, Sheng Wenin meticulously cleaned her folding knife. When she returned, the numbing effect of the blackberries had started to show. She carefully cut through the monkey's skin, but despite the berry's anesthetic effect, the white-furred monkeys whimpered in pain. Frowning, Sheng Wenin instructed Chi-Si, "Hold their limbs." Chi-Si immediately complied, firmly holding down the two monkeys. Amidst their struggles, Sheng Wenin swiftly and accurately extracted the bullets from their wounds. She applied the remaining blackberry juice to the wounds, hoping to further alleviate their pain. The entire process took about 10 minutes. Afterward, Sheng Wenin instructed Chi-Si to watch over the monkeys, preventing them from touching their wounds. She then quickly ran into the thicket across the stream and soon returned with a handful of herbs. She chewed the plants and carefully applied them to the monkeys' wounds, using large leaves as temporary bandages, secured with vines. Sheng Wenin checked the monkeys' vital signs and, confirming their stability, finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, she remained worried. The wounds need stitches, but conditions here are limited. The herbs and blackberries have some anesthetic and hemostatic properties, but they are wild remedies and not very effective. Though I've managed to save their lives for now, if an infection sets in, the situation could worsen. She looked up at the two drones in the sky, one following her, and the other brought by Chi-Si. Speaking to the drones, she said, "Send me a veterinary surgical kit and antibiotics as soon as possible. If that's not feasible, contact the local wildlife rescue organization and have them send an expert." These white-furred monkeys are called white-cheeked gibbons, an endangered species under international protection. Every life we save counts. The two white-furred monkeys, likely sedated and dehydrated, gradually fell asleep. Sheng Wenin stood up, her gaze turning towards the direction the tan-skinned man had fled. She commanded one of the drones, "You stay here and watch over the monkeys. Don't let other monkeys approach. If any come near, lower your altitude to scare them off." Then she turned to Chi-Si, "You come with me. I can't leave you here alone." With that, she shouldered her sniper rifle and headed in the direction the tan-skinned man had escaped. Chi-Si watched her back with a hint of a smile in his eyes before following her. Sheng Wenin carefully treaded along the trail of blood, stepping over the intertwined branches. One hand held her sniper rifle, while the other wielded a vine, occasionally swatting the surrounding leaves, making a snapping sound. The tan-skinned man, hiding in the dense underbrush, was bleeding from his injured limbs, his lips pale from blood loss. Hearing the approaching footsteps, he controlled his breathing, not daring to make a sound. Sheng Wenin chuckled softly, slowing her pace. Noticing no new footprints ahead, she knew the tan-skinned man was nearby. She looked around at the trees and suddenly spoke in English. "Where are you? Are you hiding well?" Chi-Si glanced at Sheng Wenin, feeling something was off about her gentle voice. Sheng Wenin continued, "Do you like playing hide and seek?" "I do too. Let's play." The tan-skinned man felt a chill down his spine and instinctively shrank back. "Can you hear my footsteps?" "I think I can hear you breathing." "Are you breathing?" The tan-skinned man immediately covered his mouth, fearing his breath would give him away. I see your hair." The tan-skinned man, startled, pressed down on his head. "I can see your shadow too." He curled into an even tighter ball. "I'm right behind you. Why haven't you seen me yet?" The tan-skinned man was scared stiff, almost having a heart attack. He turned around in terror, only to find nothing behind him. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a shadow loomed over him. Mechanically, he looked up to see a smiling girl's face above him. The next moment, a cold sniper rifle barrel pressed against his forehead. The girl spoke softly, "Gotcha." The tan-skinned man froze in place, eyes full of fear. Chi-Si watched silently, saying nothing. Meanwhile, back at the camp, an officer rubbed the goosebumps on his arm, clearing his throat. "This girl is something else." The director shivered and commented, "She's messing with that thug's mind." At that moment, a soldier ran in with a document, reporting, "Captain, we found it." Sheng Wenin does have connections to the military. Far away in the United States, Sheng Songya was also looking at a document. After reading it, he stood up and told his eldest son, Sheng Ru, book a flight. We're going back to China. Fists imbued with a violent fury rained down on the man with brown skin. Qi Si stood nearby, silently observing the one-sided brutality. It wasn't until the man spat out a mouthful of blood, his face swollen and bruised beyond recognition, that Qi Si sighed softly and grabbed Sheng Wenin's wrist just as she was about to strike again. Sheng Wenin, still unsatisfied, tilted her head to look at the man beside her. Qi Si calmly remarked, "You're about to kill him." Sheng Wenin raised an eyebrow in defiance. "How could I? I avoided the vital spots. It's all just superficial wounds." Qi Si glanced at the man's battered, barely conscious state and, after a moment of silence, released his grip. He gently said, "Just a little longer then." In the distance, soldiers operating a drone in a live broadcast were stunned, one nearly crashing the drone into a tree in his shock. 10 minutes later, Sheng Wenin finally had her fill. She pulled out the rope the brown-skinned man had used to tie up the white-haired monkeys and efficiently bound his hands behind his back. Qi Si noticed her technique was a standard military binding method and raised an eyebrow slightly. Dragging the half-conscious man, Sheng Wenin headed back. A few minutes later, they returned to the stream. Sheng Wenin crouched to check on the two unconscious white-haired monkeys, noting their wounds hadn't worsened. She tossed the rope to Qi Si and carefully picked up the monkeys, making sure not to aggravate their injuries. Seeing the rope change hands, the brown-skinned man squinted his swollen eyes and suddenly lunged at Sheng Wenin, trying to knock her over and escape. However, he had barely taken a step when a sharp pain shot through his abdomen, making him see stars and cough up more blood. Hearing the commotion, Sheng Wenin turned and asked, "What happened?" Qi Si, hiding his fist behind his back, smiled and said, "Nothing." Sheng Wenin frowned at the man. "Why is he spitting blood again?" Qi Si shook his head. "I have no idea." Though he couldn't understand Chinese, the brown-skinned man stared at Qi Si in terror. Compared to the woman's violent blows, the man's strikes were even fiercer. Trembling uncontrollably, he regretted kidnapping these two demons. All the way back to camp, the brown-skinned man didn't dare move a muscle. Sheng Xingquang, hearing the commotion, immediately raised his gun in alert. Seeing it was them, he lowered his weapon and hurried over. "Uncle Qi." "Sheng." His greeting was cut short when he saw Sheng Wenin holding two wild monkeys, looking puzzled. "What's this?" Qi Si didn't explain, simply handing him the leash. "Tie him up with the others." Sheng Xingquang took the rope, finally noticing the man's severe injuries. He was dumbfounded. What happened to him? Sheng Wenin looked up, annoyed. "I did it. Got a problem with that?" Sheng Xingquang quickly shook his head. No problem at all." "Then hurry up and tie him," Sheng Wenin urged. Sheng Xingquang quickly complied. When he returned, he saw Sheng Wenin sitting by the campfire, carefully examining the monkey's wounds. Just then, a small cargo drone descended, carrying a military medical kit. The drone's speaker announced, "Time is tight, and we could only find this backup surgical kit. We've contacted the local animal rescue, but they said they can't arrive until tomorrow morning." "Tomorrow?" Sheng Wenin frowned, instructing Sheng Xingquang to take the kit. "What about the captives and hostages?" Amo Chuan perked up at the mention of himself. The drone replied, "The situation is complicated, and some procedures are still being processed. If all goes well, we should have local government approval by tomorrow, and we'll come with local officials to take them away." "Also tomorrow?" Sheng Wenin nodded with displeasure. "So both the monkeys and the people will have to wait until tomorrow." Sensing her frustration, the drone speaker switched to a formal, impassioned tone. "Thank you for your outstanding contribution to capturing international criminals. On behalf of the victims' families harmed by these criminals, we thank you." Sheng Wenin's mood lifted slightly. "No need for thanks. Just give me cash." The drone hesitated. Qi Si massaged his throbbing temple. Sheng Xingquang and Mo Chuan stared at Sheng Wenin, incredulous. After a long pause, the drone finally responded, "We can apply for a Good Samaritan award for you. Does it come with a cash prize?" Sheng Wenin pressed. "No." "Then what's the point?" The drone wobbled away. With the surgical kit in hand, Sheng Wenin immediately began treating the monkey's injuries. She carefully removed the herbal poultice, using the last of the bottled water to clean the wounds. One of the monkeys woke up during the process, blinking weakly. Sheng Wenin gently patted its head to soothe it before swiftly administering a sedative. In less than 5 seconds, the monkey was asleep again. While Sheng Wenin stitched the monkey's wounds, Mo Chuan obediently handed her tools. Sheng Xingquang pulled Qi Si aside and whispered, "Uncle Qi, while you were away, I received new orders from above. They also told me some things about Sheng Wenin." After finishing the monkey's treatment and bandaging them, Sheng Wenin turned to see Qi Si and Sheng Xingquang conspiring in the corner. She called out, "Hey." Qi Si raised a hand to stop Sheng Xingquang from continuing and looked over. "Yes." Sheng Wenin pointed at Sheng Xingquang. "Not you. You come here." Sheng Xingguang pointed at himself in surprise. Me. Sheng Wenyi nodded. Yes. Feeling uneasy, Sheng Xingguang walked over cautiously. Sheng Wenyi handed the monkeys to Emo Chuan and walked into a tent. She rummaged through the bandits' luggage and pulled out a piece of clothing, tossing it to Sheng Xingguang. It gets cold at night. Put this on. Sheng Xingguang took the clothing, feeling a sudden warmth in his heart. Thank you. Sheng Wenyi immediately glared at him. Don't get the wrong idea. It's just a loan. Sheng Xingguang was taken aback, frowning deeply. Borrow, he repeated in confusion. Sheng Wenyi coldly replied, Of course, these are my supplies. Her tone brooked no argument. Sheng Xingguang looked blankly at the suitcase on the ground, his mind in turmoil. Weren't these the bandits' belongings? Just as he was about to ask, Sheng Wenyi suddenly stood up. She arrogantly placed a foot on the suitcase and shouted, It's mine. I found it, so it's mine. You say it's theirs? Let them call out, see if this suitcase answers. Sheng Xingguang was dumbfounded, not even having time to react before Qi Si walked over. He patted Sheng Xingguang on the shoulder and calmly said, Yes, it's hers. Sheng Xingguang was even more confused. Are you guys bandits? He mumbled. Despite his doubts, he gratefully put on the borrowed clothes. Just as he was about to sit down and rest, Sheng Wenyi spoke again. Go find some food. Sheng Xingguang looked around, finally pointing at his own nose. Me? Sheng Wenyi impatiently replied, Of course you. I lent you clothes, you think it's for free? No rent. Sheng Xingguang was too shocked to speak. Emo Chuan, feeling a bit awkward, stood up and said, I'll go with him. Sheng Wenyi glanced at him and had no objections. Fine, be careful. Qi Si then said, Let's go. Sheng Wenyi immediately turned to Qi Si. What are you doing? Qi Si smiled. Going with them? Sheng Wenyi frowned. Why do you always join in the fun? You're pampered and can't help. Just stay here and wait to eat. Let them go. Sheng Xingguang was stunned. Uncle Qi? Pampered? He looked at Mo Chuan, then at Qi Si, feeling a sense of injustice. Mo Chuan looked even more fragile than Uncle Qi, so why did he have to work while Uncle Qi got to do nothing? Just as he was about to say something, Sheng Wenyi suddenly shouted at him. Not going yet? It's getting dark. Can't you see? Sheng Xingguang was startled and had no choice but to swallow his complaints and reluctantly go find food with Mo Chuan. Although he didn't mind working, he knew nothing about surviving in the wild and was afraid of accidentally eating something poisonous. In contrast, Uncle Qi, with his special forces background and over 6 months of jungle tracking experience, was far more capable in survival. At the camp, only Sheng Wenyi and Qi Si were left. The 2 white-haired monkeys were still asleep in the tent, the anesthesia not yet worn off. Qi Si stood by the campfire, watching Sheng Wenyi busily transferring items from the bandit suitcase into her own supply bag like a diligent hamster. Only take what's useful, Qi Si suggested. No. Sheng Wenyi insisted. These are all mine, all of them. I want to take everything. Qi Si was speechless. Sheng Wenyi struggled for a long time but eventually realized it was impossible to fit everything. She stood still, deep in thought. Suddenly, she said, It's the supply bag that's not enough. If we had 2 more, making it 3 in total, we could fit everything. Then, I'll carry 1, you carry nothing, and Sheng Xingguang can carry 2. Qi Si laughed and asked, Where would we get more supply bags? Sheng Wenyi raised her head, her eyes drifting towards Qi Si. Sheng Qingqing has a bag. Qi Si remained silent. Sheng Wenyi squinted her eyes. Yi Chengfeng has 1 too. Qi Si sighed. And where are they? Sheng Wenyi looked up, suddenly fixing her gaze on the drone in the sky at nose. She waved at the drone, come down. Sensing danger, the drone immediately flew higher. Sheng Wenyi used the tip of her shoe to pick up a sniper rifle on the ground and aimed at the sky. I'll count to 3. 1, 2. Qi Si quickly pressed down the barrel. Don't mess around. I'm not messing around. Sheng Wenyi said fiercely. Qi Si tried to calm her. The show has its rules. Sheng Wenyi pursed her lips and eventually put the gun down, turning back to organize the supplies. When Sheng Xingguang and Mo Chuan returned with fruits, they saw Sheng Wenyi's furious face as she struggled with the supplies. Sheng Xingguang tiptoed, not daring to make a sound. Mo Chuan quietly asked Qi Si, What's wrong with her? Qi Si explained calmly, the suitcase is hard to carry around. She wants to fit everything into the supply bags. Mo Chuan glanced over and said, There's no way it'll all fit. Before he could finish, Sheng Wenyi turned her head, her icy gaze sweeping over him. Mo Chuan immediately fell silent. Sheng Xingguang quickly covered Mo Chuan's mouth, smiling apologetically at Sheng Wenyi. He was just kidding, just kidding. Late into the night, Sheng Wenyi still hadn't figured out how to fit everything into the bags. Sheng Xingguang and Mo Chuan had already gone to sleep. Qi Si sat by the campfire, watching Sheng Wenyi as she pondered over her packing dilemma. He recalled what Sheng Xingguang had told him earlier. After Jian Huazhang's death, His parents renowned traditional Chinese medicine Dr. Jian Ming'an and former national defense scientist Wen Wanyi died in a car accident while picking up their granddaughter from school. Jian Huazhong's daughter survived and was sent back to her biological mother, Tang Ping, who later married into the Sheng family. Sheng Wenin was admitted to the Capital Military Academy at 18 but gave up before starting. At 19, she debuted as an entertainer and was blacklisted online for offending someone. The military couldn't find out why she gave up admission, but it was said to be due to family opposition. Qi Si knew Sheng Xingquang's account was accurate. After Ji Ji insisted that Sheng Wenin was her aunt, Qi Si had also investigated Sheng Wenin's past. He not only found out about Tang Ping, Sheng Rongtian, Sheng Qingqing, and Yi Chengfeng but also learned about Sheng Wenin's experiences over the years. More importantly, he discovered someone he hadn't expected at all. Sheng Wenin was completely absorbed in studying 108 different storage methods when she suddenly felt a burning gaze on her. She turned her head in confusion and found Qi Si staring at her. "Why are you staring at me?" she asked with a frown. "I'm warning you. Don't even think about taking my supplies. What I can't fit, I won't give to you." Qi Si chuckled softly and got up to stand beside her. He glanced at the scattered items on the ground and suddenly asked, "Have you ever learned military storage techniques?" Sheng Wenin was taken aback and looked up at him. Qi Si squatted down, efficiently emptied her supply bag, and began to reorganize it. As he packed, he explained, "When field units are on a mission, logistics personnel ensure that supplies are meticulously categorized and organized to the utmost efficiency." Sheng Wenin watched intently as Qi Si managed to fit previously unmanageable large items into the bag. Her eyes widened in surprise. Although a few items still couldn't fit, the bag now held a third more than before. More importantly, the organized packing made accessing the supplies extremely convenient. "Didn't expect you to be so skilled," Sheng Wenin said in amazement. "Did you learn this from acting?" Qi Si looked at her and, after a moment of silence, said, "Learned it at military school." "You went to military school?" Sheng Wenin was surprised. Qi Si averted his gaze. "Someone in my family did." Sheng Wenin stared at him for a while, then glanced at the now neatly packed bag and nodded. "Not bad." It was unclear whether she was praising the packing or acknowledging the value of military school. "Go get some rest." "I'll take the night watch," Qi Si said. Sheng Wenin scoffed. "No need. You go sleep. I'll wait for Sheng Xingquang to take over in the second half of the night." Suddenly, Qi Si stood up, grabbed Sheng Wenin's hand, and pulled her up. Caught off guard, she stumbled and asked irritably, "What are you doing?" Holding her hand, Qi Si led her to the tent and gently said, "Get a good night's sleep. You've had a tough day." Sheng Wenin frowned. Qi Si coaxed her again, "Be good. I'll call you if anything happens." Indeed, a lot had happened that day. After a moment's hesitation, Sheng Wenin finally crawled into the tent. Perhaps it was because of Qi Si's mention of military school. That night, Sheng Wenin had a dream that took her back in time. In the dream, a 10-year-old girl in a red plaid dress sat alone in a room full of clocks. An old man called from outside the door, "It's time to go to the dining room." The little girl didn't move, pouting with her back to the door, too upset to leave. Moments later, a kind old grandmother walked in, gently stroked the girl's hair, and coaxed her, "Daddy has a last-minute task and can't make it back for your birthday. How about Grandpa and Grandma take you out for a big meal?" The little girl turned around, burying her head in her grandmother's arms and looking up. "Daddy promised me." The white-haired grandfather standing at the door teased, "Oh dear, is our Enine going to cry again?" The little girl quickly wiped her moist eyes with her short hands and said loudly, "No way, Enine doesn't cry." Grandpa and Grandma laughed heartily. The orange sunlight poured into the room, and at that moment, the phone rang in the living room. "It's Daddy." The little girl excitedly jumped up, rushed to the living room, and grabbed the phone. "Daddy." However, a stranger's voice came from the other end. "Is this the Jen family?" The little girl's spirits fell, but she still politely said, "Yes, who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for Mr. Jen." The girl puffed her cheeks and handed the phone to her approaching grandfather. He took it with a smile, but his face quickly changed. That night, the little girl didn't get to go to the restaurant with her grandparents for her birthday. Grandpa ended up in the hospital. Grandma cried hysterically, and the little girl sat bewildered in the empty hospital corridor, not knowing what had happened. 10 days later, she finally learned the truth. Her father had died in the line of duty. It rained on the day of the funeral. Her grandparents took her to the cemetery. Many men in military uniforms attended the funeral, their eyes filled with pity as they looked at her. "Is this Captain Jen's daughter?" "Little girl, your father was a hero," they said to her, but she remained silent, staring blankly at the unfamiliar graves, each with a clean, upright tombstone. She had heard that soldiers were buried here after they died. In the tent, Sheng Wenin's sleeping face was streaked with tears. She turned over, sniffled, and buried her face in her arm. The dream suddenly shifted. The cemetery was gone, and so were her grandparents. The girl in the dream woke up in a pristine white bed. Her head throbbed, Her body ached. Tubes were connected to her, and an oxygen mask covered her face. As the granddaughter of a renowned doctor, she recognized the medical equipment. But why was the oxygen mask on her face? The little girl slowly opened her eyes, her blurry vision gradually coming into focus. In the hospital room, a group of doctors and nurses in white coats surrounded the bed, their faces full of excitement and relief. "She's awake. Finally awake," a nurse whispered. "Little one, do you feel any discomfort?" The girl looked around in confusion, slowly raising her hand to remove the oxygen mask from her face. In a weak voice, she called out, "Grandpa, Grandma." The room fell silent. The medical staff exchanged sympathetic glances and quickly changed the subject, carefully avoiding any mention of her grandparents. A few days later, some social welfare workers visited the room. They spoke gently to the girl, but behind her back, they quietly discussed her situation. "Why isn't she talking? Is she unable to speak?" "No, she can speak. She just can't accept that her grandparents are gone. She's very pretty. She should be adopted quickly in our orphanage. But she's a bit older. It would help if she were a bit more lively." They deliberated on plans to place her in the city's orphanage or elsewhere. The girl sat quietly on the bed, taking in everything, but remained silent. Only in the dead of night did she hide under her blankets and cry softly. The kind-hearted medical staff took special care of the now orphaned girl. They brought her candies and shared stories about the outside world, but she remained expressionless, unresponsive to everything. One day, a large group of people arrived at the hospital. A tall, imposing man in a military uniform approached the girl. "Marshall, this is Jian Huazhang's daughter," someone introduced in a low voice. The man knelt down to her eye level and gently asked, "What's your name, sweetie?" The girl remained silent, staring blankly at him. Someone behind him softly explained, "Marshall, she's been like this for the past half-month. It's likely post-traumatic stress. The doctors say there's nothing wrong with her vocal cords. It's a psychological issue." A complex expression crossed the man's face. He asked softly again, "Your name is Enine, right?" The girl neither nodded nor shook her head, like a lifeless doll, her dark eyes devoid of any light. "I'm Uncle Chi. I was a good friend of your father's. Would you like to come home with me? I have a son, and I'm sure he would love to have you as a sister. Would you like to come home with Uncle Chi?" The little girl watched the man's mouth open and close, trying hard to understand what he was saying. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and fear crept onto her innocent face. She jumped off the stool and quickly crawled under the hospital bed, curling up in the farthest corner. "Hey, what's wrong? Come out, sweetie." The man's voice was filled with urgency. Despite their attempts to coax her out, the little girl refused to budge, like a frightened rabbit. Eventually, they had to move the bed. With nowhere left to hide, the little girl broke down in front of everyone, sobbing uncontrollably. Her whole body trembled, and tears streamed from her large, dark eyes, soon soaking her entire face. "Don't cry, don't cry." The man clumsily picked her up, wiping her tears with his sleeve. He was more flustered than she was, holding her trembling little body. The girl clung tightly to the man's sleeve, her pale fingers almost digging into the fabric. From her long silent throat, she squeezed out a raspy child's voice. "No. What don't you want, Enine?" the man asked softly. "Don't go." The girl managed to say, her voice barely audible. The man fell silent, and someone behind him said, "She must be waiting for her mother. The police have located her biological mother, who may come to take her soon." "She won't come," the man replied, his voice suddenly cold. He seemed angry but quickly calmed down and gently said to the girl in his arms, "Uncle Chi will take care of you like a father. Or, would you like to see a picture of your brother? I have one here. He's a very handsome boy." The man took out a wallet from his pocket and removed a photo of a family of 3. He pointed to the people in the picture one by one. "That's uncle, aunt, and your brother." The girl stared at the unfamiliar boy in the photo, and her white teeth suddenly bit her lower lip. She remembered her father had a similar picture, with him, her grandparents, and herself in the middle. This thought made her tears flow even more freely. "Oh, and don't cry, don't cry." The man panicked and said hurriedly, "We won't look at the brother anymore. He's bad. Let's not think about him." The girl lowered her head, and silent tears continued to fall. She didn't say another word. At that moment, someone received a phone call and came over to report, "Marshall, Tang Ping has agreed to take the child back." "Why did she suddenly agree?" the man asked. "Not sure. Maybe the police convinced her," the person explained. "But Marshall, this child still has her mother, who is her only legal guardian. Legally, unless the mother abandons her, you won't be able to adopt her." "I'll talk to her mother personally," the man replied, his voice turning cold again. The person suggested hesitantly, "Maybe you should ask the child what she wants?" The man was silent for a moment before gently asking, "Do you want to go with uncle or with your mother?" The girl looked down at her fingers and after a moment, she quietly answered, "Mom." The man sighed. Before leaving, he slipped a note into the girl's hand. "This is Uncle Chi's phone number. If things don't go well with your mom, call me and I'll come get you. The girl softly replied, okay, and tightly clutched the note. The next day, her mother arrived. The girl had only seen her mother in photos, and the woman in front of her looked different. The mother in the photos was smiling, but this woman had a blank expression. Eneen, this is your mother, the nurse introduced. The girl looked at this unfamiliar woman and remembered what her father used to say, how could your mother not love you? She left because she didn't like me, not you. Of course, she loves you. You're her precious child too. Her grandmother's words echoed in her ears. If your mother were here, she'd surely love you. You're the sweetest, most well-behaved child in the world. Grandma's little treasure, right? Her grandfather's teachings also came to mind. Everyone has their own choices. We don't hold on to those who aren't meant to stay. But Eneen, don't let others' opinions make you doubt your worth. You're wonderful and haven't done anything wrong. If your mother sees you now, she'll love you too. She's not bad. She loves you and didn't abandon you. Now her mother was here to take her back. The girl, filled with anxiety, took a hesitant step forward. She approached the unfamiliar woman and softly said, hello. The woman didn't respond, only asked the medical staff in a cold voice, where do I sign? Someone handed her the documents, and after signing, she turned and walked away. The girl stood still, watching the woman who was supposed to be her mother walk further and further away. The woman took a few steps, then suddenly stopped and looked back at the frail little girl who resembled a quail. With a frown, she said, aren't you coming? The little girl nervously clutched the hem of her dress and cautiously followed. The elevator was empty except for the two of them. The woman looked the girl up and down, irritated. You don't look anything like me. I don't even know who you resemble. But you are a pretty one. Might be useful when you grow up. What's your name? The little girl timidly looked at her and whispered, Jen Winning. Tomorrow, I'll take you to change your household registration and your last name. From now on, you'll be called Sheng Winning, the woman ordered. When you see your stepfather, be sweet and call him Dad. The little girl was taken aback and immediately shook her head vigorously. Just then, the elevator reached the first floor. The woman grabbed the girl by the collar and pushed her out, saying, if I didn't care about making a good impression on your stepfather, do you think I'd want you? You better behave, or you'll suffer for it. She noticed something in the girl's hand. What are you holding? The girl tried to hide the crumpled piece of paper behind her back, but the woman pried her hand open and tossed the paper away. Filthy. Nothing like Ching-Ching, the woman said disdainfully. I don't know how your previous father raised you like a beggar. Hurry up. The girl was dragged forward, looking back in panic as the piece of paper grew further away. The dream scene twisted again. 8 years later, the harsh woman slapped the beautiful young girl's fair cheek hard. The girl's face turned to the side, and blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. Military academy? You applied to a military academy behind my back, the woman shouted. If Ching-Ching hadn't found out, I wouldn't have known you were so bold. Xing Wenin, do you think you can fly away now that you have wings? I'm your mother. You'll listen to me for the rest of your life. She noticed the girl's defiant gaze and sneered. What, you want to hit me? Go ahead, hit me. I know you've been secretly practicing boxing. Hit me now, kill me, and you'll be an orphan. You'll have no family left in this world. The girl lowered her head, her clenched fists eventually relaxing. The woman scoffed, as if she had expected the girl wouldn't dare. She raised her hand and slapped the girl repeatedly on her face and body. Rip, rip. The acceptance letter was torn into countless pieces, and the woman scattered the fragments around the room. Reflect on your actions at home during this time. The woman left, locking the door behind her. The girl stood in the wrecked room, motionless for a long time. Eventually, she bent down and began to pick up the pieces of paper, but they seemed endless. The scene twisted and turned grotesquely again. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, and many faces flashed before her eyes. Winning, today is your birthday. Mom has never celebrated it properly with you. It's my fault for neglecting you. Sis, have some water. Winning, don't be so stern. Ching-Ching was young and ignorant before, which is why she often offended you. She's grown up now and even poured you water. Just drink a little, okay? Finally, persuaded by the handsome man's kind words, the girl picked up the glass of water on the table. No, don't drink it, don't drink it. Bang! A loud noise suddenly erupted outside the tent. Sheng Wenin abruptly sat up, momentarily disoriented. It took her a moment to remember where she was. The air was filled with the unpleasant smell of damp earth. She was in the Amazon rainforest. She felt something itchy on her face and touched it, finding traces of dried tears. What the heck? Did I cry? She muttered to herself, unable to recall her dream. Another noise came from outside. Bang bang. Sheng Wenin frowned, wiped her face with her sleeve, and crawled out of the tent, shouting irritably, "What's going on?" The faint light of dawn began to creep across the misty horizon as Sheng Wenin emerged from her tent, just in time to see Qi Si stepping out from the neighboring one. Sheng Xingquang stood by the campfire, pointing into the distance, his voice low and steady. The sound came from over there. Squinting in the indicated direction, Sheng Wenin walked over to Sheng Xingguang and asked, "How many times did it go off?" Sheng Xingguang turned to reply but suddenly fell silent, staring at Sheng Wenin's face in shock as if struck by lightning. The chat exploded. Uh, uh. Confused, Sheng Wenin looked at Sheng Xingguang. "What's with that expression? Seen a ghost?" Stumbling back, Sheng Xingguang pointed at her face, his voice trembling. You were crying?" At that moment, Qi Si approached, his gaze locking onto Sheng Wenin's bloodshot, red eyes, his expression freezing. Sheng Wenin casually wiped her face, her tone indifferent. "I just slept in a weird position and pressed on my eyes. This isn't crying. Use your brain." Sheng Xingguang snapped out of his daze, quickly apologizing. Sorry, I must have been mistaken." Qi Si frowned but stayed silent, observing the stubborn look on the girl's face. He knew she had indeed been crying. But why? The chat buzzed again. Pressed on her eyes? Really? She's totally been crying. Her nose is red too. Looks like she cried, but why? Did she say, "I beat up 2 people today, so sad" or something? Well, pressing on her eyes is the only explanation that makes sense. Suddenly, a loud bang shattered the silence. The 3 of them turned towards the source of the noise. "It's a gunshot," Qi Si said, his voice grave. Sheng Wenin grabbed the sniper rifle from the ground. "I'll go check it out." With that, she dashed off. "I'll come too." Sheng Xingguang picked up a light machine gun and was about to follow when a hand clamped down on his shoulder. He turned to see Qi Si, face dark, snatching the gun from him and quickly following Sheng Wenin. "Hey!" Sheng Xingguang could only watch as the two disappeared. Sheng Wenin moved swiftly. The morning forest was shrouded in mist, the path ahead unclear, but the sounds of startled birds and animals echoed around her, all awakened by the gunshot. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of chopping echoed continuously. Finally, Sheng Wenin reached the source of the noise. She cautiously hid in the bushes, her eyes locking onto a group of men and women wearing only animal skins. She froze. The chat erupted again. WTF. Am I seeing things? Cavemen. There are indeed many indigenous tribes in the Amazon rainforest, but they usually live deep in the forest and rarely appear on the outskirts. Running into cavemen first thing in the morning would a wake-up call. But what are they doing? Chopping trees. Sure enough, they were chopping down trees. The bang 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 sound was the sound of axes striking wood. Bang! Another gunshot. One of the primitive men, holding a crude spear, fired a shot into the air, seemingly to scare off nearby animals. Suddenly, Sheng Wenin heard footsteps behind her. She whipped around, only to have her mouth covered. A man's cold palm pressed against her warm lips. Shia. His breath brushed against her ear. Frowning, Sheng Wenin pushed Qi Si away and silently mouthed, "What are you doing here?" He shook his head, not answering, and crouched beside her, his gaze fixed on the scene outside. Sheng Wenin pursed her lips, slightly annoyed but said nothing more. The primitive people fired a shot every once in a while, their guns not conventional firearms, requiring reloading after each shot. Soon, they felled a large tree. As it crashed to the ground, Sheng Wenin initially paid no mind, but then she saw something green fluttering from the Treetopa green card. One of the primitive men picked up the card, turning it over in his hands, seemingly puzzled by it. But Sheng Wenin saw clearly the 3 characters on the card's cover revival card. In an instant, Sheng Wenin grabbed Qi Si's wrist with such force that it left a red mark. The chat exploded again. WTF. It's a revival card. What are the odds? A revival card hidden in the treetop, and they just happened to chop down that tree. Are the cavemen part of the show? This is too much of a coincidence. Why that tree? Meanwhile, back at the camp, a military officer frowned at the monitor, exhausted by the sudden turn of events. Why are there still primitive people? The show director yawned as he walked over, sounding a bit impatient. Forget it. Let's discard this card, the director said, rubbing his eyes. But wasn't this area already scouted? There were no signs of indigenous activity, right? The officer remained silent, his brow furrowed. After a moment, he looked up and asked, "Which camera captured this footage? Did we leave any surveillance equipment near the resurrection card?" "It's not surveillance equipment, Captain," the drone operator replied. "This footage is from Squad 01's drone." The officer paused, his eyes widening in surprise. "Is it Sheng Wenin again?" The drone operator nodded earnestly, his fingers deftly adjusting the drone's angle. The screen immediately shifted to 2 familiar figures, Sheng Wenin, trembling with excitement, and Qi Si, who was holding her back firmly. Sheng Wenin's eyes sparkled as if she was ready to dash out at any moment. The officer sighed helplessly, about to say something when the audio equipment picked up the conversation between Qi Si and Sheng Wenin. "I have to go. Let me go. Sheng Wenin shouted urgently. Qi Si tried to stay calm. "Calm down first. $1 million. How can I calm down?" Sheng Wenin said excitedly. If we get that card, we can resurrect Sheng Xinghan. Resurrect Sheng Xinghan, and the prize money will double. Double. Qi Si sighed. There must be more than one resurrection card. But what if there's only one? Sheng Wenin retorted. Let's wait and see. Although Qi Si managed to hold Sheng Wenin back for the moment, her expression, as if she could devour the primitive people, suggested this situation wouldn't last long. Just then, the primitive group started to move. They split into two groups. One loaded the felled trees onto carts to head back, and the other stayed to continue chopping. The woman with the resurrection card followed the group that was heading back. Sheng Wenin didn't hesitate, dragging Qi Si along as they stealthily followed. They trailed them for about 10 minutes, finally arriving at a small camp. The officer scrutinized the small camp on the monitor and concluded, it looks like a branch tribe that recently migrated from the deep forest. They're just starting to build houses, which explains why we didn't detect them earlier. He frowned. If that's the case, we need to warn the other squads to avoid this area to prevent any unnecessary conflicts. Captain, it might be too late. The drone operator suddenly pointed to a corner of the screen, his voice tinged with tension. Look over here. The soldier switched to a different camera. The screen suddenly showed several naked indigenous children escorting two filthy modern individuals, Yi Chengfeng from Team 06 and Sheng Qingqing from Team 07. The two clearly terrified contestants were tightly bound and being led towards the indigenous camp. The officer was taken aback at the sight. They've been captured? When did this happen? Concerned about the guest's safety, the officer immediately became tense. The soldier explained, Yi Qingfeng's team and Sheng Qingqing have been together since they met yesterday afternoon. Half an hour ago, Yi Qingfeng's teammate heard gunshots and went to check, only to find that Yi Chengfeng and Sheng Qingqing had been attacked and captured by these indigenous children at their resting spot. The officer frowned and spoke sternly. Why are you only telling me this now? This is crucial information. The soldier awkwardly explained. I just saw it too. After the gunshots, there was also activity on Sheng Wenin's side, so I focused on her situation first. This side seemed more interesting. The officer pondered for a moment before issuing a command. Give Qi Si the order to rescue Yi Chengfeng and Sheng Qingqing. The soldier confirmed. Issue the order now? The officer frowned again, thought for a moment, and said, find a discreet opportunity to deliver the order. His identity must remain hidden. That's the top priority. The soldier immediately responded, yes, sir. The scene shifted to Sheng Wenin and Qi Si crouching behind a rocky slope not far from the indigenous camp. Sheng Wenin anxiously asked, can we go now? They've let their guard down. I'll steal it and leave, no confrontation. I know modern people shouldn't interfere with indigenous cultures for humanitarian and preservation reasons, but they took my revival card. I have to get it back. It's my revival card. Qi Si chuckled. Haha, how is it yours? Girl, you only saw it. It doesn't count as yours yet. He then nodded and gently reassured her. I know it's yours. Just wait a little longer, okay? Sheng Wenin pouted. Ugh, these days, even award-winning actors are shamelessly freeloading. At that moment, a drone lowered its altitude. Annoyed, Sheng Wenin glared at it. The drone quickly avoided her gaze and cautiously approached Qi Si, whispering, Mr. Qi, may I have a word? Sheng Wenin immediately questioned. Why do you need a private word? Are you talking behind my back? The drone hesitated for a moment before silently hovering behind Qi Si, not daring to show itself. Qi Si reassured her, don't scare it. Then he said to Sheng Wenin, I'll be right back. Sheng Wenin sulkily watched him walk away. Qi Si returned after a brief moment, and the drone flew back up. Curious, Sheng Wenin asked, what did it say? Qi Si shook his head. Sheng Wenin huffed, fine, I don't want to know anyway. Qi Si sighed helplessly, you'll find out soon enough. Indeed, not long after, Sheng Wenin saw Yi Chengfeng and Sheng Qingqing, tied up like mummies, being dragged over by a group of naked children. Sheng Wenin fell silent. She glanced at Qi Si and then at the drone trying to stay unnoticed in the sky, coldly asking, are they planning to? She left the sentence unfinished, but her meaning was clear. Qi Si nodded gently, yes, that's the plan. Sheng Wenin's mood visibly darkened, scaring the drone into flying even higher. In the camp, a group of chattering children excitedly told the adults something, then pushed Yi Chengfeng and Sheng Qingqing forward. Both were terrified, screaming, we want to quit. Help us. They looked up and shouted, but the drone was filming covertly, and the indigenous people didn't understand who they were calling for help. An indigenous person, annoyed by the noise, grabbed a handful of dirt and stuffed it into their mouths. With mouths full of dirt, Yi Chengfeng and Sheng Qingqing were both horrified and unable to spit it all out. The indigenous people laughed heartily. Sheng Wenin finally felt a bit happier and burst out laughing. Qi Si gently reminded her, keep it down. Sheng Wenin covered her mouth but continued to laugh heartily. The indigenous people threw Yi Chengfeng and Sheng Qingqing into a nearby grass hut and tied them up. A mischievous child brought over a python and hung it on the hut's frame, its head facing the two captives. Shang Qingqing let out a high-pitched scream and fainted. Yi Chengfeng, though conscious, was trembling all over. A child seemed to smell something, pinched his nose, and said something while pointing at Yi Chengfeng's crotch. The surrounding people burst into laughter again. Sheng Wenin laughed so hard she couldn't stand straight, holding her stomach and saying, "He must have wet his pants, huh?" Qi Si half embraced the girl beside him to prevent her from falling, his eyes full of helplessness but also a hint of indulgence. The indigenous woman who took the revival card handed it to a child to play with. The child, not knowing what it was, looked at it for a while and then tossed it aside. Usually, new items could entertain these indigenous children for a long time, but today they had too many new things. For example, 2 scared outsiders and 2 supply bags full of treasures. The items in the supply bags were all new to them, especially the little thing that could produce Fyria lighter, which was simply magical. Soon, the contents of Yi Chengfeng and Sheng Qingqing's supply bags were emptied, and the empty bags and the revival card were casually tossed into a corner. Seeing this, Sheng Wenin's eyes lit up, and she looked eagerly at Qi Si. Qi Si finally nodded in agreement. "Go ahead, but be careful." Sheng Wenin, thrilled with the approval, quickly darted off. She circled around and silently stole the revival card and the 2 empty bags. Excited, she ran back and pulled Qi Si to leave. Qi Si hesitated for a moment, looking at Yi Chengfeng and Sheng Qingqing in the grass hut. Sheng Wenin curiously stared at his face and innocently asked, "What are you looking at?" Qi Si said, "They." Sheng Wenin blinked. "They? Who are they? Is there someone there?" Qi Si was stunned. Sheng Wenin deliberately looked at the grass hut for a while and then said to Qi Si with pity, "Poor thing. So young and already having vision problems. There's no one in there. Look again." Qi Si couldn't help but laugh. He raised his hand to touch Sheng Wenin's hair and softly said, "All right, no one." Sheng Wenin laughed too. Qi Si then calmly said to the confused drone in the sky, "Sorry, she doesn't like it, so we can't help you." With that, he took Sheng Wenin's hand and led her away behind the slope. The 2 of them ran for a few hundred meters. Once they were sure no one was following, they stopped. Sheng Wenin pulled her hand away from Qi Si's grip, suddenly leaped up, and threw her arms around his shoulders. "Good brother. You've got guts. From now on, we're blood brothers." Sheng Wenin shouted excitedly, her face beaming with a bright smile. Qi Si, supporting the girl's slender waist, said warmly, "Stand up straight." Sheng Wenin steadied herself, rubbed her nose, and pulled out 2 supply bags and a revival card from her coat. She provocatively yelled at the drone hovering above, "You want me to save those 2 losers? It's already merciful that I didn't finish them off. Save them? Do they deserve it?" The drone hovered silently, seemingly staring at her with deadpan eyes. Sheng Wenin continued her tirade. "What are you looking at? You dare to trick Qi Si into doing your dirty work because he's easygoing, right? You think you can bully him? He's under my protection. Did you ask me first? Besides, we're all guests here. Why should we save them? Are they paying us? No money, no rescue. Do I look like a fool?" After her outburst, the drone seemed stunned into silence. Sheng Wenin, feeling triumphant, slung her sniper rifle over her shoulder and said to Qi Si, "Let's go home and eat." Qi Si, looking at her imposing demeanor, shook his head helplessly and silently followed her. Netizens quickly began to discuss. "So we're really not going to help Yi Chengfeng and Sheng Qingqing? The production team is aware of it, so they'll handle it." Sheng Wenin's right. Why should they be the ones to rescue them? They're all guests, and they don't owe them anything. Hey, is that really the only thing you guys are focusing on? What else is there? Bottom line, don't try to guilt trip our Inzi bro. Didn't anyone notice that Qi Yingdi and Sheng Wenin's interaction just now was a bit intimate? Intimate? So what? They're just good brothers who trust each other deeply. Being close shows their strong bond. Exactly, it's normal for 2 grown men to interact like that. You fangirls must be misunderstanding Inzi bro's gender again. Oh, right, Sheng Wenin is a guy. I keep forgetting because he looks so feminine. Alright, moving on. At daybreak, Sheng Wenin and Qi Si returned to the camp. Sheng Xingquang and Mo Chuan were relieved to see them safe. Sheng Xingquang urgently asked, "What exactly happened?" Sheng Wenin briefly explained, and when she mentioned the primitive people, Sheng Xingquang's face turned red as he asked, "Did the primitives really not wear any clothes?" Sheng Wenin shot him a glance and threw an empty supply bag at his head, scolding, "Get your filthy thoughts out of your head." She then ordered him to organize the remaining supplies using military packing methods. Sheng Wenin went into the tent and brought out 2 groggy white-furred monkeys. She asked Qi Si to bring the medical kit. Carefully, she changed their bandages and, together with Qi Si, helped them eat. Mo Chuan, seeing this, couldn't help but laugh. "You 2 look like parents taking care of their kids." Sheng Wenin paused, then proudly declared, "Then I'll be the dad. I'm used to being the dad. I've got an abundance of fatherly love." She even teased the little monkeys in her arms, calling herself Dad. Shortly after, troops and officials from Brazil arrived by helicopter. During a brief exchange, Sheng Wenyin noticed a Chinese soldier talking to Qi. Once everyone had left, Sheng Wenyin announced they were ready to depart. The three packed their gear, with Sheng Wenyin carrying a large supply bag, Sheng Xingguang carrying two, and Qi empty-handed. For hours later, they stopped under a towering tree, looking up at the red ribbon and the enormous wasp nest hanging from the trunk. Sheng Xingguang adamantly refused to approach, while Sheng Wenyin believed the writing on the ribbon was related to the map and needed to be retrieved. Sheng Wenyin had a sudden idea and suggested reviving Sheng Xinghan to get it. At that moment, Sheng Xinghan, who was recovering in a hospital room while watching the live stream, was stunned. The surroundings fell into a prolonged silence. Sheng Xingguang's gaze was fixed on Sheng Wenyin, his eyes filled with unwillingness and confusion. He couldn't hold back any longer and spoke, his voice trembling slightly. "You did that on purpose, didn't you? You know Sheng Xinghan is my sister." Sheng Wenyin didn't answer directly. Instead, she suddenly slapped Sheng Xingguang on the shoulder, her tone encouraging. A good brother should protect his sister. This unexpected action made the atmosphere instantly more delicate. At that moment, Qi, who had been silent, sighed and gently removed Sheng Wenyin's hand from Sheng Xingguang's shoulder. He said calmly, "I'll go." Those two simple words were filled with determination. Sheng Wenyin frowned at him, her tone filled with displeasure. "Don't butt in, we're discussing something here." However, Qi ignored her complaint and walked straight towards the tree with the wasp nest. "Hey." Sheng Wenyin grabbed his sleeve, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Qi turned back, his voice gentle yet firm. "It's fine. The ribbon is a bit away from the nest. I'll climb from the back. I can handle it. Still, it's too dangerous." Sheng Wenyin pursed her lips and, after a moment of silence, finally said, "Forget it, there's another way." Both Qi and Sheng Xingguang looked at her expectantly. Sheng Wenyin didn't say more but bent down to search the ground. Soon, she found a large bag of small stones and pine cones, gathered them in her hat, and walked forward. After a few steps, she noticed the two men still standing there and impatiently shouted, "Aren't you coming?" Qi hesitated for a moment before following, and Sheng Xingguang hurried to catch up. The three soon reached a high slope some distance from the wasp nest. Sheng Wenyin instructed, "Wrap your heads with your jackets and find a place to hide." Sheng Xingguang asked in confusion, "What are you going to do?" "You'll see soon enough." Sheng Wenyin gave a mysterious smile and then climbed the tallest tree nearby. Sitting on a branch, she removed the hair tie, letting her waterfall of long hair cascade down. Qi stood below, staring intently at the girl's sharp, beautiful, and delicate white face, a hint of a smile in his dark eyes. But when he turned, he noticed Sheng Xingguang was already mesmerized. Qi frowned in annoyance, knocking on Sheng Xingguang's head. "Cover your head." Sheng Xingguang snapped back to reality, hurriedly wrapping his head with his jacket, his cheeks turning red. "She's quite pretty." Qi coldly asked, "Pretty even when she's hitting people?" This instantly reminded Sheng Xingguang of the tan-skinned man with 3 broken ribs and covered in injuries. His face turned pale, and he quickly apologized. "Sorry, I was wrong." Qi chuckled, putting on his hat and stepping back a few paces. From her high perch, Sheng Wenyin used the hair tie as a slingshot, loading stones and pine cones as ammunition, aiming at the tree with the wasp nest. Sheng Xingguang noticed her intention and whispered, "Is she trying to knock down the nest?" Qi replied calmly, "No." Sheng Xingguang, puzzled, said, "How can it not be? She's aiming right at it. If she were aiming at the nest, she wouldn't need to aim so long. She must be trying to..." Before he could finish, a sharp sound cut through the air. Then a thud was heard as the stone hit the tree trunk. Sheng Xingguang squinted and was surprised to find she's trying to hit the red ribbon. Another sharp sound followed, and this time the stone hit the knot of the ribbon precisely. Sheng Xingguang muttered, "That hit it, but it's useless, right?" The live stream chat was also filled with doubt. Is Sheng Wenyin really trying to knock down the ribbon? How can that be? You can't untie something tied up with external force. Is the production team crazy? Even if they want to increase the difficulty, putting the clue near a wasp nest is too much. Wasps can be deadly. But honestly, Sheng Wenyin's slingshot aim is spot on. Except for the first shot to adjust her aim, she hit the knot every time after that. Yeah, the knot's almost shredded, but it won't untie. Using a slingshot to untie it is impossible. Wait, what the heck? Whoa, whoa, whoa. The ribbon. It's falling down. Sheng Xingguang stared in shock at the 2 pieces of ribbon fluttering to the ground. Qi, smiling, calmly explained, the repeated strikes on the knot caused intense friction, which eventually broke the ribbon. With the knot severed, the 2 pieces naturally fall apart. Sheng Wenyin wasn't trying to loosen the ribbon with the stones, she aimed to break it from the start. Even with the ribbon in 2 pieces, you can still piece together the information. They need the information, not the ribbon. Sheng Wenyin jumped down from the tree, emptied the remaining stones and pine cones from her hat, and patted off the dust. She walked forward, picked up the 2 pieces of ribbon. read the words on them, and handed them to Qi Si. Qi Si read aloud, Southeast. Shang Wenin picked up her backpack and said, "Let's go, Southeast." Noticing Shang Xingguang's stunned expression, she asked, "What's wrong?" "Got stung." Shang Xingguang snapped out of it, exclaiming, "You're amazing." Shang Wenin nonchalantly replied, "Of course I know I'm amazing. Do you need to tell me? Let's go." With that, she headed southeast. Meanwhile, in the camp outside the rainforest, an officer with his hands behind his back watched Shang Wenin's performance on the screen and couldn't help but praise, "She's indeed smart." The director of the show smiled. "Isn't this the method you thought of when you tied it up there? Let them cut the ribbon to get the information." The officer chuckled. "I thought no one would get this information in the end." The director agreed. Yes, even if they thought of cutting the ribbon, who would know how to do it? So, they not only needed the idea but also the skill to cut it remotely. Otherwise, it would be easier to climb up and get it. The officer laughed again. "That girl indeed has talent and quick thinking. It's a pity she didn't join the military academy last year. She would have been my student by now." Just then, a soldier ran in. "Captain, your phone?" The officer took the call, listened for a while, and his expression suddenly became serious. He responded loudly, "Yes. I will complete the mission." After hanging up, the director asked curiously, "What happened?" The officer replied seriously, "A high-ranking person is coming. I'm supposed to give them a proper reception." "A high-ranking person? We're filming a show here." "Who would come?" the director asked, puzzled. The officer shook his head. "I don't know. I only know it's an elderly gentleman arriving from the United States this afternoon with the surname Sheng." At 4:30 p.m. local time in Brazil, officers in civilian clothes, led by their superior, met the elderly gentleman from the United States. Despite his slightly graying hair, the gentleman exuded vigor, walking with his head held high and an air of nobility. Draped over his arm was a dark gray coat, and his demeanor radiated a distinct, commanding presence. Beside the gentleman stood a refined and amiable middle-aged man. The officer eagerly shook hands with the middle-aged man and introduced, "This is Major Ding, responsible for our program security. He will personally escort you to the camp shortly." Shang Ru smiled and extended his hand to Major Ding. "Sorry to trouble you, Major Ding." After shaking hands with Shang Ru, Major Ding curiously asked, "May I ask what brings you to the camp? If we know in advance, we can make better preparations." Shang Ru gently explained, "To be honest, our child mischievously joined this dangerous program behind our backs and got injured. We're worried and came to check on them personally." Major Ding suddenly understood. "Your family member is Shang Xinghan, the new recruit in the 5th Military District, right?" Shang Ru nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, that's correct." Major Ding nodded knowingly. "I see. Parents worried about their child. The car is outside. Please follow me." Shang Xinghan never imagined she was this important. After being bitten by a snake, her parents didn't react, but her grandfather and uncle traveled a long distance to visit her. Seeing the two elders suddenly appear in her hospital room, Shang Xinghan felt both embarrassed and deeply warmed. She struggled to stand up and excitedly said, "I'm fine, really fine. Grandpa, look, I can walk just fine. The doctor said I can be discharged after 24 hours of observation." Shang Songyao sat on the sofa, leaning against the not-so-soft backrest, observing her carefully for a moment before saying to Shang Ru, "She does look quite well." Shang Ru nodded in agreement. Indeed, her movements seem fine. Shang Xinghan shyly added, "I've always been tough. Remember when I fell from the tree as a child? Then rejoin your team." Shang Songyao suddenly interrupted her. Shang Xinghan was momentarily taken aback. "Huh?" Shang Songyao explained, "Didn't you say you're fine? Grandpa sees you're almost recovered. Didn't your teammate find a revival card? Have Major Ding contact them to revive you immediately and rejoin your team." Shang Xinghan was stunned, looking at her elders in disbelief. "I thought Grandpa and Uncle came to stop me from continuing." Shang Ru replied directly, "We won't stop you." Shang Xinghan was silent for a moment, then looked down at her bandaged, slightly aching leg and cautiously said, "But I'm not fully recovered yet. Rejoining the team immediately might be a bit." Shang Songyao frowned. "Didn't you say you're fine?" "I look fine, but I'm not fully recovered." "Xinghan," the old man suddenly spoke with displeasure. Shang Xinghan looked at her grandfather cautiously. "Grandpa." Shang Songyao shook his head. "Grandpa is very disappointed in you." Shang Xinghan was speechless. Shang Ru stood up and suggested, "How about this, I'll call the doctor to check again. If the doctor agrees, we'll proceed with the revival." Shang Xinghan wanted to protest. "But after the revival, you have another task," Shang Songyao suddenly said. Meanwhile, Shang Wenin, after setting up her tent in the evening, received instructions from a drone. "Revive Shang Xinghan immediately." "Why?" Shang Wenin asked, puzzled. The drone prompted, "Don't you want an extra helper? Supporting a team alone is too hard for you." Shang Wenin bluntly replied, "I'm not struggling. It's harder with Shang Xinghan around. She's a hindrance, not clever and clumsy. I plan to revive her near the finish line and exchange her for money. That's her only use left. The drone was silent for a moment before subtly saying, Sheng Xinghan can hear our conversation. Sheng Wenin was momentarily speechless. Seeing persuasion fail, the drone switched tactics. Actually, the revival card has a limited usage time. If not used within 12 hours, it will expire. Sheng Wenin angrily questioned, who set that rule? Our superior. Sheng Wenin cursed, that's outrageous. Major Ding was momentarily speechless. The drone smugly asked, so will you use the revival card? In the end, Sheng Wenin had no choice but to reluctantly agree to revive Sheng Xinghan. An hour later, Sheng Xinghan limping was brought in. As soon as she got off the helicopter, she stood awkwardly, cautiously observing Sheng Wenin's expression. Sheng Wenin, sitting by the campfire, glared at her without saying a word. Qi Si tried to ease the tension and asked Sheng Xinghan, have you had dinner? Sheng Xinghan was about to answer when Sheng Wenin interjected, you didn't come here without eating, did you? Tell me you didn't. Fearing Sheng Wenin's anger, Sheng Xinghan quickly explained, I ate a lot. I could go without food until noon tomorrow. Sheng Wenin gave her a cold look. Sheng Xingquang walked over to support his sister and whispered, is your leg really okay? Sheng Xinghan nodded. It's bandaged, a bit stiff, but basically fine. Sheng Xingquang said, sit down first. Sheng Xinghan grabbed her brother's arm and suddenly said, brother, grandpa and uncle are here, and they said. She then whispered in Sheng Xingquang's ear for a while. Sheng Wenin, watching them, asked discontentedly, what are you whispering about? The sudden sound startled Sheng Xinghan. She quickly turned around and fawningly said, we weren't doing anything, really nothing, and cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Sheng Xinghan suddenly started mimicking a pigeon. Sheng Wenin looked bewildered. Qi Si squinted his eyes, his dark eyes sweeping over Sheng Xinghan. Sheng Xinghan awkwardly scratched her head, sweating profusely, and explained, I was imitating a pigeon. Wasn't it spot on? Sheng Wenin turned her head and said to Qi Si, it's over. She's gone mad. Not only do I have to deal with a limping person, but now also a mad one. There goes our first place for sure. At 3 a.m. by the campfire. Sheng Xingquang stared blankly at his sister, Sheng Xinghan, clearly still struggling to process the overwhelming information. The flames flickered on their faces, casting away the surrounding darkness. Sheng Xinghan sat next to her brother and whispered, did you understand everything? Sheng Xingquang nodded slowly. I understand, but... He frowned in thought. Why has Aunt never returned home and grown up with a branch family? Sheng Xinghan couldn't help but roll her eyes, thinking her brother was incredibly dense. She took a deep breath and patiently explained again, Aunt's original surname was Jian. After she was taken from our family, she somehow ended up with a family named Jian. They adopted her, and she always thought she was their child. Later, her adoptive father passed away, and her adoptive mother remarried to one of our family's branch members. Aunt followed her adoptive mother and changed her surname back to Sheng. Do you get it now? Sheng Xingquang scratched his head, still looking confused. He asked, so Grandpa and Uncle have confirmed that she is indeed our aunt? Not completely. Sheng Xinghan lowered her voice even more, glancing around cautiously, afraid of being recorded by drones. So, my mission this time is to get Aunt's blood sample. Grandpa and Uncle are outside, ready to conduct a DNA test at any time. Make her bleed. Sheng Xingquang frowned. How are you going to do that? Sheng Xinghan shook her head, I don't know. Sheng Xingquang looked at his sister. You don't have a plan? Sheng Xinghan shook her head again, no. That's why I told you. We need to figure this out together. Sheng Xingquang was silent for a moment before he hesitantly said, actually, this mission was given to you, not me. So one person should handle their own task. Sheng Xinghan suddenly grabbed his hand, her eyes wide with a hint of pleading. We're siblings. Sheng Xingquang reluctantly pulled his hand back and said awkwardly, you know how fierce she is, right? If I make her bleed, she could snap my neck on the spot. Then you won't have a brother anymore. Sheng Xinghan was silent for a moment, then muttered, I know it might be risky. Maybe we should think of another way. Sheng Xingquang rubbed his chin, pondering for a moment. What about hair? Or saliva? Sheng Xinghan shook her head. The doctor said blood is the most accurate. They thought for another 10 minutes but still had no idea. Sheng Xinghan was exhausted and yawned. Let's call it a night. I'm going to sleep. She started to get up. Sheng Xingquang stopped her. Where are you going? Sheng Xinghan pointed to the tent behind her, to sleep. Sheng Xingquang shook his head. We can't sleep in the tents. There are only 2 tents, one for Uncle Qi and one for Aunt. We have to sleep outside in sleeping bags. Sheng Xinghan couldn't believe it. Weren't there lots of tents? Last night, I saw even the monkeys had tents. Sheng Xingquang explained. Those tents were set up by the bandits. We packed them up this morning, and it's too much trouble to set them up again tonight. So, we only set up 2 tents, one for each of them. I'm injured. Sheng Xinghan said angrily. Sheng Xingquang nodded and generously said, you can have my spot. It's less rocky here, but be careful not to roll into the fire while turning over. If you burn yourself, it's no big deal, but if you burn your clothes, there's no spare. Aunt won't give you any clothes. She always thinks you're a burden. Sheng Xinghan had no choice and ended up sleeping on the ground. Meanwhile, Qi Si lay in his tent, listening to the rustling sounds outside. Feeling tired, he pressed his fingers to his temples. It seemed like it was time to make a call home. Early the next morning, Sheng Wenin came out of her tent and saw Sheng Xinghan sitting on the ground, diligently wiping the dew off wild fruits with a clean cloth. When she saw Sheng Wenin, Sheng Xinghan eagerly offered the fruit. Sister, would you like some breakfast? Sheng Wenin walked over, took a fruit, sniffed it, and asked, Did you wash these? Sheng Xinghan nodded quickly, with dew, not with the water from your flask. Sheng Wenin eyed her suspiciously, took a bite, and confirmed there was no poison. She swallowed and asked calmly, Is your leg okay? Sheng Xinghan quickly shook her head. It's fine, completely healed. I can move freely once the bandage is off. Sheng Wenin squatted down, rolled up her pant leg with one hand, and examined it. Eat breakfast, and I'll change your dressing afterward. Sheng Xinghan was shocked and quickly said, No need to change it. The doctor said it's fine once the bandage is off. Sheng Wenin raised an eyebrow. Do we follow your orders or mine? Sheng Xinghan quickly said, Yours of course. Do whatever you need. Even if I end up limping, it's fine. Sheng Wenin stood up and stepped away, thinking Sheng Xinghan seemed a bit off since coming back. When Sheng Wenin went to wash up, she saw Qi Si standing behind some bushes, talking privately with a drone. She called out, Hey. Qi Si turned around after a moment and walked over. Sheng Wenin saw the drone quickly fly away, pretending to be nonchalant. Her face fell. Are they making you do something shady again? Tell me, what are they making you do? I'll stand up for you. Qi Si pursed his lips, took her hand reassuringly, and led her away. Nothing like that. Sheng Wenin didn't believe him. Then what were you talking about secretly? Qi Si was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Nothing important. Sheng Wenin, seeing he wouldn't tell, pulled her hand back in frustration and walked off. Qi Si watched her retreating figure, his expression growing serious. Everyone had wild fruits for breakfast. After eating, Sheng Wenin changed Sheng Xinghan's dressing. Sheng Xingquang, while organizing their supplies, noticed Sheng Wenin taking medicine from the first aid kit and blurted out, Isn't that the medicine we used on the white monkey yesterday? Sheng Xinghan cautiously asked Sheng Wenin's sister, Is this for animals? Sheng Wenin calmly replied, It's for humans. Sheng Xinghan was skeptical and looked at her leg in horror. Sheng Wenin looked up at her and asked, Were you trying to call me aunt again just now? Meanwhile, in the capital city, the door to the office of the 1st Military District was knocked. Qi Yamba was reading some documents and, without looking up, said, Come in. The door opened, and an aide walked in with a satellite phone. Marshal, it's a call from your son. After finishing his phone call and returning to the camp, Qi Si immediately sensed the unusual atmosphere. Puzzled, he asked, What's going on? Sheng Wenin just glanced at him without answering. Sheng Xingquang and Sheng Xinghan wanted to explain, but seeing their aunt's stern look, they swallowed their words and silently packed their belongings. 10 minutes later, the group set off. Sheng Wenin led the way, her steps firm and resolute. They trekked through the jungle all morning and only stopped by a stream to rest at noon. Throughout the journey, Sheng Wenin's anger towards Qi Si gradually subsided. Taking advantage of Sheng Xinghan and Sheng Xingquang being busy preparing lunch, she bit on a blade of grass and quietly sat down next to Qi Si. Hey, Sheng Wenin began, nodding towards Sheng Xinghan and Sheng Xingquang. They call you uncle. You knew them before, right? Qi Si nodded slightly, admitting openly, In terms of seniority, I'm their elder. Sheng Wenin scratched her face, pondering, So that's why they call me it. Qi Si was taken aback and quickly turned to look at her. Sheng Wenin raised an eyebrow and explained, Didn't you hear? Sheng Xinghan has slipped up several times and called me aunt. But why aunt? Shouldn't it be auntie? We're of the same generation. If they call you uncle, they should call me auntie. Qi Si furrowed his brow and, after a moment of silence, dismissed it. They're just mixing things up. Just as Sheng Wenin was about to press further, Sheng Xinghan's voice interrupted them. Uncle Qi's sister, lunch is ready. See, there it is again, Sheng Wenin said to Qi Si. He didn't respond, just stood up and offered her a hand. Sheng Wenin rolled her eyes at him, pushed herself up by her knees, and walked towards Sheng Xinghan. Lunch was still simple, just some fruits and a soup made from leaves. Sheng Xingquang, young and energetic, found this insufficient and had to drink a bottle of stream water to stave off his hunger. Sheng Wenin, though not fully satiated, was accustomed to enduring hunger and quietly adjusted her condition. Sister, drink some water. Sheng Xinghan handed her a bottle. Sheng Wenin took a sip and curiously asked, Is it a dialect from your hometown? Calling an aunt auntie? I've heard some remote villages do that. Sheng Xinghan's eyes lit up, and she quickly agreed, Yes, that's how we address elder women in our hometown. Shang Wenin frowned. That's strange. Shang Xinghan chuckled awkwardly. Just local slang, local slang. Shang Wenin stared at her for a moment, then suddenly stood up and walked away. Shang Xinghan nervously called out, Auntie, where are you going? This call made Qi Si, who was resting, and Shang Xingquang, who was fetching water, both look up. Without turning back, Shang Wenin replied indifferently, wait here. After Shang Wenin left, Shang Xingquang hurried over to find out what had happened. Upon hearing his sister's explanation, he couldn't help but mutter, Auntie doesn't seem very smart. Shang Xinghan immediately glared at him, don't speak ill of Auntie. 10 minutes later, Shang Wenin returned with a bag of insects. She skillfully cleaned them and then fried them to a golden crisp using some oil she had stashed away. After tasting one, she added some salt for seasoning and handed them to Shang Xingquang and Shang Xinghan. Eat up. I'm only making this because you consider me an elder. It's a good source of protein, very nutritious. Shang Xinghan, you need more because of your injury. Shang Xingquang, you need more because you have a big appetite. Faced with this unexpected delicacy, the siblings' eyes widened in shock and horror. Shang Xingquang and Shang Xinghan stood to the side, their faces full of reluctance. Shang Wenin, seeing their refusal to eat, immediately became displeased. Furiously, she picked up the pot and turned to find Qi Si, determined to make him try this special delicacy. Qi Si, initially unaware of the bug battle, suddenly found himself the target of Shang Wenin's enthusiasm. She eagerly introduced the dish to him, even taking a bite herself to prove her point. Then she picked up a plump bug and, in a soft, coaxing voice, offered it to Qi Si. Just give it a try. Qi Si intended to politely decline, but seeing Shang Wenin's pleading eyes, he inexplicably opened his mouth. Shang Wenin promptly fed him the bug. Qi Si chewed with difficulty but was surprised to find it actually tasted quite good. He nodded at Shang Wenin and complimented, it's delicious. Shang Wenin beamed with joy and pride, sitting down next to Qi Si while casting a triumphant glance at Shang Xinghan and Shang Xingquang. The siblings exchanged worried looks, thinking, we're in big trouble now. We've really upset Aunt. Seeing that Shang Wenin and Qi Si couldn't possibly finish all the bugs, Shang Wenin packed the leftovers, planning to save them as snacks for the journey. As night fell, the group chose a campsite. While the others were busy making a fire and setting up tents, Shang Wenin set off on another bug hunting expedition. The tropical rainforest was teeming with bugs, and she quickly gathered a substantial haul. She then fried a large batch and found a secluded spot with Qi Si to enjoy their feast. Shang Xingquang, feeling uneasy about being ignored by their aunt, turned to his sister and suggested, why don't we give it a try too? Shang Xinghan sighed and reluctantly agreed, all right, we need to find a way to make Aunt happy. The siblings hesitantly approached Shang Wenin. Mistaking their approach as being enticed by the aroma, she adopted a haughty demeanor. Yesterday you couldn't care less about me, but today you're not worthy. Shang Xingquang and Shang Xinghan crouched down, looking pitifully at her. In the end, Shang Wenin relented and allowed them to taste the bugs. With their eyes closed and teeth clenched, the siblings forced a bug into their mouths. To their surprise, a pleasant flavor lingered. They opened their eyes and tried another, confirming that the bugs were indeed delicious. The four of them quickly devoured the entire pot of bugs, each taking turns. The next morning, Shang Wenin emerged from her tent, still rubbing her sleepy eyes, to be greeted by the beaming faces of Shang Xingquang and Shang Xinghan. Good morning, Aunt, they chorused. Shang Wenin yawned and replied, morning. At that moment, Shang Xingquang produced 2 large bags filled with wriggling bugs from behind his back. Blushing, Shang Xinghan handed the bugs to Shang Wenin and shyly asked, Aunt, should we start frying them now? Shang Wenin stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. The scorching heat baked the tropical rainforest, and the dwindling water resources made survival increasingly difficult. Rookie Team 02 members Wang Xiang and celebrity guest Duanming had gone over 15 hours without water, showing clear signs of fatigue and dehydration. Duanming struggled to pull out the last, now limp, piece of compressed biscuit from his backpack and handed it to Wang Xiang. You eat something first. Leaning against a thick tree trunk, Wang Xiang barely managed to stand. His eyes fell on the biscuit, and his throat was so dry he could barely speak. You eat it. You eat it. You haven't had anything in a long while, Duanming insisted, but Wang Xiang remained silent. A wave of guilt surged through Duanming. I'm sorry. It's all because of me. If you hadn't saved me, you wouldn't have injured your leg. How's your leg now? Wang Xiang shook his head, his voice hoarse but resolute. It's nothing serious. I've been through survival training before. This injury isn't enough to make me quit. A brief silence fell between them. After a moment, Duanming made up his mind and broke the biscuit in half. We'll each take half. This time, Wang Xiang finally accepted. They chewed the hard biscuit in silence, its taste disappearing almost instantly, leaving only a deeper sense of hunger and thirst. The atmosphere grew heavy again until Wang Xiang suddenly looked up, his gaze locked on something in the canopy above. Is there something hanging up there? Following his line of sight, Duan squinted to make out the object. It looks like a green ribbon? Can't quite tell. It's a ribbon. Wang Xiang confirmed, then began estimating the height of the canopy. He eventually shook his head in frustration. No way, it's too high. The tree was towering, with the ribbon tied at the very top, probably as high as a five-story building. Without any safety measures, climbing it was impossible for an ordinary person, and any mistake could result in a fatal fall. Duan sighed. This is the second clue we've missed. The last one was a blue ribbon tied to a crocodile's head. It was insane. A crocodile? What kind of crocodile? Where did you see it? A sudden voice from behind startled Wang Xiang and Duan, making them turn abruptly. Not far away, a girl in camouflage, agile and relaxed, sat on a tree branch, her legs dangling casually. Her gaze was fixed on them. Duan recognized her immediately and blurted out, Sheng Wenin. Sheng Wenin tilted her head, scrutinizing the fair and handsome man before her. After a moment, she remembered. It's you. She recalled the first day of the show when she was the first to change clothes and head out, followed by two male guests. They were the first batch sent into the jungle. This man was one of those two male guests. Why are you alone? Duan asked directly. He knew Sheng Wenin had a poor reputation outside, but in this perilous rainforest, survival was harder for women. Remembering the news of some teams being eliminated, he cautiously asked, Your teammate got eliminated? Sheng Wenin glanced at him, replying nonchalantly, eliminated before. She used before instead of eliminated, but Duan didn't catch the subtle difference. After a moment's hesitation, Duan suggested, if you're struggling alone, you can join us. He turned to seek Wang Xiang's opinion. What do you think? As a soldier, Wang Xiang knew taking along a girl would increase their difficulty, but still nodded in agreement. Sure. Duan turned to Sheng Wenin. Come over then. Noticing she was empty-handed, he said casually, used up your supplies? Threw your bag away? It's okay. We should find a water source ahead. They prepared to move on, but Sheng Wenin remained still, hands in her pockets. What about the clue? Wang Xiang looked back and smiled wryly. We can't get up there. The clue is useless. Sheng Wenin assessed the tree's height and said nonchalantly, it's not that high. She pulled her hands out of her pockets, flexed her wrists, and then, stepping on a stone, began climbing the tree nimbly. Hey, don't go up there. Duan exclaimed. Wang Xiang also shouted. It's too dangerous, but his words caught in his throat. In just a few seconds, they watched in awe as Sheng Wenin, as agile as a snake, effortlessly climbed to the first branch and continued upward, her movements fluid and graceful. 5 minutes later, Sheng Wenin jumped down from the tree, clutching the green ribbon in her mouth. She dusted off her hands and examined the text on the ribbon, then looked up to meet two pairs of eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Sheng Wenin frowned. What? Wang Xiang, visibly excited, struggled to contain his emotions. You're really good. Sheng Wenin smirked. She stared at Wang Xiang for a moment and then suddenly asked, no water. Wang Xiang instinctively touched his lips, which were cracked and bleeding from dehydration. Sheng Wenin turned to Duan and asked calmly, $1,000 for a bottle of water, want one? Duan, still awestruck by Sheng Wenin's tree climbing skills, was stunned by the question. He widened his eyes in disbelief. You have water? Instead of answering, Sheng Wenin asked back, do you want it or not? Duan nodded eagerly, yes. But I don't have any money right now. I'll pay you later, I promise. Sheng Wenin's eyes curved into crescents as he smiled. Even if you default, I have ways to collect. Wait, they should be here in 3 minutes. Duan was puzzled, 3 minutes later, Duan understood what Sheng Wenin meant. Sheng Xinghan appeared with a backpack, Sheng Xinghuang with two, and Qixi with empty hands, all walking towards them. Sheng Wenin, unfazed, first took out a ribbon from his pocket and handed it to Qixi. Then, he pulled a bottle of stream water from Sheng Xinghuang's backpack and tossed it lightly to Duan. Duan caught it eagerly, twisted off the cap, and drank deeply. Halfway through, he remembered his companion and handed the bottle to Wang Xiang. Wang Xiang took a careful third of it, then closed the cap and turned to Sheng Wenin. You four have teamed up? Sheng Wenin responded briefly yes. Wang Xiang's gaze landed on Sheng Xinghuang and Sheng Xinghan, while Duan attention was captured by Qi, the movie star. He couldn't believe that Qi, whom he had never met before, was also part of this show. At that moment, Sheng Wenin brought out a lunchbox. As he lifted the lid, a delicious aroma wafted out, captivating Wang Xiang and Duan. Sheng Wenin walked closer, revealing the fried insects inside, and asked with a smile, want to try? Duan hesitated, but Wang Xiang was already drooling. Sheng Wenin handed one to Wang Xiang. As soon as Wang Xiang tasted it, he found it more delicious than anything he had ever eaten. Seeing this, Duan couldn't resist and asked for one too. After eating it, he felt like he was floating, famished. Even the simplest food felt like a feast. Unable to resist, Duan-Ming reached out for another. But Sheng Wenin quickly closed the lid and said, "Free samples over. $10 per insect, wanna buy?" Duan-Ming's eyes widened, while Wang Xiang was still licking his lips. Finally, Duan-Ming gritted his teeth and decided, "I'll take 20. Sheng Wenin swiftly counted out 20 insects. Duan-Ming generously shared half with Wang Xiang, and they devoured them ravenously. Sheng Wenin then turned to Wang Xiang, pointing at his injured leg. "Your leg's hurt. Want treatment? Consultation fee is 5,000, and medication is 10,000, guaranteed recovery." Wang Xiang was stunned. Consultation? Medication? Before he could react, Duan-Ming had already answered, "Yes, treat him. I'll pay." Sheng Wenin smiled and added, "Oh, you guys are so dirty. Want a bath? I'll take you to the nearest water source for 10,000. Duan-Ming nodded without hesitation. Deal. Sheng Wenin continued, "Need clean clothes? 5,000 per piece, 1,000 per towel." Duan-Ming was incredulous. "You even have clothes and towels?" Sheng Wenin smiled, "Not just that, I have tents too. It must be hard with the sun and rain, right? Longing for a good night's sleep? My tents are top quality, durable and reliable. As my first customer, I'll give you a special price, just 99,999, under 100,000 for the ultimate jungle sleep experience. Want one?" Duan-Ming was left speechless, unable to respond immediately. When Duan-Ming heard the term tourist price, he couldn't help but smile wryly. A bottle of water in the zoo cost 10 yuan, while outside it was only 2 yuan. The price difference was all too real. He silently warned himself not to agree to buy that second-hand tent priced at 100,000 yuan. Although Duan-Ming refused the tent, Sheng Wenin didn't give up. She had Sheng Xingquang and Sheng Xinghan bring over a supply bag and began to display its contents one by one. "Do you need clothes and towels?" Sheng Wenin asked. Duan-Ming hesitated for a moment, thinking about taking a shower and changing clothes, then nodded. "Yes, we do. One set or two?" Duan-Ming gritted his teeth. "2 sets. Wang Xiang pulled him aside and whispered, "I don't need any. We can just use the water to clean up a bit. It's too expensive." Duan-Ming shook his head. "It's fine. Having an extra set of clothes will come in handy later. You can't go half a month without a bath." Sheng Wenin handed them 2 t-shirts and 2 towels. Only then did Duan-Ming realize something was amiss. "What about pants?" "Pants are extra," Sheng Wenin replied, looking up. "Underwear is 1,000 and outer pants are 5,000. Do you want them?" Duan-Ming gritted his teeth and finally said, "Both." Sheng Wenin quickly took out 2 pairs of pants and 2 pairs of underwear, then told Sheng Xingquang, "Take these gentlemen to the showers. We offer complimentary scrubbing services. Sheng Xingquang will help you scrub your backs." Duan-Ming politely declined the scrubbing service and pointed to Wang Xiang's leg injury. Sheng Wenin patted a medical kit and said, "You guys go shower first. We'll apply medicine when you get back." Over half an hour later, Duan-Ming and Wang Xiang returned. From a distance, Duan-Ming saw Sheng Wenin and Qi Si sitting close together, seemingly discussing the information on a ribbon. This scene surprised Duan-Ming since Qi, a famous actor, usually kept a respectful distance from women. "You're back," Sheng Wenin said, looking up and stopping her conversation with Qi Si. She gestured for Wang Xiang to sit down and examined his wound. "It's not deep. A couple of stitches will do. It's a bit infected and needs cleaning first," Sheng Wenin said. "If you're afraid of pain, we can use anesthesia, but it costs 500 per shot." Wang Xiang firmly refused the anesthesia. Sheng Wenin cleaned and bandaged his wound, then handed them some medicine, instructing, "Keep the wound dry for the next few days. Change the dressing yourself after 12 hours. This is a 3-day supply. By then, the wound should start to scab." Suddenly, Sheng Wenin noticed mosquito bites on Duan-Ming's neck and took out an herbal pouch. "This repels insects. Wear it, and you won't get bitten." Duan-Ming cautiously asked, "How much?" Sheng Wenin tossed the pouch to him with a smile. "First customers free." Duan-Ming sniffed the pouch delightedly and praised, "It smells great." Sheng Wenin added, 500 each. "You have one, but your friend doesn't. Given how close you two are, wouldn't you buy one for him?" Duan-Ming gritted his teeth and spent another 500 to buy one for Wang Xiang, despite Wang Xiang's refusal. Duan-Ming noticed that Sheng Wenin and her group weren't wearing the herbal pouches and asked curiously, "Why don't you use them?" Sheng Xinghan proudly replied, "We spray it on our clothes. It's more convenient for traveling." Duan-Ming asked enviously, "How much for the spray?" 1,000 per milliliter, Sheng Wenin replied without looking up. Duan-Ming was shocked. A milliliter was such a tiny amount. At that moment, Sheng Wenin reached out to Qi Si, who handed her a green ribbon. Sheng Wenin waved the ribbon and asked Duan-Ming, "Do you want to see what's inside?" Duan-Ming directly asked, "How much?" "It's free," Sheng Wenin said. "But the condition is that you take us to where you found the blue ribbon earlier." It turned out that Sheng Wenin and Qi Si had been discussing this. The information on the green ribbon was only half. They needed the other half to piece together the complete information. They speculated that the difficulty in obtaining the ribbons might correlate with the completeness of the information. We can't get the blue ribbon, Wang Xiang said bluntly. The whole river is full of crocodiles. We barely escaped with our lives and couldn't even get water. Shang Wenin stroked her chin and said to Qi, sounds like it's really difficult to get? Qi nodded. Most likely, it's a complete clue. Then we definitely have to go, Shang Wenin said decisively. Will you lead the way or not? Just give me a yes or no. Wang Xiang was reluctant to let them take the risk, but seeing their determination, he finally relented. I can take you there, but we won't get too close. Shang Wenin nodded in agreement and handed them the green ribbon. Duanming and Wang Xiang examined it closely, only to see the words at the first intersection. Abruptly cut off. What about the first intersection? Duanming asked urgently. Shang Wenin shrugged, indicating she didn't know. Wang Xiang pondered for a moment, returned the ribbon to her, and looked up at the sky. Crocodile River isn't far from here. If we leave now, we should get there in about 2 hours. Shang Wenin stood up. Let's go then. The 6 of them set off together, reaching the legendary Crocodile River by dusk. Shang Wenin looked around and saw several pairs of cold crocodile eyes floating on the water surface, but no sign of the blue ribbon. She turned to Wang Xiang and Duanming, puzzled. I don't see the blue ribbon. Duanming explained. The crocodiles are alive. We found it here before, but it might have moved. Shang Wenin frowned. So finding it now would be like looking for a needle in a haystack? At that moment, Qi suddenly spoke there. His sharp gaze pointed in a direction, his expression icy. It fell off and sank into the river. Following his line of sight, Shang Wenin saw a large crocodile at the riverbed, pressing down on a piece of the blue ribbon. She sighed. Not only did it fall, but it's also being pinned down. Meanwhile, back at the camp, the show director watched the monitor and shook his head in amazement at Major Ding beside him. Your move was ruthless, tying the ribbon to a crocodile's head and now it fell off. With so many crocodiles in the river, do you even want them to get the information? Major Ding chuckled. If it's Qi, he can retrieve it. The director was surprised. Shall? Would he step in? Major Ding shook his head no. But without him, Sheng Xingguang can do it. With Qi's guidance, Sheng Xingguang's physical strength and reflexes, though challenging, should allow him to get out unscathed. The director was skeptical. Isn't Sheng Xingguang a bit too green? Just as Major Ding was about to respond, his voice caught in his throat, his eyes locked on the screen. The director followed his gaze and was equally stunned. They saw Shang Wenin quickly tie one end of a rope to a tree on the bank and hold the other end in her hand. With a light push-off, she swung towards the river like an agile bird. Several crocodiles raised their heads to snap at her, but she kicked 2 of them in the heads with her military boots with such force that they were sent flying. One of them was the crocodile pressing on the ribbon, and with the pressure gone, the blue ribbon floated upward. Seizing the moment, Shang Wenin stepped on a crocodile's head for leverage, nimbly hooked the ribbon with her toe, and flicked it towards the shore. As the ribbon landed, she swiftly retracted her legs, dodging the snapping jaws below, and swung back to the bank using the rope. The entire process took less than a minute, each of her movements precise as if meticulously calculated. From spotting the ribbon to executing the plan, it took her no more than 5 minutes to complete the task flawlessly. The director was dumbfounded and turned to Major Ding. You said earlier that if Xiao took action, it would be effortless. How do you think Xiao would handle this? Major Ding's eyes were fixed on the calm girl on the screen. After a long pause, he slowly said, just like that. Yes, if Xiao were to act, he would do it just like that. But who is Xiao? Xiao is Xiao. Xiao could execute such moves perfectly, but how could Shang Wenin possibly do it? Recalling Major Ding's previous assessment after retrieving the red ribbon, the director couldn't help but ask, didn't you say last time that Shang Wenin, although smart, was clumsy? She used a time-consuming and labor-intensive slingshot method to break the red ribbon from a distance with stones. It was feasible but not efficient. Major Ding recalled his previous words and couldn't help but look surprised. He had indeed mentioned that if Shang Wenin could use throwing knives, she could just toss the folding knife to accurately cut the ribbon, rather than slowly hitting it with one stone after another. The director's eyes gleamed with cunning as he softly speculated, do you think it's possible she chose to use stones because she was worried she wouldn't be able to retrieve the throwing knife afterward? Major Ding was taken aback by the suggestion and quickly turned to the director, his face lighting up with sudden realization. In the live stream, the audience erupted with excitement. Did you see that? Yes, I saw it. Me too. OMG. Inzija, marry me. Wow, that was mind-blowing. Was Sheng Wenin a circus performer in her past life or what? I was so shocked I couldn't breathe, and then someone mentioned a circus act, and I couldn't stop laughing. Damn. After Sheng Wenin landed safely, an eerie silence fell over the group. She turned around and met 4 pairs of eyes filled with surprise and admiration. Frowning, she glanced at Wang Xiang, Duanming, Sheng Xinghan, and Sheng Xingguang, then noticed Qi picking up the blue ribbon from the ground. She walked over to him. Seeing her approach, Qi asked in a deep voice. Are you alright? Sheng Wenin looked puzzled. Alright about what? Qi was momentarily speechless. Oh, you mean just now? What could happen? Sheng Wenin said, suddenly understanding. Qi sighed helplessly and handed her the ribbon. Taking the ribbon, Sheng Wenin saw that it indeed had a new clue written on it. She read aloud, Snake Pit. Qi analyzed. The map might be hidden in a snake pit somewhere. Sheng Wenin fell into deep thought. At that moment, the other four hurried over. Without a word, Sheng Xingguang and Sheng Xinghan pushed Sheng Wenin onto a large rock, one massaging her shoulders and the other her legs, attending to her with great diligence. Aunt, is the pressure all right? They asked fawningly. Sheng Wenin, bewildered by this sudden service, casually replied, it's fine. Across from them, Wang Xiang and Duanming were completely in awe. Duanming gave a thumbs up and genuinely praised, that move you pulled off just now was incredible. Seizing the opportunity, Sheng Wenin met Duanming's gaze and immediately pitched, incredible, right? There's something even more incredible, this blue ribbon information, at a bargain price of only 50,000. Isn't that even more incredible? Super cheap, right? Interested in buying. Duanming was stunned, thinking to himself that while his money wasn't blown in by the wind, it felt like it was being blown away right now. 50,000 for a piece of information is really too expensive. Duanming stared at the blue ribbon in Sheng Wenin's hand, his brow furrowed, unable to make a decision. Wang Xiang, trying to persuade him, said, we've made it this far without any information. There's no need to spend that money. Duanming thought it made sense and was about to refuse when Qi, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, he's just comforting you. As a soldier, he knows full well that without information, you can't move an inch. This statement was like a thunderclap, drawing everyone's attention to Qi. Duanming was stunned and instinctively looked at Wang Xiang, who was deliberately avoiding his gaze. He quickly asked Qi, what do you mean? Qi remained calm and spoke evenly, to get out of the rainforest, you need a map. To get a map, you need information. Without information, you can't go anywhere. So, in comparison, 50,000 for a piece of information is actually a fair price. A fair price? Sheng Wenin stared at Qi for a moment before bursting into laughter. She chimed in, exactly. To complete the mission, information is essential. 50,000 for a piece of information isn't expensive at all. Of course, you could try to find the information yourselves, but can you? Even if you find it, can you handle it? So let's not waste time. Our suggestion is to spend the money when necessary. Duanming understood the logic but still looked troubled. But 50,000 is too expensive. Sheng Wenin replied leisurely, there's a reason for the price. The sooner you get the information, the sooner you get the map. The top 3 teams to exit the rainforest receive a bonus. Bonus. Duanming's eyes lit up. How could I forget about that? Sheng Wenin smiled, yes, with the bonus, the cost will be offset. It's actually quite cheap. Duanming was convinced. Wang Xiang hesitated for a moment and said, let's buy it then. Deduct it from my bonus. No need, we'll split it. Duanming said, turning to Sheng Wenin, we'll buy it. Sheng Wenin immediately handed them the blue ribbon. Duanming and Wang Xiang saw the words, snake pit on it and fell into deep thought. If the map was in the snake pit, could they retrieve it? With another 50,000 in the account, Sheng Wenin turned to Qi and gave him a thumbs up. Qi chuckled and said, it's almost evening. Let's find a place to set up camp. Nights in the rainforest were dangerous, so their 4-person team always rested early. Sheng Wenin found a good spot to camp. As she set up the campfire, she saw Duanming and Wang Xiang approaching cautiously. With a blade of grass in her mouth, Sheng Wenin looked up and unceremoniously shooed them away. What are you doing here? This is our area. We got here first. You can't camp here. Move along. Duanming scratched his face. We're all friends. Can't we camp together? Sheng Wenin was firm, no. Wang Xiang suggested, it's safer with more people. Sheng Wenin replied, we're very safe. Duanming sighed and pulled out his trump card, we'll pay. Sheng Wenin raised an eyebrow, chewed on the grass and calculated, 5,000 per person to enter our camp area. Nothing else is included. Duanming reluctantly agreed, all right. Sheng Wenin immediately stood up and called out, welcome, esteemed guests. Duanming and Wang Xiang exchanged helpless glances and silently set up their sleeping bags. Suddenly, it started raining. It rained every day in the rainforest, but usually only for a short while. Just as they were about to pack up their sleeping bags to avoid the rain, a rain shelter was erected overhead. It turned out that Sheng Xinghan and Sheng Xingguang had skillfully stretched a large tarp, tying it to 4 trees at the corners. The tarp formed a protective cover, keeping the campfire and people dry. Duanming was amazed. They even have a rain shelter. Sheng Wenin, sitting by the campfire and roasting mushrooms, said, 5,000 per person. Quite a bargain, right? Duanming nodded repeatedly, it's a bargain. Sheng Wenin roasted a large pot of mushrooms, skewering them with fried insects, and made some mushroom soup. The 4 of them ate heartily. Duanming and Wang Xiang, their stomachs growling, kept salivating at the aroma. Finally, Duanming couldn't resist and asked, "How much for the skewers?" Sheng Wenin, chewing on a roasted insect, replied, 50 per skewer. Duanming gritted his teeth. "We'll take 20. Sheng Wenin had Sheng Xingguang bring over 20 skewers. Duanming and Wang Xiang devoured them, nearly swallowing the sticks. After finishing the skewers, Duanming asked, "How much for the mushroom soup?" Sheng Wenin said, 30 per bowl. 2 bowls, please. After the main course, Sheng Wenin took out a bag of sweet, pear-like fruits. She bit into one with a crunch. Duanming couldn't help but ask, "How much for the fruit?" Sheng Wenin replied, 100 each. Duanming's eyes widened. "Why are wild fruits so expensive?" Sheng Wenin explained, "These are our stock. We picked them in the previous forest. There are none beyond that forest. Each one we eat is one less in our supply." Duanming could only say, "We'll take 2. It wasn't until around 9 o'clock that they finished eating and cleaning up. The rain outside continued. Although the rain shelter kept them dry, the cold wind still blew in. Around midnight, Sheng Wenin, Qixi, and Sheng Xinghan had already gone to sleep in their tents, with Sheng Xingguang on watch. This was the coldest time of the night in the rainforest. Duanming and Wang Xiang huddled in their sleeping bags, shivering despite being close to the campfire. Looking at the 2 large tents on the other side, which seemed warm and secure, Duanming, his lips trembling, asked Sheng Xingguang, "What's it like sleeping in a tent?" Sheng Xingguang casually replied, "Of course, it's better than sleeping on the ground. It's not cold." Duanming hesitantly looked at Wang Xiang. Wang Xiang sighed, "It's really too expensive." "There's the bonus," Duanming said, as if they had already won it. He turned to Sheng Xingguang, "We want a tent." Before Sheng Xingguang could respond, Sheng Wenin, who should have been asleep in the girl's tent, called out, "All right, 1 tent for 10,000. Sheng Xinghan, get a tent for Mr. Duan." Duanming and Wang Xiang looked at each other, suddenly realizing they might have fallen into another trap. For the next 3 days, Wang Xiang and Duanming followed Sheng Wenin and her group like shadows. By the 4th day, Duanming had gotten into the habit of bringing his bowl over at mealtimes. Initially, Wang Xiang was a bit hesitant, but he soon gave up resisting and joined in without a second thought. That evening, Wang Xiang carefully calculated their expenses over the past few days. With a serious expression, he turned to Duanming, who was picking his teeth, and said, "We've spent over 490,000 yuan." Duanming was taken aback, looked at the numbers on the ground, and scratched his head. "Did we really spend that much? I didn't even feel it." Wang Xiang, looking distressed, replied, "We have to get at least 3rd place. If we don't, I'll go bankrupt." Duanming patted him on the shoulder and said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, I'm here. Besides, 3rd place gets 300,000 yuan per person, so that's 600,000 for the 2 of us. We've only spent less than 500,000. There's still plenty left." Wang Xiang thought to himself, "This rich kid sure is extravagant." In fact, over the past few days, Sheng Wenin's group had gathered a lot of information, which they had also purchased. The map's clues were now fully revealed. Head straight southeast, and after seeing a circular pond, take the first left, go through a banana grove, and walk for half an hour to reach a tree-hole-shaped snake den where the map is hidden. However, despite walking for 2 days, they had yet to find the circular pond or encounter any other teams. Wang Xiang suspected they might have taken the wrong path and decided to discuss it with Sheng Wenin's group. As he approached their tent, he saw Sheng Wenin and Sheng Xinghan lying side by side, their faces covered in herbal masks. Wang Xiang was stunned. Hearing the noise, Sheng Wenin slightly opened her eyes and asked in a muffled voice, "What's up?" Wang Xiang said, "I want to discuss the route with you." Sheng Wenin replied indifferently, "Talk to Qixi. He's the strategist. I'm the warrior. I don't handle this." Left with no choice, Wang Xiang went to find Qixi. After discussing for half an hour, he returned to his tent only to find Duanming lying on the bed with his face covered in herbal masks. Wang Xiang held his head in frustration and said, "Why do you have to buy every new product? We just talked about spending nearly 500,000. Duanming opened his eyes and said, "Bro, I make a living with my looks." Wang Xiang asked, "How much is this one?" Duanming replied, 8,000 bucks each. Wang Xiang shook his head in disbelief. Just then, the sound of a drone landing came from outside. Sheng Xingguang had a brief conversation with the drone and then called out to Sheng Wenin, "Andy, the 2 white-furred monkeys that were injured are ready to be released back into the wild." Sheng Wenin responded from inside the tent, then released them. Sheng Xingguang added, "They want us to pick them up." Sheng Wenin calculated the time and figured her mask was about done. She wiped her face with a wet cloth, cleaned up, and walked out with a fresh, radiant face. She asked, "Why do we need to pick them up?" Seeing her fierce expression, the drone quickly hid behind Sheng Xingguang and said softly, "The white-furred monkeys became very timid after being shot. The Animal Association is worried they might have psychological issues and wants you to help them adapt to the forest for a couple of days." Sheng Wenin frowned. At that moment, Qixi came out of another tent, walked over to Sheng Wenin and patted her on the back, saying, "It's a small favor." Sheng Wenin glanced at Qi Si and then reluctantly said to the drone, "I'm doing this because of him." The drone cautiously looked at Qi Si. Qi Si chuckled and said, "Bring them over." An hour later, the two white-furred monkeys were brought in. Duanming and Wang Xiang didn't know what was happening but saw a helicopter lower a large cage. Inside were two wild-looking white-furred monkeys, baring their teeth but trembling all over. Wang Xiang immediately recognized them as white-faced gibbons and quickly pulled Duanming back. Duanming, confused, asked, "What's wrong?" Just then, Sheng Wenin walked over and bent down to open the cage. Wang Xiang shouted, "Don't touch it. These monkeys are very dangerous and can eat humans." The area fell silent. Sheng Wenin looked up at Wang Xiang. Duanming, horrified, asked, "Did you say they eat humans?" Wang Xiang explained seriously, "These monkeys have human flesh on their menu. They won't hesitate to eat you, just like tigers and lions. If you get close, they'll snap your neck and eat you." Duanming was terrified. Why would the show send down man-eating monkeys? Wang Xiang shook his head, unsure himself, but he stayed alert, shielding Duanming and keeping a close eye on the cage. Sheng Wenin, hearing all this, clicked her tongue and continued to open the cage. Wang Xiang shouted again, seriously, "Don't touch it." Before he could finish, Sheng Wenin had already taken out the trembling little white monkey from the cage. The monkey seemed to recognize Sheng Wenin's scent and stopped baring its teeth, clinging to her clothes instead. Sheng Wenin turned and handed the little monkey to Qi Si, teasingly saying, "Let mommy hold you." Qi Si's hand hung in midair, about to take the little monkey, but he froze at Sheng Wenin's words. Narrowing his eyes, he shot her a sharp look, visibly displeased. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Sheng Wenin chuckled awkwardly and explained, "It wasn't me who said it, it was Mo Chuan who said we looked like a mom and dad." Seeing that Qi Si's expression remained dark, Sheng Wenin quickly apologized. "I was just joking, I'm sorry." Only then did Qi Si take the little white monkey, though his face still showed signs of irritation. The moment the monkey was in his arms, it clung tightly to his clothes, its tiny body trembling with fear. Qi Si instinctively held it closer, trying to soothe the frightened creature. Sheng Wenin then picked up another little white monkey from the cage. This one was even more timid, burying its head in her chest and closing its eyes tightly, as if that could shield it from all dangers. She gently stroked its head and sniffed its fur, finding it surprisingly clean, likely having been bathed at the hospital. "Do you miss your dad?" Sheng Wenin asked softly. The little white monkey peeked at her with one eye, then clung tightly to her shoulder, as if finding a sense of security. Nearby, Duanming and Wang Xiang watched the scene with complex expressions. Duanming whispered, "Do they eat people?" Wang Xiang remained silent, clearly on guard as well. Seeing their reactions, Shang Xinghuang briefly explained the origins of the two monkeys and how Sheng Wenin had rescued them earlier. Despite the explanation, Wang Xiang stayed vigilant, not allowing Duanming to get too close. Sheng Wenin sat by the campfire with the little monkey in her arms, offering it a piece of fruit. The monkey hesitated, looking between the fruit and Sheng Wenin before handing the fruit back to her. Sheng Xinghan, watching from the side, felt her heart melt and exclaimed, "So cute." Sheng Wenin coaxed gently, "Daddy won't eat it, you can." The little monkey, not understanding human language, stubbornly pushed the fruit towards her mouth. Sheng Wenin had to take a symbolic bite before the monkey was satisfied and began eating on its own. Wang Xiang explained from the side, "It's a fear response. In animal groups, weaker animals often offer food to stronger ones to show submission and avoid being attacked." Sheng Wenin raised an eyebrow at Wang Xiang. "You seem to know quite a bit." "My grandpa was a biology teacher," Wang Xiang replied calmly. Just then, Sheng Wenin noticed something off. A foul smell was spreading through the air. She frowned and slowly lifted the little monkey in her arms. Sure enough, the mischievous creature had peed on her. With a face as dark as thunder, Sheng Wenin stood up abruptly. Holding the little monkey by the scruff of its neck, she handed it to Qi Si with a tone full of mock frustration and resignation. "Fine. Let's get a divorce. You keep the kid." Qi Si was momentarily speechless and could only silently take the little troublemaker. Sheng Wenin changed her clothes and walked out, raising an eyebrow at the scene before her. Qi Si was leisurely leaning against a tree, cradling two fluffy little monkeys in his arms, with a half-eaten fruit in his hand. Sheng Wenin kept a straight face and approached him without a word. Sheng Xinghan cautiously stepped forward, taking her aunt's clothes and whispering, "Auntie, I'll wash these for you." Sheng Wenin glanced at her, handed over the dirty clothes, and then walked straight to Qi Si. Qi Si looked up at her, his tone indifferent. "Didn't we divorce? What do you want?" Sheng Wenin squatted down and gently tugged at the monkey's tail, her voice calm. "Just reminding you, they might pee everywhere. Better not hold them." Qi Si didn't respond, just quietly watched her. Suddenly changing her mind, Sheng Wenin sat down next to Qi Si, lightly bumping his shoulder. She chuckled, her tone light. "I was just kidding earlier. I promise, I won't say anything reckless again. Chi-Si glanced at her sideways, still silent. From a distance, Duan-Ming cautiously spoke up, sis, you sure are bold, making jokes like that. Aren't you afraid of offending cheese fans? Sheng Wenin shrugged nonchalantly. If they're offended, they're offended. I've offended so many people, I can't keep track of who's who. Duan-Ming was momentarily speechless, then gave her a thumbs up. You're really something. After a moment of thought, Sheng Wenin decided to make a formal statement to the drone in the sky. To all cheese fans planning to curse me, please queue up in an orderly fashion. Let the veteran haters go first. Once they're done, you can have your turn. No pushing or trampling, and please maintain some decorum. Duan-Ming looked bewildered. They're cursing you, and you still want them to have decorum. The live stream's comments section exploded. Duan-Ming just got hit with a cultural shock. Huh, classic Easy. Wait, damn, I'm a Chi fan too, aren't I? Damn, the person above reminded me, she's talking about us. Damn, I was laughing here, and my world is falling apart without me knowing. The clown is me? Cheese fans, let's get organized. Change your language. Damn it, delete those curse words. Replace them with kisses and love. What are they doing? What else? Clearly, they came for Chi and got won over by Sheng Wenin. Now they can't go back. Suddenly, the comments were flooded with Chi-Si, fly high will always be with you, clearly an attempt by the fan leaders to regain control. But soon, another wave surged. Easy. You fly high too, but remember to take responsibility for your own actions. The two factions were evenly matched, creating a heated standoff. The people in the rainforest were oblivious to the external chaos. As night fell, everyone soon fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Sheng Wenin was awakened by Sheng Xinghan's movements. Auntie, I'm going to take over my brother's shift, Sheng Xinghan whispered, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Sheng Wenin massaged her temples and, seeing Sheng Xinghan's tired state, said, you sleep. I'll keep watch tonight. Before Sheng Xinghan could react, she had already dressed and left the tent. Sheng Xingquang, expecting Sheng Xinghan, was surprised to see Sheng Wenin. Auntie, why is it you? Sheng Wenin put her hands in her pockets and sat down across from him. Go sleep? Where's Sheng Xinghan? Sheng Xingquang asked. She's asleep, Sheng Wenin replied curtly. Sheng Xingquang hesitated, and Sheng Wenin frowned at him. What, do you want me to carry you to bed? Frightened, Sheng Xingquang quickly got up but couldn't help reminding her, Auntie, if you get tired, call Sheng Xinghan. Okay, Sheng Wenin responded absently. Sheng Xingquang reluctantly went into the tent. Sheng Wenin broke some dry branches and threw them into the fire. Not long after, there was movement from the boys' tent. To her surprise, Chi-Si came out. Why are you awake? She blurted out. Chi-Si gave her a look and slowly walked over to sit beside her. Go rest. I'll take the watch. Sheng Wenin raised an eyebrow. It's fine. You guys sleep. I'm not tired tonight. I can keep watch. Chi-Si poked at the fire with a stick. I'm not tired either. Then we'll keep watch together? Sheng Wenin blinked. Okay, Chi-Si replied softly. The two kept watch together. The atmosphere no longer as lonely. Sheng Wenin looked at Chi-Si and suddenly remembered a question she had always wanted to ask. Chi-Si, why did you join this show? Chi-Si glanced at her and Sheng Wenin continued, with your status, there's no way a show like this could get you. Chi-Si's lips curved slightly. What status? Sheng Wenin started counting on her fingers. 9-time best actor. The #1 male god in the entertainment industry, consistently top of Forbes' global celebrity list. The dream of countless boys and girls, hailed by the top Western media as a miracle born in the East. Enough, Chi-Si interrupted her, his gaze falling on Sheng Wenin's dark eyes, chuckling. You've done quite a bit of research? Do I need to? Just a quick search online and it's all praise for you, Sheng Wenin shrugged. Chi-Si's smile deepened. You searched me specifically? Sheng Wenin paused, then mumbled an affirmative. Why did you search? Chi-Si pressed on. Sheng Wenin looked at him deeply but didn't respond. Chi-Si continued to probe. Why are you so curious about everything? Sheng Wenin grew impatient. I just stumbled upon it once, just once. Chi-Si was taken aback, not understanding her sudden embarrassment. Sheng Wenin, under Chi-Si's intense gaze, finally couldn't hold it in and confessed. It was during the first episode of Journey 6. You got sick, so I looked you up online to see if you were always this frail. Back then, we weren't familiar, and I was thinking if you were too much of a burden, I'd... Chi-Si silently watched her, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. The night suddenly felt much longer. By the bonfire, Sheng Wenin carefully added more firewood, occasionally glancing at Chi-Si beside her. Ever since she had come clean, Chi-Si's stern expression had been unsettling. Want a midnight snack? Sheng Wenin asked tentatively, her tone ingratiating. Chi-Si remained silent. Sheng Wenin got up and went into the tent, returning with a container of leftover roasted mushrooms and insects. She opened the lid, picked up the plumpest insect with chopsticks, and brought it to Qi Si's mouth. Qi Si glanced at her and, unable to refuse, opened his mouth to eat the insect. Sheng Wenin sighed in relief and quickly fed him another. But Qi Si only ate those two before putting the lid back on the container. Not eating anymore? Sheng Wenin asked. Qi Si placed the container aside and calmly said, saving some supplies for you. Others can't eat more, but you can eat as much as you want. Sheng Wenin hurriedly explained. Qi Si looked at her. Why? You're different, Sheng Wenin blurted out. Qi Si sneered. Why am I different? Because you want to throw me away and are now compensating me. Of course not, Sheng Wenin hastily denied. I'm good to you because... She suddenly fell silent. Because of what? Qi Si pressed. Sheng Wenin shook her head. Qi Si frowned. Say it. Okay, but you can't get mad, Sheng Wenin said cautiously. Qi Si was silent for a moment before deciding to give Sheng Wenin another chance. I won't get mad. Go ahead. With the assurance, Sheng Wenin finally spoke the truth, because you're part of a vulnerable group. If I'm nice to you, it might help me get extra points when I retake military school next year. Hearing this, Qi Si pressed his fingers to his brow, feeling a sudden headache. You said you wouldn't get mad, Sheng Wenin quickly reminded. Qi Si looked at her helplessly. I'm not mad. Seeing that Qi Si wasn't angry, Sheng Wenin brought the container over again, opened the lid, and eagerly said, Eat. The next morning, when Duanming got up to wash, he saw two people sitting closely by the extinguished bonfire. He initially thought it was Sheng Xingguang and Sheng Xinghan, but was surprised to find it was Sheng Wenin and Qi Si. Even more astonishing was that Sheng Wenin was sleeping soundly with her head resting on Qi Si's shoulder. Duanming almost gasped, but Qi Si suddenly opened his eyes, and the intimidating dark gaze made Duanming forget to breathe. Qi Si glanced at Duanming, then at the sleeping Sheng Wenin on his shoulder, and gestured for Duanming to keep quiet. Duanming quickly covered his mouth, afraid to make any noise. However, Sheng Wenin was still disturbed and rubbed her eyes as she got up from Qi Si's shoulder, stretching. Uncomfortable? Qi Si asked. Not really. Sheng Wenin yawned and noticed Duanming's shocked expression. What's wrong with you? She asked, puzzled. Duanming was about to speak but met Qi Si's cold gaze and quickly shook his head. Nothing. Sheng Wenin didn't mind and turned to Qi Si. When did I fall asleep? I don't remember, Qi Si replied curtly. Sheng Wenin acknowledged and stood up, calling towards the tent. Everyone wake up. As the group got up and had breakfast, they continued their journey. To their surprise, they found the legendary circular pond within half an hour. Everyone was excited, realizing their adventure was nearing its end. Sheng Xingguang exclaimed, It's almost over. This survival challenge was quite fun. Sheng Xinghan tugged his brother's sleeve and whispered, We haven't got ant's blood yet. Sheng Xingguang remembered and asked, So what do we do? Sheng Xinghan sighed, After all the ribbons we collected, climbing mountains and diving into the sea, ant hasn't even broken a nail. I think we might not complete this task. What are you two doing? Let's go, Sheng Wenin's voice suddenly called. Sheng Xinghan and Sheng Xingguang had no choice but to stop discussing and quickly followed the group. Following the directions, the group made their way through the banana grove and soon found the legendary tree-hole snake den. Before they could get any closer, a hissing sound suddenly came from a large tree. A black, spotted python, as thick as an adult's arm, raised its upper body and snarled menacingly at them. Sheng Xingguang and Wang Xiang immediately moved to shield the group. Just as Wang Xiang began to say, It's a double-cross spear snake, there's... A nimble figure sprang forward. The group looked closely and, sure enough, it was Sheng Wenin again. Wang Xiang shouted, It's venomous. But Sheng Wenin had already rushed to the base of the tree, facing the python hidden. The snake lunged at her face with its mouth wide open, but she deftly tilted her head to avoid it. As the snake brushed past her shoulder, she precisely grabbed it by its weak spot with one hand and swiftly seized its head with the other. The snake's fangs glinted menacingly in the sunlight. With fluid motions, Sheng Wenin twisted and bound the python to the tree like a piece of art, even tying a neat bow. The sequence of actions left everyone present utterly astonished. After handling the snake, Sheng Wenin nonchalantly dusted off her hands and walked straight to the snake den. She glanced inside, then pulled out a rolled-up map from her chest and tossed it to Qi Si without looking back. Qi Si caught the map, first glancing at Sheng Wenin's unscathed, composed appearance, then unrolling the map to examine it closely. The map was intricately marked, and after studying it for a moment, Qi Si looked up and said, The exit isn't far. This statement was like a death knell, and Sheng Xinghan realized time was of the essence. Without much thought, he knew there was only one option left since the python couldn't harm his aunt. He gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and charged at Sheng Wenin, gripping a folding knife. Sheng Xingguang was startled by this sudden action. Even if blood was needed, harming his aunt was unthinkable. Sheng Xinghan rushed up to Sheng Wenin, raising the folding knife high, and loudly declared, And, will you swear an oath with me and become sworn relatives? From now on, we'll share blessings and face hardships together. We won't ask to be born on the same day, month, and year, but we vow to die on the same day, month, and year. This unexpected request left everyone stunned, and Sheng Xingguang was at a loss for words. Sheng Wenin stared in disbelief at the fervent Sheng Xinghan, unsure how to respond. At that moment, Qi Si strode over, positioning himself in front of Sheng Wenin. He coldly snatched the folding knife from Sheng Xinghan's hand and said icily, "She doesn't agree." Sheng Xinghan's words were like a thunderclap, plunging the surroundings into a brief silence. Sheng Xingguang blushed furiously, rushing forward to pull his sister away. Sheng Xinghan struggled as she walked, clearly unwilling to let the matter rest. Sheng Wenin stood still, lightly nudging Qi Si's arm after a moment of silence. Qi Si turned to her, seeing her puzzled expression as she asked, "What's up with her? Does she want to become sworn siblings with you?" Before Qi Si could answer, Duanming chimed in cheerfully, "Yeah, she wants to become sworn siblings with Qi Si." Inspired, Duanming threw an arm around Wang Xiang's shoulder, proposing excitedly, "Why don't we become sworn siblings too? We've been through thick and thin together. I bet my mom would approve." Wang Xiang expressionlessly removed Duanming's arm from his shoulder and walked straight to Qi Si. "Mr. Qi, I'd like to take another look at the map." Qi Si folded away his knife, glanced at Sheng Wenin, and then moved aside with Wang Xiang to study the route. Not long after, Sheng Xingguang and Sheng Xinghan returned. Sheng Wenin was lounging on a tree branch, chewing on a blade of grass and eyeing the siblings. Sheng Xingguang met his aunt's gaze and awkwardly greeted. Sheng Xinghan, hiding behind her brother, seemed to realize her overstep, muttering softly and he. Sheng Wenin scoffed, uninterested, and simply raised her hand to summon two small white monkeys. A few minutes later, Qi Si closed the map and announced, "There are two routes, one short, one long." Duanming immediately asked, "What's the difference?" Wang Xiang explained, "The long route goes around in a big loop, taking 3 to 4 days to reach the exit. The short route is quicker, possibly reaching the destination by tonight, but there's a river without a bridge to cross." Duanming declared without hesitation, "Then we'll take the short route." Sheng Wenin, holding a small monkey, lazily asked, "Is the short route tough?" Qi Si glanced at her and succinctly replied, "There's a river without a bridge. We need to wade through it." "Is the river wide?" Sheng Wenin raised an eyebrow. Qi Si shook his head. "It's not marked on the map." Sheng Wenin released the small white monkey, jumped down from the tree, and put her hands on her hips. "Then let's take the short route. No matter how wide the river is, we can swim across it. It's better than spending a few more days. Besides, if we take too long and another team gets out first, we lose the prize money." Ultimately, everyone agreed to take the short route. Sure enough, in less than an hour, they reached the unbridged river. The river was about 10 meters wide, not seeming too difficult to cross. Duanming breathed a sigh of relief. "This is manageable. We can swim across." However, after carefully observing from the riverbank, Sheng Wenin shook her head. "We can't swim across." "Why not?" Duanming was puzzled. At this moment, Qi Si picked up a stone and tossed it into the river. Almost instantly, a crocodile with menacing fangs emerged from the water, snapped up the stone, and slowly sank back. Duanming was terrified, his skin crawling. Qi Si calmly remarked, "This is a crocodile-infested river." Duanming's legs nearly gave way. Clinging to Wang Xiang's shoulder, he lamented, "The showrunners are as cruel as ever." "Forget it. Let's just take the long route." Sheng Wenin and Qi Si remained silent, their expressions unreadable. Seeing this, Duanming hurriedly warned, "Don't do anything rash. This isn't like the last crocodile river. We have to cross this one, not just swing across on a rope. And even if we could swing, how would we do it? There's no tree here to anchor a rope." Sheng Wenin pointed to a large tree on the opposite bank. "There's a tree over there, but it's on the other side." Duanming shouted in frustration, "How do we anchor it from here?" Sheng Wenin stared at the river, thinking for a moment, then turned to Duanming. $10,000 and I'll get you across." Duanming was stunned. Sheng Wenin grinned. "The third place prize is $60,000. You've already spent $50,000. The last $10,000 can round it off. You won't have to spend more. Just put my bank account down for the prize money, and I'll cover the taxes." "Fair enough." Before Duanming could react, Wang Xiang pulled him aside and asked, "How will you get us across?" "I have my ways," Sheng Wenin replied with a mysterious smile. Wang Xiang pondered for a moment and nodded. "If you can get us across, the money is yours." Sheng Wenin called Sheng Xinghan and Sheng Xingguang over, and the three huddled together, discussing in low voices. Qi Si sat alone, not participating. Feeling uneasy, Wang Xiang approached Qi Si. "Mr. Qi, do you know what she's planning?" Qi Si lazily glanced at Sheng Wenin and her group, chuckling. "She's going to jump across. Jump across 10 meters? How?" Duan Ming was shocked. Qi Si said no more. Soon, Sheng Wenin and her group finished their discussion. Sheng Wenin gathered all the supplies and ropes, took off her jacket, and remained in a camouflage vest, stretching and loosening her muscles. Meanwhile, in the base camp, the show's director asked Major Ding, "Do you think she'll succeed?" Major Ding's expression was serious. After a long silence, he replied, "Qi Si trusts her." The director nodded. Zhao is a very experienced special operator. He might have been surprised by Sheng Wenin's skills at first, but by now, he must have assessed her capabilities, which is why he's confident in her taking on such a dangerous challenge. But this is still her first time. It's not her first time, Major Ding interrupted. Not her first time? The director was puzzled. Major Ding narrowed his eyes. I've been wondering how her shooting could be so accurate. How could an ordinary person have such access to firearms? Even if she had attended military school, shooting training is only taught after enrollment. She didn't attend military school. So how does she know? The director frowned. Now that you mention it, I've noticed her hand-to-hand combat, grappling techniques, even special climbing and high-altitude maneuvering skills are not something you can learn outside. Exactly, Major Ding nodded. She has learned special forces training techniques. But the director was still confused. She couldn't have been a special forces soldier. Of course not, Major Ding agreed. Her background is clear. Her father was a special forces soldier, but he died when she was 10. So there's only one possibility. What possibility? The director asked urgently. Major Ding slowly revealed his theory. Someone familiar with military training has been secretly training her using special forces methods. By the riverside, Sheng Wenin finished her warm-up exercises, rope in hand, ready to go. Her eyes were locked onto a lurking crocodile at the riverbed, her plan already formed. With a barely noticeable deep breath, she sprinted forward, her body shooting out like an arrow from a bow. Almost simultaneously, the crocodile emerged from the water, its jaws wide open, filled with sharp teeth. Sheng Wenin was prepared. She stepped precisely on the crocodile's head and used the momentum to propel herself forward. Her other leg landed smoothly on another crocodile's body, her movements fluid and seamless. The narrow river, about 10 meters wide, seemed like flat ground to her. Sheng Wenin took 9 consecutive steps, each landing on a crocodile, as if these ferocious reptiles were mere stepping stones. In less than 10 seconds, she stood firmly on the opposite bank, her performance breathtakingly smooth. On the other side, Qi Si's lips curled into a smile of admiration. Sheng Xinghan and Sheng Xingquang clapped and cheered excitedly, while Wang Xiang and Duan Ming stared in shock, clearly stunned by what they had just witnessed. Without pausing, Sheng Wenin picked up a stone and tied it to one end of the rope. She aimed at the opposite bank and threw it with force. The stone, trailing the rope, flew across the river and landed accurately on the riverbank. Sheng Xingquang, quick as lightning, grabbed the rope. Next, Sheng Wenin agilely climbed a nearby tree, reaching the top. She carefully tied the other end of the rope to a sturdy branch, ensuring it was secure. Once done, she stood on the branch with one foot and signaled, "Okay," to the opposite side. Sheng Xingquang responded with a hand gesture, then climbed onto a large rock, followed closely by Sheng Xinghan. Sheng Xingquang tied the rope around his waist, grabbed Sheng Xinghan, and shouted to the 3 below, "We'll show you how it's done." Before the words had fully left his mouth, he leaped while holding Sheng Xinghan. Their bodies traced a graceful arc in the air before landing steadily on the opposite bank a few seconds later. Sheng Xingquang released Sheng Xinghan and swung back to the starting point. Wang Xiang and Duan Ming watched in awe, as if they were witnessing a stunt performance. Standing on the rock, Sheng Xingquang looked between the two and asked, "Who's first?" Duan Ming backed away in fear, while Wang Xiang, steeling himself, said, "I'll go." Sheng Xingquang nodded in approval. This time, carrying an adult man, Sheng Xingquang was visibly more strained but still managed to get Wang Xiang safely across. As soon as Wang Xiang landed, he couldn't help but look up at Sheng Wenin in the treetop, filled with admiration for the girl. Next, Sheng Xingquang ferried a terrified Duan Ming and a calm Qi Si across. Finally, he transported their luggage before swinging back himself. Only then did Sheng Wenin descend from the tree and untie the rope. Wang Xiang couldn't help but exclaim, "There are real experts among us." Duan Ming, still shaken, replied while patting his chest, "But one mistake and we're done for." Wang Xiang was taken aback, while Sheng Xingquang, unhappy, gave Duan Ming a pat on the back, scolding, "How can you still not trust me?" Duan Ming, on the verge of tears, rubbed his sore back and complained, "There were no safety measures at all. I thought I was a goner." Meanwhile, back at the camp, Major Ding smiled as he issued orders. "Let's go pick them up." The director and crew quickly grabbed their equipment and followed. Before departing, Major Ding remembered something and asked, "What about Mr. Sheng? Is he coming?" A young soldier went to inform him and soon returned reporting, "Mr. Sheng and the elder Sheng said they won't be coming." Major Ding didn't dwell on it and called out, "Let's go." The group boarded the off-road vehicles, and the convoy roared away. Elsewhere, inside a tent, Sheng Songyao had just finished a phone call, his face dark. Sheng Ru asked, "What did Uncle Qi say?" Sheng Songyao replied solemnly. He said it's about Wenin. Qi Si wants the elders of both families to discuss something. Sheng Ru frowned. Qi Si? Yes, Sheng Songyao explained. He's known for a while and has already done a DNA test. Sheng Ru was surprised. And the result? He wouldn't say. Sheng Songyao sneered, said he'd only reveal it in person. Sheng Ru fell into thought. Sheng Songyao got up from the makeshift cot, grabbed the coat hanging nearby, and said, "Let's go to the airport." As Sheng Ru helped his father into the coat, he asked, "Don't you want to see her? You've been waiting for days." "I do," Sheng Songyao sighed. "But Qi Si is a steady kid. If he's making such a request and even called his father to ask me, he must have a compelling reason. I'll trust him this time." Sheng Ru said no more and held open the tent flap for his father. At the jungle's edge, lights shone brightly in the twilight. From afar, Sheng Wenin could see the glow. She scanned the area cautiously, her gaze pausing momentarily on Qi Si and Sheng Xingguang before shifting to the gasping Duan Ming and Wang Xiang behind them. Sheng Wenin thought to herself, "You can never be too careful with people," and then suddenly accelerated, bolting towards the finish line like an arrow released from a bow, determined to reach it before the other two teams could potentially betray her. Beep. Team 01 has reached the finish line. Current ranking, first place. As the mechanical announcement echoed, Sheng Wenin finally allowed herself to relax a little. She turned around and leisurely watched the other two teams. Qi Si glanced at Sheng Wenin nonchalantly and crossed the finish line with a blank expression. Beep. Team 10 has reached the finish line. Current ranking, second place. Finally, Wang Xiang practically dragged the exhausted Duan Ming to the finish line. With that, the top 3 teams were decided. The livestream chat was immediately flooded with congratulatory messages. On the way back, Sheng Wenin and Qi Si shared an off-road vehicle. She lounged lazily in the back seat, facing a camera that was almost in her face. Impatiently, she asked, "When do we get the prize money?" The cameraman couldn't speak and could only shake his head helplessly. Sheng Wenin frowned immediately, her tone turning harsh. "What does that mean? Are you planning to stiff us?" The cameraman was speechless, thinking, "This is a national station. How could they possibly not pay you?" Seeing Sheng Wenin about to lose her temper, Qi Si quickly placed his hand on hers, soothing her in a low voice. "We'll ask them when we get back." With Qi Si's intervention, Sheng Wenin finally calmed down a bit. Back at the camp, staff members guided them to freshen up. Qi Si headed towards the tent assigned to him by the production team. As he lifted the flap, he was caught off guard by 2 familiar faces. Qi Si froze for a moment before stepping inside and respectfully greeting, "Uncle Sheng, Brother Ru." Sheng Songyao looked at him with a blank expression, while Sheng Ru smiled and said, "Si, long time no see." Qi Si responded softly and was about to speak when the tent flap was suddenly lifted behind him. Sheng Wenin, still in her camouflage outfit, barged in without hesitation and bluntly said, "Qi Si, I need to go ask them about the prize money. You should come with me." She trailed off as she noticed the other people in the tent. Inside the cramped tent, the air seemed to freeze. Sheng Wenin curiously observed the 2 unfamiliar men, an elderly man with a bewildered expression and a middle-aged man who appeared agitated. Holding on to the tent flap, she said to Qi Si, "If you have something to do, I'll go ask myself." With that, she turned to leave. "Wait." The middle-aged man suddenly spoke. Sheng Wenin paused and looked back at him. At that moment, Qi Si quickly stepped forward and grabbed Sheng Ru's shoulder, preventing him from speaking further. Sheng Ru looked at Qi Si in confusion, while Qi Si turned to Sheng Wenin and said, "You go ahead, I'm not going." Although Sheng Wenin didn't understand what was happening, she vaguely responded with an "ah" and left the tent. As the sound of her footsteps faded into the distance, Sheng Ru regained some composure. He closed his eyes and pressed his hand to his temple. Sheng Songyao, sitting on an uncomfortable folding military chair, said in a deep voice, Si, give me an explanation." Qi Si glanced at Sheng Songyao, then patted Sheng Ru on the shoulder, signaling him to sit down. After Sheng Ru took a seat, Qi Si also pulled up a chair and sat down. He placed his hands on his knees, fingers interlaced, and faced the 2 men's scrutinizing gazes before speaking. Jian Huazhang rescued her from a drug cartel's hideout in Vietnam. "This is an older story." Qi Si explained that he started investigating after Ji insisted on calling Sheng Wen an aunt. After extensive verification, most of the information became clear. 19 years ago, in April, Jian Huazhang led a team to crack a cross-border drug trafficking case. During the arrest, a Chinese woman fleeing was hit by a stray bullet and died, holding a 1-month-old baby girl in her arms. April. Sheng Ru immediately reacted, "That matches up. My little sister was stolen in March." Qi Si nodded in confirmation and continued, "The Asian baby girl was brought back to China by Jian Huazhang. However, upon returning, he received news that his wife, Tang Ping, had given birth prematurely. He detailed how Tang Ping had an affair with Sheng Rongtian during her pregnancy, leading to premature labor and severe bleeding. By the time Jian Huazhang arrived at the hospital, Tang Ping had fled, and their child, born prematurely, was on the verge of death. At 3 o'clock the next morning, the child took her last breath. Jian Huazhang handled his daughter's funeral alone and then placed the baby girl he brought from Vietnam in a welfare institution. A month later, after completing a confidential mission, Jian's parents returned home, only to find their daughter-in-law missing. Jian Huazhang decided to conceal the truth and adopted the baby girl, naming her Jian Wenin. Qixi added that no one knew this secret except for a comrade involved in the cross-border operation. He had to go to great lengths to find the retired soldier and obtain this information. After finishing, Qixi looked at Sheng Songyao and Sheng Ru and calmly said, Jian Huazhang raised her as his own, and she grew up loved and carefree in that family. Sheng Songyao with a grim expression said, as Wenin's biological father, I am grateful to him, but Wenin has the right to know the truth. Sheng Ru asked, have you done a DNA test? What were the results? Qixi explained that he conducted a kinship test using blood samples from Sheng Wenin and Jiji, which showed a high degree of match, though not as accurate as a paternity test. Sheng Ru agreed with his father, believing that Sheng Wenin should know the truth and undergo a formal paternity test. However, Qixi revealed that he already had Sheng Wenin's blood sample. Under Sheng Songyao and Sheng Ru's questioning, Qixi admitted that he arranged for a blood donation vehicle, using shopping vouchers as bait to obtain Sheng Wenin's blood sample. This action left the two men in a brief silence. Finally, Sheng Ru asked, so even if the paternity test matches, you don't want us to reunite with her, do you? Qixi suggested that they could reunite but should do so gradually. He explained, let her get to know you first. Don't scare her. She has a father whom she loves dearly. To her, you're strangers. Sheng Songyao fell into deep thought while Sheng Ru, with a hint of jealousy, asked Qixi, we have to take it slow, but you get to be with her all the time? Qixi unhesitatingly admitted, yes, I'm family. Seeing Sheng Ru's reaction, he calmly added, her words, not mine. Major Ding strode ahead, his brow furrowed in frustration as Sheng Wenin doggedly followed him. The young woman was like a persistent shadow, sticking to him no matter how fast he walked. Finally, Major Ding couldn't take it anymore. He spun around and said sternly, I've already called the TV station's finance department for you. They said the bonus will be issued after the advertisers settle the current commercial fees. There's nothing I can do. Sheng Wenin, unfazed, replied stubbornly with her hands in her pockets. They said you're the highest authority. Who else should I talk to? Major Ding was nearly fuming, gritting his teeth. Talking to me won't help. I don't have the money. Sheng Wenin remained silent but continued to follow him. With no other option, Major Ding led her to the show's director, hoping to pass the problem off. He's the director. Talk to him, he said. Sheng Wenin immediately turned her gaze to the director, who had already heard about the situation. He quickly waved his hands in denial. What power does a director have? The highest authority is still the person in charge. They're the ones coordinating everything. Sheng Wenin's eyes returned to Major Ding. Resigned, he called the finance department again, asking how soon the bonus could be processed. After a lengthy calculation, the finance department gave a conservative estimate, at least 3 months. Major Ding relayed the news to Sheng Wenin, who nearly jumped out of her skin. 3 months at the earliest? Major Ding shrugged. Bonuses involve a lot of paperwork. Have you ever seen anyone get theirs quickly? Sheng Wenin was nearly speechless with frustration. Later, while taking a shower, she used up half a bottle of the show's body wash before calming down. After her shower, she saw Qixi bidding farewell to 2 strangers. With a towel draped around her neck, she tugged at its ends and said, the bonus will take 3 months. Just letting you know. I'm out of here. Qixi watched her leave, lowering the curtain only after a long pause. Despite the top 3 being decided, the show's recording wasn't over, as many teams had yet to finish. Early the next morning, Qixi was on a call in his tent when someone called for him outside. He ended the call and stepped out to find a staff member, asking if the first group to finish should wait for the others or head back home. Qixi hesitated, glancing towards Sheng Wenin's tent. What do they say? He asked. The staff member replied, they're still asking around. Qixi walked directly to Sheng Wenin's tent. Just then, Duanming emerged from another tent with a smile. Hey, Qi, are you staying or leaving? Qixi didn't answer, heading straight to Sheng Wenin's tent. A staff member was already calling out, Miss Sheng, are you awake? Qixi frowned, not up yet. The staff member replied, doesn't seem like it. Qixi's expression darkened as he yanked the curtain open, only to find the tent empty. Sheng Wenin was gone. The news spread quickly, causing a stir in the camp. Sheng Wenin from Team 01, the first place winner, was missing. Qixi's face turned grim as Wang Xiang, Sheng Xinghan, and Sheng Xinghuang anxiously searched for her. The director, visibly upset, demanded, who saw her last? A soldier replied, I saw her washing her face this morning. Qixi pressed, and after that? The soldier shook his head. Didn't see her after that. Shang Xinghuang stomped his foot in frustration. Where could Auntie have gone? Shang Xinghan was even more distressed. Oh no, Grandpa and Uncle told me to take care of Auntie before they left. What if she's lost again? Don't talk nonsense. Shang Xinghuang snapped at his sister, then turned to Qi Si. Uncle Qi, what do we do now? Qi Si pursed his lips, scanning the area before narrowing his eyes. Isn't the camp missing someone? At that moment, Major Ding emerged from the monitoring room after hearing the commotion. The director quickly briefed him on Sheng Wenin's disappearance. After a moment of silence, Major Ding, with a complex expression, said, "Follow me." Everyone trailed Major Ding into the monitoring room. He instructed a soldier to switch to the internal channel. The screen changed to show a group of shirtless soldiers in military pants doing a morning run in the hills. Major Ding pointed to a tiny figure trailing behind the soldiers. Zoom in. The camera zoomed in, revealing Sheng Wenin in a ponytail and camo vest, following the soldiers. Major Ding complained. She insisted on tagging along. Got up early to join the defense team for their morning drill. They tried to shake her off, but she wouldn't budge. Qi Si and the others were stunned. Major Ding looked around and finally addressed Qi Si. Could you bring her back? The defense team is fed up with her. I noticed she listens to you in the rainforest. Qi Si followed the off-road vehicle to the training ground. From a distance, he saw over 30 guards sitting in a circle, with 2 soldiers sparring in the center. Sheng Wenin's voice pierced the air, cheering. Nice. Well done. Qi Si squinted and saw Sheng Wenin wedged between 2 burly men, their arms around each other's shoulders, cheering for the fighters in the ring. Sheng Wenin spotted Qi Si and waved excitedly. Qi Si. Over here. She scooted over, patting an empty spot on the ground. Come sit here, this is the VIP area. Qi Si frowned but didn't move. Sheng Wenin tilted her head, looking at him. Qi Si spoke. You left without a word. Do you know how worried everyone was? Sheng Wenin was taken aback and explained, oh, I told Major Ding when I left. You can't leave the camp without permission. I specifically reported to Major Ding. Qi Si remained silent. At that moment, the match in the ring concluded, and a wave of cheers erupted. Sheng Wenin immediately joined in, shouting, nice. Well done. Brother Qin, you're awesome. The victorious soldier wiped his sweat, his honest face flushing with embarrassment at Sheng Wenin's praise. Do you know him? Qi Si asked. Sheng Wenin whispered, not really. I just know his surname is Chen, but I need to blend in with them. Otherwise, they won't let me join their night training. Qi Si had no response. It wasn't until the guards finished their morning training that Qi Si accompanied Sheng Wenin away. In the car, Sheng Wenin leaned against the window, wistfully watching the soldiers running outside. I want to run too, she muttered. Seatbelt, Qi Si reminded her. Sheng Wenin obediently sat up and fastened her seatbelt. Back at the camp, others immediately surrounded Sheng Wenin, bombarding her with questions. Sheng Wenin glanced back and saw Qi Si walking straight in another direction after getting out of the car. In the afternoon, the production team came to ask if they wanted to return to the country. Sheng Wenin was about to speak when Qi Si quickly said, we're going back. I don't want to. Sheng Wenin began, but Qi Si interrupted. Where's your phone? Sheng Wenin froze, remembering her phone was still in her luggage. Qi Si said, go check it. 10 minutes later, Sheng Wenin came out looking dejected. Duanming passed by and asked what was wrong. Sheng Wenin replied gloomily, my agent called. There are 6 variety shows, 8 dramas, and 3 movies looking for me. They want me to go back and choose now. Duanming was speechless and walked away. Sheng Wenin looked around the camp, wondering how Qi Si knew Gan Mei had contacted her. In the end, Sheng Wenin, Qi Si, and Duanming flew back together. Upon disembarking, Qi Si and Duanming headed for the VIP channel, but Sheng Wenin confidently walked towards the regular exit. Hey, this way, Duanming called out. It's fine. No one knows me, Sheng Wenin said nonchalantly. However, as soon as she reached the exit, she saw a large crowd holding signs with her name. When they saw her, they erupted in cheers. She's out. Sheng Wenin. Inin. Inin. Ah, Inziga. Inziga. Sheng Wenin froze in place. Qi Si walked over, and his presence made the fans even more excited. Qi Si. Emperor Qi. Brother. Qi Si frowned, took Sheng Wenin's hand, and led her towards the VIP channel. The cheers gradually faded away. Wenin. Qi Si's steady voice brought Sheng Wenin back to her senses. What's wrong? Qi Si asked, tightening his grip on her hand. Sheng Wenin looked back at the passage behind them and asked hesitantly, are they my fans? Of course, Qi Si replied. Sheng Wenin looked down at her unharmed right hand, recalling the past when she was attacked with acid. She shook her head slightly, then suddenly jumped up and hugged Qi Si's shoulders, exclaiming excitedly, I actually have real fans. I'm amazing. Qi Si frowned, noticing the fleeting sadness in her eyes. He suddenly tightened his grip on her hand and continued walking, saying, yes, you're amazing. You have fans, and they love you. In the future, even more people will love you.